Chapter 1. You are ill. The ancient physician truly possesses miraculous skills. Indeed, with just a flick of his wrist, he has cured my ailment. I wish to have him treat me once more. Me too. By the way, may I inquire what affliction you are suffering from, my lady? Well, it's a bit embarrassing to say. We are all ladies here, there's nothing to be ashamed of. It's a woman's ailment, you see. What a coincidence, I suffer from the same. Yet, the ancient physician's craftsmanship is remarkable. He merely moved his hands and cured me. Indeed, his skills are truly exceptional. In the city of Sodto on the Douluo Continent, two youthful ladies lingered outside a medical establishment known as the Hand of God. As they reached the entrance, they reminisced about the treatment they had received from the ancient physician, their eyes fluttering slightly, adorned with playful glances, and their lips curling into a hint of a spring smile, clearly lost in delightful reverie. Make way, make way. Don't block the entrance, we still need to go in for treatment. Exactly. It's obvious they're just shameless hussies, coveting the ancient physician's beauty. Indeed, it is precisely because of these brazen women that we, who genuinely require treatment, have to wait so long. Right? It has caused me to miss my chance for the ancient physician's healing touch. In front of the Hand of God, a long queue of youthful ladies vocally expressed their impatience toward the two blocking the entrance. Some women were particularly eager to see them driven away. The most beautiful among them, visibly distressed, was in tears, clearly suffering from a severe ailment. The two ladies, still savoring their memories, lowered their heads, cast a glance at the queue of women, rolled their eyes in disdain, and then turned to leave with a haughty huff. Next, please. At that moment, a male voice echoed from within the medical establishment. As the voice resonated, the weeping beauty at the front of the line ceased her lamentation abruptly. Finally, it's my turn. She swayed her waist and rushed into the medical establishment, as if fearing someone might snatch her opportunity away. Upon entering, the beautiful lady wasted no time. She eagerly made her way to the treatment room, skillfully reclining on the bed in anticipation of the ancient physician's arrival. Soon after, a handsome young man clad in a white coat entered. His attire seemed out of place in Sodto City or the Douluo world. Yet to the lady lying on the bed, he appeared as a firefly in the night, strikingly unique and irresistibly alluring. Ancient physician, I am feeling a bit unwell in my chest. The beautiful lady suddenly turned onto her side, one hand clutching her chest, the other gently shading her eyes, stealing glances at the young man in the white coat, her eyes sparkling with flirtation. It's you, didn't you come yesterday? The young man surveyed the youthful lady, recognizing her as the one who had visited the previous day, a hint of exasperation flickering in his gaze. Physician, my ailment was cured yesterday, but today my chest is discomforting me again. Please describe your symptoms. With a twinkle of delight in her eyes, the beautiful lady recounted her predicament in painstaking detail, wishing for time to slow down so she could convey her innermost thoughts to this handsome physician. The young man in the white coat listened, his expression deepening with a sense of resignation. His name was Gu Yi. 3 months prior, he was merely an elite graduate from a medical university on a blue planet, preparing to face the rigors of society. However, through an unexpected turn of events, he found himself transported to the Douluo Continent. Initially, he was frantic, but upon realizing he had traversed into the realm of Douluo, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was well acquainted with this universe, knowing it to be a safe haven for many transmigrators, a gathering place for breathtaking beauties and understanding that filled him with determination. He vividly remembered the stunning beauty of characters like Bibi Dong, Qian Renxue, and Zhu Zhuqing, as they had propelled the popularity of the Douluo anime to staggering heights. Now that he had entered this world, he hoped to engage in a grand spectacle with these enchanting figures, enlightening them on the essence of life. Upon his arrival in this world, Gu Yi faced a peculiar predicament. Though he bore an extraordinarily handsome visage, he was endowed with rather unremarkable aptitude. The martial spirit he awakened was a seemingly ordinary, yet remarkably unique surgical knife. To the inhabitants of this world, the knife might appear commonplace, but to Gu Yi, an expert in human anatomy and renowned medical practitioner, it was an incredibly potent martial spirit. Over the past 3 months, he had established a medical clinic in Sodto City, leveraging his previous medical knowledge and his extraordinary surgical knife martial spirit, gaining widespread acclaim and attracting countless patients. Yet, Guyi found himself in a quandary due to his striking appearance. A vast majority of his patients were young women, particularly those in their prime. It was a source of frustration for him, as he was a man of principle, uninterested in such frivolities. However, he could not refuse to treat these young women, for each treatment allowed him to grow stronger. Indeed, Guyi, like many other transmigrators, possessed a unique advantageous system intricately linked to his surgical knife martial spirit, known as the surgical system. For every individual he treated using his martial spirit or medical skills, he earned corresponding soul power and surgical points, which he could later exchange for items in the system's shop. In essence, as long as he healed others, Guyi would continue to grow in strength. Throughout these 3 months, he had, without conscience, treated numerous young women for their particular ailments, all in pursuit of enhancing his own power and accumulating surgical points. As Guyi listened to the youthful lady recount her so-called affliction, he quietly proceeded to treat her, just as he had done the day before. His method was straightforward with a few deft movements. He completed the treatment within minutes. Moments later, he heard the familiar notification sound from the system, akin to receiving a payment. Congratulations, 5 surgical points have been credited. Glancing at the 5 points, he looked back at the satisfied lady on the treatment bed and let out a deep sigh. He felt somewhat exasperated with the system. Over the course of these 3 months, he had observed that it was rather particular, perhaps even superficial when dispensing rewards. Treating ordinary citizens yielded the least. Just 1 point. Slightly better-looking individuals garnered 2 points, and those who were exceptionally attractive, particularly young women, received as many as 5 points. He couldn't help but suspect that the system had a rather dubious nature. "All right, you may leave now." Regaining his composure, Guyi addressed the reluctant lady, who was loath to depart. Yet, for the sake of her long-term well-being, she obediently exited the clinic. As she left, Guyi continued treating the queue of young women outside, diligently earning more surgical points. At that moment, outside the hand of God, a 12-year-old boy dressed in blue pants and a plain appearance strolled past the clinic. Noticing the ordinary establishment, yet the considerable queue of hopeful patients, he paused in curiosity. The Hand of God, what an audacious name. Yet, the fact that so many come here implies the physician's skills must be exceptional. "Brother, I think the physician's skills are far from impressive. He might even be a charlatan with dubious morals." "Little Wu, why do you say that?" The boy turned to his companion, a charming girl of 11 or 12, dressed in a pink dress with rabbit ears atop her head and a small pouch at her waist. The two were Tang San and Xiao Wu, fresh graduates from Wielding Academy, guided by their teacher Xiao Jang to enroll at Shrek Academy. "Brother, haven't you noticed that all the patients in line are women? And they're all quite beautiful, not a single man in sight." Xiao Wu observed the young women, her skepticism about the physician's ethics deepening. Tang San glanced around and indeed found that there were no men in sight. Habitually, he activated his purple extreme magic eyes to examine the situation. Upon inspection, his eyes widened in surprise as he discovered that all the women were either married or recently wed. Realizing this, Tang San scrutinized the ordinary clinic once more, pondering that it was indeed possible the physician inside might have questionable motives. "Brother, should we go in and take a look?" Xiao Wu inquired. "Sure, let's do that." Tang San felt a surge of curiosity about the physician inside. Having spent considerable time in this world, he was accustomed to meeting healing-type soul masters, yet this was his first encounter with such a clinic, especially one named the Hand of God. Coming from the Tang sect, proficient in poison, he felt compelled to investigate if the physician proved to be a fraud undermining the integrity of the medical profession. He would be well-positioned to protect the innocent. With that, Tang San and Xiao Wu made their way toward the clinic in the very next moment. The queue of youthful ladies cast their gazes upon Tang San and Xiao Wu, their eyes glinting like those of ferocious wolves as they prepared to cut in line. This sudden shift startled both Tang San and Xiao Wu. What ensued was a barrage of verbal onslaughts from the women. "What do you intend to do? Are you not aware that one cannot cut in line for medical treatment? You too, so young yet so ill-mannered. I wonder how your parents raised you." At first, Tang San and Xiao Wu remained unfazed by the initial remarks, But when their parents were brought into the conversation, Tang San felt a surge of anger. Being a man of ancient lineage, he held deep respect for his elders, where the father is paramount in the hierarchy, and any mention of his parents was akin to striking a nerve. Just as he contemplated reprimanding the woman who had dared to insult his parents, a handsome man clad in a white coat stepped forward. It was Gu Yi. Upon his arrival, the youthful ladies instantly disregarded Tang San and turned their fervent attention towards Gu Yi. However, Gu Yi did not reciprocate their gaze. Instead, he approached Tang San with a warm smile and stated, "My dear brother, you are unwell." A gentle reminder. This book is a serious read, suitable for earnest readers. Unique feature of the book, it becomes increasingly serious as the story progresses. New book, Sunlight Douluo. Chapter 2, Tang San's ailments. Hey, how dare you speak to me like that? You are the one who is ill. Your entire family is unwell. Xiao Wu was no benevolent angel. As a shape-shifting spirit beast, she possessed a naturally rebellious streak. When she heard Gu Yi claim her brother Tang San was sick, she retorted without hesitation. The other ladies in line, overhearing Xiao Wu's rebuttal, were immediately displeased. With hands on their hips and expressions of indignation, they exclaimed, "How dare you speak to Dr. Gu like that? If he says he is ill, he must indeed be ill." Exactly. This man is certainly unwell. He is your brother, isn't he? He must be ill. The ladies scrutinized Tang San, pointing fingers at him, and upon Gu Yi's declaration of Tang San's illness, they had already reached a consensus. Tang San was indeed ailing. For over the past 3 months, they had been captivated by Gu Yi's medical expertise. You all. Xiao Wu glared furiously at the women who claimed her brother was sick. Tang San, they are merely foolish women. Do not let it bother you. He tugged at Xiao Wu's arm, and then turned to Gu Yi, coldly demanding, "On what grounds do you assert that I am unwell? If you cannot provide a valid reason, you might as well close your clinic." Gu Yi circled around Tang San, eventually standing before him and Xiao Wu, stating, "Because you are indeed unwell, and quite severely at that." He paused and glanced at Xiao Wu, adding, "You two are afflicted. You are the one who is ill." Xiao Wu was incensed by this comment. How could she, a perfectly healthy individual, be labeled as unwell? Anyone would feel disheartened upon being told they were sick upon first meeting, and in her anger, she instinctively raised her long leg, clad in white stockings, to strike at Gu Yi. Tang San, however, remained composed. He grasped Xiao Wu's hand and shook his head, saying, "Xiao Wu, he is merely a quack. Do not let him provoke you. Let's be on our way." "But, brother, he insulted us by claiming we are ill. I cannot tolerate such insolence. He must apologize." Xiao Wu glared at Gu Yi in a huff. Tang San pondered for a moment and conceded. It was one thing for him to be called sick, but it was entirely unacceptable to insult his sister, Xiao Wu. She was his Achilles heel. He had once vowed that anyone who dared to bully Xiao Wu would have to step over his dead body. For an older brother like Tang San, this was an affront. Turning back to Gu Yi, Tang San stated coldly, "On what grounds do you claim we are unwell? If you cannot specify what ails me, apologize to my sister immediately. Otherwise," Tang San's eyes narrowed at Gu Yi, for when it came to Xiao Wu, he was far from benevolent. How arrogant! No wonder he is Tang San. Gu Yi sneered internally. Indeed, Gu Yi had recognized Tang San the instant he laid eyes on him. Or rather, he had known of both Tang San and Xiao Wu when they arrived outside his clinic. For as soon as they appeared, his surgical system had issued a task. This was the first task issued since his arrival 3 months prior. Upon reviewing the task issued by the surgical system, Gu Yi felt a surge of excitement. Name, Tang San. Identity, transmigrator, protagonist of Douluo, Child of Fortune. Strength, level 29 Great Soul Master. Expertise, master of hidden weapons and poisons, possessing the ultimate skills of Tang's sect. Symptoms: 1. Mild hemorrhoids. 2. Kidney deficiency. 3. Hypocrite. Upon witnessing these symptoms, Gu Yi was at a loss for words. After all, Tang San was well-versed in poison and was a soul master. He should not suffer from such trivial ailments. However, Gu Yi had complete faith in his system, and his own medical skills were commendable. After merely observing Tang San, he confirmed that he was indeed unwell. Task 1. Perform surgery for Tang San's hemorrhoids. Reward: 50 surgical points. Task 2. Conduct a procedure for Tang San's kidney deficiency. Reward: 100 surgical points. Task 3. Undertake a neurosurgery for Tang San. Mental reward: 500 surgical points. Note: hypocrisy is also an ailment, and a severe one at that. Task 4. Perform a castration surgery on Tang San. Reward: 5,000 surgical points. Task 5. Conduct a transformation surgery on Tang San. Reward: 10,000 surgical points. Task. Observing this series of tasks, Guyi initially felt a surge of excitement. The rewards, amounting to hundreds, thousands, and even tens of thousands, were unprecedented. However, upon encountering the subsequent castration and transformation procedures, Guyi began to harbor grave doubts about whether Tang San had offended the system. Otherwise, how could such a cruel and heartless task have been issued? Nevertheless, Guyi gazed at the myriad of surgical points, then cast his eyes towards a certain part of Tang San, his expression growing solemn, stirred by a surge of emotion. Noticing Guyi's intense scrutiny, Tang San felt a pang of discomfort in his heart and coldly inquired, "What do you mean? Do you truly intend to speak of it here?" Guyi raised his gaze to meet Tang San's. "If you cannot articulate your thoughts, then apologize to my sister. Since you wish to know, allow me to enlighten you." Guyi sighed, and upon seeing the rewards represented by the surgical points, he silently resolved to undertake a lavish castration procedure on the ailing Tang San if the opportunity arose, thereby amassing those thousands of surgical points. Anything less would be a disservice to his identity as a transmigrator. Now that Tang San was so keen to uncover the nature of his affliction, how could Guyi not indulge his curiosity? He then pointed to the area around Tang San's posterior and waist, proclaiming, "You suffer from several ailments. First, hemorrhoids. Second, kidney deficiency." Upon hearing this, Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Guyi. Xiao instinctively glanced at her brother, then returned her gaze to Guyi, her face a mask of disdain. The group of young women present burst into laughter, unable to contain their mirth. Tang San, confronted by their mocking laughter and the scrutinizing gazes of the young women, felt his face flush with embarrassment, particularly when he noticed his sister Xiao Wu casting a glance his way. He could sense the humiliation rising within him, despite her disbelief in Guyi's words. He turned to Guyi and coldly retorted, "This is absolute nonsense." With that, Tang San grasped Xiao Wu's hand and turned to leave. "Brother, is there any truth to what he said?" Xiao Wu queried as they walked. "Though I am not a medical expert, I do have some understanding. How could I possibly have such ailments? Besides, we are soul masters, our physiques inherently superior to ordinary individuals, rendering such conditions even less likely. Even if Guyi's claims were true, I would never admit to them, especially since I am in perfect health." Xiao Wu pondered this and concluded that her brother, Tang San, was indeed formidable, making it improbable for him to suffer from such trivial ailments. This realization only solidified her belief that Guyi was a quack. Initially, she considered stopping to dismantle Guyi's reputation, but her brother Tang San, still holding her hand, showed no intention of pausing. Observing Tang San's departure, Guyi could not allow it to happen. After all, to him, Tang San represented a treasure trove of surgical points. A simple castration or a few injections of female hormones could yield thousands of points, promising overnight wealth. Guyi called out to Tang San, "Although you are a soul master and possess a slightly superior constitution, it is still merely slight. You are young, and these ailments are minor, primarily stemming from your irregular habits and prolonged periods of meditation and late-night training. Even soul masters are not immune to such issues. You are no exception. If you wish to prevent further deterioration and seek a remedy, come find me. I guarantee a swift cure and a restoration of your vigor." Upon hearing this, Tang San hesitated for a moment, but in the next instant, he quickened his pace. Upon witnessing this, Guyi smiled with satisfaction, confident that Tang San would soon seek him out again. After all, as a soul master himself, Guyi possessed a profound understanding of the soul masters in this world. Although the soul masters of Douluo Continent wielded soul power and exhibited physical attributes slightly superior to those of ordinary individuals, they still remained vulnerable to the basic human needs of eating, drinking, and sleeping. Consequently, ailments such as hemorrhoids were not uncommon among lower-ranked soul masters. Moreover, considering Tang San's tendency to stay up late practicing, possibly even embracing Xiao Wu, the whimsical 10,000 rabbits, it was inevitable that he would encounter such maladies. As for certain renal ailments, even with the assistance of healing soul masters in this world, Some root causes remained unaddressed, rendering their efforts futile. If someone as skilled in the Tang sect's arcane arts as Tang San could fall prey to such afflictions, one could easily surmise the fate of others. However, Gu Ye's true intention was not to assist Tang San in his recovery, but rather to accumulate the multitude of surgical points at his disposal. Securing these points would bring him untold wealth overnight. Nevertheless, Gu Ye was wise enough not to act hastily against Tang San, as his current strength was insufficient to contend with Tang Hao, who vigilantly safeguarded Tang San. Thus, the prospect of orchestrating a lavish castration procedure for Tang San remained a distant goal. Yet, he was not in a hurry. Opportunities would inevitably present themselves. Chapter 3. Even minor ailments are illnesses. Next, it is you. In high spirits after discovering Tang San's ailments, Gu Ye called out to a charming young woman waiting in line for a consultation, eager to assist her and showcase the prowess of his skills. The young woman, elated to be summoned by Gu Ye, lifted her skirt and hurried into the clinic, anticipating his treatment. Just as Gu Ye was about to enter, he spotted a familiar young girl approaching the clinic, dressed in a simple azure gown that imparted a sense of cleanliness. With neatly cropped hair and skin as tender as lychee, she possessed a delicate visage and stood around 165 meters tall, her figure harmoniously proportioned, exuding an ethereal aura. Upon seeing this girl, Gu Ye felt a sense of recognition, and as he focused his gaze, the system suddenly emitted an alert. Ding! Detected one of the original characters. Ning Rongrong, a member of the Shrek 7 monsters. System assessment, unwell. It was evident to Gu Ye that Ning Rongrong was indeed unwell, and her condition appeared quite serious. Even without the system's notification. After glancing back at the young woman who had just entered, Gu Ye decisively abandoned his initial intention and approached Ning Rongrong instead. Miss, please hold on, Gu Ye called out, walking beside her. As Ning Rongrong was about to pass the clinic, she instinctively halted upon hearing the voice of the handsome man clad in a white coat. The striking appearance of any handsome man would leave a positive first impression. And Gu Ye, dressed in a white coat, was no exception. Is there something you need? Ning Rongrong inquired playfully, studying the man who had called out to her. The white attire certainly captured her attention, but what captivated her most was Gu Ye's striking features. As the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she had encountered many handsome men, yet Gu Ye's presence left her utterly astonished. As Gu Ye noticed Ning Rongrong scrutinizing him, he did not respond to her words immediately. Instead, he took a moment to observe her, akin to a physician examining a patient, ultimately allowing his gaze to rest upon her bosom. Following this, Gu Ye smiled at Ning Rongrong and uttered his habitual phrase, "My dear, you are unwell. You are the one who is unwell." Ning Rongrong, appearing approachable, felt a sense of ease while assessing the handsome man. However, being a young lady of privilege, her inherently willful and headstrong nature led her to retaliate. Much like Xiao before her, as she promptly hurled an insult at Gu Ye. Gu Ye remained unperturbed. Ning Rongrong's reaction fell within his expectations. He continued, "My dear girl, your martial soul is afflicted, and I possess the means to remedy it." This statement was not a falsehood. His medical expertise transcended the treatment of mere ailments, extending to rectifying deficiencies within martial souls, for such imperfections indeed constitute an ailment. During his 3-month tenure at the clinic, he had successfully treated a woman with a flawed martial soul, aided by his unique martial spirit and surgical system. Consequently, she regarded him as both benefactor and master, having joined the Martial Soul Hall under his guidance a month prior. At this juncture, Ning Rongrong had only just emerged from her sect, still embodying the temperament of a proud young lady. Her sect's martial soul was renowned as the foremost auxiliary spirit in the realm. Although it could only bestow 7 soul rings, the notion that her martial soul was afflicted was utterly preposterous to her, and she refused to entertain such an idea. "Given your decent appearance, I shall issue you a warning. Such remarks are best kept to yourself. Should others learn of this, you shall face dire consequences." Ning Rongrong cautioned Gu Ye, casting a lingering glance at his handsome visage and peculiar white attire, finding him rather striking. However, despite her fondness for attractive individuals, she was not easily swayed by mere looks. Thus, even Gu Ye's striking appearance could not ensnare her heart. After casting a few more glances his way, she haughtily huffed, leaving him with a captivating silhouette as she turned to depart. This time, she had slipped away without her family's knowledge, for she was intent on enrolling at Shrek Academy and could not afford to miss the opportunity. Gu Ye observed Ning Rongrong's intention to depart. Although he wished to retain her and provide her with proper treatment, he had no intention of resorting to flattery. After all, It is the patient's responsibility to seek out the physician for healing. It is not the physician's place to beg the patient. However, Gui glanced at Ning Rongrong's condition, finding it increasingly displeasing, and the prospect of a reward for treatment stirred his interest. He then leaned closer to Ning Rongrong and softly introduced himself. "My lady, I am Gui, the physician here. I can not only cure the ailment of your martial soul, but also address any afflictions you may be suffering from." Upon hearing Guye's implication that she had an ailment, Ning Rongrong halted abruptly, her face flushing with indignation as she glared at him. "What ailment do I have? If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall make you regret it," she retorted, her voice echoing loudly enough to attract the attention of the young women queuing outside the clinic. Each pair of eyes turned toward Ning Rongrong, and upon glancing down, they noticed their own feet, which barely touched the ground. The existence of an ailment was evident even to those who were not physicians. Likewise, Guye's gaze remained fixed on Ning Rongrong, his expression earnest and sincere. At that moment, Ning Rongrong became aware that the women were all staring at her. Not only them, but Guye himself was also observing her with scrutiny. Instinctively, she lowered her gaze, only to raise it again to behold the slender figures of the young women surrounding her, and suddenly, the meaning behind Guye's words regarding her physical condition became clear. "Scoundrel!" Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed crimson as she chastised Guye and swiftly turned to leave, feeling uncomfortable amidst the presence of those young women. However, just then, Guye produced an object and placed it before her, speaking in a tone audible only to her. "It is merely a minor affliction. I am a reputable physician, and should you wish for treatment, you may seek me at any time. It would only require a few sessions. Oh, and here, this is for you. You may try it and see if it proves effective. The method of administration is written on it." Guye gently placed a small white medicine bottle into Ning Rongrong's hand, offering her a comforting smile before turning to enter the medical hall. Next, he called out habitually. The onlookers were astonished that the esteemed doctor had gifted such a precious item to this young lady. How fortunate she is. I can't help but envy her. I too wish for a bottle. Though I am already of age, possessing it would make me even more perfect. The young women still waiting in line gazed enviously at the white vial in Ning Rongrong's grasp, glancing down at their own chests, lost in thought. Noticing their stares, Ning Rongrong turned to look at the women, then at herself, and with a haughty snort, she swiftly made her exit, discreetly tucking the vial into her pocket. Chapter 4. Is a great calamity also a malady? As Guye reached the entrance of the medical hall and observed Ning Rongrong departing with the vial, he smiled knowingly. He was confident that it would not be long before she returned to seek his expertise again, such as the understanding of a physician towards their patient. Surely, the young lady would resist the temptation of transforming into a great white rabbit. In due time, his skills would undoubtedly prove invaluable to her. Just as he prepared to assist the next young woman in need of care, his foot caught on the threshold once more. Ding! The system indicated the presence of Zhu Zhuqing, one of the legendary Shrek 7 monsters. Diagnosis: illness detected. "Dr. Gu, is something the matter?" inquired a waiting young lady, placing her hand delicately over her chest, projecting an elegant arc as she bashfully glanced at Guye. Ignoring her question, Guye swiftly turned to gaze outside the medical hall, where he spotted a woman approaching from a distance. She was clad in a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her flawless figure, creating an astonishing silhouette. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her fair skin contrasted strikingly with her voluptuous physique, which belied her youthful age. Her expression was notably aloof, exuding an innate chill. Her black eyes devoid of any warmth, a stark contrast to her otherwise stunning visage. What a coincidence! Just as Tang San and Xiao Wu departed, now Ning Rongrong too leaves, only to encounter Zhu Zhuqing. Indeed, the woman passing by Guyu's medical hall was none other than Zhu Zhuqing herself. The system's alert allowed Guye to recognize her instantly. After all, her extraordinary beauty and figure made it nearly impossible not to. Guye pondered for a moment and realized that today was indeed the day of enrollment for Shrek Academy. His medical clinic was located in Sodto City, and to reach Shrek Academy, one would inevitably pass by his establishment. It was quite reasonable for him to encounter Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. The instant Guye cast his gaze upon Zhu Zhuqing, she too sensed a fervent stare directed at her. As a wielder of the nether cat martial spirit, she possessed an innate ability for acute perception. Upon feeling that intense gaze, she instinctively sought its source. To her surprise, she found a strikingly handsome man clad in an unusual white coat observing her, causing her steps to falter momentarily. Though Zhu Zhuqing acknowledged his appealing appearance, it did little to capture her interest. For her, strength and survival were the true pursuits. Resolutely, she resumed her journey towards her destination, Shrek Academy. She intended to confront the scoundrel who had abandoned her to revel in his own pleasures. "Young lady, you are unwell." The voice belonged to Gu Yi, still addressing Zhu Zhuqing. Indeed, she was afflicted, and her condition was no trivial matter. For Gu Yi, remedying her ailment could be as simple as applying his hands to the most prominent area of her affliction. To clarify, Gu Yi's intention to assist Zhu Zhuqing stemmed solely from the necessity of treatment. He harbored no ulterior motives regarding her beauty, as he was a dedicated physician with a legitimate system. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to depart, Gu Yi's words compelled her to halt. Turning her head to face him, "What did you say?" Her voice was devoid of warmth, mirroring her expression. "You are unwell," Gu Yi reiterated, maintaining direct eye contact with her. Following this assertion, his gaze traversed Zhu Zhuqing's form, ultimately lingering upon her remarkable bosom. Could it be that having ample bosoms was an ailment? Certainly not. How could such a thing ever be considered an illness? The reason why Gu Yi's gaze lingered upon Zhu Zhuqing's chest was undoubtedly significant. Zhu Zhuqing, however, appeared unfazed by Gu Yi's unabashed scrutiny. Yet, when Gu Yi remarked that she was unwell, she found herself compelled to inquire about the rationale behind his statement. "A few days prior, you had sustained an injury to your left leg, which resulted in a mild fracture. Although you managed to expedite your recovery through the use of soul power, the injury had not completely healed. In addition to your leg, the muscles in your lower abdomen were also damaged, and remnants of bruised blood lingered within you. A clear indication that you had recently endured a harrowing battle for your very survival." As Gu Yi spoke, he turned to Zhu Zhuqing and asked, "Am I mistaken? Who are you?" Upon Gu Yi's accurate revelation of her injury, Zhu Zhuqing regarded him with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. Filled with doubt, she began to scrutinize Gu Yi, and upon realizing the depth of his strength, she refrained from taking action, maintaining her cautious gaze upon him. "I am the physician here, specializing in healing. You have an ailment, and I possess the remedy. If you wish to uncover the truth, follow me inside." Gu Yi, after speaking, turned his gaze towards the queue of youthful women at the medical hall and, with a hint of resignation, announced, "I sincerely apologize to you all. Today's treatments must conclude here. You may return for now. But we feel such heaviness in our chests. We long for Dr. Gu's healing touch." One lamented. "Indeed, we too are afflicted. Our chests are burdened, and we yearn for the miraculous skills of Dr. Gu to alleviate our ailments. Doctor, my condition is quite severe." The line of young women, reluctant to depart, feigned illness, striking poses that conveyed their desperation for treatment. Upon witnessing this, Gu Yi found himself compelled to resolutely dismiss his loyal patients. In comparison to Zhu Zhuqing, these youthful ladies were somewhat lacking in certain aspects. Gu Yi discerned the relative importance of each. Throughout the encounter, Zhu Zhuqing closely observed Gu Yi and the group of women, reflecting on his earlier remarks. After careful contemplation, she ultimately decided to step into the esteemed medical establishment. Inside the clinic, Gu Yi awaited Zhu Zhuqing's arrival, and upon seeing her enter, a smile of genuine delight graced his face. Zhu Zhuqing approached Gu Yi and stood before him, causing the atmosphere to grow noticeably still. With her arms crossed over her chest, she formed a striking arc, her pair of dark, lifeless eyes fixed upon Gu Yi in a simple yet profound gaze. "I am pleased that you chose to come in. It is the duty of a physician to treat patients, and I have the ability to completely eradicate the injuries you bear." Zhu Zhuqing, however, paid little heed to Gu Yi's words. Her primary intention for entering was to uncover the reason behind his remarkable understanding of her afflictions. Task 1. Assist Zhu Zhuqing, one of the Shrek 7 monsters, in healing her injuries. Reward: 100 surgical points. Task 2. Obtain a drop of Zhu Zhuqing's blood. Reward: 500 surgical points. Task 3. Gu Yi glanced at the rewards for assisting Zhu Zhuqing with her ailment, as well as the special mission that followed her. With a sense of eagerness, he remarked, "In addition to curing your illness, I can also enhance your strength and even facilitate the evolution of your martial soul, the Phantom Cat." "What did you say?" Zhu Zhuqing remained unperturbed by Gu Yi's claim of strengthening her, but when she heard about the evolution of her martial soul, she gazed at him in astonishment. The term martial soul evolution was entirely new to her. "Wait a moment. How do you know that my martial soul is the Phantom Cat? Who exactly are you?" Zhu Zhuqing, ever vigilant, regarded Gu Yi with suspicion as she came to realize that he not only recognized her, but seemed to possess an intimate understanding of her. The thought of the individuals who had pursued her days prior made her wary of Gu Yi. "Oh dear, I inadvertently let that slip, Guyi thought to himself. Chastising his own carelessness, his mind distracted by Zhu Zhuqing's imposing presence. With a composed smile, he replied, I am merely a physician, a healer of ailments. You have a condition, and I can remedy it. It is as simple as that. Should you harbor any doubts, you are free to leave. The door is to your left, and I shall not see you off. After Guyi finished speaking, he snapped his fingers, and a remarkably sharp knife materialized in his hand. The knife, with a flat handle and a lustrous silver hue, measured over 13 centimeters in length, with a blade approximately 3 centimeters long, also flat and glimmering coldly. It was indeed Guyi's martial spirit, the scalpel. He then snapped his fingers once more, and various items appeared before him. He picked up the scalpel and leisurely proceeded with his tasks. As for Zhu Zhuqing's healing mission and the blood extraction task, Guyi glanced up and remarked, Oh, you're still here? I thought you had left. His expression was one of feigned confusion, which might mislead an unsuspecting observer. Zhu Zhuqing lowered her arms, huffed coldly, and turned to depart. Yet, just as she lifted her foot to leave, she hesitated. Recalling Guyi's earlier claim that he could help her grow stronger and evolve her martial spirit, curiosity stirred within her. Regarding Guyi's knowledge of her situation and whether he was allied with those who pursued her, Zhu Zhuqing discerned that he was not. Do you wish for me to heal you? Guyi inquired, noticing she had not departed. Zhu Zhuqing touched the area of her injury from a few days prior, still feeling a twinge of pain, and nodded in response. In that case, please take a seat on the bed nearby. Guyi spoke as he gathered the items before him, leaving behind a vial labeled with the word serum. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Guyi and chose to trust him. Taking a seat on the white bed nearby, the decor of the room, along with Guyi's attire, struck Zhu Zhuqing as somewhat peculiar. Everything was draped in white, starkly contrasting her usual perceptions. However, she refrained from inquiring further. Guyi held a vial labeled serum in his left hand, while in his right, he grasped his sole weapon, a surgical scalpel. He approached Zhu Zhuqing, intent on drawing a single drop of her blood. Chapter 5. A drop of blood from Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing regarded Guyi, who wielded a peculiar knife in one hand and a small vial in the other, her delicate brows furrowing in concern. Particularly striking was Guyi's white coat. This bizarre combination of knife and vial evoked an inexplicable sense of unease within her. Do you intend to treat me with that knife? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. This is no ordinary knife. It is a scalpel, designed for healing. I have only heard of knives used for killing, never of one employed for healing. Is that so? Then you shall soon witness the art of healing through the blade. As Guyi finished speaking, a purple soul ring radiated from his body. Immediately, the surgical knife in his hand emanated a brilliant white light that spread towards Zhu Zhuqing. The moment the white light approached, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively raised her guard. However, upon realizing that the light passed through her body without inflicting any harm, she turned her gaze to the purple soul ring on Guyi and gradually relaxed. In that instant, she suddenly sensed a remarkable feeling of ease and comfort enveloping her. What is this? Zhu Zhuqing, observing the translucent white space before her, looked at Guyi in confusion. As the patient you are now, simply submit to my treatment. Guyi did not respond to Zhu Zhuqing's words. Instead, he deftly maneuvered the scalpel in his hand, causing the white, transparent space to condense into a form that perfectly matched the scalpel's size. In an instant, Guyi executed a swift motion that Zhu Zhuqing could scarcely comprehend. The sleek black leather of her outfit was effortlessly sliced open, revealing the smooth, pale skin of her thigh. However, Guyi did not linger on the side of Zhu Zhuqing's exposed skin. Rather, he continued to wield the scalpel with remarkable speed. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing was left astonished by Guyi's lightning-quick actions and the state of her own leg. To her surprise, her thigh exhibited vivid flesh and clearly visible veins. Yet she felt no pain whatsoever. Instead, as Guyi's hand glided over her thigh, a sensation of warmth and comfort enveloped her, akin to his gentle caress tracing along her veins. In an unexpected turn, this soothing feeling caused Zhu Zhuqing to forget her resistance to Guyi, and she willingly embraced his treatment. Guyi's treatment was swift. Zhu Zhuqing's injury, which had affected her meridians, was soon healed, and he proceeded to address the wound beneath her chest. Lying on the bed, there was an air of authority in his demeanor, accompanied by a subtle sense of gravitas, compelling Zhu Zhuqing to comply and recline. In that moment, her delicate form was laid bare before Guyi's gaze. Yet, he did not pause. With practiced precision, he deftly cut away the fabric covering Zhu Zhuqing's chest. Before him shone two radiant glimmers from her body, but as a serious physician, Guyi refrained from lingering on such sights and continued to treat the hidden injuries along her waist. The surgical blade glided through flesh, separating blood and tissue, revealing the intricate network of her meridians. With gentle hands, Guyu caressed the area, and in mere moments, all of Zhu Zhuqing's concealed injuries were completely healed. The entire process was remarkably brief, lasting only a minute or two, yet the efficacy left Zhu Zhuqing astounded. She paid little attention to Guyu's gaze upon her. She could feel that her injuries had been healed at their very core. Contemplating the terrifying ability he possessed, the capacity to separate flesh and display her meridians, she gazed at this handsome man in a daze. However, Guyu was oblivious to her stare, reveling instead in the exhilarating sensation of his enhanced strength and the joy of receiving 100 surgical points. The true source of his delight lay in the realization that his single treatment had finally garnered him over 100 points. Reflecting on the past 3 months, during which he had only earned 5 points for treating a group of youthful women, he felt a strong desire to keep Zhu Zhuqing close, longing for daily sessions with her. Regaining his composure, Guyu exhaled deeply, glancing at the vial of serum in his hand before turning to Zhu Zhuqing. Your wounds are healed, so it is time for you to settle the treatment fee. I have no money, Zhu Zhuqing replied, casting an embarrassed glance at Guyu. I lost my money during a fight a few days ago. Not to worry, my treatment differs from that of other physicians. I do not require your payment in currency. All I ask is for that one precious drop of blood from you. Guyu held the vial with a spark of excitement in his eyes as he looked at her. The most precious drop of blood. Zhu Zhuqing frowned, scrutinizing Guyu as if to confirm whether he had truly spoken such words. Yes, that very drop of blood that is most precious to you. Guyu affirmed with a nod. Shameless. Zhu Zhuqing was far from an ignorant girl. The most precious drop of blood for a young woman, without a doubt, referred to her maiden's blood. Though she held favorable feelings towards Guyu for healing her, his request ignited anger within her eyes. She was not a woman to be trifled with, and the notion that he would demand her maiden's blood for a single treatment was preposterous. How is requesting a drop of blood shameless? Zhu Zhuqing huffed. I have never encountered a man so audacious as to speak of such shamelessness with such conviction. Seeing her anger brought a smile to Guyu's face. Perhaps she had misunderstood his intent. He merely sought a drop of blood from her martial soul. Indeed, there existed blood within the martial soul, although it was not the conventional blood one might think of. Rather, it was the martial soul's essence, extracted through the assistance of his surgical blade and system. Just calm your heart. I will settle the fee once I have the means. At that moment, witnessing Guyu's unwavering insistence on acquiring her drop of blood, Zhu Zhuqing stood up and prepared to leave. Wait, you seem to have misunderstood something. Guyu's words caused Zhu Zhuqing to pause momentarily. What I desire is merely a drop of blood from your martial soul, not your maiden blood. You must have misunderstood. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Guyu, her cheeks slightly flushed. You're young, yet your thoughts wander to such frivolities. Do you think I hold any particular interest in your body? Guyu retorted with irritation. He, Guyu, harbored lofty ambitions and bore the legacy of Wei Wu, having long had someone in his heart. As for Zhu Zhuqing, Guyu scrutinized Zhu Zhuqing's alluring figure, particularly the astonishing fullness of her curves, shaking his head in disbelief. Initially, Zhu Zhuqing took pride in Guyu's gaze upon her bosom, yet upon witnessing his disdainful expression, she inexplicably felt as though she had been insulted by him. With a cold snort, she crossed her arms and seated herself on the bed, pondering the nature of martial soul blood. Realizing her thoughts had strayed, Zhu Zhuqing found herself intrigued by Guyu's mention of martial soul blood. Chapter 6. The Clarity of Martial Soul Blood. Guyu glanced at the vial of serum in his hand, then turned his gaze to Zhu Zhuqing and said, Release your martial soul, the nether cat, and you shall soon comprehend. Zhu Zhuqing, intrigued yet unperturbed, complied and summoned her martial soul, the nether cat. Next, I shall extract a drop of blood from your martial soul as compensation for this treatment. That should pose no issue, correct? Very well, Zhu Zhuqing responded. This was her first encounter with the concept of martial soul blood, and she was uncertain if it would harm her. However, given that Guyu had already healed her, she considered it a fair exchange. Upon receiving her consent, Guyu promptly proceeded with his task. The martial soul scalpel shimmered with a radiant light, swiftly slicing towards the nether cat. To her astonishment, Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul, though ethereal, sustained a wound, from which a drop of black blood emerged. Guyu hurriedly collected the dark fluid in the vial and sealed it before restoring Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul. All done. Guyu observed as the droplet of black blood swiftly dissolved and fused with the serum within the vial. A smile spreading across his face as he recalled the serum ability he had exchanged for in the surgical system. Indeed, there is blood. Watching the blood he had just extracted from his martial spirit, the nether cat, Zhu Zhuqing felt her perceptions being transformed. Of course it exists. The martial spirits in this world are, in essence, a form of unique hereditary energy, and what I refer to as blood is merely a special energy associated with the martial spirit. Do not be overly astonished. By the way, Zhu Zhuqing, I have taken a precious drop of your blood. You may not feel its effects immediately, but in a couple of days, you might experience some weakness. In that case, allow me to provide you with something to replenish your vitality, and then. Gu Yi was acutely aware of the perils associated with extracting blood from a martial soul, for he was drawing upon the very essence of its primordial energy. He found Zhu Zhuqing quite pleasing to the eye and held a genuine fondness for her physique and beauty, just as he was preparing to assist her. The surgical system unexpectedly issued a task. Ding. Task. Extract the martial soul blood of the Shrek 7 monsters. Reward. 4 vials of martial soul blood serum. 1 vial of martial soul enhancement serum. 1 vial of martial soul evolution serum, and 5,000 surgical points. Upon encountering this task, Bi glanced at the martial soul blood serum of Zhu Zhuqing in his hand, then back at the task within the system, and finally at Zhu Zhuqing herself. Deep in thought, this serum was exceedingly precious, as it was a specialized item from the surgical system. Merely exchanging for the martial soul blood serum had cost him 3,000 surgical points. The effects of this martial soul blood serum were nothing short of miraculous. For once infused into the blood of a soul master, it could bestow them with a martial soul when injected into an ordinary person or another soul master. The martial soul enhancement serum was even more costly, requiring 5,000 surgical points for a single vial, and its effects were astonishingly powerful. Capable of augmenting a soul master's attributes, such as enhancing speed for speed type or strength for strength type. The martial soul evolution serum was the most expensive of all, costing Gu Yi a staggering 10,000 surgical points for just 1 vial, yet its effects were incredibly potent, enabling a martial soul to undergo comprehensive evolution, more formidable than the celestial-grade items consumed by the Shrek 7 monsters in the original tale. 1 vial of martial soul evolution serum could guarantee a soul master the potential to ascend to divinity. Regrettably, Gu Yi could only lament his current predicament, as he possessed fewer than 3,000 surgical points, rendering the acquisition of such exorbitant items impossible, unless he were to perform a castration surgery on Tang San. The serum in Gu Ye's possession was the martial soul blood serum, which had already been infused with Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul blood. Consequently, once injected into an ordinary person or a soul master, it would grant them the spectral feline martial soul. However, Bi contemplated an alternate notion. What if he were to inject this spectral feline martial soul blood serum back into Zhu Zhuqing herself? What effect might that yield? The system provided no elucidation, leaving Gu Yi in a state of uncertainty. Why are you looking at me like that? Zhu Zhuqing, noticing Gu Yi's prolonged gaze, inquired with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing, Gu Yi replied, snapping back to attention. I just extracted a precious drop of your blood. Allow me to restore you with this gift. Please wait a moment. Gu Yi entered another room, and, after a brief period of rummaging, emerged holding several peculiar items. Zhu Zhuqing glanced over and noticed that Gu Yi was grasping an odd tubular object, its tip sharp and glistening with a chilling sheen. The middle section was hollow, appearing to contain some extraordinary liquid within. Alongside it was a vial and another strange bottle. Gu Yi placed 3 items before Zhu Zhuqing and said, "This is a vial containing a restorative potion that will aid in replenishing your vitality, allowing your martial soul to regain some strength and enhancing your prowess. If you feel weak in 2 or 3 days, you may consume it. As for the specifics, there is no need for you to know. Simply trust me and use it if you will, or refrain if you doubt." Gu Yi glanced at the syringe that resembled the one from his previous life and remarked, "This is a weapon for assault, containing a potent paralytic substance. Once injected into another's body, even some formidable individuals cannot escape its effects. Consider this a gift for your self-defense. The instructions for use are included." The last item is a wolf repellent spray, infused with a unique gas, also intended for offensive purposes. Its efficacy is notably amplified against men, yet it poses no harm, serving solely as a means of protection. Should you find yourself displeased with that man one day, simply spray this at him. The results are remarkably effective. After Gu Yi finished speaking, he handed the 3 items to Zhu Zhuqing and gestured for her to leave. However, Zhu Zhuqing looked at Gu Yi in confusion, unable to comprehend why he was giving her these items. If they were medicinal, she could understand, but the needle and the so-called wolf repellent spray were evidently formidable weapons. Undoubtedly precious. They were not related, so why would he? Don't overthink it. I am merely giving you these things out of regard for your blood, Gu Yi said, urging Zhu Zhuqing to depart as he sought rest. Zhu Zhuqing accepted the 3 items, glanced at Gu Yi, and turned to leave. As she reached the door, a thought crossed her mind, prompting her to pause and inquire, I still do not know your name. Gu Yi, he replied casually, continuing to tinker with the objects on his desk. Gu Yi, Zhu Zhuqing murmured, casting another glance at him, and with a hint of gratitude, she said, Thank you. There's no need for thanks. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to mention, if you wish to grow stronger, feel free to seek me out at any time. Upon hearing Gu Ye's words, just as she stepped out the door, Zhu Zhuqing hesitated momentarily before departing from the clinic. As she left, Gu Yi cast a glance at her retreating figure, hoping she would put those 2 items to use for those who truly needed them. Gu Yi has just entrusted the needle and the wolf repellent spray to Zhu Zhuqing, and there is undoubtedly a rationale behind his actions. His current mission requires him to gather the soul blood of the Shrek's 7 monsters, and it is impossible for him to venture into Shrek Academy, given his lack of fondness for the place. Moreover, Gu Ye's mental maturity has long surpassed the stage of school. Presently, he has no desire to attend Shrek Academy. And to fulfill his task, he can only await the Shrek 7 monsters to seek him out. If Zhu Zhuqing employs the 2 items in her possession judiciously, it is likely that someone will come looking for him by tomorrow or the day after. Chapter 7. The insecure Ning Rongrong. I hope it unfolds as I envision. Yet for now, I must focus on completing this matter at hand. Gu Yi gazed at the vial of blood essence belonging to Zhu Zhuqing's nethercat martial soul in his hand. He intended to conduct an experiment to ascertain whether he could independently develop this martial soul blood essence. If successful, he would be able to fulfill his ambitious goal of mass production without relying on the system for exchange. Subsequently, Gu Yi let a single drop fall into a container, while his martial soul surgical knife summoned a transparent space to encapsulate the sample. Gu Yi's ability is truly remarkable, as it is endowed by his surgical system, granting his martial soul the inherent power of a surgical scalpel and a surgical space. When this ability is activated, it creates a designated area for operations, within which nothing can escape the incisive precision of Gu Yi's scalpel. His path to strength also aligns with the extreme specialization. For no matter how many soul rings he acquires, his powers remain intrinsically linked to this surgical space, and naturally, his soul skills pertain to surgical and medical applications. This bears a resemblance to Trafalgar Law's surgical fruit ability in One Piece. However, there exists a distinction, as Gu Yi is markedly more formidable, bolstered by the support of his surgical system. I wonder how she is faring now that she has joined the Spirit Hall. Gu Yi reminisced about the young woman whom he had previously cured of her martial soul defect, eagerly anticipating the good news she would bring from the Spirit Hall. When she departed, she had fervently assured Gu Yi that she would join the Spirit Hall and gain the esteemed attention of the Pope, Bibi Dong. Guy held a keen interest in the noble Pope Bibi Dong. If only she could approach Bibi Dong and relay messages to him, it would be splendid. Meanwhile, after leaving the Divine Hand Medical Pavilion, Zhu Zhuqing, having comprehended the usage of the 3 items Guy had provided her, hastened toward Shrek Academy. Nestled in a secluded village outside Sodto City, Shrek Academy was neither too far nor too close to the city itself. In a short span, Zhu Zhuqing arrived at the academy's entrance. Upon her arrival, she was greeted by the sight of a dilapidated village and a crooked sign inscribed with the words Shrek Academy. Doubt crept into her mind. Could this truly be an academy? Nevertheless, upon seeing the students lining up to enroll, she approached them. Curiously, she overheard a girl in front whispering, "Can this really make me grow?" Zhu Zhuqing cast a curious glance at the girl, who was none other than Ning Rongrong. As Ning Rongrong stood in line, she contemplated the vial Guy had given her, wondering if it was indeed as he claimed. At that moment, she sensed someone gazing at her from behind and instinctively turned around. Lowering her gaze, she scrutinized herself and felt a wave of inadequacy wash over her. After a prolonged silence, she introduced herself. "Hello, I am Ning Rongrong. What is your name?" Recovering from her self-doubt, she inquired of Zhu Zhuqing. "Zhu Zhuqing," came the reply. "You are here to join Shrek as well, then we shall be classmates." "I suppose," Zhu Zhuqing responded, and the two briefly exchanged pleasantries. When their turn for testing arrived, they undoubtedly passed. Just then, a few figures emerged at the entrance of Shrek Academy: Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai was instantly captivated by her stunning figure and angelic visage, igniting a fervor within him. He had lost count of the women he had encountered over the years. But a beauty of Zhu Zhuqing's caliber joining Shrek Academy was simply unacceptable if he did not pursue her. Suddenly, he felt a faint connection with her and recalled something. As Dai Mubai gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, she too met his eyes. It was evident that, due to that subtle connection, Zhu Zhuqing immediately recognized him as the one who had abandoned her in her hour of need. Reminded of the peril she had narrowly escaped days prior, she cast a cold glance at Dai Mubai and chose to disregard him. "All right, you two, come with me," Dai Mubai said. Snapping back to reality and acknowledging that both had passed the test, he then led Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong to the subsequent evaluations. Both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exhibited exceptional talent, progressing to the final test. As they entered, Ning Rongrong's gaze lingered on Zhu Zhuqing's alluring attributes. Filled with envy at her voluptuous figure, lost in thought, she recalled the handsome physician guy and the potion he had given her. After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved it. Gazing at the vial, she resolved to give it a try. Had she not encountered the striking Zhu Zhuqing, perhaps she would not have felt compelled to experiment with the potion. Yet, the overwhelming presence of Zhu Zhuqing instilled a sense of inferiority in her. With that, Ning Rongrong discreetly poured out a white pill, swallowing it when the others were not paying attention. At that very moment, Zhu Zhuqing happened to turn around and noticed the white vial in Ning Rongrong's hand. Recognizing it as identical to her own, she inquired, "Have you also visited the Divine Hand Medical Pavilion?" Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing mention the pavilion, Ning Rongrong's mind raced with speculation, wondering if Zhu Zhuqing had also taken the potion to achieve such a breathtaking figure. With a hint of intrigue, she probed, "Zhuqing, did you undergo treatment at the Divine Hand Medical Pavilion?" Zhu Zhuqing affirmed with a nod. "Yes, the physician there possesses remarkable skill." Ning Rongrong's heart soared at Zhu Zhuqing's words. If Zhu Zhuqing's transformation was a result of that treatment, perhaps she too could. As she looked at Zhu Zhuqing, her anticipation of attaining a similar figure grew. Xiao Wu, walking ahead, overheard their conversation and recalled her encounter with Guy. "Zhuqing, Rongrong, you also know about the Divine Hand Medical Pavilion?" she inquired. "Xiao Wu, do you?" Upon realizing Xiao Wu was aware of it, Ning Rongrong's excitement only intensified. Xiao Wu huffed in irritation. "That guy is nothing but a quack. He even claimed I was ill, and said that San." "What about San?" Ning Rongrong pressed. Her curiosity piqued. Zhu Zhuqing also turned her attention to Xiao Wu, while Dai Mubai halted, observing her as well. Xiao Wu hesitated, recalling the quack's words regarding Tang San's vitality, and finally huffed, "Anyway, that guy is definitely a quack." Indeed, he was a quack. Tang San scoffed. Although he was not well versed in medicine, he had no faith in Guy's assertions. How could Tang San possibly be lacking in vitality? Just then, Dai Mubai recalled something and asked, "Is the physician you speak of named Guy, who runs the Divine Hand Medical Pavilion in Sodto City? You lecherous old man. You know him?" Xiao Wu retorted. Dai Mubai shot her an annoyed glance for the moniker, but in the current context, he refrained from arguing. Chapter 8. The First Needle of Douluo. Dai Mubai nodded. "I know a bit. I have heard that this physician Guy appeared 3 months ago and opened a clinic in Sodto City. It is said that his medical skills are divine. No ailment has remained untreated for those who seek his care. Is he truly that remarkable?" Xiao Wu questioned, regarding Dai Mubai skeptically. "I have only heard rumors and do not know the details. However, I have observed that the patients visiting that clinic tend to be women, all of whom are quite alluring and mature," he remarked. Xiao Wu, disdainful of such lecherous individuals, had little regard for them, as evidenced by her calling Dai Mubai a lecherous old man. "Perhaps women simply have more ailments," Dai Mubai suggested. Though he too had noticed the throng of attractive women lining up outside the clinic a few days prior, feeling a twinge of envy. Meanwhile, Tang San contemplated Dai Mubai's earlier remark regarding divine medical skills. Remembering Guy's diagnosis, he instinctively touched a certain area and felt a slight discomfort. In that moment, alarm surged within him, prompting him to investigate further. Upon examination, he was taken aback to find certain symptoms present in that region. The realization of Guy's claim about his vitality struck him. However, he could not ascertain the internal issue as it pertained to his organs. His expertise lay in toxins, and he had yet to reach the level of introspection required to assess his internal organs. Could it be that he truly lacked vitality? Tang San was engulfed in self-doubt. He resolved to thoroughly investigate the condition of his body that very night. Dai Mubai, engaged in conversation with a few others, soon arrived at the Shrek Academy square to partake in the final phase of testing. Originally, the last test was designated for Dai Mubai. who intended to seize this opportunity to showcase his prowess to Zhu Zhuqing and subsequently foster a closer bond between them. However, Zhao Wujie, reclining in a rocking chair, upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San, felt an irresistible urge to stretch his limbs and abruptly seized Dai Mubai's turn for the test. Teacher Zhao, isn't this a bit inappropriate? This last challenge is mine. Mubai, what is inappropriate? With Flander absent, I am in charge at Shrek Academy. Do you understand? Zhao Wujie glared at Dai Mubai, clearly eager to exert himself. Left with no choice, Dai Mubai complied. Zhao Wujie then tossed a stick of incense, prompting Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing to deliberate their strategy. At that moment, Tang San took the initiative to express his decision, and after some discussion, the four turned their gaze towards Zhao Wujie. Have you reached a consensus? Very well, regardless of the tactics you employ. As long as you can endure the incense burning in my presence, you shall pass, Zhao Wujie declared, his fists crackling with excitement as he regarded Tang San and the others. The 7 treasures turned out to be the glazed tile, signifying strength. The first soul skill, entanglement. Before Zhao Wujie could speak again, Ning Rongrong provided assistance, and Tang San sprang into action immediately. How eager you are, just what I needed to loosen up. Zhao Wujie grinned menacingly, cracking his knuckles before unleashing a massive palm towards Tang San, which hurtled through the air in an instant. Should that blow land? Not only would Tang San be bedridden for days, but Zhao Wujie himself would also suffer the consequences, especially with a certain Tang Retian covertly observing from somewhere. Ghost shadow perplexing. Entangle. Under duress, Tang San narrowly evaded while simultaneously ensnaring Zhao Wujie with blue-silver grass. Phantom piercing. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing appeared behind Zhao Wujie, launching a full-force attack aimed at his back. Following her assault was Xiao Wu, who agilely scaled Zhao Wujie's shoulder, attempting to throw him off balance with all her strength. Yet, no matter how fiercely Xiao Wu exerted herself, she could not budge Zhao Wujie in the slightest. Is that all you've got? Zhao Wujie scoffed. And with a powerful blast of soul power, he sent both Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu hurtling away. Xiao Wu. Tang San called out in alarm, then leaped forward, disregarding everything to catch her. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, seeing Zhu Zhuqing propelled backward, thought to himself that an opportunity had arisen. Knowing Zhu Zhuqing was his fiancée, he intended to rescue her and perhaps mend their relationship. With a swift leap, Dai Mubai aimed to catch the falling Zhu Zhuqing in his arms, seeking to comfort her and relish the soft elegance of her form. However, Zhao Wujie's attack had only knocked them aside, leaving Zhu Zhuqing unharmed. As she turned her head, she spotted Dai Mubai approaching with a lecherous intent, which ignited a sudden wave of resentment within her, recalling how he had abandoned her in the past. In a reflexive response to this bitterness, she instinctively reached into her bosom and retrieved a small bottle, recalling that Guyi had told her it was a wolf repellent spray, specifically designed to deter lecherous men. Clearly, at that moment, Dai Mubai appeared to her as a predator. Just as Dai Mubai was about to embrace her, Zhu Zhuqing wasted no time. She pressed the button on the bottle, releasing a cloud of white mist that engulfed his face. Ah! Dai Mubai cried out in pain, desperately attempting to wipe away the substance that clung to his skin, but the mist clung to him like an insidious parasite, causing both pain and irritation. He fell to the ground, writhing in agony. Dai Mubai's predicament drew the attention of Zhao Wujie, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. Zhao Wujie, initially intent on continuing the fight, hurried over to assess the situation upon seeing Dai Mubai on the ground. Zhuqing, what did you just use on Mubai? Zhao Wujie fixed a cold stare on Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at the item in her hand, and then at the fallen Dai Mubai, refraining from offering an explanation. Just as she contemplated whether Guyi had deceived her, Dai Mubai surprisingly recovered, rising to his feet as if nothing had happened. Teacher Zhao, I'm fine, Dai Mubai said, wiping his swollen eyes. Though he claimed to be unharmed, he felt discomfort in his body, particularly in his kidneys, and when he looked at Zhu Zhuqing, a flicker of anger shone in his gaze. Since you're fine, let us continue, Zhao Wujie declared, and just as he finished speaking, a massive tendril of blue-silver grass surged towards his backside. Realizing the imminent impact, Zhao Wujie thought to himself that they were quite cunning and leapt into the air, delivering a punch to the ground. Boom! A crater formed beneath him, obliterating Tang San's attacking blue-silver grass. With such meager abilities, I suggest you concede, Zhao Wujie said, crossing his arms and surveying Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong with a dismissive glance. Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a look. Having burned a quarter of the incense, they silently nodded to one another. The 7 treasures turned out to be the glazed tile, signifying strength and speed. First soul skill, entanglement. Second soul skill, parasite. Third soul skill, phantom 100 claws. With Ning Rongrong providing support, Tang San covering, Zhu Zhuqing launching a surprise attack, and Xiao Wu leading the charge, the 4 of them coordinated their efforts against Zhao Wujie. Yet, they remained utterly powerless against him. Boom, boom. The overwhelming force once again sent them flying. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, clutching his waist and grimacing, observed Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing being struck down once more. He wished to voice a concern, but the pain in his waist hindered him. Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others were entirely focused on their adversary, oblivious to Dai Mubai's condition. He is incredibly formidable. At this rate, we will never pass the test, Tang San mused gravely, feeling the weight of a soul sage's might for the first time. As Zhu Zhuqing watched Zhao Wujie prepare to strike again, she suddenly recalled the needle that Guyi had gifted her for self-defense. He had mentioned that it contained a potent paralyzing liquid, impervious even to the strongest of warriors. What about Zhao Wujie, a soul sage? With this thought, Zhu Zhuqing felt compelled to give it a try. I have something that might help us pass the test, she stated, steadying herself as she turned to Tang San and Xiao Wu. Are you certain? Not entirely, but it's worth a shot. Very well. We'll buy you some time. After finishing his words, Tang San continued to control the blue-silver grass to entangle and restrain, while Xiao Wu executed a leaping attack with her legs. The 2 of them managed to buy Zhu Zhuqing some precious time. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed the full speed of her nether cat. Her figure darted like a bolt of lightning in the dark night, and with a swift motion, she appeared behind Zhao Wujie with a soft whoosh. Hey, you guys are quite coordinated, Zhao Wujie grinned, seemingly unconcerned about Zhu Zhuqing's presence behind him. It wasn't Zhao Wujie's arrogance. With his defensive capabilities, it would be an insurmountable challenge for Zhu Zhuqing, a powerful soul master, to break through. However, at that instant, Zhu Zhuqing reached into her bosom and retrieved an item, a tranquilizer needle infused with a special anesthetic liquid, gifted by Guyi. As the needle emerged, a glint of cold light flashed from its sharp tip under the sunlight. Zhu Zhuqing, holding the syringe, struck with lightning speed toward Zhao Wujie's back. Humph. Zhao Wujie scoffed disdainfully, summoning a surge of earthy yellow soul power to protect himself. He did not evade, exuding confidence that Zhu Zhuqing would not penetrate his soul power defense. Yet, sometimes, the slap of reality arrives unexpectedly. A faint sound, almost negligible, echoed as the needle pierced Zhao Wujie's back without any obstruction. In the next moment, the anesthetic liquid, specially crafted by Guy's surgical system, surged into Zhao Wujie's body and spread throughout. The next instant, Zhao Wujie's expression stiffened, and his body seized up, rendering him utterly immobile. Chapter 9. The healer approaches. Xiao Wu witnessed Zhao Wujie's transformation. Her long legs wrapped around his neck as she bent her waist to grasp his waist, channeling all her strength into a heavy throw that sent Zhao Wujie crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, Tang San seized the opportunity, unleashing his martial soul, the blue-silver grass, which shot forth numerous thick tendrils resembling adult arms, binding Zhao Wujie like a zongzi before lifting him skyward and then slamming him back down with tremendous force. Boom. A sizable crater formed in the ground as Zhao Wujie was driven into the earth like a nail. After their combined assault, Tang San and Xiao Wu found Zhao Wujie still stiffly collapsed, embedded in the ground with no sign of reaction, and they exchanged puzzled glances with Zhu Zhuqing. They were eager to understand what Zhu Zhuqing had done to Zhao Wujie, rendering him so rigid and immovable. Zhu Zhuqing, equally astonished, gazed at the syringe in her hand, astonished by the potency of the tranquilizer needle gifted by Guyi, which even a soul saint like Zhao Wujie could not resist. Dai Mubai. Witnessing the once mighty Zhao Wujie being subdued by Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San, and Xiao Wu wore a bewildered expression. Was this truly the Zhao Wujie he knew? How infuriating. Boom. Just then, a furious roar erupted, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure of soul power. It turned out that Zhao Wujie had extracted himself from the ground. In an instant of unleashed soul power, Xiao Wu, closest to him, was caught off guard and was violently thrown back to the ground. The overwhelming pressure from Zhao Wujie's wrath caused Xiao Wu to spit blood and faint from her injuries. Xiao Wu. Tang San's pupils constricted in alarm as he rushed over to check on her. At that moment, Zhao Wujie's 7 soul rings shone brightly, and his formidable soul saint pressure bore down unrelentingly upon Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing. Crack. Bang. Without question, Tang San was forced to the ground by the explosive pressure. Zhu Zhuqing fared no better. Zhao Wujie, now visibly enraged, glared at Zhu Zhuqing, coldly demanding, "Speak. What did you do to me just now? Why could I not move? Becoming so stiff that I couldn't even use my soul power?" Zhao Wujie, still shaken by his previous immobility, was furious. After all, he was a soul saint. And to have his defenses breached so easily and lose his ability to act was infuriating for someone who held himself in such high regard. "Teacher Zhao," Dai Mubai interjected, noticing Zhao Wujie's excessive wrath. Hearing Dai Mubai's call, Zhao Wujie gradually calmed down. Realizing he had gone too far upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San still sprawled on the ground, he quickly withdrew his soul saint pressure. However, in that very moment, Tang San sprang into action. Enraged by Zhao Wujie's severe injury to his beloved Xiao Wu, he retaliated. Whoosh! A piercing needle shot toward Zhao Wujie the instant Tang San stood up. Whoosh! Whoosh! In his fury, Tang San held nothing back, launching a barrage of hidden weapons at Zhao Wujie. Among them, the most formidable, the Dragon Whisker Needle, was unleashed with full force. Zhao Wujie, momentarily distracted by Zhu Zhuqing, failed to notice the myriad of strange projectiles hurtling toward him. Reacting just in time, he attempted to defend himself. Yet, the lingering effects of Zhu Zhuqing's tranquilizer needle slowed him down, allowing Tang San's Dragon Whisker Needle to breach Zhao Wujie's defenses and pierce into his backside with a soft thud. Ugh! Zhao Wujie's face flushed crimson, resembling a monkey's rear. At that moment, he was truly furious. Time and again, he found himself in such a humiliating predicament. And he was none other than the infamous unmoved King Zhao Wujie in the Soul Master realm. Being struck in the backside by Tang San was utterly disgraceful for a man of his stature. Boom! Enraged, Zhao Wujie unleashed his full strength, swatting Tang San away with a hand as large as a fan. Unsurprisingly, Tang San fell unconscious to the ground, just as Zhao Wujie prepared to retaliate against Zhu Zhuqing. Ning Rongrong suddenly shouted, "Time's up." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie glanced at the burnt-out incense and then at Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, realizing he had no choice but to relent despite his anger. "What did you use on me just now?" Zhao Wujie inquired, not forgetting the sensation of losing his mobility. Zhu Zhuqing did not answer but countered, "Did you not say that any means would suffice as long as we endured for the duration of the incense? Now that we've tested it, haven't we?" Zhao Wujie, reflecting on his earlier words, felt somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head and ultimately declared the test passed. He then instructed Dai Mubai and Oscar to take the unconscious Tang San and Xiao Wu, along with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, to arrange their accommodations. Soon, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu were settled in. "Zhuqing, you were incredible just now. You actually brought down Zhao Wujie, the Soul Saint. By the way, what exactly did you use on him?" In a woman's residence, Ning Rongrong praised and inquired about Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing examined the remaining syringe given to her by Guyi with great care, remaining silent in response to Ning Rongrong's words. She was astonished by the extraordinary potency of what Guyi had casually provided. This syringe had effortlessly breached Zhao Wujie's defenses. Ning Rongrong noticed Zhu Zhuqing's focus on the item in her hand and quickly recognized that it was indeed the very instrument that had felled Zhao Wujie moments ago. Upon observing the label on the syringe, she realized it bore the emblem of the Divine Hand Medical Hall. As she gazed at Zhu Zhuqing's proud figure, a thoughtful expression crossed her face. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing let out a faint groan, feeling a wave of weakness wash over her, causing her to collapse onto the floor. "Zhuqing, what's wrong?" Ning Rongrong, alarmed by the sudden change, asked. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, replying, "It's nothing, perhaps just a result of excessive soul power expenditure." However, she soon discerned that it was not merely fatigue from soul power, but rather a transformation within her martial spirit, recalling Gu Ye's earlier words. Struggling to her feet, she retrieved a white bottle and consumed its contents, medicine entrusted to her by Gu Ye. Her condition mirrored exactly what Gu Ye had described, and she had no choice but to place her trust in his words. Upon ingestion, Zhu Zhuqing felt a significant improvement in her physical state, followed by a warm sensation enveloping her entire being. Ning Rongrong, noticing the white bottle in Zhu Zhuqing's hand, which resembled the one Gu Ye had given her, widened her eyes in realization. Connecting the dots with the syringe and Zhu Zhuqing's previous remarks, she confirmed her suspicions. Zhu Zhuqing had undoubtedly taken Gu Ye's medicine or received his treatment, resulting in her substantial change. "I must see if this medicine proves effective. If so, I shall visit in a couple of days," Ning Rongrong secretly resolved, glancing down at herself and smiling at her transformed appearance. "Zhuqing, rest well? I'll check on Xiao Wu." "All right, you go ahead," Zhu Zhuqing replied. After Ning Rongrong departed, Zhu Zhuqing sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate her soul power. To her surprise, she found her cultivation speed had notably accelerated. She pondered whether this was due to the white bottle's contents. Guyi, who exactly are you? Can you truly facilitate my rapid growth and strength? Reflecting on Guye's promise before her departure from the medical hall, Zhu Zhuqing resolved to investigate further in a couple of days. Meanwhile, at Zhao Wujia's residence, he was in apparent agony, grimacing in pain. These little rascals were quite fierce. After extracting the syringe that Tang San had inserted into his backside, Zhao Wujia recalled how Zhu Zhuqing had shattered his defenses and injected something into him that rendered his body immobile. Now, he was eager to ascertain the nature of the item Zhu Zhuqing had used, given its formidable strength. Forget it. It doesn't matter now. They are all students of Shrek Academy, and I can inquire later. With that thought, Zhao Wujia felt somewhat reassured. After all, these were mere fledgling monsters. And he was their instructor. Zhao Wujia. At that moment, a deep voice resonated beside him. Who dares to play tricks here? Show yourself. Zhao Wujia bellowed angrily, scanning his surroundings. I await you outside, the voice continued. Realizing someone was using soul power to transmit their voice, Zhao Wujia leaped out the window and pursued the source. Upon reaching a forest, he spotted a figure ahead and coldly demanded, Who are you? The unmoving King Zhao Wujia. It seems your reputation for bullying the younger generation is well-deserved. Zhao Wujia stared in disbelief, unable to articulate his surprise. Just right. I also wish to witness the prowess of the unmoving king. With a resounding crash, the night in the remote Shrek Academy was pierced by anguished cries. Time passed, and Zhao Wujia's clothes lay tattered, one hand pressed against his swollen face, while the other clutched his backside. He shot an accusatory glance at Flander, limping as they exited the wilderness. Flander stifled a laugh, supporting Zhao Wujia as they made their way back to Shrek Academy. Wujia, take good care of your injuries tonight. If you have time tomorrow, consider visiting a physician in Sodto City. By the way, I recently heard of a medical hall called the Divine Hand, where the doctors possess extraordinary skills, never failing to heal any ailment. Flander patted Zhao Wujia's shoulder before turning to leave. Zhao Wujia glared at Flander's retreating figure. Recalling how he had merely spectated as Zhao Wujia was beaten, feeling a twinge of betrayal. This injury is beyond the healing sausages Xiao Ao provided. It seems I must indeed consult the Dr. Flander mentioned tomorrow. Touching his inflamed face, Zhao Wujia winced in pain. Chapter 10. The valuable Zhao Wujia. Another beautiful day dawned. In the morning, at the Divine Hand Medical Hall in Sodto City, Guyu stretched languidly before eagerly opening the door of the clinic. He anticipated a long queue of young women awaiting his treatment, fully aware of their keen desire for his expertise. However, to his astonishment, the figures waiting outside were not the usual group of eager patients, but rather a stout man resembling a small hill. This man, not particularly tall, bore a coarse appearance, his face swollen like a pig's head. Upon closer inspection, Guyu recognized him as Zhao Wujia, the vice president of Shrek Academy, whose martial spirit was the formidable giant bear. Although he possessed notable strength as a soul sage, his current state, face swollen and battered, spoke volumes about a recent confrontation. Guyu could surmise the culprit behind Zhao Wujia's predicament. Noting the absence of his usual young female clientele, Guyu furrowed his brow. Are you searching for those women who were just lining up? Yes, where are they? They should have left. Left? Did you send them away? Guyu questioned suspiciously, fixing his gaze on Zhao Wujia's pig-like visage. Well, how should I put this? Zhao Wujia appeared somewhat sheepish, desiring to conceal his injuries from the academy. He had heeded Flander's advice and arrived early at the Divine Hand Medical Hall, only to find a throng of young women waiting to see him. To avoid exposing his disheveled appearance, he resorted to some tactics to disperse the crowd. Upon encountering the visage of Zhao Wuji, Guyu was resolute in his conviction that it was indeed Zhao Wuji who had driven away his most devoted patient. Observing Zhao Wuji's face, swollen and resembling that of a pig, Guyu was filled with indignation. Did they not comprehend how many youthful and alluring women he could treat in a single day? Were they unaware of the substantial earnings he could accrue from surgical procedures daily? Did they not realize the multitude of charming and graceful young ladies he could comfort and attend to with his skilled hands? Guyu has always taken great pleasure in providing hands-on treatment to those beautiful young women daily. Yet now, however, Guyu glanced outside once more, confirming that only Zhao Wuji, whose face was swollen and resembling that of a pig, remained. With no other choice, he turned his attention to the pig-headed Zhao Wuji. You are here to seek treatment, are you not? Indeed, I have heard of your miraculous medical skills and that your services are offered free of charge. So I came to consult with you, Zhao Wuji replied with a silly grin, stroking his inflamed face. Please, come in. As a physician, Gu Yi was principled and selfless. He never discriminated against his patients in his pursuit of strength and surgical experience, even treating someone as unfortunate as Zhao Wuji. Upon entering the clinic, Gu Yi first utilized the surgical system to skin Zhao Wuji, only to find that the rewards surpassed even those of a youthful woman, reaching an astonishing 50 points, which left him utterly astounded. He approached Zhao Wuji, scrutinizing what made him significantly more valuable than the group of young women, discovering that his worth was indeed tenfold. Was it his stocky physique? His robust pectoral muscles? Or perhaps, Gu Yi cast a sidelong glance at a certain spot on Zhao Wuji's body, lost in contemplation. Are you employing the art of ocular therapy, esteemed physician? Zhao Wuji inquired, perplexed by Gu Yi's scrutinizing gaze. Were it not for his awareness of Gu Yi's status as a healer, he might have suspected that this individual was a charlatan. Given the intensity of his gaze and the way he surveyed his surroundings, Gu Yi withdrew his gaze and cleared his throat, stating, I have a preliminary understanding of your illness and symptoms. However, before we proceed with the treatment, let us discuss the fees. Isn't this place free of charge? Zhao Wuji frowned. He distinctly recalled hearing the group of women outside mention that every visit here for treatment was complimentary. Moreover, Gu Yi had garnered quite a reputation in Sodto City as a physician renowned for offering free medical care. Why then was he being asked to pay? Well, it is indeed free for the women you saw earlier, but your situation is different. Zhao Wuji furrowed his brow even further, questioning what made it different. They are all women, each one possessing captivating beauty and enchanting figures. It is my duty to alleviate their troubles, as they represent the common folk. You, as a man, would not comprehend. Of course, Gu Yi's inner thoughts were not something he would express to Zhao Wuji, a burly man. The reason the women claimed it was free was that they had exchanged something of equal value, and most of them were ordinary women from the laboring class. As a physician, he merely wished for them to experience the warmth of human kindness and societal compassion, while your status as a soul master undeniably sets you apart. To speak frankly, I can assure you that your current condition can be remedied swiftly, albeit for a fee. Can you truly facilitate a rapid recovery? Zhao Wuji, initially skeptical of Gu Yi's claims, felt a flicker of hope upon hearing of the swift treatment. He touched his swollen face and pressed for more details. Is the swelling on your face a result of repeated strikes from a formidable iron hammer? Zhao Wuji nodded. Indeed, he had been struck by Tang Hao's iron hammer. Even with his soul sage prowess, he realized that a full recovery would take no less than half a month. In addition to the injuries on your face, your body has also suffered from two types of weaponry. One is a minuscule yet extraordinarily sharp needle, and the other can also be classified as a needle. The former has inflicted significantly greater harm upon you, has it not? Zhao Wuji continued to nod. As a soul sage, the mere thought of being incapacitated by Zhu Zhuqing's mysterious needles, which left him vulnerable to a trio of relentless blows, filled him with frustration. Furthermore, he had also been shot in the backside by Tang San, only to later receive a slap from Tang San's father, leaving him with a visage resembling that of a pig's head. Gu Yi smiled and said, In a moment, I shall heal all your injuries. But I require something in return. What is it? Zhao Wuji inquired. Gu Yi scrutinized Zhao Wuji with a penetrating gaze for a brief moment without uttering a word. In that instant of being appraised by Gu Yi, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over Zhao Wuji, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. After determining the necessary fees, Gu Yi pointed to Zhao Wuji's chest and stated, I require a drop of your martial soul blood. Martial soul blood? This was the first time Zhao Wuji had encountered such a term, and he looked at Gu Yi in confusion, unable to grasp its meaning. You will understand shortly. If you agree, we can commence the treatment immediately, and in just a moment, I can restore you. Do you consent? Very well. Zhao Wuji was solely focused on hastily returning his swollen, pig-like visage to its original state, as he wished to avoid the ridicule of his peers, including Fland and Dai Mubai, upon his return to Shrek Academy. Moreover, he felt a flicker of curiosity about what Gu Yi referred to as martial soul blood. Lie down. Gu Yi gestured toward the examination bed. Without further contemplation, Zhao Wuji reclined upon it, intrigued by this young physician. The outside world had heralded Gu Yi's medical prowess as extraordinary, and he was eager to witness the truth of such claims. With a swift motion, Gu Yi summoned a surgical scalpel into his hand. He approached Zhao Wuji earnestly and said, My method of treatment is rather unique. Shaking the scalpel lightly, he smiled warmly at Zhao Wuji. Is your martial soul truly of the healing type? Zhao Wuji inquired with keen interest, gazing at Gu Yi's scalpel. I too can be classified as a healer. This scalpel, aptly named, serves as my instrument of healing. Gu spoke as the surgical knife gleamed with a brilliant light. With a swift motion, he glided the blade across Zhao Wuji's face, and a shimmering glow enveloped it. Initially, upon witnessing Gu Ye's blade approaching, Zhao Wuji instinctively recoiled, his innate wariness prompting him to evade the impending contact. However, to his astonishment, he realized that before he could withdraw, the radiant light had already graced his visage. Soon after, a tingling sensation spread across his face, and only then did Zhao Wuji lower his guard, recognizing that Gu Ye was indeed administering genuine treatment. The white light emanating from Gu Ye's scalpel serves as a mere illusion. The true remedy for Zhao Wuji lies within a pharmaceutical product. Subsequently, Gu Ye approached the shelf and retrieved a vial containing a remarkable anti-inflammatory medication produced by the system, which proved to be exceptionally effective and perfectly suited for Zhao Wuji. As Gu Ye applied it to Zhao Wuji's face, he observed the latter's stocky physique and was suddenly struck by a thought. What if he were to alter certain parts of Zhao Wuji's body or administer additional substances? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Gu Ye realized he was treading a perilous path. After all, he was a legitimate physician and could not act recklessly. Furthermore, considering Zhao Wuji's current formidable strength, he would be wise to postpone such ideas. Under Gu Ye's treatment, Zhao Wuji soon felt the swelling in his face subsiding. He also noticed that the wound inflicted by Zhu Zhuqing's injection of a paralyzing agent was healing. He regarded Gu Ye's youthful medical prowess with a hint of astonishment. Ding. Treatment of the original character, the immovable King Zhao Wuji, rewards surgical points 50. Randomly issued collection tasks. 1. Collect 10 samples of top-tier martial soul blood. Reward, surgical points 3000, martial soul serum 2, martial soul enhancement serum 2, martial soul evolution serum 2. 2. Collect 30 samples of high-tier martial soul blood. Reward, surgical points 3000, martial soul serum 1, martial soul enhancement serum 1, martial soul evolution serum 1. 3. Collect 50 samples of mid-tier martial soul blood. Reward, surgical points 1000, martial soul enhancement serum 1. 4. Collect 100 samples of low-tier martial soul blood. Reward, surgical points 500. Upon receiving the surgical point rewards for treating Zhao Wuji, Gu Ye was then greeted by the system's announcement of new tasks. In the preceding months, the surgical system had remained largely dormant, yet upon encountering significant characters from the original narrative, it seemed to awaken with fervor, as if invigorated. It became evident that to strengthen himself and amass a considerable quantity of surgical points, he would need to engage in intimate surgical encounters with the individuals from the original storyline. After contemplating certain matters, Gu Ye turned to Zhao Wuji and said, "All right. Now that your injuries have healed, it is time to settle the remuneration." Chapter 11. Ning Rongrong's counterattack. Zhao Wuji touched his face in the area on his back where Zhu Zhuqing had administered acupuncture. Upon realizing that he was completely healed, he was immensely impressed by Gu Ye's medical skills. It is noteworthy that the injuries on his face were inflicted by Tang Hao, and even he himself could not recover in such a short time. Yet, Gu Ye managed to cure him in less than 15 minutes. This ability surpassed that of a healing-type soul master. Upon hearing that Gu Ye required remuneration, Zhao Wuji politely inquired, "How shall I provide you with the so-called soul blood?" "This is rather simple. You merely need to release your martial soul," Gu Ye replied. "Is it really that simple?" Zhao Wuji questioned, slightly skeptical. "Indeed, it is that simple." After some consideration, Zhao Wuji decided to unleash his martial soul, the mighty diamond bear. After all, he was not the type to take advantage of others. As Zhao Wuji released his martial soul, Gu Ye promptly sprang into action. A radiant light emanated from the surgical knife, enveloping the entire clinic in a transparent protective barrier. Following that, with breathtaking speed, Gu Ye made a swift incision on Zhao Wuji's mighty diamond bear, extracting a drop of energy that resembled yellowish blood and carefully placing it into a vial. The entire process was executed with lightning speed. Zhao Wuji felt nothing as Gu Ye collected his soul blood. "All right," Gu Ye said after securing the vial. "Is that all?" Zhao Wuji scratched his head, gazing at the small vial in Gu Ye's hands with confusion. He had just witnessed Gu Ye make a cut, and yet he had genuinely felt no sensation, even the slightest hint of pain. Were it not for the sight of the so-called blood, he would have doubted Gu Ye's credibility. "Yes, it's done. If you have no further business, you may leave," Gu Ye said, almost dismissively, as he glanced at Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji scratched his head again, looking at the peculiar vial in Gu Ye's hand, still feeling no discomfort. Given that his injuries had completely healed, he had no reason to linger. Thus, he turned to Gu Ye and asked, I know your surname is Gu, but what is your full name? Gu Yi, he replied. Gu Yi, is it? Your medical skills are quite remarkable. Would you be interested in joining my academy? Zhao Wujie inquired, having seen Gu Ye's extraordinary martial soul and formidable healing abilities. Indeed, upon witnessing Gu Ye's unique martial soul and powerful healing capacity, Zhao Wujie wished to recruit him into Shrek Academy. Moreover, Flanders would surely be delighted to learn of such a remarkable soul master. I have no interest, Gu Yi stated flatly. Our academy only accepts exceptional talents. Are you certain you will not join us? Zhao Wujie persisted, gazing earnestly at Gu Yi. Only exceptional talents. Are you referring to that so-called Shrek Academy located outside Sodto City, in a village? Gu Yi chuckled at Zhao Wujie. Yes, yes. Zhao Wujie beamed with pride upon hearing Gu Yi acknowledge Shrek Academy. However, Gu Yi subsequently rolled his eyes and stated, as far as I know, Shrek Academy is merely a three-no product institution, lacking even the most basic training facilities, and it is situated within a village. What assurance do you offer me in joining? It was not that Gu Yi looked down upon Shrek Academy. Rather, given its meager resources, calling it a three-no institution was already overly generous. Aside from a few teachers, it lacked virtually everything. Furthermore, the instructors there all had their own issues, particularly those like Xiao Jang and Flanders, as well as Zhao Wujie himself, who were far from virtuous. He had no intention of engaging with Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation at Gu Ye's remarks. After all, to have his academy described as a three-no institution was quite disheartening. Yet, as the vice president, he could hardly remain indifferent. Nevertheless, recalling how Gu Yi had just healed his injuries, he decided to leave the Divine Hand Clinic. Before departing, Zhao Wujie glanced back at Gu Yi, resolved to discuss the matter with Flanders next time. He believed Gu Yi harbored misunderstandings about Shrek Academy. Upon returning, he would certainly inform Flanders. If someone as talented as Gu Yi were to join their exceptional academy, it would undoubtedly be an honor. Once Zhao Wujie had left, Gu Yi set aside the earlier conversation about joining Shrek Academy and took out the vial containing Zhao Wujie's soul blood to test its quality. Mighty Diamond Bear Martial Soul. Grade: Advanced Soul Blood Collection. 130 after reviewing the system's assessment of the Mighty Diamond Bear Martial Soul. Do you surmise the grading of martial souls in the Douluo world? On the Douluo Continent, the pinnacle of martial souls would include renowned entities such as the Ice Phoenix, 7 Killing Sword, 9 Treasure Glazed Tao Pagoda, Haotian Hammer, and White Tiger. Martial souls such as the Six-Winged Angel and Sea God would likely be classified as divine-level martial souls. Gu Yi sought to gather the blood of these martial spirits. Yet the task proved to be quite formidable. By the way, I wonder about the classification of Zhu Zhuqing's spectral cat martial spirit. Driven by curiosity, Gu Yi decided to analyze the blood extracted from Zhu Zhuqing's martial spirit. To his surprise, the examination revealed that it barely reached a high level. It seems that this little feline will soon come seeking me. Upon learning of Zhu Zhuqing's martial spirit rank, and considering his understanding of her fervent desire for strength, her background, and the information he had shared with her yesterday regarding the evolution and enhancement of martial spirits, he was confident that she would approach him shortly. I wonder when Ning Rongrong, that little dumpling, will arrive. It should be soon. To obtain the blood of the 7 treasures, glazed pagoda martial spirit, Ning Rongrong is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. If he manages to collect the martial spirit blood from all the soul masters in this world and subsequently cultivates a few subordinates to bestow various martial spirits upon them, he pondered the possibility of success. What might the outcome be if he truly succeeded? Gu Yi contemplated, envisioning that scenario, and smiled. He was a man of lofty ambitions. How could he possibly confine himself to the small city of Sodto? Upon arriving in this world, Gu Yi had set a modest goal concerning that woman in the spirit hall. When the opportunity arose, he intended to perform a life-altering operation on Bibi Dong. For now, he needed to prepare the blood serum for Zhu Zhuqing. How could such a large feline be so weak? With this thought, Gu Yi disregarded all else, focusing solely on his preparations. Meanwhile, in Shrek Academy, within the women's quarters, Ning Rongrong had finally risen after a late-night conversation with the recovering Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Habitually rubbing her eyes and checking her conscience, she jolted awake upon discovering something astonishing. Could it be true? To verify, she rushed to the mirror, lifting her clothing to inspect closely. Indeed, it was real. Gu Yi's medicine worked wonders. Excitedly, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her voice loud enough to awaken the slumbering Xiao Wu. What is it, Rongrong? Xiao Wu inquired, startled. Nothing, Xiao Wu. You're awake. Let's go have breakfast, Ning Rongrong quickly replied, tidying her attire as she approached Xiao's bedside. She would keep this secret to herself, intending to astonish everyone with her transformation. In the adjacent room, Zhu Zhuqing, having practiced all night, exhaled deeply. Feeling the shift in her soul power, her face alight with joy. She had broken through a level, ascending from rank 27 to 28. Retrieving the small white vial, she noted that only one pill remained, igniting her curiosity about its contents. Gu Yi, can you truly make me stronger? What do you mean by soul evolution? Will it enhance my nether cat spirit? Zhu Zhuqing pondered, realizing that her breakthrough was not solely due to her healing but also the mysterious substance within the vial. No one knew the lengths she had gone to in her pursuit of strength. It was essential for her survival. As for Dai Mubai, the man who had abandoned her, Zhu Zhuqing scoffed internally. She was already aware of his indiscretions. If she did not strive to grow stronger, how would she survive in that family? She resolved to visit Gu Yi. If his words held truth, perhaps she could. I will not concede defeat. Sister, await my triumph. Just then, Ning Rongrong entered, her demeanor radiating happiness as she approached Zhu Zhuqing. Are you awake? Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing up, Ning Rongrong eagerly pulled her along, intending to join Xiao for breakfast. However, to their surprise, Shrek Academy lacked any proper dining hall. Had it not been for Oscar's guidance, they might have suspected they were misled. Shrek Academy resembled a rural institution more than a proper academy. In the dining hall, Ning Rongrong felt a pang of regret. She questioned whether joining Shrek Academy was a wise decision, for it was even shabbier than she had imagined. Yet, the die was cast, and there was no turning back. With a sigh, she lamented her fate. At the same table, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Oscar observed the trio of beauties, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, whispering among themselves. Oscar's gaze lingered particularly on Ning Rongrong, his eyes wide with admiration. Yet, Ning Rongrong paid them little mind, hastily finishing her meal. Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, I have something to attend to, she announced. Where are you going? Xiao Wu inquired. Just some errands, Ning Rongrong replied, withholding the truth about her visit to seek treatment. After bidding Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing farewell, she departed the dining hall. The following day marked the official start of classes at Shrek Academy, leaving Ning Rongrong with free time. She made her way to Gu Ye's quarters, grasping the small vial in her hand, then ventured into Sodto City. Where are you headed? Oscar called out as he emerged from breakfast, spotting Ning Rongrong. I'm busy, she replied curtly, dismissing him. Compared to her own affairs, Oscar seemed insignificant. He scratched his head awkwardly as he watched her walk away, feeling embarrassed. Not long after, Zhu Zhuqing exited Shrek Academy as well. Zhuqing, where are you going? Oscar queried, but she did not turn back, leaving him in an even more awkward position. Moments later, Dai Mubai appeared, having pursued Zhu Zhuqing. Spotting Oscar, he approached and asked, Did Zhu Zhuqing just leave? Yes, she did, Boss Dai. Do you know her? Oscar replied. Indeed. Dai Mubai responded curtly. Zhu Zhuqing was his fiancée, and he found it curious that she had just joined Shrek Academy and was already leaving. As her fiancée, it was imperative for him to ascertain her whereabouts, and he promptly followed after her. Soon after Ning Rongrong departed, she arrived at the entrance of the clinic run by the renowned healer, Gu Yi. Stepping outside, she glanced at the vial in her hand, hesitated, and then entered. Upon her arrival, she found Gu Yi, the handsome physician, engrossed in his work. Noticing her presence, Gu Yi looked up, a smile spreading across his face. You're here after all. Did you mean what you said yesterday? Ning Rongrong asked shyly, her voice barely a whisper. Of course. Your presence here confirms the authenticity of my claims, Gu Yi replied, standing with a grin. Then, can you? She hesitated, glancing suggestively at him. Naturally, for a minor ailment like yours, a simple gesture will suffice, he assured her. Is it truly that simple? Ning Rongrong inquired, her skepticism evident. What? Do you wish for me to perform something more elaborate? Gu Yi teased. And no. Just, can you explain how the treatment works? She asked, feeling bashful in his presence. Come, sit down, and let me examine you. All right. Ning Rongrong nodded obediently and gracefully took a seat before Gu Yi. Subsequently, Gu Yi grasped Ning Rongrong's hand and, with a semblance of expertise, began to feel her pulse. As he continued, he shook his head and sighed. Indeed, Ning Rongrong's skin was truly remarkable. Observing Gu Ye's demeanor, Ning Rongrong appeared somewhat anxious, fearing that he might indicate a difficult treatment. She softly inquired, What is it? It's nothing. Just open your mouth, he replied. Oh. Gu Ye's words carried a commanding tone, And in this peculiar environment, Ning Rongrong's guard was low. With a singular focus on having Gu Yi assist her in her healing, she obediently parted her lips. Gu Yi, with an air of composure, cast a glance and ultimately fixed his innocent gaze upon Ning Rongrong's chest. With a deep sigh, he lamented, "What a pity, indeed a great pity." Ning Rongrong, perplexed, looked at Gu Yi. Did he not claim to possess the means to heal? Yet, why did his tone convey such despair? She had approached Gu Yi with aspirations of growing up beautifully. Gu Yi gently caressed Ning Rongrong's delicate hand and inquired with a hint of significance. "Do you know why you're so petite?" Ning Rongrong shook her head, her voice as soft as a whisper. "No, I do not know." "It is because your head is small," Gu Yi replied. "My head? Small?" Ning Rongrong gazed at Gu Yi in confusion, unable to grasp the meaning behind his words. She wondered how the size of her head could possibly relate to anything. Subsequently, she touched her own head, finding it perfectly proportioned, neither too large nor too small. "Have you ever heard the saying, 'A head as big as a tub'?" Gu Yi asked, still stroking her hand. Ning Rongrong shook her head once more. At that moment, she resembled a patient earnestly seeking a physician's cure, instinctively inclined to believe and respond to Gu Yi's inquiries. "Then let me ask you again, do you know how many heads you have?" Gu Yi pressed on. "Isn't it just one?" "Incorrect. It is 3, he asserted. "Clearly, I have only 1 head. How can it be 3? Ning Rongrong looked at Gu Yi, bewildered. Gu Yi smiled silently. Then, with a gaze as piercing as a torch, he cast a glance at Ning Rongrong's chest and inquired, "Do you know what it means to possess 3 heads and 6 arms?" Ning Rongrong responded with confusion. Her brow furrowed in bewilderment as she struggled to comprehend Gu Yi's words. The phrase 3 heads and 6 arms refers to the most perfect and harmonious posture and physique a woman can achieve. Attaining such a state allows one's innermost thoughts and physical imperfections to be effortlessly rectified. So what exactly are these 3 heads and 6 arms? Ning Rongrong asked out of curiosity. The 3 heads, precisely. And what are the 6 arms? Gu Yi assessed Ning Rongrong and remarked, "These 6 arms naturally refer to the delicate dual arms, the elongated legs, and the perky hips. This is what we call the woman's 6 arms. If you can harmonize and balance your 3 heads and 6 arms, then the matters that concern you shall no longer be an issue." Oh, Ning Rongrong appeared to comprehend, realizing that her unbalanced 3 heads and 6 arms were the root of her predicament. "What should I do?" she asked, her urgency evident as she gazed at Gu Yi. "I trust you have taken the medicine I provided yesterday?" he inquired. "Yes, indeed." Ning Rongrong nodded vigorously, inwardly marveling at the remarkable efficacy. That was a fast-acting remedy. Its effects should manifest within a few days. However, I do not recommend relying solely on medication, as even the most beneficial remedies can bear toxicity. My preferred treatment approach is to assist you personally, Gu Yi stated with a gentle smile, his gaze pure and earnest. "How will you assist in my treatment?" Ning Rongrong was eager to attain perfection, yearning for a transformation that would astonish everyone. There are 2 treatment methods available. One is a manual technique, which boasts exceptional results but requires more time. It is entirely handcrafted and entirely devoid of side effects. The other is an energy therapy, which is also highly effective but more time efficient. However, it comes at a considerable cost and entails a modicum of discomfort, particularly since it would be your first experience. Upon hearing the 2 methods, Ning Rongrong inquired further, "How does the manual technique function?" "It is quite simple. It involves the use of my hands," Gu Yi replied as he extended his hands, demonstrating before her. "Just as this. I will then apply some of my special medicinal solutions to stimulate certain hormones within your body, thereby achieving the desired results. Rest assured throughout this treatment process, I am a genuine physician, and every part of your body is merely an organ to me. The treatment process will be conducted with the utmost professionalism." Gu Yi's gaze was pure and earnest as he looked at Ning Rongrong. However, upon realizing that Gu Yi's method of treatment required him to personally assist her, her cheeks flushed slightly. She glanced at the handsome Gu Yi and, conceding to herself, admitted that he was indeed quite dashing. Yet, she quickly dismissed any inappropriate thoughts that crossed her mind. "You, please elaborate on the second method of treatment," she said. There was no way she would consent to the first approach. Despite Gu Yi's striking appearance and his status as a serious physician, it was simply too embarrassing for her. Gu Yi felt a tinge of disappointment. He had initially hoped to personally mentor Ning Rongrong. However, since she was unwilling, he would not impose. For he was indeed a respectable physician. "Very well, let me elaborate on the second treatment method. The second method is, of course, energy therapy. I shall prepare a medicinal solution for you, and once you return home, You may apply it to your body. You will notice some effects after a week. And substantial results will manifest after half a month, though achieving perfection may require up to 6 months. What sort of medicine is it? Ning Rongrong inquired, her curiosity piqued. You need not concern yourself with the specifics. Simply know that it is beneficial and will not harm you, he assured. Oh, Ning Rongrong expressed no doubt, for she had already tested it the day before. However, she pondered if 6 months was not rather too protracted. She wished to surpass Zhu Zhuqing in a short time, secretly develop her abilities, and astound Xiao Wu and the others. Gu Yi, perceptive and astute, immediately discerned her thoughts. This insight stemmed from a physician's understanding of his patient, as well as a grasp of a woman's desire for beauty. He then inquired with a smile, do you find 6 months excessively long? Ning Rongrong replied with a soft hum. If you feel 6 months is too lengthy, you might consider the first treatment method. Rest assured, I shall not pressure you, for you are not the first patient, and the final decision rests with you. I would prefer to try the second option first, Ning Rongrong confessed, feeling unable to make such a decision. After all, she was still an innocent maiden. Very well, then. Gu Yi retrieved a bottle containing a white medicinal liquid from beneath the cabinet and handed it to Ning Rongrong, simultaneously advising her, when applying, remember to dab some on your head. Keep these 4 words in mind, head as large as a bucket. The specific instructions for use are also inscribed within. Chapter 13. Caring for Zhu Zhuqing MM. Ning Rongrong's voice was soft and delicate. At this moment, she had come to understand what Gu Yi meant by head, and she grasped the reason behind his remark that women have 3 heads. Indeed, women do possess 3 heads. After accepting the medicine from Gu Yi and holding it close to her, she contemplated Zhu Zhuqing's curvaceous figure and quietly inquired, can I transform to resemble Zhu Zhuqing? Upon hearing Ning Rongrong mention Zhu Zhuqing, Gu Yi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, she harbored grand ambitions, aspiring to become as formidable as Zhu Zhuqing. While having lofty ideals is commendable, overthinking can lead to unfavorable outcomes. Wait a moment, how could Ning Rongrong inquire about Zhu Zhuqing in his presence? Could it be that Ning Rongrong suspected that Zhu Zhuqing's curvaceous figure was a result of him? Upon further reflection, considering that both were currently within Shrek Academy, and given that Ning Rongrong had witnessed Zhu Zhuqing's alluring physique while contrasting it with her own, which was rather flat, it was entirely plausible for her to entertain doubts about the reasons behind Zhu Zhuqing's striking figure. Gu Yi smiled and nodded without hesitation. Upon seeing this, Ning Rongrong immediately felt a sense of relief. If she were to end up like Zhu Zhuqing in the future, wouldn't that be? The more she pondered, the happier she became. All right, for the duration of 1 week, I shall not charge you for the treatment. After a week, if the results are exceptional, you will return here once more, and I shall take a drop of your blood as compensation. Do you understand? Yes. Ning Rongrong readily agreed without hesitation. After all, it was merely a drop of blood. There was no significant loss involved. However, she was unaware of the nature of the blood. Subsequently, she discreetly inquired about some private matters from Gu Yi before attempting to leave. At that moment, a figure entered from outside. It was Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing. Ning Rongrong felt a twinge of embarrassment and discomfort upon encountering Zhu Zhuqing, akin to running into an acquaintance at a hospital. Rongrong, what are you doing here? Zhu Zhuqing was equally surprised to see Ning Rongrong, not expecting her to be acquainted with Gu Yi. Curiosity piqued, she wondered what brought Ning Rongrong here. Zhuqing. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be heading back, Ning Rongrong hastily remarked, not wanting Zhu Zhuqing to know she had come seeking Gu Yi for enhancement, and quickly scurried away. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of unease about Ning Rongrong's sudden departure. You've arrived. Gu Yi disregarded Ning Rongrong's exit and smiled at Zhu Zhuqing. He understood that a woman like Zhu Zhuqing, who pursued strength with unwavering determination, would certainly return. He just hadn't anticipated her return would be so swift. Zhu Zhuqing nodded as she approached Gu Yi and inquired, what was that about with Rongrong? Do you know her? I do. She came to seek treatment as well. Treatment? Does Rongrong have an ailment? I cannot disclose that information, as confidentiality towards patients is the fundamental principle of my profession. Zhu Zhuqing, recognizing the gravity of the matter, refrained from pressing further. Remembering her own purpose for being there, she gazed at Gu Yi and said, you previously mentioned you could help me grow stronger and evolve my martial soul. Is that true? That depends on you. What do you mean? Zhu Zhuqing's striking eyes, clear and expressive, regarded Gu Yi with confusion. This matter is rather confidential. Let us move to the room and sit on the bed. I will elaborate on the details within. After Gu Yi finished speaking, He promptly closed the door of the medical hall and proceeded into the room. Observing this, Zhu Zhuqing did not hesitate to follow him. As for any potential danger, upon seeing Gu Ye's strikingly handsome visage, Zhu Zhuqing was convinced of his good character. Moreover, with Ning Rongrong's acquaintance with Gu Ye, her worries were further alleviated. As the two entered the room, not far from the Divine Hand medical hall, a figure emerged, Dai Mubai, who had been trailing Zhu Zhuqing. Earlier, Ning Rongrong had mentioned that Zhu Zhuqing had ventured into the Divine Hand medical hall, which piqued his curiosity about her reasons for doing so. Coincidentally, as Ning Rongrong was returning to Shrek Academy, she encountered Dai Mubai and informed him of Zhu Zhuqing's whereabouts. However, Dai Mubai found it puzzling that Zhu Zhuqing would visit a medical hall. He was well aware of the esteemed reputation Gu Yi held within Sodto City, which made him even more intrigued. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Dai Mubai hastened his pace toward the Divine Hand medical hall, eager to uncover the purpose of Zhu Zhuqing's visit. He had heard whispers of the young, remarkably handsome physician at the hall, and a thought struck him. Could there be something between Zhu Zhuqing and this physician? At this notion, Dai Mubai furrowed his brow, quickening his steps. Meanwhile, within the inner chamber of the Divine Hand medical hall, he gazed intently at Zhu Zhuqing before him, leaning against the door. Zhu Zhuqing showcased her alluring figure to perfection. At that moment, as she observed Gu Ye's handsome visage, she could not comprehend the reason behind his penetrating gaze, which was laced with an unmistakable intensity. Gu Ye gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, not merely captivated by her beauty, her alluring figure, long legs, and slender waist, nor even her renowned endowments. Rather, he was scrutinizing her with a gaze of purity, for he was now a physician, perceiving everyone as a patient, observing with an unclouded vision. You desire to grow stronger, do you not? Gu Ye inquired briefly before leaving a towering figure for Zhu Zhuqing. As she gazed at Gu Ye's silhouette, Zhu Zhuqing pondered her family affairs as well as her curiosity regarding Gu Ye's martial soul evolution. And she resolutely responded with a sound of affirmation. Having made her decision, she understood that strength requires sacrifice. Are you aware of the cost of becoming stronger? It is crucial to realize that there are no free lunches in this world, Gu Ye remarked while clasping his hands behind his back. What is required? Gu Ye remained silent for a moment, contemplating before proposing the extraction of the martial spirit serum from Zhu Zhuqing's body. He stated, firstly, when the time is right, you must not oppose my taking that most precious drop of blood from you. Secondly, I wish to conduct an experiment upon you that, once completed, will elevate your innate talent to the pinnacle of this world and enhance your strength. I assure you, there will be no adverse effects. Would you be willing? Indeed. Gu Ye intended to utilize the spectral feline martial spirit serum from Zhu Zhuqing, as she was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for his experiment. As for extracting that treasured drop of blood, Gu Ye was entirely serious. Zhu Zhuqing regarded Gu Ye thoughtfully. She readily accepted the first condition, believing he merely sought her martial spirit's blood. However, the second condition stirred a conflict within her. She yearned for strength, knowing that only power could shield her from her family's fate, yet she hesitated to trust Gu Ye's words. Will there truly be no harm? She queried, locking her gaze onto Gu Ye. Of course, if it were to cause you injury or render you incapacitated for life, I would provide an unbreakable guarantee. As he spoke, Gu Ye turned and stepped closer to Zhu Zhuqing, their eyes meeting within a mere 10 centimeters of distance. Gu Ye gazed intently into Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes and continued, I, Gu Ye, can take care of you, Zhu Zhuqing, for a lifetime. As he whispered these words, Zhu Zhuqing felt her heart race slightly. She nodded in agreement, assenting to Gu Ye's experiment. Beyond her own desire for strength, she perceived the sincerity in Gu Ye's eyes, which became the true reason for her consent. Come, let us move to the bed. Upon Zhu Zhuqing's agreement, Gu Ye gently led her to the bedside. Since she had consented to participate in the experiment, she instinctively complied with Gu Ye's words, lying down on the bed, awaiting his actions under the compelling authority of his tone. Chapter 14. Zhu Zhuqing. So fast. At this moment, Gu Ye focused intently on Zhu Zhuqing, who lay upon the bed. He particularly noted the expression of vulnerability on her face, stirring his heart. After all, the woman before him possessed an alluring and mature figure, devoid of any girlish innocence. She was far more captivating than the youthful women Gu Ye had treated in recent days, which left him deeply entranced. Nevertheless, Gu Ye remained the serious individual he was. After dispelling the distracting thoughts in his mind, he produced a vial and a syringe. Isn't this the blood you extracted from my martial spirit? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, recognizing the familiar vial in Gu Ye's hand. Indeed, it is the blood of your martial spirit. This single drop, through my research, possesses a unique effect. Shortly, I will inject it into your body to merge with your martial spirit, the nether spirit cat. The outcomes will only serve to enhance your strength. This is my promise to you. Should any adverse effects arise that leave you in a compromised state, do not worry. For I have said I will take care of you for a lifetime. Guyi smiled sincerely as he remarked that taking care of Zhu Zhuqing under one blanket must undoubtedly be true. Upon hearing Guyi's words, Zhu Zhuqing let out a soft hum and said, "Let us begin." Guyi possesses striking looks. However, Zhu Zhuqing's self-discipline and resilience render her independent, requiring no lifelong care from Guyi. It is evident that Zhu Zhuqing has misconstrued Guyi's words, for he spoke of a quilt, while she envisioned a lifetime. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's insistence, Guyi wasted no time, proceeding to extract the blood serum of the spectral cat martial spirit after testing the syringe. Guyi held his needle firmly in hand, casting a mischievous glance at Zhu Zhuqing, and remarked, "The first prick of my needle will be quite painful. Brace yourself." Zhu Zhuqing, upon observing the considerable size of the needle, felt a twinge of apprehension. Yet, she had already made her declaration. Retreating would mean she was no longer Zhu Zhuqing. Thus, she steeled her resolve and quietly uttered, "Bring it on," closing her eyes in anticipation of the needle's intrusion at a certain spot on her body. However, she was unaware of where Guyi intended to pierce her, prompting her to open her eyes for a glimpse. To her astonishment, she found that Guyi had already completed the task. How swift! Zhu Zhuqing marveled at Guyi's speed, realizing that the deed was done before she even felt it. Had Guyi been privy to Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts, he might have been tempted to wield an even larger needle to elicit a scream from her. "Is it done? Did you not say the first time would be painful? Why did I not feel anything? And how are you so fast?" Zhu Zhuqing's barrage of inquiry struck Guyi like a series of hammers, leaving him momentarily speechless. In that instant, he recognized that Zhu Zhuqing was not as frigid as he had perceived. Each of her words pierced directly to the heart of the matter. He regarded the woman who dared to criticize his speed and claim the absence of pain. Soon, Guyi would ensure she understood the true meaning of suffering. "Why have you fallen silent?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, noticing the gloom that had settled over Guyi's expression. Her tone, imbued with a hint of concern, only deepened his speechlessness. From that moment onward, Guyi, embodying the essence of masculinity, resolved to make Zhu Zhuqing aware of profound inner anguish. 3, 2, 1. Guyi gazed at Zhu Zhuqing as she counted down to 3. The moment she completed her count, her previously indifferent expression shifted dramatically. She instinctively clutched her chest, her visage growing increasingly agonized. Guyi gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, a flicker of excitement stirring within him. For the anguish etched upon Zhu Zhuqing's visage closely mirrored his expectations. The blood essence of her spectral cat martial soul was indeed beneficial to her, and the evident signs of her suffering were unmistakably linked to the fusion with that essence. In the next moment, Zhu Zhuqing abruptly arched her body, the expression of torment on her face intensifying dramatically. Guyi firmly grasped Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder, his expression grave. "Zhu Zhuqing, you must endure this moment. It signifies the onset of your martial soul's fusion. If you wish to grow stronger, you must withstand the pain, no matter how excruciating. Do you understand?" "I understand," Zhu Zhuqing replied with great effort, her voice a mere whisper. The infusion of the martial soul's blood essence into her existing spirit was unprecedented, and the agony it entailed was beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing was no ordinary person. Raised in the Star Luo Empire, within the cold-blooded royal family of the Zhu clan, she had witnessed countless brutalities from a young age. Sibling betrayals and fratricide were experiences she had lived through. Had she not fled the Star Luo Empire, she might have already succumbed to her sister's blade. She was a woman with a clear ambition, to grow stronger and defeat that woman, no matter how much pain she had to endure. She was resolute in her pursuit of strength. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. In an unexpected moment, Zhu Zhuqing, who had been doubled over in agony, surged forward and embraced Guyi tightly, sinking her teeth into his shoulder with ferocity. The intense pain coursing through her compelled her to bite down hard, and her grip around Guyi tightened, as if he were her lifeline. At that moment, sweat soaked her garments, and blood from Guyi's shoulder trickled into her mouth. In her, Guyi gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, who had fainted in his embrace, and then shifted his attention to the wound on his shoulder, letting out a bitter smile. It was evident that he had succeeded. After further investigating the changes in Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul, he finally found clarity. Indeed, the martial soul serum could be effectively utilized on soul masters possessing the same martial soul, yielding remarkable results. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing not only exhibited certain transformations in her martial soul, but her soul power had also significantly increased. Earlier that morning, her soul power had ascended from level 27 to 28, yet now she had already reached level 30. This serves as a testament to the potency of Gu Ye's martial soul serum. However, this remains merely an isolated instance. Further experimentation is required to draw definitive conclusions. And the accompanying pain is not something that an ordinary individual could endure. Gu Ye gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, who lay unconscious from pain, and found himself somewhat fond of her resilient character. Perhaps it would be best to tend to the injury on his shoulder first. Gu Ye withdrew his gaze from Zhu Zhuqing's face and glanced at the row of bite marks on his shoulder, hastily attending to the bleeding. Even in that moment, as Zhu Zhuqing lay unconscious in his arms, her delicate face flushed. He paid no mind to the fragrant sweat that dripped onto his clothes. However, at that moment, Dai Mubai had arrived outside the clinic, his face suffused with anger as he could no longer restrain himself and kicked open the clinic's door. Chapter 15. A slap for Dai Mubai. Bang. Dai Mubai stormed into the clinic, his fury palpable. He had previously approached the clinic, initially believing the physician Gu Ye had already departed upon seeing the closed door. Yet, as he reached the entrance, he heard a woman's voice, recognizing it as Zhu Zhuqing's. The seasoned Dai Mubai's mind immediately conjured troubling thoughts. He suspected an illicit affair between Zhu Zhuqing and the man within the clinic. As Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé, he felt deeply humiliated to discover her in private with another man, and with his already irritable temperament, he could hardly bear the thought of betrayal. He charged into the clinic, heading directly toward the room from which the voice emanated. Upon entering, he was met with a scene that ignited his rage. Gu Ye, having treated his own shoulder injury, noticed that Zhu Zhuqing, overwhelmed by pain, had drenched her clothing in sweat. Being attentive, Gu Ye had decided to remove her outer garments to provide her some comfort. In doing so, he inadvertently exposed her form to his gaze. However, being a man of integrity, Gu Ye refrained from taking undue advantage of the situation. He merely fulfilled his promise to care for Zhu Zhuqing by covering her with a blanket to shield her modesty. At that moment, as Zhu Zhuqing leaned against Gu Ye, covered by a blanket yet revealing her delicate shoulders, her cheeks glowed with a rosy hue, a drop of fragrant sweat lingering on her flushed visage. Their intimate proximity spoke volumes, leaving no doubt that they had shared a moment of closeness, which understandably infuriated Dai Mubai. Anyone witnessing their beautiful fiancée in such a state would be incensed, particularly since Zhu Zhuqing was unconscious. Who could say what had transpired between them? What have you done to Zhu Zhuqing? Dai Mubai glared at Gu Ye, struggling to contain his rage as he coldly inquired. Why does it concern you? Gu Ye replied. Gu Ye cast a fleeting glance at Dai Mubai, responding with indifference as he tightened his embrace around Zhu Zhuqing, pulling the blanket closer to shield her from prying eyes. What business is it of yours? Humph. Dare you lay a hand on my woman? You are courting death. Dai Mubai, witnessing Gu Ye's brazen behavior towards Zhu Zhuqing, could no longer contain the fury that surged within him. In a moment of unrestrained wrath, he launched an attack on Gu Ye, who lay on the bed. Upon observing Zhu Zhuqing's state, he was convinced that she had been unfaithful, entangled with this man. Consequently, his assault was merciless. Without hesitation, he unleashed a fierce wave of white tiger light towards Gu Ye. As Gu Ye felt a surge of anger when Dai Mubai barged in unannounced, he was particularly irked by the intrusion into his medical clinic, especially as it interrupted his treatment of Zhu Zhuqing. He was not known for his patience, and what further aggravated him was Dai Mubai's unprovoked assault, which lacked any semblance of restraint. Get down on your knees, Gu Ye commanded sharply, raising his hand as a radiant white light swiftly coalesced into a semicircular space that enveloped the entire clinic. Almost immediately, an invisible hand materialized above Dai Mubai, descending with force to strike him. With a resounding thud, the 37th level Soul Master found himself brought to his knees, crashing heavily against the ground in a rather intimate encounter with the floor. He gazed coldly at Dai Mubai, who lay prostrate on the ground. How dare he intrude upon my clinic and resort to violence? Do you think I am to be trifled with? Dai Mubai struggled, channeling his soul power, only to realize that he was being weighed down by some unseen force, rendering him unable to rise. He could only glare angrily at Gu Ye, who was embracing his fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing, on the bed. You bastard, if you have the guts, let me go. Just watch. I will kill you. Dai Mubai unleashed a torrent of furious curses. His anger stemmed from the realization that Gu Ye's hand had slipped beneath the covers, where Zhu Zhuqing lay. What was Gu Ye planning? Dai Mubai, who had been with countless women, understood all too well the implications. However, Gu Ye merely sneered and lifted his hand, striking down at Dai Mubai from afar. Slap. At that moment, a resounding sound echoed in the room. It turned out that as Guyi aimed his slap at Dai Mubai, an invisible hand struck Dai Mubai's face with great force. This slap serves as punishment for your unauthorized intrusion into my clinic. Slap. Another resounding blow followed. This slap is a reward for your indiscriminate attack on me. Slap. A third slap resounded. This slap is for aiding others in their misdeeds. After 3 slaps, Dai Mubai's face was swollen and bruised beyond recognition. A testament to the power behind Guyi's strikes. He struggled fiercely, but Guyi unleashed an intangible force that held him down, leaving him to flail helplessly. You bastard. I will not let you off this easily. Dai Mubai's bloodshot eyes fixed on Guyi, who remained on the bed with Zhu Zhuqing, as he hurled curses in a fit of rage. He had never endured such humiliation, yet here he was, forced to watch Guyi embrace his fiancée while he lay helplessly on the ground. How could someone who prided himself on his superiority bear such a sight? In that moment, Dai Mubai seemed to grasp that he was no match for Guyi, though he was unaware of Guyi's true strength. The fact that he had been easily bested was undeniable. Despite his fury, Dai Mubai was not a fool. He lowered his gaze and ceased to look at Guyi and Zhu Zhuqing, gradually regaining his composure. Meanwhile, Guyi, having dispatched Dai Mubai to the ground, turned his attention towards Zhu Zhuqing. He noticed a trace of blood lingering at the corner of Zhu Zhuqing's mouth. He reached out to wipe it away, only to smear the crimson stain onto the pristine white bedsheet. In an instant, the immaculate linen was marred by a vivid scarlet mark. At that moment, Dai Mubai, regaining his composure, managed to lift his head with great difficulty. Aware of his inferior strength, he contemplated revealing his identity as a member of Shrek Academy, hoping to instill a sense of dread in Guyi regarding the repercussions of offending such a prestigious institution. However, upon raising his gaze, he was met with the sight of the bloodstain on the white sheet. A sudden realization struck him, and his expression, once calm, gradually morphed into one of ferocity. Undoubtedly, Dai Mubai envisioned this blood as Zhu Zhuqing's maiden blood. The beautiful fiancée he had encountered just yesterday had now been with another man, a sight he had witnessed with his own eyes. It was easy to imagine the fury that would consume a man as tempestuous as Dai Mubai. For a prince as arrogant and domineering as he, the rage would only intensify. You, wait for me. Dai Mubai's voice turned icy as he suppressed the inferno of anger within, his nails digging into his flesh, teeth clenched as he glared at Guyi. Had he not been overpowered and left on the ground, he would have already sought to rend Guyi limb from limb. Yet, Guyi remained unfazed by Dai Mubai's presence. After cleaning the blood from Zhu Zhuqing's mouth, he gazed intently at her flawless visage. Truly, even the most serious Guyi felt a stir of emotions upon beholding Zhu Zhuqing. Instinctively, he yearned to press his lips against her delicate, full mouth. Particularly in front of Dai Mubai, it would be quite a sight. However, being a man of medical ethics, he refrained from taking advantage of the situation. Instead, he shielded Zhu Zhuqing with his sleeve, pretending to lower his head for a kiss while ensuring that Dai Mubai could not see clearly. To emphasize, Guyi did not actually kiss her. He was, after all, a respectable man, concealed from view. Dai Mubai could only imagine what Guyi might be doing to Zhu Zhuqing, his eyes nearly bulging from his head. He inwardly screamed, "Zhu Zhuqing is my fiancée. She belongs to me, Dai Mubai. How can she be kissed by another man?" Yet, before Dai Mubai could ponder further, Guyi waved his hand, unceremoniously casting the bothersome prince out of his clinic. Were it not for the knowledge that Dai Mubai was a member of Shrek Academy, where formidable soul saints Zhao Wujin and Flandre resided, whom Guyi could not yet contend with, he would not tolerate such a scoundrel, one who abandoned his fiancée, lingering before him. Over the years, Dai Mubai had indulged in debauchery in Sodto City, consorting with countless women, while Guyi had merely shared a kiss with Zhu Zhuqing, who had shown no objection. What right did Dai Mubai have to raise a ruckus? With the noisy prince now absent, tranquility returned to the room. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing and smiled with satisfaction. He then gently lifted her and laid her down on another bed for her to rest. Given the changes in her martial soul, Zhu Zhuqing would not awaken for some time, allowing Guyi the opportunity to observe her condition closely. Of course, his observations would be strictly regarding her martial soul. He would never secretly inspect her physical form. Chapter 16. Tang San comes to seek treatment. Splendid. Truly, Zhu Zhuqing is remarkable. Her physique is exceptional. Oops, that was a slip of the tongue. The cat's spirit has grown larger after the serum integration. Indeed, it is a testament to Zhu Zhuqing's prowess. He rested his chin on his hand, contemplating as he surveyed the enchanting figure of Zhu Zhuqing, who lay unconscious on the bed. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing was in a state of unconsciousness, her posture captivating, her figure strikingly beautiful, and her countenance utterly mesmerizing. In her current vulnerable state, had an unscrupulous physician been present, he might have seized the opportunity to indulge in a scandalous fantasy. However, Guy remained entirely serious, meticulously examining every aspect of Zhu Zhuqing's body while observing the changes in her martial spirit, the nether cat. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, having been unceremoniously thrown out of the clinic by Guyi, lay sprawled on the ground in a rather disheveled manner. Though the 3 slaps he received were not grievous, they rendered him unable to move, as Guyi had targeted his vital points, making it exceedingly difficult for someone of Dai Mubai's modest soul rank to resist. Just as Dai Mubai contemplated summoning reinforcements from Shrek Academy to avenge himself on Guyi, a figure approached the clinic. It was Tang San. Earlier that day, Tang San had been exploring the village of Shrek with Xiao Wu when he encountered Ma Hongjun and engaged in a brief bout. Afterwards, he noticed something amiss with his body. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu sought out Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Alone, Tang San decided to check on his own condition and discovered that he was indeed feeling unwell, prompting him to seek out Guyi, not for treatment, but merely to inquire about a few matters, for Tang San did not consider himself ill. Upon arriving at the clinic, Tang San spotted Dai Mubai lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Confused, he rushed over to assist Dai Mubai and inquire about his plight. Upon inspection, he noted some peculiar injuries on Dai Mubai's body, revealing a look of astonishment. Though the wounds were not severe, each one struck a vital area, indicating that the assailant possessed a profound understanding of human anatomy. It was the physician inside, Dai Mubai managed to utter with difficulty. The physician inside, Tang San questioned, glancing toward the clinic. Had Dai Mubai crossed this individual in some way? Why else would a confrontation have occurred? Tang San utilized his soul power to aid Dai Mubai's recovery momentarily and said, Dai Mubai, wait outside for a moment. I will go in and see what has transpired. Wait, Tang San. Dai Mubai attempted to call out to Tang San, wishing to accompany him back to the academy to summon a teacher for assistance, but it seemed Tang San did not hear him and strode directly into the clinic. Tang San approached the entrance without the same brashness as Dai Mubai had earlier, calling out, This is Tang San. I seek an audience with the physician within, if it would be possible. After his announcement, Tang San waited for a brief moment. Inside the clinic, Guy instinctively glanced at the task associated with Tang San. Task 1. Hemorrhoid surgery for Tang San. Reward, 50 surgical points. Task 2. Kidney extraction for Tang San. Reward, 100 surgical points. Task 3. Neurological surgery for Tang San. Reward, 500 surgical points. Note, hypocrites are also ill, and their affliction may be quite severe. Task 4. Castration surgery for Tang San. Reward, 5,000 surgical points. Task 5. Gender reassignment surgery for Tang San. Reward, 10,000 surgical points. Guyi immediately dismissed the first 3 tasks, focusing instead on the 4th and 5th, which promised substantial rewards. With Tang San's arrival, it seemed an opportune moment to devise a plan. As Guyi contemplated a particular scheme, he stepped outside with a smile. Oh, isn't this the young brother with the weak kidney? Have you come to believe my words? Tang San's countenance darkened at Guyi's remark, feeling slightly disgruntled, as he certainly did not suffer from such an ailment. However, rather than contesting Guyi's assertion, he inquired, Did you injure Dai Mubai? You mean the fellow lying outside? If so, then indeed, it was I who struck him. What, do you seek vengeance for him? Guyi replied nonchalantly. Tang San scrutinized Guyi, sensing his unfathomable strength, and shook his head. He had only recently become acquainted with Dai Mubai. Although he was now a member of Shrek Academy, their relationship was still superficial. Moreover, having sparred with Dai Mubai, he was aware of his capabilities. It was clear that Guyi could easily overpower him, and thus Tang San had no intention of coming to Dai Mubai's defense. Since you are not here on his behalf, then you must be seeking treatment, correct? Worry not. A weak kidney is but a minor ailment. If you wish for treatment, I could restore your vigor, Guyi said, stepping closer to Tang San with an affable smile. Understanding that young men like Tang San might be reluctant to admit to such a condition, Guyi was nonetheless willing to assist, albeit with a caveat that this treatment would be taken lightly. However, he needed Tang San's consent, otherwise he would find it difficult to explain to a certain individual later on. Until he bolstered his own strength, Guyi had no intention of taking unnecessary risks. After a moment of hesitation, Tang San resolved to test Guyi's reputed medical prowess. If it proved genuine, what harm could there be in allowing him to treat him? Subsequently, Tang San discreetly reached into his robe, swiftly retrieving a vial of poison to test Gu Ye's skills. This poison was intended to evaluate the physician's competence. After administering the poison, Tang San observed Gu Ye with a confident smile, believing in the efficacy of his concealed maneuver and the potency of the toxin. He could almost envision Gu Ye's embarrassment in the near future. Unbeknownst to Tang San, however, Gu Ye had already seen through his actions. At the very moment Tang San attempted to administer the poison, Gu Ye let out a cold, inward laugh, solidifying his resolve to inject Tang San with a dose of female hormones. In an instant, a glimmer of silver flashed in Gu Ye's hand as an invisible space materialized, neutralizing the poison Tang San had released. To Gu Ye, the toxin was merely a trivial substance, easily countered within the confines of the surgical space. Moments later, Tang San, noticing no change in Gu Ye, felt a twinge of surprise. Still intend to poison me? Gu Ye asked with a smile, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. You knew I was poisoning you? Tang San furrowed his brow, though he maintained his composure in the face of Gu Ye's revelation. You aimed to test whether I had the means to counter your poison, while simultaneously gauging my medical skills. If I succeeded, you would then consider allowing me to treat your weak kidney. As a young man, I understand your thought process. Rest assured, I will restore your vitality, Gu Ye said, adopting a mentor-like demeanor as he patted Tang San on the shoulder. Tang San instinctively tried to evade Gu Ye's hand, but it seemed to possess a tracking ability, as it found him regardless of where he attempted to escape. Astonished by Gu Ye's skill and strength, Tang San quickly checked his own condition, finding no harm before finally relaxing. Your medical skills are indeed impressive. Very well, I have come to seek your assistance, Tang San conceded, acknowledging Gu Ye's abilities. Yet he remained adamant about not admitting to any ailment, as he merely sought a consultation. Gu Ye smiled with satisfaction. The day when Tang San would receive an injection of female hormones or be castrated was not far off. My approach to healing others hinges on one fundamental principle: complete trust in me. My medical skills diverge significantly from those of conventional healing spirit masters, who can at best provide partial recovery. In contrast, I am capable of restoring patients from the very roots of their ailments. If you do not trust me, then there is no need for treatment. Do you understand the essence of my words? Gu Ye inquired, gazing at Tang San. After a moment of hesitation, Tang San weighed the veracity of Gu Ye's statements and ultimately nodded. I believe you, however, that Dai Mubai outside is my classmate. Could you possibly release him? Very well. Gu Ye, having already imparted sufficient lessons to Dai Mubai, did not wish to overstep his bounds and consented to Tang San's request. Moreover, in order to administer female hormones to Tang San and fulfill the task of earning over 10,000 a day, releasing Dai Mubai was a trivial matter. With a swift motion, Gu Ye directed a beam of white light toward the entrance of the clinic. Chapter 17. Administering hormones to Tang San? Outside the clinic, Dai Mubai suddenly discovered he could move again. He quickly rose to his feet, recalling the intimate posture between Gu Ye and Zhu Zhuqing that had stoked his suppressed anger, compelling him to charge in and seek revenge. However, the realization of Gu Ye's formidable strength, which could easily overpower him, coupled with the concern that Tang San had been inside for quite some time without emerging, made him hesitate. With these thoughts in mind, he retreated, concocting a convenient excuse, and hurriedly left the clinic, racing back to Shrek Academy. He intended to summon reinforcements and regain his dignity. Dai Mubai always remembered a piece of advice from Dean Flinder: a spirit master who fears trouble is not a good spirit master. Now that he had stirred up trouble, he needed the formidable soul sage Flinder to help him reclaim his honor. As Dai Mubai departed, within the clinic, under Gu Ye's guidance, Tang San entered another room in the back courtyard. Please, take a seat, Gu Ye instructed Tang San, approaching the shelf of medicines to retrieve various potions and some special items. Many of the items on this shelf bore a striking resemblance to the medicines from his previous life, yet these originated from a surgical system, boasting far superior effects. In the fantastical realm of Douluo Continent, these system-produced medicines were akin to miraculous elixirs. As for the female hormones, they could effortlessly assist Tang San in becoming more robust and attractive. However, Gu Ye was not foolish enough to inject a large quantity of hormones into Tang San's body all at once, for an excessive dose would undoubtedly reveal his transformation to others. Should Tang Hao, Tang San's father, come seeking him, Gu Ye would be ill-equipped to handle such a confrontation. Furthermore, given Tang San's ancient lineage from the Tang sect, he would likely be difficult to convince. Thus, Gu Ye made a decision to proceed cautiously and steadily. He resolved to set a modest initial goal, administering a small dose of hormones to allow Tang San to experience the wonders of the substance. A smile crept across Guye's face as he contemplated this plan. Meanwhile, Tang San, seated nearby, scrutinized the peculiar room while Guye retrieved items from the shelf. It resembled a pharmacy he was familiar with, yet the various medicines on the shelves were entirely unfamiliar to him, none of which he could recognize. For instance, the needle in Guye's hand sparked recognition. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the one Zhu Zhuqing had used on Xiao Jang. Realizing that Zhu Zhuqing had been to this clinic, Tang San surmised that the needle had been provided by Guye, as he recalled that even Xiao Jang, a soul sage, had not escaped unscathed from a single injection. His wariness surged. If Guye were to administer a similar dose to him, he would be rendered incapable of resistance, leaving him vulnerable to whatever fate Guye had in store. With this apprehension in mind, Tang San abruptly stood and declared, "Gu Master, I have some matters to attend to, and will not require your treatment for the time being." With that, he fled. Realizing that the clinic was far too enigmatic for his comfort, the medications employed by Guye were entirely unrecognizable to him. He could not predict whether Guye would administer them judiciously. Tang San's abrupt change of heart left Guye momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, Tang San had agreed to treatment, yet now he was reversing his decision. Guye gazed at the syringe in his hand, filled with female hormones, then turned his attention to Tang San, who had just exited. Could it be that he harbored suspicions? Or perhaps Tang San was aware that these hormones could enhance his beauty. That seemed implausible. Watching Tang San leave the room, Guye refrained from intervening, uncertain if Tang Hao was lurking nearby, observing him. Since Tang San did not willingly accept his treatment, Guye decided to withhold action. It was prudent to preserve the syringe of female hormones for the time being. Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing. Upon stepping out of the back room and entering the hall of the medical clinic, Tang San was taken aback to see Zhu Zhuqing. Likewise, Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily surprised by Tang San's presence. "Where's Guye? He is inside, isn't he?" At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing did not dwell on why Tang San was there. Her sole desire was to locate Guye. Upon awakening, she had already sensed her transformation. Not only had her soul power reached the 30th level, but her martial soul had also undergone significant changes. She was now certain that Guye's previous assertions were indeed true. "Yes, he is inside. But Zhu Zhuqing, aren't you at Shrek Academy? How did you end up here?" Tang San seemed reluctant to reveal his purpose for being there, his inquiry tinged with caution. "I have some matters to attend to." Zhu Zhuqing paid little heed to Tang San. Compared to Guye, he did not warrant her concern. After all, they had little connection now, while Guye had previously interacted with her. Yes, Zhu Zhuqing recalled the incident where she had bitten Guye, subsequently losing consciousness in his embrace. She then bypassed Tang San and strode into the back room. Tang San observed as Zhu Zhuqing entered, remaining where he was. Inside the back room, upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing, Guye instantly forgot about Tang San, smiling as he greeted her. "You're awake. How do you feel?" "Very well," Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Casting a glance at Guye's shoulder, she inquired softly, "Is your injury all right?" "It's nothing," Guye replied, shaking his head. He approached Zhu Zhuqing, took her hand, and earnestly checked her pulse. With a steady pulse, the fusion of her martial soul had proceeded exceptionally well. Her soul power had indeed surpassed the 30th level, establishing a solid foundation. "Congratulations, Zhu Zhuqing. Acquire one more soul ring, and you shall become a soul ancestor. The changes in your martial soul are something you will need to explore yourself." "Thank you." Zhu Zhuqing expressed her gratitude. Although she had only known Guye for 2 days, he had offered her such assistance. For the first time in many years, she felt genuine concern from another, devoid of ulterior motives. "There's no need for thanks. After all, I will require a drop of your blood. And this is merely the outcome of your cooperation in the experiment of merging your martial soul with blood," Guye stated matter-of-factly. Guye spoke in a rather loud voice, seemingly intentionally for someone to hear. That someone, of course, was Tang San outside. Moments earlier, Tang San had been standing at the door, watching as Zhu Zhuqing entered. Upon overhearing some of the conversation between Guye and Zhu Zhuqing, he was taken aback, particularly when he learned that Zhu Zhuqing had broken through to the 30th level. He distinctly remembered that just yesterday, Zhu Zhuqing had registered at the 27th level. To achieve such a leap in merely 2 days was astonishing indeed. Curiosity piqued when Guye mentioned that Zhu Zhuqing had consumed a soul blood. Tang San, having never encountered such a thing before, continued to listen intently. After a lengthy discussion in the room, Guye finally emerged. Upon stepping out, he noticed Tang San still lingering and feigned ignorance, asking, "Aren't you leaving?" Caught off guard, Tang San hesitated before glancing at Zhu Zhuqing, quickly realizing, I am waiting for Zhu Zhuqing. She is now a student of Shrek Academy, making us classmates, so I thought to wait for her to return together. Oh, I see. Guyi responded, nodding as if he understood. He then turned to Tang San with a smile, saying, remember, I am always here to welcome you for treatment. However, allow me to offer a word of caution. Some ailments should not be postponed. The longer you wait, the more severe the condition may become, and this could significantly impact your future happiness. Guyi's heartfelt assistance to Tang San in administering female hormones was deeply sincere. Chapter 18. Everyone from Shrek has arrived. Upon hearing Guyi's words, Zhu Zhuqing cast a doubtful glance at Tang San. Are you here for treatment? Tang San, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched his head. It was impossible for him to disclose his true purpose to Zhu Zhuqing. After all, it pertained to a man's dignity. A person like Tang San, who valued his pride, could never admit such a thing. And what about you, Zhu Zhuqing? How did you come to be with him? Tang San quickly responded, eager to uncover the nature of Zhu Zhuqing's relationship with Guyi, why he was helping her, and what the essence of martial soul blood truly was. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, instead looking toward Guyi as if inquiring whether the matters concerning martial soul blood could be shared with others. Guyi shook his head and chuckled softly. Tang San, Zhuqing is merely my patient. A few days ago, she was injured, and I assisted her in her recovery. It is as simple as that. Wouldn't you agree, Zhuqing? Guyi smiled at Zhu Zhuqing, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, their relationship was as uncomplicated as he described. Meanwhile, as Guyi conversed with Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing in the clinic, Dai Mubai, who had returned in a disheveled state to Shrek Academy, had brought reinforcements to the clinic's exterior. Upon his return, Dai Mubai promptly informed Flinder that he had been mercilessly beaten by Guyi without discernment, and that Guyi had charmed Zhu Zhuqing, possibly subjecting her to unspeakable acts, which could also pose a threat to Tang San. Flinder, having heard of Guyi's reputation as a physician, was initially skeptical. However, upon observing the injuries on Dai Mubai and his seemingly genuine expression, he began to believe him. Consequently, he took Dai Mubai along to Sodto City. Coincidentally, Zhao Wujia, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun were present. After listening to Flinder's account, they decided to accompany him. Ning Rongrong naturally found it hard to believe Dai Mubai's claims, as she held Guyi in high regard for his gentle and polite demeanor, deeming it impossible for him to act as described by Dai Mubai. Xiao Wu followed out of concern after hearing that Tang San might be in danger. Ma Hongjun and Oscar were simply intrigued, especially curious about the beautiful Zhu Zhuqing, and they had also heard of Guyi's esteemed reputation, prompting them to investigate further. Mubai, are you certain of what you were saying? Zhao Wujia questioned doubtfully upon arriving outside the clinic. Teacher Zhao, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Guyi was holding Zhu Zhuqing in bed, and she was unconscious in his arms. Dai Mubai exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. Although he did not finish his thought, everyone understood his implication. I refuse to believe it. I came to find Guyi today, and even encountered Zhuqing, who has long known Guyi. How could Guyi possibly harm her? I suspect Mubai is simply jealous and spouting nonsense, Ning Rongrong retorted sharply. Indeed, from what I know, Guyi does not appear to be that sort of person, Zhao Wujia concurred. Having come to the clinic for treatment himself and finding Guyi to be far from what Dai Mubai described. Enough talk, let us enter and uncover the truth. If Mubai's claims are indeed accurate, and Guyi dares to harm anyone from Shrek Academy, Flinder scoffed. His demeanor was not that of a benevolent individual. It could be inferred that he was not one to shy away from trouble. Thus, Flinder, Zhao Wujia, and the others stormed into the clinic. To their astonishment, they found Guyi seated calmly, conversing with Zhu Zhuqing, while Tang San remained nearby, not having departed. At that moment, Tang San was engrossed in listening to Guyi impart knowledge to Zhu Zhuqing, growing increasingly amazed and impressed. He realized that Guyi's understanding and insights far surpassed his own, even exceeding those of his teacher, Xiao Jang. For instance, regarding martial souls and the concept of martial soul blood, Guyi's discourse left Tang San both astonished and respectful. He gradually began to believe that Guyi could genuinely heal him, and that he sincerely wished to do so. Just then, Guyi paused and glanced toward the entrance of the clinic. Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San followed suit, their attention drawn to the doorway as Flinder, Zhao Wujia, and Dai Mubai's intrusion interrupted their conversation. Zhuqing, are you all right? Third brother, are you okay? Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu rushed to Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San's sides, immediately inquiring about their well-being. How could I be in trouble? Zhu Zhuqing replied calmly. I'm fine. Why have you all come? Tang San looked at Zhao Wuzhe and Dai Mubai, confused as to their presence. Humph, it's that lecherous old tiger who said you were in danger. And that Zhuqing might have been compromised by Guye. We were worried about you both and came right over, Zhao Wu replied indignantly, clearly upset with Dai Mubai's deception. Zhuqing, are you really unharmed? Ning Rongrong scrutinized Zhu Zhuqing's condition. I'm fine, Zhu Zhuqing answered succinctly, offering no further elaboration. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, Tang San, and Xiao Wu turned their gazes toward Dai Mubai, as did Flinder and Zhao Wujie. Mubai, didn't you say they were in danger? What is going on? Flinder's tone was stern, clearly indicating his belief that Dai Mubai had lied. Dai Mubai was at a loss for words. He looked at the unharmed Tang San, then at Zhu Zhuqing, his expression growing increasingly grim as the memory of Zhu Zhuqing lying in Gu Ye's embrace flashed before him. Dai Mubai pointed at Gu Ye and exclaimed, Dean Flinder, I speak the truth. It was him. I saw it with my own eyes. He did those things to Zhuqing. Zhao Wujie scrutinized Zhu Zhuqing, finding no evidence of Dai Mubai's claims, and noted that her soul power had indeed surpassed level 30. Wait a moment, level 30? Zhao Wujie suddenly recalled something and looked closely at Zhu Zhuqing, astonished to find her soul power had genuinely increased to 30. He had distinctly sensed her soul power at 27 during the previous day's test. How had this transformation occurred? Flinder, too, was taken aback, fully aware of Zhu Zhuqing's entrance examination results. What on earth is happening here? Flinder feigned anger as he turned to Dai Mubai. I say, should you not consider the circumstances? This is my clinic. You cannot barge in here unannounced and block my way as if it were a marketplace. He cast a fleeting glance at Dai Mubai and the others, ultimately resting his gaze upon Zhao Wujie. Director Zhao Wujie, I only treated all your injuries this morning. Are you here with these individuals to dismantle my clinic? And you, Dai Mubai, while I was attending to Zhuqing, you barged in unprovoked and launched an attack on me. Now you arrive with so many others. What is your intent? Guye's voice was somewhat cold as he gazed at Dai Mubai and the others, clearly exhibiting signs of anger. In his fury, he felt no need to regard the Soul Saints Flinder and Zhao Wujie. If it came to a confrontation, he was prepared to fight. Even if he were to be bested, with the aid of his system, he could easily escape. 3 years hence, he would emerge as a formidable figure once again. Chapter 19. A request for the ancient healer Zhao Wujie and Flinder, upon noticing Guye's irritation, were largely unfazed. However, upon hearing Guye's words, they turned their gazes towards Dai Mubai. Before their arrival, they had heard a version of events from Dai Mubai that starkly contrasted with Guye's account. As they glanced at the unharmed Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San, the truth seemed to lay bare before them. Yet, as the headmaster of Shrek Academy, Flinder's protective instincts kicked in. He held Dai Mubai, his student, in high regard, and since Guye had injured him, it was his duty to voice some words. Otherwise, he would be failing in his responsibilities as headmaster. Zhu Zhuqing, I am Flinder, the headmaster of Shrek Academy. Since you have all joined our academy, you were considered my students. Now, please recount the events that transpired. Flinder addressed Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San were taken aback by Flinder's words. They had not anticipated that he was the headmaster of their academy. Moreover, Tang San immediately recognized him as the shrewd shopkeeper he had encountered previously. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Guye, then slowly rose to her feet, succinctly summarizing the events. I sought Guye for assistance. He helped me heal. As for the matters spoken of by Dai Mubai, they are entirely fabricated. It was evident that Zhu Zhuqing was siding with Guye. She had yet to forgive Dai Mubai for abandoning her to indulge in debauchery in Sodto City, and thus held no favorable sentiments toward him. And you, Tang San? Flinder inquired, directing his attention toward Tang San. Tang San looked between Dai Mubai and Guye before responding. I did not witness the events as described by Dai Mubai. When I arrived, I found Dai Mubai injured outside the medical hall, and upon entering, I saw that Zhu Zhuqing was unharmed. Furthermore, Zhu Zhuqing's advancement to the 30th level is attributable to the efforts of Guye, the ancient healer. Both Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San's statements conveyed a singular message. Dai Mubai's words were false. Flinder appeared to grasp the situation. However, the fact that Zhu Zhuqing had broken through to the 30th level genuinely astonished him, and he yearned to inquire further about it. Yet he deemed it prudent to wait until they returned to Shrek Academy. Esteemed ancient healer, might I request that you allow this matter to conclude here? Flinder inquired of Guye. He wished to avoid escalating the situation, recognizing that it would bear no benefit for Shrek Academy. Moreover, Guye held considerable renown in Sodto City, and since the fault lay on their side, Prolonging the dispute would undoubtedly lead to undesirable consequences. Gu Yi glanced at Xiao Wujie and Flander, remaining silent for a moment. When one's strength pales in comparison to others, arrogance becomes an unwarranted luxury. Now that Flander had extended a metaphorical hand, Gu Yi had no choice but to accept it. Subsequently, his serious demeanor transformed into a warm smile as he said, "I am Gu Yi, a practitioner of medicine. I pride myself on my skills, and should you or your students fall ill, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I assure you, my remedies will alleviate your ailments." Gu Yi deliberately directed his gaze towards Dai Mubai and the others, including Ma Hongjun, who bore a flaw in his martial spirit. Flander and the others were not offended by Gu Yi's words. After all, coming from a physician, though somewhat discomforting, it was still rather agreeable. Certainly, Xiao Wujie replied. Gu Yi's medical skills had been witnessed and were indeed remarkable. Flander said nothing, glancing at Dai Mubai and the others, stating, "You all must return to Shrek Academy. Classes commence tomorrow." Understood, Dai Mubai replied with a sense of resignation. He recognized that any protest at this moment would be futile. He could only obediently return. However, a slight anger flickered in his eyes as he looked at Zhu Zhuqing. "Is the ancient physician available?" A voice called from outside the clinic. Upon hearing that somewhat familiar sound, Gu Yi immediately knew who it was. "Come in," he beckoned, awaiting the visitor's entrance. Shortly after, a middle-aged man entered, his chin adorned with a small beard, dressed in luxurious robes. He was accompanied by two tall guards, whose stiff expressions made it clear they were not to be trifled with. An overwhelming aura radiated from them, indicating their strength far surpassed that of a soul king. "Ancient physician, what brings you here?" The elegantly attired man inquired as he observed Flander and Xiao Wujie, who were gathered within the clinic. Casting a puzzled glance at Gu Yi, "Just a few trivial matters. I wasn't aware of your esteemed presence at my clinic," Gu Yi speculated, looking towards the elegantly dressed man. The man nodded. "Indeed, my wife is feeling somewhat unwell, and I was sent to invite you to our residence for a consultation." Understanding the implication, Gu Yi's expression turned slightly serious at the mention of the man's wife, a stunningly beautiful lady. Both Flander and Xiao Wujie were somewhat taken aback upon recognizing the middle-aged man, for they knew who he was. Qin Xiao, a formidable expert in the employ of the city lord of Sodto, was a soul sage and one of the protectors of the Sodto City Coliseum. Flander was aware that the city lord of Sodto was a prince of the Baloch Kingdom, and Sodto City was his fief. Although the city lord himself was not particularly strong, his princely status and kinship with the Tiando Empire afforded him a powerful backing. In Sodto City, it was well known that the Colosseum was protected by two soul sages, of which Qin Xiao was one. Given their respective strengths, Flander and his companions found themselves wary of Qin Xiao. Moreover, Qin Xiao was among the closest aides to the city lord. It was crucial to note that the territory where Flander had established Shrek Academy fell under the jurisdiction of Sodto City. A mere word from Qin Xiao, or the city lord, could potentially spell disaster for Flander's academy. "Ah, are you not Flander?" Qin Xiao remarked, recognizing Flander after a moment of contemplation. "Indeed, you operate an academy called Shrek located just outside Sodto City, correct? You are also a soul sage and the principal of Shrek Academy. I remember you well. Haha. It is an honor for me that Brother Qin recalls my humble self," Flander replied with a hearty laugh, eager to avoid offending a fellow soul sage. "Is there perhaps a misunderstanding between you and the ancient physician, Flander?" Qin Xiao continued, his tone subtly laced with authority. "The ancient physician has saved my city lord's life, and his wife holds his medical skills in the highest regard. If there are any grievances between you two, I would appreciate it if we could settle them amicably." Although Qin Xiao did not explicitly threaten Flander, his words carried an implicit warning. A savvy individual like Flander could easily discern the underlying meaning. To disregard Qin Xiao's face would be to invite conflict. Naturally, Flander had no intention of antagonizing a soul sage, especially one who was a guardian of the Sodto City Coliseum. "Brother Qin, you misinterpret my intentions. I merely sought the ancient physician for some inquiries. And I was just about to take these students back," Flander said with a cunning smile. "That is fortunate. I was concerned there might have been a conflict between you and the ancient physician. It seems it was merely a misunderstanding." "Indeed, it is a misunderstanding. Now that it has been cleared up, I wonder if the ancient physician might have the time to accompany me to my residence to examine my wife's health?" Qin Xiao inquired, turning to Gu Yi. "Certainly," Gu Yi agreed with a nod. "Thank you, ancient physician," Qin Xiao replied courteously. Chapter 20. The Enigmatic Beauty, Caden. With that, Gu Yi instructed Zhu Zhuqing on a few matters before accompanying Qin Xiao to the city lord's mansion. Meanwhile, Flander led Tang San and the others back to Shrek Academy. Principal, was that man truly formidable? Why were you so courteous? Ma Hongjun asked, puzzled during their return to Shrek. He remembered Flander as someone who would not typically bow so low. An equal among soul sages, would you not agree? Flander glanced at Ma Hongjun. Surprised. Ma Hongjun realized the significance. It was no wonder the usually assertive Flander was so deferential. He had encountered a rival. Moreover, he is not merely a soul sage. He serves as a personal guard to the city lord and is one of the protectors of the Sodto City Coliseum. His strength should not be underestimated. Besides, you are all scheduled to attend class at the Coliseum tomorrow. If we offend the owner of the Coliseum, how shall I continue to earn a living? Flander said with a hint of exasperation. Understanding dawned on Ma Hongjun, who nodded in acknowledgement. However, after nodding, he sensed something amiss. Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances, clearly questioning Flander's motives based on his earlier comments. Ahem, let us return to Shrek Academy first. We can discuss this later. Flander, having inadvertently revealed his thoughts, felt a twinge of embarrassment and hurried ahead. He paused momentarily to add, and Zhu Zhuqing, please elaborate on your breakthrough to the 30th rank once we return. With that, he quickened his pace. The Shrek group regarded Flander with skepticism, suspecting ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Gui had arrived outside the city lord's mansion, a place he was reluctant yet compelled to visit. This reluctance stemmed from the presence of a woman, the city lord of Sodto's wife, a breathtakingly beautiful lady with whom he shared a complex history. More accurately, it was the previous Gui who had a profound connection with her, entirely separate from his current self, before Gui's arrival in this world. A mere 3 months ago, the former Gui had engaged in an improper relationship with this enchanting woman, a circumstance that arose due to his striking appearance. Gui vaguely recalled a night shrouded in darkness and howling winds, when he encountered a beautiful young woman in the wilderness, leaving an indelible impression on his heart. Subsequently, they engaged in a deeper understanding of one another amidst the wild. Eventually, they crossed paths once more in the great outdoors. Beneath a luminous moon that hung like a jade disk in the night sky, their gazes locking in mutual recognition, igniting an undeniable passion within the thicket. 3 months prior, Gui had traversed to this time, clandestinely meeting with the enchanting woman in the wild. At that moment, he found himself engulfed in self-doubt, pondering whether his soul had been drawn to this world by the allure of that captivating beauty. Dr. Gu, my wife has been waiting for quite some time, please. Step inside with me, Qin Xiao remarked, noticing Gui lingering at the entrance. Gui nodded, letting out a sigh within as he entered the lord's mansion. By the way, is the lord present in the residence? Gui inquired. Indeed, he is. The lord, having learned of Dr. Gu's impending arrival, has long prepared a feast with his lady, eagerly awaiting the esteemed physician. Is that so? I am truly honored, Gui replied. Gui let out a dry laugh. He found himself at a loss for words regarding the lord of Sodto City, Prince Xiahong of the Ballot Kingdom, especially when he recalled that fateful night 2 months prior. His sense of speechlessness had reached its zenith. 2 months ago, having just arrived in this world for a month, Gui possessed merely average strength. Being a level 32 soul master, barely managing to carve out a niche for himself in Sodto City. It was on that very night, under the forceful invitation of Lord Xiahong's wife, that Gui found himself obliged to meet with the alluring young matron at the lord's mansion. His reason for attending was the assurance that Lord Xiahong was absent. However, fate often plays tricks, and just as he began conversing with the enchanting lady, Xiahong returned. Grievously wounded and on the brink of death. Fortuitously, Gui was adept in the healing arts, and after a round of treatment, he managed to save Xiahong's life. From that moment on, he became the Lord's savior, with Xiahong treating him as an esteemed guest and periodically sending invitations for him to join gatherings at the Lord's estate. Yet, Gui felt compelled to decline, plagued by an overwhelming sense of guilt, and thus continued to make excuses. Today, his primary objective was to sever ties with the captivating matron, for he was not one to indulge like Chao. Soon, guided by Qin Xiao, Gui arrived at the Lord's mansion. Within the grand hall sat a man in his mid-30s, the Lord of Sodto City, Xiahong, a prince of the Ballot Kingdom. His father, King Kendera of Balak, was a cousin of the emperor of the Tiando Empire, Shuya, which afforded him a position of great prestige. Beside Xiahong sat a woman in her early 30s, elegantly attired in a purple gown, her golden hair cascading freely. Her features were as captivating as autumn waters, perpetually graced by a charming smile, exuding an irresistible allure. The voluptuous curves of her mature figure, accentuated by her attire, left one in awe. How could such a woman of exquisite grace exist in this world? This lady was none other than Xiahong's wife, Princess Caden of the Sylvis Kingdom. Their union, a match of royal blood, was forged through a political alliance rather than genuine affection. Moreover, Xiahong's hedonistic nature often led him to revelry, leaving little time for home. Which explained why Caden had sought out Guyi some time ago. Is the esteemed physician nearing? Xiahong inquired of Caden, his gaze fixed upon her. Yes, he should be arriving shortly. However, is it truly appropriate for us to deceive the physician in this manner? Caden feigned concern, her heart racing with anticipation to see Guyi, having not had a clandestine meeting with him for 2 long months. Without such measures, I fear the physician's disposition would deter him from coming, Xiahong replied with a chuckle. Indeed, I've heard he has been tirelessly treating the sick at no charge to the citizens of Sodto City. Is that true? Absolutely, his skill is truly commendable, Caden affirmed. Had it not been for the physician, I might not have survived, Xiahong lamented, turning towards his wife. My dear, I regret not expressing my gratitude to the physician the last time he left so hastily. I've been preoccupied with work lately, leaving little opportunity to seek him out. When he arrives, we must ensure we extend our heartfelt thanks to him. Caden nodded earnestly. Rest assured, I will host him splendidly, and I shall attend to him with utmost devotion. Those words lingered in her mind. At that moment, Qin Xiao and Guyi approached the entrance of the grand hall. Lord, lady, the physician has arrived, Qin Xiao announced. Upon hearing this, both Xiahong and Caden sprang to their feet, their excitement palpable as they laid eyes on Guyi. Esteemed physician, please, take a seat, Xiahong beckoned, quickly moving to Guyi's side. Caden, yearning to grasp Guyi's hand, was eager to attend to him. Lord Xiahong, there is no need for such formality. Guyi smiled, then turned his gaze to Caden, puzzled. Lady Caden, did you not mention requiring treatment for your ailments? Caden glanced at Xiahong, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. She longed to confide in Guyi about her discomfort, her heart fluttering at the thought of him. Yet, surrounded by Xiahong and others, such intimate confessions were impossible. Esteemed physician, I feared you might not come otherwise. I had sent several invitations, but you always claimed to be unavailable, which left us no choice but to resort to this. Xiahong chuckled. Indeed, Caden chimed in, casting a reproachful glance at Guyi. She felt deeply dissatisfied with his absence over the past 2 months. Ah, I see. Guyi understood their intentions. One yearned for his company, while the other craved his presence. Esteemed physician, I have yet to properly express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance. I have arranged this banquet today to convey my sincerity, and I hope you will not decline, Xiahong insisted. You are too kind, my lord. I am merely a humble physician. Such treatment is beyond my expectations. Guyi replied modestly, though his gaze lingered on Caden. As Caden's lips parted slightly, she made a subtle yet familiar gesture towards Guyi, as if to convey a secret message. Meet me tonight in the grove. Guyi cast a sidelong glance at the enchanting Madame Caden, who was earnestly sipping her drink. After a series of clinking glasses and toasting, the merriment had reached a point where the wine had flowed thrice and the dishes had been savored in quintessence. Throughout, Guyi maintained a facade of solemnity while exchanging glances with Caden, subtly rebuffing her invitation for a tryst in the secluded grove, all the while engaging in trivial conversation with the city lord, Xiahong. Truth be told, had it not been for the intimate connection he shared with the alluring Caden, Guyi would not have graced this gathering. Moreover, it had been 2 months since he had rescued Lord Shui, and it was peculiar that he sought him out now, suggesting a matter of significance. Indeed, as Xiahong, with a hint of inebriation, set down his wine glass and turned to Guyi, he spoke. Dr. Gu, I have a matter I wish to discuss, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate. Please, speak freely, my lord, Guyi replied. It is this. I require your assistance, esteemed Dr. Gu. As you may know, the city of Sodto falls under my jurisdiction, and there exists a critical venue closely tied to it, the Grand Soul Arena of Sodto. This arena hosts Soul Master duels daily, generating considerable revenue. Yet it also witnesses numerous injuries among the combatants. Although there are healing Soul Masters available, they are overwhelmed by the sheer volume of wounded. Thus, I thought of you. Dr. Gu, your medical prowess is unparalleled. Would you be willing to lend your expertise at the Grand Soul Arena? Clearly, this was the primary reason behind Xiahong's invitation to Guyi. As soon as Xiahong finished speaking, Caden, seated beside him, exchanged knowing glances with Guyi, seemingly urging him to acquiesce. Her desire for Guyi's agreement stemmed from her wish to rendezvous with her lover. Caden was bound to Xiahong through an arranged marriage. harboring no genuine affection for him. Furthermore, Shuai was known for his indulgent lifestyle, neglecting her in the process. Otherwise, she would not have sought out Gu Yi, nor engaged in certain indescribable encounters with him, having already agreed to meet him clandestinely. Her heart was undeniably entwined with Gu Yi. Of course, this was merely a remnant of Gu Yi's previous life, having little bearing on his current existence. To be candid, Caden was exceptionally beautiful. Exuding a mature allure that captivated Gu Yi, he found himself quite fond of such enchanting women. Their encounters 2 months prior had been quite intimate. However, at this moment, Gu Yi surveyed the already somewhat inebriated Shuai and recalled the task assigned by his system, which involved collecting the blood of Soul Master's martial spirits. His gaze then turned to the lovely and enchanting Caden, and he made a resolute decision in his heart. Lord City Master, I have agreed to assist the injured Soul Masters at the Sodto City Grand Soul Arena. However, upon hearing Gu Ye's assent, Shuai spirits lifted, and he hastily inquired, however, what? I tend to be rather occupied and cannot frequently provide aid at the Grand Soul Arena. I can only come when time permits. Sighing, Shuai replied, I was concerned about something else. As long as you, esteemed Dr. Gu, are able to come, all will be well. Moreover, the events at the Grand Soul Arena commence in the evening. You may arrive at that time, and I shall ensure that my wife treats you well. Then it is settled, Gu said with a slight smile directed at Caden. He had merely acquiesced to Shuai invitation for the purpose of collecting the martial spirit blood and harbored no ulterior motives. After all, Gu Yi was a person of integrity, sincerely devoted to helping others heal while simultaneously delving into the mysteries of life. Caden, delighted by Gu Ye's agreement, beamed with joy. As the true mistress of the Sodto City Grand Soul Arena, she typically resided there. Today, with her beloved Gu promising to assist her each evening, she saw an opportunity to meet him. Meanwhile, Shuai, pleased to have secured Gu Ye's assistance for his wife Caden at the Grand Soul Arena, raised his glass for another drink. Already tipsy, he indulged further, his intoxication steadily increasing. Esteemed doctor, allow me to toast you once more. I am grateful for your life-saving kindness. Ignoring his inebriation, Shuai exuberantly lifted his glass and drank heartily. In the midst of his revelry, he suddenly collapsed onto the table. Despite being the city lord and a prince of the Baloch Kingdom, he was not even a great soul master, embodying the archetype of a hedonistic noble. He had long since grown accustomed to a life of indulgence. Originally, the room contained only Gu Yi, the enchanting Caden, and Shuai. Now, with Shuai drunkenly sprawled on the table, only Gu Yi and Caden remained. One was a handsome young man, and the other a voluptuous woman, both linked by an undeniable connection. With Shuai incapacitated, Caden's gaze immediately shifted to Gu Yi, her eyes sparkling with a captivating allure that could enchant any soul. Gu Yi glanced at the inebriated Shuai sprawled across the table, then shifted his gaze to the fervent Caden, whose eyes were fixated upon him. Why did this particular scene, this moment, feel so hauntingly familiar? Gu Yi pondered for a moment. A certain host invited a man to his home, where he had a beautiful wife. The three of them indulged in drinking and engaging in lively conversation. The host was the first to succumb to intoxication, leaving the stunning wife and the handsome man together. Subsequently, the handsome man and the beautiful wife. Gu Yi appeared to have an inkling of how the forthcoming narrative would unfold. He cast a glance at Caden, whose gaze remained firmly fixed upon him. Subsequently, both of them stole a look at the inebriated Shuai, who lay sprawled across the table. Gu Yi, Caden called out first. Her voice was melodious, a gentle yet enchanting timbre that possessed an alluring resonance. Such a voice could effortlessly penetrate the hearts of others, especially given the profound emotion with which Caden uttered his name. Yet, deep within, Gu Yi felt a peculiar sensation. It was simply that this scene, this storyline, was all too familiar to him. He took a moment to observe and was entirely certain that Shuai was indeed intoxicated. After all, as a physician with extraordinary medical prowess, discerning the state of inebriation in others was second nature to him. Moreover, Gu Yi sensed that the room was now occupied solely by himself and Caden. If only, Gu Yi seemed to have recalled something, rising from his seat and approaching Caden. As Caden noticed Gu Yi's approach, memories of their past clandestine meetings and tender affections flooded her mind, causing her heart to race incessantly. She could hardly contain herself and swiftly stood up. Gu Yi approached Caden, gently leaning in to whisper in her ear, "You remain as beautiful as ever, truly captivating." Upon hearing this, Caden broke into a joyful smile, touched by Gu Yi's words that resonated deeply within her heart. However, At present, I have other matters to attend to. I shall seek you out for a more profound conversation when time permits." Upon finishing his words, Gu Yi intended to take his leave, as he wished to sever ties with the beautiful young woman, Caden. However, Caden grasped Gu Ye's hand, her eyes glistening with tears, and reproached him with a gaze that pleaded, "How can you bear to witness my body and spirit deteriorate day by day? As a physician, Gu Ye's duty is to heal and save lives. However, Caden's ailment presents a formidable challenge. After all, becoming a monk is no simple task." Chapter 22. The articulate wit of Zhu Zhuqing Gu Yi. "Only you can cure my affliction," Caden declared, her beautiful eyes fixed upon him as she gently placed his hand against her chest. Alas, Gu Yi sighed. Being a physician was truly arduous. Not only did he have to heal the sick, but he also had to guide people in their spiritual journeys. Now, the enchanting Caden had latched onto him, refusing to let him depart until she was cured. Gu Yi felt helpless. He decided to return and prepare before heading to the Grand Soul Arena in Sodto City. Ultimately, he declined Caden's invitation for the evening while leaving her with an uncertain promise for the future. If only he possessed the strength, he would have whisked Caden away to a more private setting. Upon hearing his words, Caden's spirits lifted. The Grand Soul Arena was her domain, and once Gu Yi arrived, it would be convenient for her to confide in him. "Shall I take my leave then?" Gu Yi asked. Allow me to escort you out," Caden replied. As Gu Yi departed from the Lord's residence in Sodto City, at Shrek Academy, Flinder had just returned and began addressing the Shrek 7 while announcing the commencement of classes the following day. He then turned to Zhu Zhuqing, inquiring about her rapid ascension past the 30th level. "It was Gu Yi who assisted me," she replied. "Gu Yi? How could he help you elevate 3 levels in a single day?" Flinder asked, puzzled. "It must be the soul blood," Tang San interjected. "Soul blood? What is that?" Flinder questioned, his confusion mirrored by Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. According to Gu Yi, it was the most primal form of energy associated with one's soul, which had facilitated Zhu Zhuqing's rapid advancement. This was information Tang San had gleaned from eavesdropping on Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing's conversation, and Gu Yi had intentionally shared it to pique the curiosity of the Shrek crew, thereby making it easier for him to undertake his tasks. "Gu Yi seems to possess considerable insight," Flinder mused, reflecting on his good friend Xiao Jang, a specialist in soul studies, who would undoubtedly find Gu Yi's knowledge fascinating. Perhaps he would even seek out Gu Yi to inquire further about soul blood. "Zhuqing, since you have just joined Shrek Academy, although you have surpassed level 30, we must observe you for a few days. During this time, you can consolidate your cultivation. As for your 3rd soul ring, that will have to wait," Flinder instructed. "Gather tomorrow morning for formal classes. If there are no questions, you are all dismissed. Oh, Ning Rongrong and Oscar, you two remain behind." Zhu Zhuqing did not contest Flinder's directive and returned to her quarters after he announced the dismissal. Tang San and the others followed suit. Ning Rongrong, confused, looked at Flinder, wondering why she was being kept back, while Oscar, aware of Flinder's stern nature, wore a resigned expression. Yet upon seeing Ning Rongrong, his eyes sparkled. Standing tall in Flinder's presence, Flinder had retained the two to conduct running drills and teach them about the vulnerabilities of support-type soul masters. As Flinder trained Ning Rongrong and Oscar on the other side, Dai Mubai was preoccupied with thoughts of Zhu Zhuqing resting in Gu Yi's embrace. A persistent thorn in his heart, for Zhu Zhuqing was his fiancée. He called out to her, "Zhu Zhuqing, halt." Zhu Zhuqing turned, her demeanor cool. "What is it?" Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun paused to observe the exchange. "Do you and that Gu Yi have something?" Dai Mubai began, though his words remained unspoken. Zhu Zhuqing, along with Tang San and the others, seemed to understand his implications. "What concern is it of yours?" Zhu Zhuqing replied indifferently. "Do not forget your status, Zhu Zhuqing," Dai Mubai retorted, his irritation evident. "Are you acquainted with Dai Mubai and this Zhu Zhuqing?" Ma Hongjun whispered to Tang San. "They should know each other," Tang San mused, noting the tone of their conversation and Dai Mubai's evident jealousy. Ma Hongjun, taking in Zhu Zhuqing's beauty, remarked, "She is indeed stunning. Perhaps Dai Mubai has taken a liking to her." As Zhu Zhuqing regarded Dai Mubai, she felt no inclination to waste time. "Do you have any further matters, Dai Mubai?" Zhu Zhuqing asked coldly, her focus on her cultivation paramount. "Let me ask you once more. What is your relationship with Gu Yi? What is going on between you two?" Dai Mubai's fists clenched, his anger simmering. "Utterly tiresome," Zhu Zhuqing replied icily. "Dai Mubai, you would do better to devote your time to cultivating rather than indulging in baseless suspicions. Have you squandered your years here?" "You." Dai Mubai felt the sting of her words, realizing his dedication to training had been undermined by her scornful tone. Tang San, Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances. Confirming that Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were indeed familiar with one another, their curiosity about their relationship piqued. Zhu Zhuqing cast one last glance at Dai Mubai, who struggled to contain his anger before turning away. Had he acted out of rage, she might have respected him more, but his current demeanor dissuaded her from further engagement. Watching Zhu Zhuqing depart, Dai Mubai refrained from stopping her again. Dai Mubai, what is your connection with Zhu Zhuqing? Why did she mention you running away? Ma Hongjun inquired once Zhu Zhuqing was out of sight. Dai Mubai merely snorted and walked away, clearly unwilling to divulge anything. There is definitely something amiss between Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun conjectured. Indeed, it's quite plausible. Dai Mubai wields the white tiger spirit, while Zhu Zhuqing has the spirit cat. There is a connection, Tang San agreed. The two exchanged knowing glances before returning to their male quarters, while Xiao Wu followed Zhu Zhuqing back to the female dormitory. Once inside, her curiosity piqued. Zhuqing, do you know Dai Mubai? Zhu Zhuqing replied, her tone neutral. Is it any wonder? So, what is your relationship with him? Xiao Wu pressed. We were betrothed in our youth, Zhu Zhuqing stated. A betrothal? So, you were Dai Mubai's fiancée? Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. Sort of, Zhu Zhuqing answered flatly. After regaining her composure, Xiao Wu recalled their encounter with Dai Mubai. Whispering, Zhuqing, I must tell you something. When San and I came to Sodto City, we saw Dai Mubai with a pair of twins heading to a hotel. Ugh. That despicable man. Zhu Zhuqing let out a cold snort, evidently discerning the true nature of Dai Mubai. She regarded him with disdain, for her sole focus was on enhancing her own strength. If Dai Mubai were to remain in his current state of decline, she would not deem it worth her while to comment further. Chapter 23. The Temptation from Caden. Ah, how exhausting. I cannot go on. I cannot continue. Meanwhile, within Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong, as a support-type soul master, had been running laps around the academy, her breath coming in labored gasps. Oscar, who was jogging alongside her, heard her weak murmurs and quickly suggested, Rongrong, if you're tired, perhaps we should slow down. Ning Rongrong glanced at Oscar, reflecting on her upbringing, where she had never endured such hardship. Just as she paused to catch her breath, she suddenly recalled Gu Ye's words about how increased physical activity would aid in her growth and development. The thought of transformation reignited her determination, and with a firm clench of her jaw, she resumed her run. This illustrates the extent of Ning Rongrong's yearning to alter her somewhat unremarkable physique. Oscar, possessing a physique superior to that of Ning Rongrong due to his male constitution, kept pace behind her, his eyes drawn to her graceful silhouette. As he watched, her figure imprinted itself indelibly in his mind, and he realized he had developed feelings for her. Encouraged by this newfound affection, Oscar quickened his pace, striving to run alongside Ning Rongrong in hopes of engaging her in conversation, seeking to learn more about her and perhaps even seize an opportunity to win her heart. Yet, Ning Rongrong remained preoccupied with Gu Ye's advice, too absorbed in her thoughts to pay Oscar any mind. Unbeknownst to them, Flander had been observing the entire scene. After witnessing Ning Rongrong complete several laps, he returned to his office, preparing for the upcoming classes in the Sodto City Great Soul Arena that would provide him with an opportunity to earn money. Meanwhile, in Sodto City, at Gu Ye's clinic, after Gu Ye returned from the Lord's mansion, he reflected on his various connections with the beautiful Lady Caden and the promise he made to attend the Grand Soul Arena in Sodto City, feeling inexplicably cheerful. This opportunity would also allow him to collect the soul blood from those soul masters at the arena. He tidied up his clinic and then retreated to his room to cultivate his soul power. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, Gu Ye rose early to prepare before heading to the Grand Soul Arena. At that moment, a luxurious carriage arrived outside the clinic, and two figures disembarked, Shui Hong, the Lord of Sodto City, and the enchanting Lady Caden. My dear, if you had only insisted on keeping Dr. Gu here to entertain him yesterday, we wouldn't have needed to come so early today, Shui Hong lamented, remembering how he had drunkenly neglected to invite Gu Ye to stay overnight. He cast a reproachful glance at her. Is it not your own fault? You insisted on drinking excessively, leaving me, a woman, unable to persuade Dr. Gu to stay. Lady Caden feigned irritation. Faced with his wife's reproach, Shui Hong felt a pang of embarrassment. Wasn't it just that I was too merry yesterday? Nevertheless, my dear, our visit to find Dr. Gu is still quite fortuitous, he added with a hearty laugh, changing the subject. Coincidentally, as they reached the entrance, they encountered Gu Ye, who was just about to step outside. Dr. Gu. Both Shui Hong and Lady Caden called out in unison. What a coincidence. I was just about to head out when Lord Shui and Lady Caden arrived, Guyi replied. Indeed, it is quite serendipitous, Lady Caden remarked. A slight smile gracing her lips as she scrutinized Guyi. Shui Hong, on the other hand, called out to Guyi with an affectionate familiarity, as if they were the closest of friends. After a brief conversation, Shui Hong, distracted, quickly proposed, Dr. Gu, shall we proceed to the Grand Soul Arena now? Yes, that sounds good, Guyi agreed with a nod. Then, Guyi climbed into their carriage, and they set off for the Grand Soul Arena in Sodto City. However, midway through their journey, the carriage suddenly halted. A powerful soul master named Qin Xiao approached Shui Hong and whispered a few words in his ear. Upon hearing this, Shui Hong's expression shifted from grave to ecstatic. He then turned to Guyi with a hint of embarrassment and said, Dr. Gu, I have some matters to attend to. Perhaps my wife could escort you to the Grand Soul Arena, and she can discuss the subsequent details with you. Guyi glanced at the beautiful Princess Caden and then turned his attention to Shui Hong, the Lord of Sodto City. He cleared his throat and inquired, might this be somewhat inconvenient? Oh, what inconvenience could there be? It's settled then. Madam, please escort Dr. Gu to the Grand Soul Arena in Sodto City shortly. Do remember to treat him with the utmost hospitality, Shui Hong replied, before preparing to depart with Qin Xiao, the Soul Sage. He earnestly reminded his wife to ensure that Guyi received proper care and attention. You may rest assured, I shall attend to Dr. Gu splendidly, she affirmed. Very well. I shall take my leave, Shui Hong said as he descended the carriage and approached Qin Xiao, asking earnestly, Are you certain the Crown Prince will be departing in a few days? Qin Xiao nodded in confirmation, assuring him that the news from Tiando City was reliable. That is splendid, Shui Hong exclaimed joyfully as he departed to prepare for the forthcoming events, seemingly unconcerned about his wife Caden's company with Guyi. Once Shui Hong had left the carriage, the enchanting Caden could no longer suppress her feelings and turned her gaze towards Guyi, the man with whom she shared a connection. In the carriage, only Guyi and the beautiful Princess Caden remained. With a glimmer of longing in her eyes, Caden, who had initially sat opposite Guyi, shifted to his side, drawing closer once she confirmed Shui Hong's absence. Dr. Gu, just now Shui Hong mentioned I should take good care of you. You need not worry. I shall host you exquisitely, she murmured softly, stirring a delightful sensation within Guyi. However, being a man of decorum, he felt it inappropriate to indulge in any impropriety. He cleared his throat and asked, Might I inquire, Madam Caden, how fares your health? Well, my ailment is not entirely unrelated to you, Dr. Gu. Wouldn't you agree? Caden replied with a subtle smile, her enchanting eyes gazing at him intently. Perhaps I could assist you in examining your condition? Gu suggested thoughtfully. That would be most kind of you, Dr. Gu, Caden replied, taking his hand and placing it upon the area of her ailment, at her chest. Thump, thump. Within the carriage, Guyi sensed Caden's heartbeat quickening. Her eyes, like shimmering pools, met his gaze, leading Guyi to question if she was indeed unwell. Dr. Gu, my heart races so swiftly, do you feel it? Caden inquired softly, her voice laced with an enchanting timbre. Guyi nodded slightly, acknowledging that indeed there was a rapidity to the heartbeat, accompanied by a lingering softness. After speaking, he cast a somewhat serious gaze upon the voluptuous visage of Madame Caden. Your ailment is rather severe. If you wish for a complete recovery, it cannot be achieved overnight. Then, esteemed physician, could you enlighten me about the treatment process? It would be beneficial for me to mentally prepare, Madame Caden implored, clasping Guyi's hand tightly against her chest, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Guyi glanced at his hand, which was resting upon Madame Caden's chest, and spoke softly. One must invigorate the meridians. The path is obstructed yet must be traversed. Esteemed physician, I entrust my ailment to your care. Madame Caden, feeling a blush creep upon her cheeks, gazed at Guyi with a sense of shyness, for she comprehended the profound implications of his words. Guyi nodded, assuring her, rest assured, it is my duty to aid patients in their healing, and none but I am suitably equipped to treat your ailment. With that, Lady Caden gripped Guyi's hand with increased fervor. The carriage continued its journey towards the Grand Soul Arena of Sodto City. As the sound of the galloping horses echoed, the once steady carriage swayed with a newfound intensity. Inside the carriage, Guyi unveiled his remarkable skills, applying his techniques to alleviate Lady Caden's affliction. Upon arriving at the Grand Soul Arena, the two alighted from the carriage, and Lady Caden's cheeks glowed with a rosy hue, indicating a significant improvement in her health. Although Guyi had spent some time in Sodto City, it was his first visit to the Grand Soul Arena. Standing before the magnificent circular edifice, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration at its grandeur. Master Gu, let us enter. The soul fighting competition will not commence until evening. Once inside, please accompany me to my quarters, where I will treat you with utmost hospitality. As the evening progresses and the soul masters begin to sustain injuries, I shall rely on your expertise. It is no trouble at all. As a physician, it is my duty to heal. Gui smiled softly as he entered the Sodto City Great Spirit Arena alongside Caden. Chapter 24. A reunion at the Sodto Great Spirit Arena. Greetings, madam. Greetings, madam. The staff at the Sodto City Great Spirit Arena promptly bowed and greeted Caden upon her arrival. Caden nodded in acknowledgement and continued to lead Gui further inside. Upon entering the arena, the head of the venue, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, scurried over. He bowed before Madame Caden and, lowering his gaze, spoke, Madam, this is Dr. Gu, who will begin treating the injured spirit masters here from today onwards. You must treat him as you would treat me, understood? Caden announced. The middle-aged man glanced at Gui and replied, Yes, madam, your subordinate understands. Furthermore, Caden instructed, Inform all staff at the arena that they must regard Dr. Gu with the same respect as they do for me. As the true master of the Sodto City Great Spirit Arena, her words were met with no dissent. The middle-aged man hurriedly relayed the message. After conveying some instructions, Caden took Gui to the highest VIP room within the Sodto City Great Spirit Arena, which served as her residence. Madam Caden, I did not expect your influence to be so profound here, Gui remarked. It's not too bad. By the way, Gui, when it's just the two of us, you should call me Caden as before, understood? Certainly, Madam Caden. Under the guidance of the enchanting Caden, Gui smoothly assumed the role of the healing physician for the Sodto City Great Spirit Arena, with still ample time before the spirit battles commenced, which typically began in the evening. Gui followed Caden back to her room to attend to her ailments first. Time passed swiftly during the treatment, and before they realized it, evening had arrived. Meanwhile, not far from the Sodto City Great Spirit Arena, Flinder had brought several members of Shrek Academy to a nearby tea stall. At that moment, Xiao frowned at the tea filled with froth before her. Director, our first lesson won't be held here, will it? Flinder replied, Of course not. Your classroom is over there. He gestured outward. Following Flinder's, Tang San and the others looked toward the Sodto City Great Spirit Arena. Dai Mubai's expression changed slightly as he whispered, Director, is it really appropriate for them to go there on the first day? Flinder, however, calmly responded, You must all remember, you are not ordinary individuals. You are extraordinary beings. Since you are monsters, you must adopt a monsters training method. That arena is the largest and most renowned battleground in Sodto City. And today you will participate in real combat. This is the essence of today's lesson. He then discussed the specifics of the Sodto City Great Spirit Arena and the rules of the spirit battles with Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. After listening, Tang San gazed curiously at the arena. After a moment, Tang San turned to Flinder and asked, Director Flinder, have Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun participated in the spirit battles there before? Flinder nodded. Dai Mubai then smiled modestly, stating, I began participating in the Sodto Great Spirit Arena battles when I was at level 29. To date, I have fought 56 matches, with a record of 29 wins and 27 losses. I currently have 2 points. To advance from Iron Spirit to Copper Spirit, one needs 100 points. Each victory grants 1 point, so the battles within are quite challenging. After speaking, Dai Mubai glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, seemingly conveying that his years at the arena were not spent in vain. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing barely acknowledged him, feeling somewhat irked by Zhu Zhuqing's indifference. Dai Mubai contained his frustration. He had discerned that she remained untouched, a realization drawn from years of experience. It was precisely because Zhu Zhuqing had not engaged with Gui that Dai Mubai contemplated reconciling with her. However, her cold demeanor was unexpected. Flinder observed the sky outside and noted, It's about time. Let us head over. I will explain the remaining details once we arrive. After settling the tea bill, the group of 6 exited the tea shop and made their way towards the Sodto Great Spirit Arena. As they approached, the grandeur of the arena became even more awe-inspiring. When Tang San and Xiao Wu first arrived in Sodto City, they had not ventured to this part of the city and were thus unaware of such a magnificent structure within. The Sodto Great Spirit Arena was elliptical in shape, towering at a height of 120 meters, comprising a main arena and 24 subsidiary arenas. It could simultaneously accommodate up to 60,000 spectators, including 100 VIP boxes. This venue served not only as a place for spirit masters to spar and exchange techniques, but also as a stage for various factions to showcase their prowess. While walking towards the Sodto Great Spirit Arena, Flender succinctly informed Tang San and the others about the remaining details regarding the arena. Upon entering, the highest VIP room within the arena had just concluded the treatment session between Gu Yi and Madame Caden. Madame Caden, I have just helped to clear the blocked pathways in your meridians. You've had a long day. You should rest now while I step out for a moment. You may go. I will rest, Madame Caden replied, appearing quite fatigued, her eyelids carrying a hint of warmth as she spoke before retreating to rest. Yu cast a glance at the beautiful young woman, Caden, and let out a faint scoff, contemplating the tenacity of one's nature. He then exited the room. Upon stepping outside, the primary overseer of the Grand Soul Arena in Sodto City approached him promptly, inquiring in a hushed tone, "How has the esteemed Dr. Gu been faring?" "Quite well," Gu responded with a nod of satisfaction. "Dr. Gu, our soul battles are about to commence. Your assistance will be invaluable shortly. It is merely part of my duties. I shall take a brief stroll, and those in need of treatment will seek me out." "Very well. Might I offer you a guide?" "That won't be necessary," Gu replied, as he began to wander through the Grand Soul Arena. Having come to Sodto City primarily to attend to Caden's health, he now seized the opportunity to witness the unique soul battles characteristic of the Douluo Continent. Coincidentally, at that moment, Zhu Zhuqing, Flender, and Tang San approached him. "It's him." Dai Mubai's keen eyes quickly recognized Gu Yi, his expression darkening slightly. "Dr. Gu, what brings you here?" Tang San, who harbored a measure of admiration for Gu Yi's medical skills, inquired with a hint of cordiality. Similarly, Zhu Zhuqing's previously aloof demeanor softened upon seeing Gu Yi. Her curiosity piqued regarding his presence at this location. What a fortuitous encounter it is. Yi smiled as he looked at Zhu Zhuqing and the others, saying, "I am the healer here. You have come to participate in the soul arena, haven't you? Should you sustain any injuries, feel free to seek my assistance. I would be more than happy to help." Gu Yi would not disclose to Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and the others that his seemingly cordial desire to assist them in their treatments stemmed from the intention to perform somewhat dubious procedures during the process. For instance, with someone like Dai Mubai, a man of carnal appetites, it would be remiss not to administer a special hormone. Similarly, if memory serves, Ma Hongjun's peculiar mutated martial soul, characterized by a fiery affliction requiring female release, resembles the condition of one practicing the sunflower manual without undergoing castration. Perhaps by assisting Ma Hongjun in this regard, his fiery urges would be alleviated without the need for female companionship, as he would find release on his own. Chapter 25. Gu Yi's close guidance of Zhu Zhuqing. The healing physician. When Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Flender learned that Gu Yi was the healing physician at the Sodto City Great Soul Arena, their expressions varied. Despite the absence of consummation, Dai Mubai harbored no fondness for Gu Yi due to his prior intimate contact with Zhu Zhuqing. Flender, having heard of Gu Yi's reputation and being aware of his connections with Shui Hong, the city lord, and the substantial influence behind the Sodto City Great Soul Arena, was naturally pleased. As a merchant eager to bring his students for training and profit at the arena, he cheerfully assured, Of course. With the soul battles approaching, Gu Yi remarked that they could participate if they wished, casting a meaningful glance at Zhu Zhuqing before departing. Upon witnessing the significance in Gu Yi's gaze, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to grasp something profound. After Gu Yi's exit, Flender encouraged Tang San and the others to partake in their respective soul battles. "Dean, Xiao Wu and I will head to our match," Tang San stated, as Xiao Wu, intrigued by the arena's competitions, expressed her eagerness to join. "Dean, I shall take my leave as well," said Dai Mubai, well acquainted with the Soul Master Arena from his numerous participations, before heading to his battle platform. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, pondering Gu Yi's meaningful glance, silently turned and departed, not to compete, but to seek out Gu Yi. At this moment, Gu Yi stood atop a railing, observing a spirited battle of souls unfolding below. As he gazed, he noticed Zhu Zhuqing approaching slowly. Without turning to look at her, a satisfied smile graced his lips. With merely a glance, Zhu Zhuqing comprehended his sentiments, which brought Gu Yi great joy. "Gu Yi, did you call for me?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired as she reached his side. Gu Yi observed the fierce battle unfolding in the soul-fighting arena below, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Gu Yi before positioning herself beside him, her gaze following his to the arena. On the battlefield, a robust soul master wielding a formidable iron hammer relentlessly swung his weapon in an assault against another soul master. The latter, possessing the spirit of a patterned leopard, exhibited remarkable agility, deftly evading the hammer-wielding opponent's attacks. Aren't you curious as to why I summoned you here? Guyi inquired nonchalantly. Zhu Zhuqing cast a brief glance at him. Though she remained silent, her curiosity mirrored his. What do you think of their strength? Guyi gestured toward the two combatants on the arena floor. Both were soul masters, each adorned with century-old spirit rings, demonstrating considerable prowess. Upon hearing this, Guyi shook his head. In his eyes, the two individuals appeared feeble. Their techniques were excessively rigid and ostentatious. In this world, no one possesses a deeper understanding of the human body than Guyi, nor does anyone comprehend its vital points with greater clarity. At present, he wields the soul of a surgical knife and possesses the domain of surgical precision. If he were to engage in the soul arena, he could effortlessly eliminate the two with little more than a breath. Moreover, after observing for a while, Guyi noted that the techniques unleashed by the two on the arena were utterly mechanical. In essence, the soul masters in this realm generally rely on rigid applications of their soul skills. It resembled a video game. One releases a skill, the opponent dodges, if dodging fails. They counter with the same skill, alternating strikes in a predictable rhythm, entirely reminiscent of a gaming mechanism. Of course, this does not apply to every soul master. According to Guyu's insights, those of higher rank often wield their rigid soul skills with such finesse that they become extensions of their own will, thus developing their unique styles. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Guyi in confusion, struggling to grasp his meaning. Guyi turned his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing and commanded, "Extend your hand." This authoritative tone was all too familiar to Zhu Zhuqing, and she instinctively complied, extending her hand. Guyi then took hold of her hand and examined her pulse. "Have you experienced any changes in your body since yesterday?" he inquired. "No," Zhu Zhuqing replied, shaking her head. "Any discomfort?" She shook her head once more. "Have you noticed an enhancement in your martial soul?" "Yes," Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Upon returning home last night, she had realized that her martial soul, the nether cat, was imbued with a dark aura akin to flames. However, this flame was still inchoate and rather feeble. She was unaware of its specific abilities since she had not tested it with anyone. She had yet to disclose this matter to others, but upon meeting Guyi, she felt compelled to share it. After listening attentively, Guyi further examined other aspects of Zhu Zhuqing's body and nodded in satisfaction. "You are to participate in the soul fighting tournament shortly, correct?" he asked. "Indeed," she affirmed. "Come with me. I have something to discuss." Guyi took Zhu Zhuqing's hand and led her towards a VIP room within the arena. As Zhu Zhuqing looked at Guyi, who was holding her hand, she realized she felt no resistance. She was effortlessly guided into the room by him. After Guyi closed the door, he turned to Zhu Zhuqing and said, "Release your black flames for me to see." "All right." Zhu Zhuqing had unwavering faith in Guyi, as her possession of this power was entirely due to him. Without hesitation, she unleashed it. She raised her hand, and with a whoosh, a small, seemingly feeble black flame materialized in her palm. This flame had gradually formed within her martial soul since her return yesterday, yet she remained unaware of its capabilities. "Do you know what it can do?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired, gazing at Guyi. "Fool." Guyi playfully flicked Zhu Zhuqing's forehead and replied, "How would I know your martial soul better than you?" At his teasing words, a faint blush crept onto Zhu Zhuqing's usually serene face, leaving her unsure whether it was due to Guyi's affectionate gesture or something else. "When you compete later, you can use this black flame to test its capabilities, and then inform me of its specific powers, understood?" Zhu Zhuqing shared this sentiment. "However, before the battle commences, let me impart some knowledge to you." "What is it?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, her curiosity piqued as she looked at Guyi. "Vital points of the body." "Vital points?" "Precisely. Understanding the vital points of the human body will enable you to strike more accurately and incapacitate your enemies with greater ease. Take a look at the battle between those two soul masters earlier. It was utterly pathetic. They appeared to be fighting skillfully, yet it was devoid of any real significance. You must understand that here, the objective of combat is to pursue victory. By teaching you, I naturally hope for your success." Listening intently, Zhu Zhuqing fell into silence for a moment before fixing her gaze on Guyi, asking earnestly, "Why are you so kind to me?" "Because you still owe me a drop of your most precious blood," Guyi replied with a mischievous grin. Realizing his motives, Zhu Zhuqing accepted Guyi's guidance, having always imagined that drop of blood to be martial soul blood. Guyi then began to instruct her on the various parts of the human body. Lacking physical objects for practical demonstration, he reluctantly allowed Zhu Zhuqing to examine his robust physique. With a serious expression, Guyi instructed Zhu Zhuqing, "Remember, I am teaching you now. Do not concern yourself with trifling matters, and do not let your mind wander. Understood?" Zhu Zhu Zhuqing affirmed with a nod. Her eyes remained fixed on Gu Ye's body as she attentively absorbed his teachings. Gu Ye gently took Zhu Zhuqing's delicate hand and placed it upon his chest. Imparting wisdom, this is the most vulnerable point in a human being, the heart. Yet, in the heat of battle, everyone tends to guard this area fiercely, leaving you with scant opportunities to strike. Therefore, in such moments, you must target another's weak spot. Gu Ye held Zhu Zhuqing's hand, demonstrating step by step to help her understand which parts of the human body are the most vulnerable and susceptible to fatal injuries. Zhu Zhuqing listened intently, her gaze focused, for she recognized that Gu Ye was earnestly teaching her, with no ulterior motives. Through this instruction, Zhu Zhuqing acquired a wealth of valuable knowledge and glimpsed insights she had previously been unaware of, all the while appreciating Gu Ye's impressive physique. As a woman, she observed him with a demeanor that remained composed and aloof, yet her heart was aflame with embarrassment. However, seeing Gu Ye's earnestness in teaching her, she was determined not to disappoint his expectations. Her focus was unwavering. No, rather, her learning was profound. In the room, Gu Ye devoted half an hour to elaborating on human anatomy for Zhu Zhuqing, followed by an in-depth discussion on combat. Only then did he exit the chamber. Reflect on what I have said. Ponder it before you retire for the night. If you revisit these thoughts each evening, that knowledge will remain etched in your mind forever. Do you understand? I understand, Zhu Zhuqing replied softly, her cheeks flushed. She did not dare to meet Gu Ye's gaze, as if fearful that he might uncover her inner turmoil. All right, you may now proceed to your soul fight. Okay, Gu Ye, I shall take my leave, Zhu Zhuqing responded. And with petite strides, she swiftly departed. Chapter 26. The eruption of Ma Hongjuan's fiery wrath. Gu Ye gazed at the receding figure of Zhu Zhuqing, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The lesson he had just imparted to her would undoubtedly etch itself into her memory. When the opportunity arose, he was determined to claim the most precious drop of her blood. Subsequently, Gu Ye meandered around the Grand Soul Arena, and by chance, he encountered Tang San and Xiao Wu engaged in a duo soul battle. After observing for a brief moment, he chose not to linger any longer. He preferred to watch the little feline Zhu Zhuqing instead. However, just then, a staff member approached Gu Ye from behind. Upon hearing his name called, Gu Ye turned to see the urgency etched on the staff member's face and inquired, "Is there an injured person?" "Yes, indeed. I would like to request your assistance." "Esteemed healer," the staff member replied with a nod. "Lead the way." "Certainly, esteemed healer, please follow me," the staff member respectfully said before proceeding to guide Gu Ye. Soon, they arrived beside a soul battle platform where an injured soul master lay. A gaping hole punctured in his chest, an injury that would be difficult for ordinary healing spirit masters to mend. After observing the situation, Gu Ye retrieved several necessary surgical instruments and summoned his martial soul, a surgical knife. A flash of white light enveloped the injured and unconscious soul master, creating a surgical space, and he commenced the operation. The staff and onlookers were astounded by Gu Ye's method of treatment. Moments later, the soul master, whose chest had been pierced, regained consciousness, and his injuries were nearly healed by Gu Ye's skillful intervention. "Now, please release your martial soul," Gu Ye requested, as it was customary to collect a fee for his services, with the martial soul blood being his primary objective for being there. "Certainly." The patient responded without hesitation, unleashing his martial soul. It manifested as a long staff, which appeared to possess considerable power. Gu Ye swiftly sliced the weapon spirit's blood from the staff, collecting it before the system assessed it, only to lament its low-grade quality. Subsequently, Gu Ye continued to wander through the soul arena in Sodto City, where he could always be found among the injured. Attack him. Defeat him. As he passed a fighting arena, Gu Ye was captivated by the fervent cries, glancing towards the stage to discover that it was none other than Ma Hongjuan, one of the Shrek 7 monsters, engaged in battle. He paused to observe for a moment. On the arena, Ma Hongjuan unleashed a torrent of flames, exuding an aura of magnificence and strength. His opponent, a great spirit master boasting 10 victories in the arena, wielded the spirit of a hunting falcon, yet was steadily being pushed back by Ma Hongjuan's formidable prowess. Indeed, with Hongjuan's strength, victory is surely within reach. It appears that this match will yield substantial rewards. Just as Gu Ye contemplated departing after watching Ma Hongjuan's match, he heard the unmistakably shrewd voice of Flender. Turning around, he recognized the merchant without question. Only he would dare to wager on his own disciples for profit. When Gu Ye encountered Flander, Flander naturally noticed Gu Ye as well. "Oh, isn't this Dr. Gu? Are you also observing the Red June soul battle?" Flander repressed his mischievous grin and cheerfully approached Gu Ye, greeting him politely. Gu Ye shook his head and chuckled. Dean Flanders certainly possesses a keen interest. Alas, it is no easy task for the head of my modest academy to earn a meager living. After speaking, Flanders stood beside Gu Yi, gazing at the platform above with a beaming smile. Gu Yi noticed that Flanders had not departed. Instead of hurrying to another location, he too directed his gaze towards the Soul Arena. Gu Yi's gaze was piercing as he observed Ma Hongjun, who was being relentlessly defeated by the Falcon Spirit Master in the Soul Arena. With a smile, he remarked, "Dean Flanders, it seems your disciple is in quite a predicament." "Oh, why do you say that, Dr. Gu?" Flanders inquired with curiosity. Being the physician of the Sodto City Grand Soul Arena, he showed Gu Yi considerable respect. "Your disciple's internal energy is in turmoil. Although his flames possess considerable power, he is facing an agile and cunning soul master who adeptly exploits his speed advantage. Furthermore, there appears to be a flaw in your disciple's martial spirit. Given this deficiency, it is only a matter of time before his defeat becomes inevitable." Upon hearing this, Flanders' smile faded as he turned his attention to Ma Hongjun, recognizing the truth in Gu Yi's words. The expression on Ma Hongjun's face indeed reflected his distress, prompting Flanders to suddenly recall something alarming. "Oh no," he gasped, realizing the implications of Ma Hongjun's evil fire. At that moment, Ma Hongjun, who had been dominating the Falcon Spirit Master, felt a surge of energy within him, causing his face to flush like fire. This sudden change momentarily halted his attack, providing the Falcon Spirit Master with an opening. "At last, a flaw has been revealed," he sneered. Second soul skill, Bloodthirsty Hawk Claw. With remarkable speed, the Falcon Spirit Master lunged at Ma Hongjun like a leopard pouncing on its prey. Clearly unwell, Ma Hongjun was struck heavily in the chest by the beast-like claws of the Falcon Spirit Master. The impact was tremendous, leaving several crimson marks across Ma Hongjun's chest, and he was sent flying out of the arena. "Ah, it's so hot. So hot," Ma Hongjun cried in agony as he rolled on the ground, desperately tearing at his clothing. The referee, prepared to announce the match results, was momentarily stunned upon seeing the red, seething energy emanating from Ma Hongjun. Meanwhile, Flanders, who was watching from the sidelines, quickly realized that Ma Hongjun was experiencing a surge of evil fire. He hurriedly jumped down to assist him. However, in his disoriented state, Ma Hongjun mistook Flanders for a woman. In a rather comical turn of events, he proceeded to embrace Flanders, attempting to kiss him and making inappropriate gestures that sparked laughter among the onlookers. How unfortunate that the evil fire would erupt at such a moment, Flanders thought. Unfazed by Ma Hongjun's advances, he focused on channeling his soul power to suppress Ma Hongjun's inner turmoil. Having dealt with this situation numerous times before, he knew the drill. After all, he had always been the one to help Ma Hongjun manage his evil fire episodes. It seemed he would need to take this troublesome lad to a brothel to resolve his predicament. Just as Flanders pondered this, he recalled Dr. Gu Yi. With the reputation of his miraculous healing skills and his role as the physician of the Sodto City Grand Soul Arena, Flanders wondered if Gu Yi could provide assistance given his earlier insights into Ma Hongjun's martial spirit flaws in the eruption of the evil fire. Thus, Flanders called out, "Dr. Gu, as the physician of the Sodto Grand Soul Arena, could you not lend a hand in treating Ma Hongjun's injuries?" Gu Yi was left speechless as he heard Flanders bluntly request his assistance in treating Ma Hongjun, and he descended with a sigh. Chapter 27. The Treatment of Ma Hongjun. Gu Yi glanced and immediately discerned the current state of Ma Hongjun. He produced a tranquilizer and swiftly administered it into Ma Hongjun's posterior. Following the injection, the previously raucous Ma Hongjun, who had been in a frenzy and clumsily fawning over Flanders, instantly calmed down. Flanders, cradling Ma Hongjun, observed with curiosity as Gu Yi effortlessly subdued Ma Hongjun's outburst. "Dr. Gu," he inquired, "what is this substance? Its efficacy is remarkable." It was known that in the past, Ma Hongjun's fiery outbursts could not be quelled without the assistance of several women. Yet Gu Yi had managed to remedy the situation with a single injection. What a marvelous item! Gu Yi chuckled softly as he stowed away the tranquilizer. "Is that so?" Flanders returned his gaze to Ma Hongjun, and upon noticing the retreat of the fiery affliction, he recalled Gu Yi's esteemed position and the extraordinary substance he had just employed. His eyes lit up as he remarked, "Dr. Gu, as the healing physician of the great fighting soul arena, considering that this lad has sustained such severe injuries during the battles, shouldn't you extend your healing expertise to him?" With that, Flanders regarded Gu Yi with a knowing smile. As Gu Yi beheld the treacherous smile of Flanders and cast a glance at Ma Hongjun, he pondered the task at hand and thoughtfully remarked, "Please, follow me." "Very well. I appreciate your assistance, esteemed Dr. Gu, Flander replied, cradling the unconscious Ma Hongjun as he trailed behind Gu Yi. Flander was uncertain whether Gu Ye's intentions were genuinely therapeutic or if he possessed the capability to rectify Ma Hongjun's martial soul deficiency. Yet, witnessing Gu Yi administer a swift injection that subdued Ma Hongjun's malevolent fire sparked a glimmer of hope within him. Should he acquire this remedy from Gu Yi? The fear of an unexpected eruption of Ma Hongjun's sinister flames would no longer trouble him. Before long, Gu Yi arrived at the treatment room within the Grand Fighting Soul Arena. Flander closely followed. Placing the unconscious Ma Hongjun upon the bed before turning to Gu Yi with a beaming smile, I am grateful for your assistance, esteemed Dr. Gu. Gu Yi remained unfazed as he approached Ma Hongjun, examining the internal condition of his body. He initially intended to extract Ma Hongjun's martial soul blood. However, it was unfortunate that only Ma Hongjun himself could actively release his martial soul, rendering extraction impossible in his current state of unconsciousness. After conducting a thorough examination, Gu Yi turned to Flander and remarked, I have a general understanding of his condition. The defect in his martial soul has led to the uncontrollable eruption of malevolent flames. Flander, filled with anxiety, inquired, is there any way for the ancient physician to treat him? Having sought the expertise of numerous healing soul masters regarding Ma Hongjun's martial soul defect, he was well aware that in this world, there were few capable of remedying such flaws. Yet, the fact that Gu Yi could discern the defect in Ma Hongjun's martial soul at a glance and swiftly suppress it ignited a flicker of hope within Flander. If Gu Yi could indeed heal Ma Hongjun, he would no longer need to worry about his friend's condition or endure the discomfort of Ma Hongjun's unwarranted affections, ultimately avoiding the necessity of escorting him to a brothel in search of companionship. Upon hearing this, Gu Yi smiled without uttering a word. After a moment of silence, he glanced at the unconscious Ma Hongjun and then extended a finger, indicating that there was a method to quell his malevolent fire. What method? Flander looked at Gu Yi with a hint of excitement. Gu Yi shook his head and said, this method is quite peculiar, and you may find it difficult to accept. Moreover, Ma Hongjun is unlikely to embrace it as well. Whether we speak of it or not, it yields the same result. Dr. Gu, regardless of the approach, as long as it can alleviate the malevolent fire within Hongjun, I implore you to share it with me. This is of utmost significance for both Hongjun and myself. Gu Yi cast a glance at the unconscious Ma Hongjun, then turned to the anxious Flander, letting out a sigh. Very well, since it has come to this, I shall divulge the method. Flander's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked at Gu Yi, eager to learn how to remedy Ma Hongjun's martial soul's malevolent fire. The solution is to castrate Ma Hongjun, Gu Yi stated matter-of-factly. Flander felt a surge of disbelief wash over him, staring intently at Gu Yi with an expression of profound incredulity. Gu Yi, you cannot be serious. Flander's earlier politeness evaporated, replaced by a flicker of anger in his gaze. To castrate Ma Hongjun would mean to extinguish his lineage. How could you even suggest such a thing? Deep within Gu Yi, a smirk arose as he spoke. Dean Flander, it is you who instructed me to convey this, and indeed, it can cure Ma Hongjun's malevolent fire. You must understand that Ma Hongjun's martial spirit is flawed. Once it erupts, it will unleash a sinister fire upon his body. Am I not correct? Precisely. But how does this relate to castration? Naturally, there is a connection, Gu Yi replied with a confident smile, continuing, let me ask you, when Ma Hongjun's malevolent fire flares up, do you not often take him to seek the company of women to alleviate his torment? Indeed, Flander nodded. This is the crux of the matter. Ma Hongjun's malevolent fire requires the presence of women. After engaging in intimate acts, the sinister flames are released. However, should there come a day when no woman is available, or under certain circumstances when the fire erupts, he may be unable to contain it, potentially leading to his demise. This castration, however, could enable Ma Hongjun to expel the malevolent fire without the need for a woman, as the fire could be released on its own accord. Although Gu Yi secretly chuckled to himself, he did not jest. What he spoke was indeed the truth. Presently, Ma Hongjun's predicament resembled that of someone who has practiced the evil-resisting sword manual without undergoing castration. If he were to undergo such a procedure, his malevolent energy would be expelled automatically, or he could actively eliminate it himself. Subsequently, Ma Hongjun would emerge as the most formidable individual on the Douluo Continent. Upon hearing Gu Ye's explanation, Flander's forehead remained furrowed with concern, yet after careful consideration, he discerned that Gu Ye's words did possess a semblance of logic. Ma Hongjun's malevolent energy required a woman to alleviate it, should he be castrated. It indeed seemed plausible that he could release the energy himself, or perhaps Ma Hongjun might manage it independently. Flender found himself captivated by Guye's reasoning, his mind ablaze with thoughts. After all, Ma Hongjun was not only his cherished disciple but also a man. What would it mean to subject him to such a fate? Not only would he refuse, but Ma Hongjun himself would never consent to it either. Dean Flender, Guye continued, I have just conveyed this method to you. It is as if I had said nothing at all. Now that I have shared it, whether to act upon it is a matter for you and Ma Hongjun to decide. For now, he is safe, and I must attend to matters outside. Take some time to ponder this, or perhaps discuss it with him when he awakens. Ultimately, we must consider what is more vital, his life or his dignity. After Guye finished speaking, he turned to leave. However, Fren called out to him with a serious expression, Is there truly no other way, Guye sure? Not at the moment, Guye replied. Even if there were, I would be unlikely to assist Ma Hongjun in his treatment, as we are not related. Were it not for my desire to collect Ma Hongjun's martial soul blood, I would not have been so courteous as to inform Fran that castration could remedy Ma Hongjun's fiery affliction. As Guye exited the treatment room, Fran gazed at Ma Hongjun, his face a picture of inner turmoil. Castrating Ma Hongjun would effectively resolve his fiery condition. If not, he would only seek release through women, which could ultimately lead to his demise. Sighing, he decided to postpone the matter, reassured by the fact that Ma Hongjun's health was not critically compromised at present. Fran resolved not to disclose this course of action to Ma Hongjun. Should circumstances become dire, perhaps a choice could still be offered. Leaving the treatment room, Guye made his way to the Great Soul Master area of the battle arena. Just as he emerged, a staff member hurried over. Guye sure. We have a rather troublesome patient who requires your assistance. Lead the way, Guye replied promptly. Before long, Guye discovered that the troublesome patient was a male soul master injured by Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing stood to the side, her previously expressionless face now infused with a touch of warmth upon seeing Guye. Chapter 28. A fortuitous encounter after parting ways with Guye. Zhu Zhuqing had arrived to participate in her first battle, only to encounter a lecherous individual who audaciously proclaimed his intentions to make her his woman. Naturally, Zhu Zhuqing would not tolerate such disrespect. Employing the techniques Guye had taught her, she swiftly defeated her opponent, unleashing her black flames upon him. To her surprise, the flames left him incapacitated. Did you inflict this injury? Guye inquired as he approached Zhu Zhuqing. Yes, she replied with a nod. It was the black flames. Is that so? What did he do to provoke you? Guye glanced at the fallen male soul master, who was writhing on the ground in agony, and his lips twitched slightly. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, yet Guye understood her unspoken sentiments. Meanwhile, the staff member approached, noticing Guye and Zhu Zhuqing engrossed in conversation, seemingly oblivious to the injured soul master on the ground, and asked, Guye sure, are you not going to assist this patient in his recovery? Guye gestured for the other to remain calm, assuring them that he was not in any immediate danger, with Guye, the physician, providing such reassurance. The staff of the battle soul arena felt a wave of relief wash over them. Thank you, Guye. Zhu Zhuqing expressed her gratitude, reflecting on the transformation of her martial soul. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words of thanks, Guye chuckled lightly, teasing, This is not like you, Zhu Zhuqing. After all, in my eyes, you would not utter such sentiments. Zhu Zhuqing, upon hearing this, felt a slight flush of embarrassment. While she often appeared aloof and indifferent, this demeanor was reserved for strangers. To those she held dear and who treated her kindly, such as Guye, she revealed her genuine feelings. In his eyes, she discerned his sincere care for her well-being. Guye exchanged a few words with Zhu Zhuqing, and upon hearing the incessant cries of the soul master on the ground, he felt compelled to intervene and provide assistance. To his surprise, upon investigation, he discovered that Zhu Zhuqing's black flames had indeed inflicted harm upon the male soul master's soul. This revelation indicated that Zhu Zhuqing's black flames possessed the capability to launch a soul attack on soul masters. It is essential to understand that the soul is of utmost importance to a soul master, as it is intrinsically linked to their mental strength. Consequently, the scorching of the opponent's soul by Zhu Zhuqing's black flames resulted in mental repercussions for herself as well. Guye's treatment was indeed effective, yet it required considerable effort. He briefly tended to the injured male soul master, pausing only when it appeared that he had sufficiently recovered. Subsequently, Guye turned his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing and inquired, Shall we take a stroll? Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. The two walked side by side, engaging in conversation, exuding a sense of mutual respect and courtesy. As Guye walked, he inquired, How did it feel to battle with your new martial spirit? It feels stronger than before, with enhanced speed and increased attack power. She replied, So both speed and attack have improved? Gu pondered aloud and continued, Zhuqing, I have something important to tell you. Remember this well. Speed is your greatest characteristic and your strength. In the realm of martial arts, nothing can withstand the swift, for speed is invincible. If you can reach this level, your power will rival that of anyone at the same rank. Zhu Zhuqing contemplated Gu Ye's words. She pursued a path of agility. Her martial spirit's abilities all centered on speed. If she could truly attain the pinnacle of speed as Gu Yu suggested, it would be remarkable indeed. Upon reaching a corner, Zhu Zhuqing halted and gazed at Gu Yi, her eyes reflecting a distinct emotion, gratitude. Gu Yi, why are you so kind to me? She asked. Because I crave your essence. This, of course, was not Gu Ye's true intention. He stopped, placing his hand on her shoulder, and earnestly replied. Because you owe me a drop of your most precious blood. Is that the only reason? Zhu Zhuqing sensed there was more. What, do you wish for a deeper motive? Perhaps you hope I have ulterior intentions, like falling for you and wanting to consume you? Gu Yi jested, gently caressing her cheek with the hand that rested on her shoulder, leaning closer to whisper in her ear. Their close proximity appeared intimate, steeped in ambiguity. As Zhu Zhuqing felt no aversion to Gu Ye's touch, she considered that perhaps he was merely jesting. Yet at that moment, a figure approached. Glancing about, none other than Dai Mubai. After finishing his battle, he sought his companions, but found none. Eventually, he thought of his fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing. And when he couldn't locate her, he recalled Gu Yu being in the vicinity. The thought of Zhu Zhuqing's closeness with Gu Yu unsettled him, prompting a hurried search. At that moment, Dai Mubai spotted the two leaning against the wall in a seemingly intimate embrace. His fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing, and the physician Gu Yi. Zhu Zhuqing, what are you doing with him? Dai Mubai's voice was cold as he approached, his expression devoid of warmth. Upon hearing his frosty tone, Zhu Zhuqing turned to face him, realizing the closeness of her position to Gu Yi. From behind, it appeared as if she were nestled against him. It was no wonder Dai Mubai questioned her. However, recalling Dai Mubai's distasteful behavior with twins, she chose to disregard him. Gu Yi, upon hearing Dai Mubai's voice, turned to find him approaching with a furious demeanor. You, Qing. As Dai Mubai arrived before them, he noticed Gu Ye's hand still caressing her face, the two oblivious to his presence. Anger surged within him. Seeing Dai Mubai, Gu Yi retracted his hand from Zhu Zhuqing's face, instinctively placing it around her slender waist, pulling her closer, and remarked, Dai Mubai, why are you so angry? Is it because I have my arm around Zhuqing? But what is the source of your ire? I recall just a few days ago you were embracing a pair of twin sisters in a hotel. Furthermore, I remember you passing by my clinic several times, each time with a different beautiful woman in your arms. So why are you angry now? The jesting inquiry from Gu Yi cast a chill over Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor. How revolting. She glanced at Dai Mubai, letting out a cold huff. She was aware that Gu Yi spoke the truth, and she possessed knowledge of certain details that left her regarding Dai Mubai with disdain. If Dai Mubai could seek the company of numerous women, then why should she, Zhu Zhuqing, be denied the chance to find a man? Embracing this mindset, Zhu Zhuqing nestled into Gu Ye's embrace without a hint of embarrassment, which instilled within her a peculiar sense of comfort. Dai Mubai, observing the closeness between Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing, felt a mix of anger and awkwardness. Yet, he was Dai Mubai, the patriarchal noble prince. He could indulge in his affairs with women because he was a man, but Zhu Zhuqing seeking companionship with men was unacceptable. Especially as his fiancée, Gu Yi, release her, Dai Mubai commanded, his fists clenched tightly, glaring at Gu Yi with fury. And if I do not? Gu Yi retorted mockingly, casting a provocative glance at Dai Mubai while tightening his hold around Zhu Zhuqing's waist. You. Zhu Zhuqing felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction at seeing Dai Mubai seethe with rage. Zhuqing, mischievous feline, what are you two up to? Came the voice of Xiao Wu from a distance, just as Dai Mubai's anger reached its peak. Chapter 29. The questionable character of Dai Mubai. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Gu Yi turned to look. He saw Xiao Wu, Tang San, and the awakened Ma Hongjun approaching alongside Flander. He still did not release his hold on Zhu Zhuqing's waist. At that moment, Xiao Wu and her companions reached Dai Mubai's side. Her large eyes glanced at Dai Mubai before shifting towards the intimate contact between Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing. Noticing Gu Ye's arm wrapped around Zhu Zhuqing's waist and her lack of resistance, her eyes widened slightly in surprise. Zhuqing, what is your relationship with him? Xiao Wu inquired, pointing at Gu Yi. Flander, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San also observed the closeness between Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing, casting puzzled glances in her direction. The way these two were embracing so tightly certainly seemed unusual. Zhu Zhuqing, realizing the attention of her friends, became aware of her intimate interaction with Gu Yi. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she looked at Gu Yi, silently wishing for him to release her. Gu Yi still held a deep respect for Zhu Zhuqing. And after releasing his hold around her waist, he turned to Flandre, sighing, "Dean Flandre, it seems there are issues with the character of the students in your academy." Flandre furrowed his brow, perplexed by Gu Yi's insinuation. He glanced at Dai Mubai and then at Zhu Zhuqing, wondering if there was some hidden connection between the two. Since Dai Mubai had never confided in him, he was entirely unaware of their relationship. "Mubai, what is the meaning of this?" he inquired, directing his question towards Dai Mubai. "Dean Flandre, Zhuqing is Mubai's fiancée," Xiao whispered softly into Flandre's ear. Upon hearing this, Flandre was taken aback, and it seemed he began to comprehend why Dai Mubai had reacted with such anger. Seeing one's fiancée grow close to another man must surely provoke frustration. "Gu Yi, your assertion seems misguided. It is not my student whose character is in question," Flandre replied, his tone neutral. If Zhu Zhuqing was indeed Dai Mubai's fiancée, then it was Gu Yi whose character should be scrutinized. After all, it was Gu Yi who chose to be intimate with another man's fiancée in the presence of her betrothed, who, then, truly had issues with their character? Dean Flandre, are you not aware of Dai Mubai's reputation as the head of Shrek Academy? His private life is scandalous, frequenting places of ill repute, and at such a young age. The number of women he has been with is staggering. Just recently, he was seen with a pair of twins. Surely, as his dean, you cannot be oblivious to his illustrious escapades? I have witnessed him escort numerous women to hotel rooms during my few months in Sodto City. Dean Flandre, would you not consider a man with a fiancée who has been with countless women outside of his engagement to have character flaws? Furthermore, to my knowledge, your student Dai Mubai has even committed the illustrious act of abandoning his fiancée to flee alone. Dean Flandre, do you not think such behavior qualifies as a problem of character? Gu Yi's words detonated in the minds of Xiao, Tang San, and the others like a deep water bomb. They hurriedly turned to Dai Mubai, eager to discern the veracity of Gu Yi's claims. Flandre, who was somewhat familiar with Dai Mubai's private life, and Ma Hongjun, who often indulged in revelry with him, were acutely aware of the implications. Yet, it was precisely this awareness that rendered their expressions somewhat grim when Gu Yi audaciously exposed the truth before them. Similarly, Dai Mubai's countenance darkened, his anger palpable as each of Gu Yi's statements rang true, leaving him with no opportunity to refute them. Beside Gu Yi, Zhu Zhuqing observed him with gratitude, understanding that he was defending her. However, she found herself perplexed about how Gu Yi had acquired such detailed knowledge. Dean Flandre remarked that while the academy sought students primarily based on their aptitude, a lack of moral integrity could inevitably lead to trouble. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that this was a matter for Shrek Academy, and as merely a physician, he possessed no authority to intervene. Yet, since Zhu Zhuqing was his patient, he felt entitled to voice his concerns. Having said his piece, he prepared to attend to his duties, but Gu Yi paused, recalling something. Dean Flandre, I may soon have new developments regarding the treatment for Ma Hongjun's martial soul deficiency. When the time comes, feel free to seek me out. With that, Gu Yi cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing and whispered something in her ear before taking his leave. Watching Gu Yi depart, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others made no attempt to stop him, and neither did Flandre, as they were well aware that the Sodto City arena was not a venue for their arrogance. After Gu Yi's departure, Flandre's displeased expression finally eased somewhat. After all, as the dean, he found it quite embarrassing to hear such disparaging remarks about the students of the academy. Mubai, upon returning to the academy, you must reflect on your actions. Flandre admonished Dai Mubai sternly. Yes, Dean, Dai Mubai replied, his head bowed in shame. He cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing, who stood with her arms crossed, not sparing him a single glance, and silently vowed that once he resolved matters with Zhu Zhuqing, he would demonstrate his strength to her. Moreover, do not let me catch wind of your escapades with women again, Flandre continued, recalling Gu Yi's earlier comments about Dai Mubai abandoning his fiancée to flee. As for the situation between you and Zhu Zhuqing, handle it yourselves. However, remember this, once you enter Shrek Academy, you are students of Shrek Academy, and mutual support is paramount. Flandre remained the protective dean he always was, unwilling to expel Dai Mubai despite his questionable conduct. After expressing his thoughts, he departed from the Sodto City Great Spirit Arena to oversee the affairs of the day's soul battles. Zhu Zhuqing shot a glance at Dai Mubai and, with a cold huff, left the arena. Zhuqing, Wait for me. Xiao called out to Zhu Zhuqing before following her, engaging in conversation as they made their way back to Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai, along with Tang San and Ma Hongjun, could only leave as well. On their way back to Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun, reflecting on Gu Ye's earlier remarks, asked quietly, Boss Dai, is it true that you abandoned Zhu Zhuqing to run away? Tang San looked at Dai Mubai with curiosity. If Zhu Zhuqing was indeed Dai Mubai's fiancée, then abandoning her was certainly inappropriate and raised questions about his character, as Gu Ye had insinuated. Dai Mubai remained silent for a moment, his expression conflicted. Fatty. Tang San, if you were faced with a life-threatening situation and had to escape, would you still consider that wrong? Well, Ma Hongjun scratched his head, unsure of how to respond. Tang San remained silent as well. Their relationship with Dai Mubai was not yet close enough for him to voice his thoughts freely. But given the choice, he would not choose to flee. If he were to switch places with either Xiao Wu or Zhu Zhuqing, he would fight fiercely for Xiao Wu. Dai Mubai seemed to sense their reactions, and a glimmer of light passed through his lowered eyes. He did not believe he was in the wrong. If faced with a similar situation again, he would make the same choice. For him, fleeing was a means of survival. As for abandoning his fiancée Zhu Zhuqing, at that time, their bond was non-existent, and being born into royalty often entailed a certain coldness. Let us not dwell on this any longer. By the way, what about Dean Flander? Tang San interjected, attempting to lighten the somber atmosphere. The Dean is likely off gambling again, Ma Hongjun replied. Gambling? Tang San looked at Ma Hongjun in confusion. After Ma Hongjun explained, Tang San finally understood Flander's intentions. It turned out he was betting on their soul battle competition and was now likely off to collect his stakes. By the way, Tang San, Boss Dai, do you know what Gu Ye meant when he spoke of treating my martial soul deficiency? Ma Hongjun recalled Gu Ye's words and turned to the two. Dai Mubai shook his head, and Tang San did the same. Never mind, let's wait for Dean Flander to return and ask him, Ma Hongjun concluded. Pondering his previous state of unconsciousness after the eruption of his inner turmoil and suspecting it might be related to Gu Ye. Meanwhile, at the Sodto City Great Spirit Arena. After completing today's treatment tasks, Gu Ye cast a glance at the Soul Arena in Sodto City, where he had collected around 20 soul bloods. He sighed. For although there were more soul masters in the arena, the majority possessed low-level martial souls, with only a scarce few of intermediate rank, which left him feeling somewhat disappointed. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that there would be ample opportunities in the future. As Gu Ye was about to depart from Sodto City and return to the medical clinic, he was suddenly called back by the lovely Madame Caden. Dr. Gu, are you leaving? Yes, Madame Caden. The night is late, and I have matters to attend to at my clinic tomorrow, so I must take my leave. Allow me to escort you home, she offered. That would be quite unnecessary. Gu Ye replied, slightly taken aback. Nonsense. Shui Hong specifically instructed me to take good care of you. It wouldn't be safe for you to go back alone at this hour. It is far better for me to accompany you, Madame Caden smiled, as she ordered her servants to prepare a carriage. Gu Ye understood that he could not refuse. He merely delayed for a moment before acquiescing. Let us go? Caden said with a smile, inviting Gu Ye to board her vehicle. Gu Ye surveyed the enchanting figure of Caden as he entered her carriage. The vehicle moved slowly, carrying Gu Ye and the exquisite young matron away from the Grand Soul Arena of Sodto City, heading back to the clinic. Inside the carriage, Gu Ye sat upright with a serious demeanor, while Caden's cheeks blushed slightly, her gaze imbued with a playful yet profound significance as she regarded him. In this intimate space, the atmosphere was charged with subtle tension. At that moment, Caden shifted closer, settling beside Gu Ye. She lifted the carriage curtain to glance at the guards outside, then cast a quick look at the bodyguard nearby before closing the curtain and leaning gently against Gu Ye. Dr. Gu, I find myself feeling unwell once again. As she spoke, Lady Caden grasped Gu Ye's hand, guiding it to her heart, inviting him to feel the fervent rhythm of her heartbeat. Gu Ye swiftly withdrew his hand and remarked, Caden, this is inappropriate. It may lead to misunderstandings. However, Caden tightened her grip on Gu Ye's hand, refusing to let him pull away, while casting a reproachful glance his way. What is so inappropriate? Besides, is there anyone else here? But Caden, you are the wife of the Lord of Xiahong. I cannot. Gu Ye's expression revealed his hesitation, embodying the delicate balance of desire and reluctance. Caden shook her head. Gu Ye, you ought to understand that I am a princess of the Silvis Kingdom, and Xiahong is a prince of the Ballot Kingdom. Our union is merely a political arrangement. There are no genuine feelings involved. Furthermore, he frequently frequents places of ill repute and pays no heed to me. I too am a woman, and I require affection. Have you forgotten, Gu Ye? A few months ago, we gazed at the moon together in the forest. At that moment, you held me close, tenderly calling me your beloved sweetheart. Yet now, you, Caden covered her face, on the verge of tears. At this moment, Guye's heart was tumultuous, akin to 1,000 galloping wild horses. Addressing Lady Caden as sweetheart was hardly appropriate for him. After all, the romantic entanglements of the past were his own doing, not something that should implicate Guye. Yet, upon witnessing the lovely young princess weeping softly, he could not help but feel a twinge of compassion. Lady Caden, please, just call me Caden, she implored. Very well, Caden, Guye acquiesced, embodying the essence of a gentleman who could not bear to see a beautiful woman in distress. He gently took Caden's small hand and continued, I am a physician. Should you feel unwell, you may seek my assistance, and I will ensure your comfort. Do you understand? And what if my mouth feels uncomfortable? Caden inquired, her enchanting eyes fixed on Guye as she posed her question. Guye hesitated for a moment, then, after careful consideration, leaned closer to Caden's ear to whisper something indescribable. Caden's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she shyly nodded in response. When I am unwell, I shall seek you out. And you must not refuse me. Rest assured, it is my duty to attend to the needs of my patients. Indeed, Lady Caden smiled with satisfaction. Then, as if recalling something, she said, by the way, I have something to share with you. What is it? Today, wasn't Shui Hong summoned away by Qin Xiao? Yes. Guye felt a tinge of curiosity regarding the sudden departure of Shui Hong, who had left without any apparent reason and had entrusted him to accompany Caden. This was particularly noteworthy as the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Shui Qinghe, was scheduled to pass through Sodto City in 3 days. The crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Shui Qinghe? Guye inquired, casting a glance at Caden. Indeed, Lady Caden affirmed with a nod. But why would the crown prince leave the imperial capital? Guye questioned, perplexed, as he gazed at Caden. By the command of His Majesty, Shui Yi, he is to inspect the kingdoms under the Empire's jurisdiction, and in 3 days, he will arrive at the kingdom of Barak. As Shui Hong is a prince of Barak, his journey to the capital necessitates passing through Sodto City. Consequently, upon receiving this news today, Shui Hong hastily returned to make preparations to welcome the crown prince. Upon hearing this, Guye instantly grasped the situation. Shui Hong, the prince of the Balak kingdom, ruled over the territory of Sodto City. Although he had been granted this fief, the current king of Balak was aged and in declining health, reportedly suffering from illness. It was evident that Shui Hong harbored ambitions regarding the throne of the Balak kingdom. At present, the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Shui Qinghe, was visiting the Balak kingdom. Additionally, as a relative, Shui Hong could be considered a cousin to Shui Qinghe. Should he secure the support of the crown prince, he would possess a tangible opportunity to ascend to the kingship of Balak. After Caden shared further details with Guye, he became increasingly convinced of Shui Hong's aspirations for the throne. With Shui Qinghe's arrival in 3 days, should we not prepare accordingly? Guye inquired. Casting a glance at Caden, Caden shook his head. These matters will be handled by Shui Hong. My sole responsibility is to maintain the great fighting spirit arena in Sodto City, as it is a crucial source of revenue for the city. I see, Guye responded. Guye understood the significance of the Grand Soul Arena in this world. The phrase gold at sunset scarcely suffices to describe these arenas. While riding in the carriage, Guye engaged in conversation with the enchanting Caden, and before long, they returned to the clinic. Upon their arrival, Caden personally escorted Guye inside the clinic. Reluctant to take her leave, she gazed at Guye with wistful eyes, filled with longing. Guye understood the intentions of the enchanting young woman, Caden. After casting a glance outside the medical hall and confirming that the guards could not see within, he enveloped her slender waist with a powerful embrace. Pinning her against the wall, he pressed a fervent kiss upon her lips before reluctantly releasing her. I still desire. Caden's gaze lingered on Guye, filled with temptation. Chapter 31. The Repentant Dai Mubai. After savoring the softness of Madame Caden's delicate lips, Guye remarked, Very well, you may return for now. I shall seek you out when time permits, to tend to my lips. With a smile, Madame Caden bid farewell and departed from Guye's medical establishment. As he observed the graceful sway of her figure as she exited, Guye reminisced about their past intimate encounters, marveling at the irresistible allure of a mature woman. Once she was gone, his thoughts turned to the impending arrival of Shui Qinghe in Sodto City 3 days hence. He was acutely aware that Shui Qinghe was, in fact, the guise of Qian Renxue from the Spirit Hall, and he pondered whether he should initiate contact when the time came. As Guye contemplated, he quietly made a decision. He would administer a life-altering surgery on Qian Renxue, leaving behind a drop of liquid that harbored his thoughts of her, undoubtedly benefiting her immensely. A night passed without incident, and the following day, Guyu resumed his duties at the medical clinic, attending to patients. Come evening. He planned to venture to the Grand Soul Arena in Sodto City to collect soul blood, while also checking in on the lovely Caden, to tend to her injured lips and soothe her troubled heart. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, the bell rang for class, and the students gathered on the playground. The first to arrive was Dai Mubai, who, having returned to the academy the previous night to reflect on his actions, felt the sting of Guyu's sarcasm and Zhu Zhuqing's disdain. He was unable to shake off the frustration, which kept him awake throughout the night. Ning Rongrong, hand in hand with Xiao Wu, arrived at the playground in high spirits. Unlike in the original narrative, Ning Rongrong no longer found herself in conflict with Flinder or Dai Mubai, thanks to Guyu's treatment and her understanding of the benefits of exercise for her growth. She diligently completed her running tasks each day without needing Flinder's prodding. By the third day, she had already noticed significant changes in herself, further solidifying her trust in Guyu's healing methods. Zhu Zhuqing, standing beside Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, cast a cold glance at Dai Mubai, who had arrived early, and chose to ignore him. Likewise, Ma Hongjun and Tang San noticed Dai Mubai, but they observed that he seemed different today compared to yesterday. Though they could not articulate how, Flinder, as always, was the one to teach them, and after waiting for a quarter of an hour, the esteemed Dean finally sauntered in. Where is Oscar? Is he still snoozing? Flinder frowned upon noticing Oscar's absence. Tang San quickly replied, he was still training when I left this morning. Perhaps he fell into a meditative state and hasn't awakened yet. We can't proceed without him in class. I'll go fetch him. Just as Tang San was about to return to the dormitory, Oscar rushed in from that direction. However, rather than looking flustered about being late, his face radiated excitement. Oscar, are you thinking of running laps again? Flinder glared at him. Oscar hurriedly shook his head. No, Dean. Let me explain. I've made a breakthrough. I've reached level 30. What? Both Flinder and the others turned their astonished gazes toward Oscar. At just 14, he was a year younger than Dai Mubai. And achieving level 30 at such a young age was an astonishing feat, especially considering that Oscar possessed a food-type martial soul, one of the most challenging to cultivate. Flinder's eyes gleamed with delight. Excellent, excellent. Oscar, you have not disappointed me. You are the third student to reach level 30 in our academy. On behalf of the academy, I congratulate you. Even Dai Mubai's expression brightened, and he approached Oscar to pat him on the shoulder. Little AO, congratulations. While you may have reached level 30 slightly after me, as a food-type soul master, you are the most talented individual I have encountered. With a hint of embarrassment, Oscar shot Dai Mubai a glare. Don't tease me. Compared to Zhu Zhuqing, I hardly qualify as a genius. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Zhu Zhuqing. Indeed, she was the youngest among the seven, having just reached 12 years old, yet she had already achieved level 30. Such talent could hardly be described as merely genius. Dai Mubai, aware that Zhu Zhuqing's breakthrough was linked to Guyi, resolved in his heart to change. He approached her solemnly and said, Zhuqing, I acknowledge that I have lived a somewhat reckless life in the past, but I have reflected on my actions with the dean last night. I assure you that from this day forth, such behavior will cease, and I will sever ties with those from my past. His tone was resolute, and his willingness to humble himself before Zhu Zhuqing signified his determination. Mubai, I am glad to hear you say that, Flinder interjected, giving Dai Mubai a reassuring pat on the shoulder. He then addressed Zhu Zhuqing, you are both students of Shrek Academy now. Let the past be the past. In the future, you will need to support each other. Do you understand my meaning? Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai is a good man. Although he may have lived a more carefree life in the past, he is a genuinely good person. As his brother, I can attest to that, Ma Hongjun chimed in. Certainly, putting other matters aside, Dai Mubai is undeniably loyal to his friends. So, Zhu Zhuqing, the fact that someone as proud as he is willing to apologize to you speaks volumes about his sincerity, Oscar added. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, noticing Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor, interjected, Dai Mubai, how can we be sure your words are genuine? Dai Mubai cast a wary glance at the meddling Ning Rongrong before turning back to Zhu Zhuqing. I understand that you may not believe my words now, but let time prove my sincerity. Now, remember, you are all students of Shrek Academy. Mutual support is fundamental. With that said, I have an announcement to make. Flinder surveyed the crowd before continuing. After the next class, you will embark on a journey tomorrow, led by teacher Xiao Jang. to the Sodto Forest to hunt for the third soul ring for Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar. Flinder had deemed it inappropriate for Zhu Zhuqing to venture into the Sodto Forest immediately after breaking through to level 30, but with Oscar's recent achievement, the timing was now suitable. Yes, the Shrek 7 responded in unison. After Flinder concluded the class, he dismissed everyone. Before they dispersed, he called Ma Hongjun aside. Flinder, is there something you need? You'll accompany me to Sodto City shortly to collect an item from Guyi. What item? To cure your evil fire. Indeed. Flander sought to procure a sedative from Guyi before Ma Hongjun embarked on his journey to the Sodto Forest. Today's chapter has been updated. An announcement. Prior to serialization, there will be 2 daily updates, with occasional 3 updates. Rewards and monthly votes can enhance this. After serialization, there will be a daily update of 10,000 words, a fact that readers familiar with Greenlight should be well aware of. The author guarantees word count. To all esteemed readers, please support me with your votes. Chapter 32. Flander in search of supplies due to Ma Hongjun's unstable evil fire, which could erupt at any moment. Flander was concerned that without a woman to help him relieve his burden during his journey to the Sodto Forest, the consequences could be unimaginable. Thus, he thought to request a sedative from Guyi to prevent Ma Hongjun's evil fire from erupting. Touched by his dean's concern for him, Ma Hongjun resolved to accompany Flander shortly thereafter. Meanwhile, upon returning to their quarters, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong both thought of Guyi when they learned of their impending departure for the Sodto Forest. Zhu Zhuqing recalled Gu Ye's previous words. In the world of martial arts, nothing is invincible. Only speed is unbreakable. Furthermore, after injecting Gu Ye's martial spirit serum, her martial spirit, the phantom spirit cat, underwent significant changes. Guyi was the most knowledgeable about her transformation and her cultivation direction. Zhu Zhuqing found a sense of reliance on Guyi as she prepared to venture into the Sodto Forest to hunt for her third spirit ring. He was her foremost thought. For this reason, she intended to seek Guyi in Sodto City to inform him of her quest for the third spirit ring. Ning Rongrong's thoughts of Guyi stemmed from her recent triumph over the large steamed bun with her small dumplings. She too would embark for the Sodto Forest tomorrow, and her round trip would undoubtedly take at least half a month, if not longer. Before her departure, she needed to visit Guyi in Sodto City for assistance, as well as to strategize her comeback plan. It appeared that Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were attuned to each other's thoughts, as they exchanged glances and simultaneously asked, "You intend to find Guyi, don't you?" After a brief pause, they proposed in unison, "Shall we go together?" They both contemplated the idea, bowed their heads, and ultimately decided to seek Guyi in Sodto City together. Ning Rongrong was confident that Guyi would keep her secrets, while Zhu Zhuqing had also visited the clinic, making her willing to accompany Zhu Zhuqing. However, when the two confirmed their plan, Xiao felt slightly discontented. "Zhuqing, Rongrong, you are both going to find Guyi. But what about me? Xiao, aren't you going to look for your third brother?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired. "Humph. He is definitely busy training and has no time for me." Xiao felt inwardly frustrated with Tang San's obliviousness to her feelings. "How about this, Zhuqing, Rongrong? May I join you?" she suggested, glancing at them. Ning Rongrong hesitated, not wanting Xiao Wu to accompany them, but with Xiao Wu expressing her desire to go. She found it difficult to refuse, especially since Guyi would keep her treatment confidential. Ultimately, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing decided that the 3 of them would head to Sodto City together. In the afternoon, at Guyi's clinic in Sodto City, he was preparing to take a brief respite after treating numerous patients when Flander and Ma Hongjun approached him. "Ah, is this not the esteemed Dean Flander of Shrek Academy? What brings you to my humble clinic?" Guyi teased upon seeing Flander. Flander chuckled heartily and replied, "Guyi, I have come to seek your assistance with a matter." "Oh, a matter, is it? Could it be that your disciple's evil fire has erupted again?" Guyi assessed Ma Hongjun beside Flander. "Indeed. It was related to the evil fire, but rather than an eruption, they sought to request something from Guyi." "Request something? What might it be?" Guyi inquired, amusement glinting in his eyes. "It is the substance you previously infused into Hongjun to swiftly suppress his evil fire," Flander clarified. "Oh, so it is that item. Very well. However, Dean Flander, you must understand that this substance is exceptionally precious, and its price." Guyi smirked craftily. Seeing Guyi's demeanor, Flander's expression faltered in pain. But with a determined resolve, he produced a bag and tossed it before Guyi. "Will this amount of gold coins suffice?" Guyi picked it up and examined it. There was quite a substantial amount. However, as he was not in need of money, he shook his head. "Is that not sufficient?" Flander gazed at Guyi with wide eyes. "Indeed, I require something else. What is it? His martial soul blood. Guy pointed towards Ma Hongjun. Martial soul blood? Is it the type mentioned earlier by Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing? Flander recalled some details since Tang San had shared a few words with him. Yes, it is the blood from the martial soul. Did you not wish to remedy Ma Hongjun's martial soul deficiency? I just happen to need a drop of his martial soul blood for experimentation. Perhaps, in due time, I may develop a remedy capable of curing his martial soul flaw. Really? Ma Hongjun looked at Gu Yi with excitement. If it could indeed resolve his martial soul deficiency, it would be a transformation from a mere mountain chicken to a phoenix. Will extracting that martial soul blood cause any harm? Flander inquired with a hint of concern. Gu Yi shook his head, asserting that there would be no harm. At most it would only render him weak for a day or two. Is that so? Flanders pondered for a moment, glancing at Ma Hongjun. Ultimately, he resolved to permit Gu Yi to draw blood. Come in. With both agreeing. Gu Yi smiled as he led them into the room in the backyard. Subsequently, Guy produced a tranquilizer obtained from the system and handed it to Flanders, stating, "The method of use is quite simple. Just inject it into his body when his malevolent fire erupts, and you are already aware of its effects." Indeed. After examining the tranquilizer for a moment, Flanders accepted it and put it away. "All right, the medicine is with you, Ma Hongjun. Please release your martial spirit." Ma Hongjun glanced at Flanders before summoning his martial spirit, the evil fire phoenix. Observing Ma Hongjun's martial spirit, Guy swiftly conjured a surgical knife of martial spirit, simultaneously imbuing it with a glimmer of white light. He then swiftly made a cut on Ma Hongjun's martial spirit, causing a trickle of crimson blood to flow from it. Guy collected the vial after receiving it, carefully stowing it away. With the addition of Ma Hongjun's martial soul blood, he had only gathered the essences of 2 members of the Shrek 7 monsters. The remaining 5 would require further contemplation. Meanwhile, Flander observed Guye's actions intently and was somewhat astonished to witness actual blood flowing from the martial soul. He resolved to relay this information to his friend, Xiao Jang, who would undoubtedly find it intriguing. Once Guye had secured the martial soul blood, he signaled to Flander and Ma Hongjun that they could take their leave. "Dr. Gu, should you devise a remedy for the deficiencies in Hongjun's martial soul, please do inform me. It is of great importance to me." "I implore you," Flander said courteously, gazing at Guye. "Rest assured, I shall," Guye replied. "I will not detain you any longer, Dr. Flander." With that, Flander and Ma Hongjun departed. "Director, do you truly believe he can develop a cure for my martial soul deficiency?" Ma Hongjun inquired shortly after they had exited the premises. "I cannot say for certain, but his medical skills are indeed remarkable, which I greatly admire. Although the hope is but a flicker, it is far better than despair," Flander mused. Ma Hongjun understood the gravity of his martial soul's shortcomings. As time passed or as he aged, should the deficiency remain unaddressed, he could face dire consequences, perhaps even succumbing to the flames of malevolence. Guye had ignited a glimmer of hope within him. If he could formulate a remedy for his martial soul's flaw, he would go to any lengths to obtain it. Chapter 33, an in-depth conversation with Zhu Zhuqing within the medical hall. Guye paid no heed to the departing Flander and Ma Hongjun. He examined the vial of Ma Hongjun's martial soul blood and soon discerned its uniqueness. Ma Hongjun's martial soul, though known as the evil fire phoenix, was not a true evil fire phoenix. It had mutated. Presently, the quality of his martial soul could be classified as a high pinnacle, yet it did not reach the apex. However, one aspect of his martial soul was exceptionally potent: fire, or more aptly, malevolent fire and lustful flames. Guye endeavored to delve into this matter, contemplating the potential to enhance the control over the fire attribute of this drop of martial soul blood, or perhaps even to extract it. Just then, several individuals approached from outside the medical hall. It was none other than Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, the 3 beauties of Shrek Academy. "Guye!" Ning Rongrong exclaimed as she entered, immediately spotting him. Guye, upon noticing the trio, felt a twinge of surprise at their collective arrival. "Zhuqing, what brings you here?" he inquired. "Of course, we have matters to discuss with you. Moreover, Guye, I arrived before you, so why did you only acknowledge Qing?" "Oh, I see. You must have a liking for Zhuqing. It's understandable, considering how beautiful she is and her admirable figure," Ning Rongrong teased with a playful grin, not missing the chance to poke fun at Zhu Zhuqing. "Rongrong, what are you saying?" Zhu Zhuqing replied, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her face as she glanced at Guye, doubting that he would harbor feelings for her. Yet, when she caught Guye's amused gaze, she found herself shyly lowering her head. Ning Rongrong, after observing the interaction between Guye and Zhu Zhuqing, discerned an underlying issue, and chuckled inwardly. Guyi, we are heading to the Star-Do Forest tomorrow, which is why we came to find you today. By the way, Zhu Qing mentioned that you possess extensive knowledge about her martial soul, so she has come specifically to seek your guidance. Is that so? Guyi inquired with a smile, directing his attention toward Zhu Zhuqing, who nodded affirmatively. Very well, in that case, Zhu Qing, come with me. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, please wait outside for a moment. Guyi instructed as he rose and made his way toward the backyard. Zhu Zhuqing informed Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu to hold on and followed him inside. Ning Rongrong, undeterred by any worries, felt a surge of curiosity and began to examine the interior of Gu Ye's medical hall meticulously. Xiao Wu, noticing Ning Rongrong's behavior, whispered, Rongrong, aren't you concerned about Zhu Qing being alone with Gu Ye? Concerned? Why would I be? Gu Ye is quite handsome. If anything, I should be worried for him. Besides, Xiao Wu, haven't you noticed the way Gu Ye looks at Zhu Qing? It's different, and Zhu Qing seems to reciprocate that sentiment, Ning Rongrong replied with a playful smile. Well, perhaps you're right, Xiao Wu reflected, realizing that Ning Rongrong's observations held merit. Meanwhile, in the room of the medical hall's backyard, Gu Ye instructed, please have a seat for a moment while I fetch something for you. He then approached the medicine rack, rummaging through it. Zhu Zhuqing obediently sat on the bed. Her gaze fixated on Gu Ye as he searched. You should have some understanding of the soul beast required for the third soul skill associated with your martial soul's path, correct? Gu Ye inquired as he continued to sift through the items. Indeed, my family has conducted research on the soul skills of the Nether Cat martial soul, and we possess a unique set of soul skills. Generally, during breakthroughs, we tend to pursue that direction, Zhu Zhuqing explained. The Zhu family had adhered to this tradition for centuries, with the first 3 or 4 soul skills of the Nether Cat martial soul being nearly identical. He possesses some understanding, yet the current Zhu Zhuqing's martial spirit has undergone a transformation, rendering the traditional Zhu family's tactics rather impractical. Moreover, Gu Ye has developed a fondness for this new Zhu Zhuqing. She owes him a drop of her most precious blood. He must ensure that this feline-like Zhu Zhuqing becomes ever stronger and larger. Very well, that is settled. Gu Ye gazed at the object in his hand, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He then approached Zhu Zhuqing and took a seat before her, extending his hand. Deep within, Zhu Zhuqing harbored a profound sense of trust and reliance towards Gu Ye. Without a moment's hesitation, she reached out her hand in response. Gu Ye withdrew the syringe, extracting the liquid from the vial, and after testing it, injected it into Zhu Zhuqing's body. What is this? Zhu Zhuqing inquired softly. It is something that will greatly benefit you, Gu Ye replied. Oh. Zhu Zhuqing trusted Gu Ye. If he claimed it would be of immense advantage to her, it must be true. Why do I feel a bit of pain? Zhu Zhuqing's expression reflected discomfort as she bit her lip and gazed at Gu Ye. Just endure it. The pain will subside soon. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Yet she still felt a lingering ache. This pain was not akin to the agony of a fractured limb, but rather a mild, irritating sensation as if countless ants were gnawing at her. The discomfort prompted Zhu Zhuqing to let out a soft moan, which she quickly stifled. Her eyes shimmering with tears as she looked at Gu Ye, appearing somewhat pitiable. Unbeknownst to her, this sound had traveled beyond the confines of the room. In the hall of the medical clinic, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu exchanged glances. They then turned their attention to the backyard. Rongrong, why did Zhu Qing make such a sound? I do not know. Ning Rongrong shook her head. Do you think she might be with Gu Ye? Xiao Wu questioned, casting a doubtful look at Ning Rongrong. That seems unlikely. Zhu Qing is not that kind of person. True, they both agreed. Although they had known Zhu Zhuqing for only a few days, they were well aware that her character was not that of a frivolous woman. Nevertheless, both were curious about what Zhu Zhuqing and Gu Ye were doing in the back room. In the backyard, Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head in embarrassment. I'm sorry, Gu Ye, she offered her apology. Gu Ye glanced at the bite mark on his hand and let out a bitter smile. This was already the second time that Zhu Zhuqing had left her mark on him. Does it still hurt? He inquired. Not anymore, she replied. Are you aware that this is the second time you have left your mark on my body? Gu Ye gestured for Zhu Zhuqing to observe the bite mark on his arm. Upon seeing it, which had even drawn blood, Zhu Zhuqing felt an even deeper sense of embarrassment and lowered her head. Gu Ye had helped her, yet she did something that caused him harm. Even if Zhu Zhuqing remained aloof, she would still feel a twinge of embarrassment. How about this? I shall leave a mark on you as well. And then we will be even. What do you think? Gu Ye smiled at Zhu Zhuqing. Are you going to bite me? She inquired, glancing at the bite mark on Gu Ye's arm. Indeed, Gu Ye nodded, though he refrained from mentioning where he intended to bite her. Very well then. Zhu Zhuqing contemplated for a moment before consenting with a nod. After all, it was merely allowing Gu Yi to bite her. Zhu Zhuqing was not afraid of pain. With that, the innocent Zhu Zhuqing lifted her black leather sleeve, revealing her fair arm. She extended it before Gu Yi, closing her eyes as if bracing for the discomfort. Observing the adorable Zhu Zhuqing in this state, Gu Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Here I go. Gu Yi gently touched Zhu Zhuqing's fair arm, offering a reminder. You may bite. Zhu Zhuqing recalled the agonizing sensation of countless ants gnawing at her body moments ago, feeling apprehensive that Gu Ye's bite might inflict even more pain. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's prepared demeanor and her slightly anxious expression, Gu Yi proceeded to bite her. Chapter 34. The Zhu Zhuqing Training Plan. Zhu Zhuqing's previously closed eyes sprang open, wide with astonishment as she beheld Gu Yi so close before her. She never anticipated that Gu Yi would choose to bite her in such a sensitive spot. Stunned, Zhu Zhuqing momentarily processed the bite before exclaiming in pain. Her face a mixture of indignation and embarrassment as she glared at Gu Yi while touching her lips. All right, I bit back, Gu Yi stated in a nonchalant tone. He felt no hesitation about leaving his bite mark on Zhu Zhuqing's lips. After all, it was a reciprocal act. Zhu Zhuqing had bitten him first. And his response was quite ordinary, given her consent. Humph. Zhu Zhuqing huffed, caressing her lips where Gu Yi had bitten her. An expression of irritation now adorning her previously impassive face. Gu Yi, seemingly unaffected by the adorable anger radiating from Zhu Zhuqing, inquired instead. What duration have you designated for your third soul ring? Owing to her irritation, Zhu Zhuqing hesitated before responding to Gu Yi, approximately 1,000 years. Gu Yi's commanding tone prompted Zhu Zhuqing to respond instinctively. After answering, Zhu Zhuqing felt a twinge of curiosity within. Why was she so compliant? A millennium has passed. Do you wish to grow stronger? Gu Yi's words made Zhu Zhuqing forget the pain of her bitten lip. She gazed at Gu Yi, contemplating the meaning behind his statement. For ordinary soul masters, 1,000-year soul ring is considered the most suitable. However, for true geniuses, 1,000 years is far too low. As for you, Zhu Zhuqing, your martial spirit transcends the ordinary phantom spirit cat, and having just received a dose of my special enhancement serum, your third soul ring can indeed possess a greater longevity. Is that true? Naturally, when have I ever deceived you? The enhancement serum that Gu Yi just administered to Zhu Zhuqing is a bodily cell enhancement agent produced by the surgical system. It was acquired at a considerable expense through an exchange with the system. Gu Yi harbored a resolute ambition within his heart. He intended to personally nurture Zhu Zhuqing into a formidable force, subsequently conquering her body and soul, ultimately positioning himself as the man behind her. He relished the sensation of cultivating her from the ground up, which also elucidated his profound kindness towards her. Naturally, his desires for Zhu Zhuqing's physical form were not without merit. Just moments ago, Zhu Zhuqing had experienced the excruciating pain akin to a myriad of ants gnawing at her flesh. This was the cellular enhancement elixir at work, transforming her very being and fortifying her cells. In a matter of days, once Zhu Zhuqing underwent complete metamorphosis, her physical constitution would ascend to an entirely new echelon. Within the fantastical realm of Douluo, Gu Yi's cellular enhancement potion would not only fortify Zhu Zhuqing's cells but also enhance her meridians, physical strength, and flexibility, enabling her to effortlessly absorb soul rings of approximately 2,000 years in age. Zhuqing, he began earnestly, your third soul ring should ideally fall within the range of 2,000 years, and within this spectrum, you may absorb freely. However, I have yet to hear of anyone achieving such a high absorption for their third soul ring. Since no one has accomplished this feat, it is incumbent upon you, Zhu Zhuqing, to become the pioneer. If you wish to grow stronger, your mindset must evolve. Do not presume that what others deem unattainable is beyond your reach. Should you persist with such a mentality in your cultivation, you will never become a true powerhouse in this lifetime. Do you comprehend, Zhu Zhuqing? Gu Yi's words resonated in Zhu Zhuqing's mind like a thunderous roar, leaving her in a prolonged state of contemplation. Gu Yi's words illuminated an essential truth for her. Her temperament was insufficient to elevate her to the status of a true warrior. Yet she resolved not to surrender. She would strive relentlessly to become a formidable force and, through her own efforts, shatter the shackles of her so-called familial destiny. Contemplating this, Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Gu Yi and suddenly recognized the profound influence he held over her. Before her acquaintance with Gu Yi, she had never entertained the notion of breaking free from her fate solely through her own strength. Otherwise, she would not have ventured to Sodto City in search of Dai Mubai. However, now, inspired by Gu Yi, she had embraced this ambition. She aspired to become a warrior who could transcend her destiny without relying on Dai Mubai. Gu Yi, I understand now. I shall become a powerful being. The foremost among all, Zhu Zhuqing declared, her gaze resolute as it met Gu Ye's. I believe in your potential, and with the essence I have infused into your being. You possess the very foundation to emerge as a champion in this world. As long as you persevere, you shall not falter against anyone, he assured her. Indeed. Zhu Zhuqing replied with a firm nod. However, I must caution you, tomorrow and the day after, you will experience 1 or 2 more episodes of pain akin to what you just endured. You must endure it. Do you understand? I will, Zhu Zhuqing affirmed. Her eyes drifting to the mark of her bite on Gu Ye's arm, a testament to her resolve. She then touched her own lips, recalling that he had bitten her once as well. She would regard this as her witness, a symbol of her transformation into a warrior. As Gu Yi observed the flicker of unwavering determination in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, a satisfied smile graced his lips. His plan to cultivate her feline prowess was now underway. Very well, let me share some suitable spirit beasts for your third soul skill. Zhu Zhuqing snapped back to attention, her gaze fixed earnestly on Gu Yi. She recognized that there was much to learn from him, wisdom that would prove immensely beneficial. At this moment, Gu Yi had assumed the role of her mentor, and she held him in high regard. A thought took root in Zhu Zhuqing's mind as she regarded Gu Yi. She wished to take him as her master. This notion lingered in her thoughts, refusing to dissipate. Unbeknownst to Gu Yi, who continued his discourse, Zhu Zhuqing's aspirations remained unvoiced. Your martial spirit, the netherworld spirit cat, excels in speed. However, your martial spirit has manifested a black flame, which possesses the terrifying ability to scorch souls. This is undeniably your most formidable power. Your advantage in speed must remain unyielding, yet the black flame's capabilities are equally essential. After researching various spirit beasts, I have identified several that would be fitting for your third soul ring. Among them, I find the cat yu, black flame fox, 9 lives cat demon, and the dark gold fearclaw bear to be the most suitable. The cat yu, a legendary spirit beast said to have roamed the Sodto forest, is renowned for its ghostly swiftness, possessing 2 flame-like tails that govern distinct abilities. Should you encounter one, consider it fortuitous. The black flame fox is similarly a speed-oriented spirit beast, yet it boasts incredibly sharp claws that can unleash black flames, potent enough to scorch the very essence of souls, making it a perfect match for your netherworld spirit cat. The 9 lives cat demon has not been seen for ages, so finding one would truly depend on your luck. The dark gold fearclaw bear, though primarily a powerhouse, possesses claws of extraordinary might. Should you acquire a soul skill related to its claws and combine it with your speed, your attacks would become virtually unstoppable. Zhu Zhuqing absorbed Gu Ye's insights, committing his words to memory. Tomorrow, when she ventured into the Sodto forest, she would seek these spirit beasts, determined not to disappoint Gu Ye's expectations of her. After Gu Yi spoke of various matters, he turned to Zhu Zhuqing and asked, Do you understand? Zhu Zhuqing confirmed with a nod. Observing the teachable nature of Zhu Zhuqing, Gu Yi smiled with satisfaction. However, at that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's expression grew serious as she gazed intently at Gu Yi and said, Gu Yi, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Go ahead, replied Gu Yi, intrigued by her solemn demeanor. I would like to become your disciple, Zhu Zhuqing stated earnestly, fixing her gaze upon him. Chapter 35, Astonishment. Zhu Zhuqing wishes to become my disciple. To become my disciple? Gu Yi reiterated, pointing at himself in disbelief as he regarded Zhu Zhuqing's serious expression. Yes, she affirmed with a resolute nod. Why? Gu Yi inquired, perplexed by her request. To be candid, Gu Yi was only a few years older than Zhu Zhuqing, with slightly greater strength and experience. He merely intended to nurture her growth. Thus, he found it puzzling that she wished to take him as her teacher. Was she perhaps captivated by his remarkable prowess? I aspire to grow stronger, to such an extent that I can shatter the shackles of my own fate, Zhu Zhuqing declared, her fist clenched and her expression devoid of any jest. She perceived hope within Gu Yi, a hope that he had bestowed upon her. In recognizing this hope, she sought a pillar of support, hence her desire to become Gu Ye's disciple. She was aware of his formidable strength, both in knowledge and insight, which could undoubtedly guide her as a mentor. Gu Yi fell silent. I understand that you may not hold me in high regard, but I am willing to strive for improvement. Gu Yi, would you consider being my mentor? Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Gu Yi with hopeful anticipation. After careful consideration, Gu Yi finally nodded. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Zhuqing's face lit up with joy. However, in the next moment, Gu Yi shook his head once more. Zhu Zhuqing's expression shifted from delight to sorrow. Why is it that my aptitude is deemed insufficient? Her spirits began to wane. No. If you truly wish to become my disciple, I would not concern myself with your innate talent, for no matter how lacking it may be, I can transform you into a genius of this world. Then why do you refuse? The rejection left Zhu Zhuqing feeling disheartened, her gaze cast downward. Yu Qing, I can take you as my apprentice, but not at this moment. Rather, it will be after your return from the Sodto Forest. Really? At Guye's words, Zhu Zhuqing's joy rekindled. Indeed, however, your journey to the Sodto Forest will be alongside Shrek Academy. Consider it a test from me. If your third spirit ring meets my expectations, upon your return, I shall accept you as my disciple. I will then nurture you into one of the world's most formidable beings, strong enough to effortlessly shatter the shackles of fate you speak of. Will you accept this? Yes. I will achieve it. Zhu Zhuqing suppressed her inner joy and nodded earnestly. Observing Zhu Zhuqing before him, Guyu couldn't help but smile bitterly within. His initial intention was to cultivate her into a refined talent and gradually thaw her icy heart, ultimately consuming her piece by piece. He never anticipated that he would be offering to take her as a disciple so soon. Nevertheless, this apprenticeship seemed promising, by nurturing Zhu Zhuqing into a powerful warrior. The bond of master and disciple might facilitate a closer connection. For reasons unknown at that moment, Guyi glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and was suddenly reminded of Bibi Dong. In the end, Guyi resolved firmly within his heart to take Zhu Zhuqing as his disciple. Zhuqing, since you are about to embark on your journey to the Sodto Forest, there will undoubtedly be dangers ahead. Allow me to provide you with 2 items for your protection. Follow me. Guyi was well aware of the challenges that Zhu Zhuqing would encounter during her journey to the Sodto Forest, as he intended to take her as his disciple. He naturally could not neglect his future protege. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement and rose to follow Guyi. Guyi approached the medicine shelf, rummaging through its contents before retrieving a syringe. Within this syringe resided a crimson liquid, possessing an extraordinarily potent neurotoxin, meticulously concocted by Guyi, drawing from the medical knowledge of his past life, in conjunction with his surgical spatial abilities. In the fantastical realm of Douluo, this substance wielded immense power. He placed the syringe into Zhu Zhuqing's hand, his expression turning slightly grave as he stated, "This is a neuroparalytic toxin, immensely powerful. Should you find yourself in mortal peril? Do not hesitate. The method of application is identical to the last one I provided you." "Thank you, teacher," Zhu Zhuqing replied, glancing at the syringe before stowing it away, not forgetting to address Guyi with the respectful title. "That title should await your return from the Sodto Forest, for if you do not fulfill my requirements, I shall not accept you." Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Guyi, silently vowing to meet his expectations. "By the way, the anti-wolf spray I gifted you previously has not been exhausted, has it?" "No, it hasn't. This item is quite effective against lecherous individuals. Should anyone attempt to impose upon you, do not hesitate to utilize it, understood?" Indeed. After Guyi offered a gentle reminder, he retrieved an object from the shelf. It was a transparent vial containing a solitary green capsule. "This is for treatment. If you suffer a grave injury, as long as you are not deceased, consuming this life capsule will enable you to recover swiftly. Remember, this is a gift from me to you, and it is meant solely for your use. For there are only 2 such life capsules in this world, do you understand?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded resolutely, accepting the small vial and holding it tightly for a moment before placing it close to her heart. This precious gift from her teacher, Guyi, must be cherished, as she hoped never to need it in her lifetime. Guyi gazed at Zhu Zhuqing as she carefully stored away the life capsules, feeling a twinge of sorrow. These 2 capsules were indeed exceedingly rare, a treasure beyond measure, for he had spent an entire month accumulating surgical points to exchange for just one. This was the reason why, despite his relentless efforts to assist those young women in need and earn surgical points, he remained in a state of financial scarcity. It was all for the sake of these 2 precious life capsules. With everything that needed to be said now concluded, he awaited her return from the starry forest. "Guyi, rest assured, I will meet your expectations, for I am determined to become a formidable force," Zhu Zhuqing declared resolutely, her conviction unwavering as she fixed her gaze upon him. "Very well, I shall be waiting." Guyi lightly patted Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder, and the 2 of them stepped outside. In the hall of the medical clinic, Ning Rongrong had been waiting for a full half-hour. Upon seeing Guyi and Zhu Zhuqing finally emerged, Xiao hurriedly approached Zhu Zhuqing, examining her from head to toe. After scrutinizing her for a considerable time, she finally sighed in relief upon confirming that Zhu Zhuqing was unharmed. "Zhuqing, it's truly wonderful that you are safe," she exclaimed. The concern of Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu had escalated due to Zhu Zhuqing and Gu Ye's prolonged absence in the room. Were it not for their trust in Gu Ye, they would have barged in long ago. Xiao Wu, what do you mean by that? Do you think I would harm Zhuqing? Gu Ye shot Xiao Wu an annoyed glare. Who knows? Xiao Wu retorted, her round eyes glancing at Gu Ye with a hint of mischief. Gu Ye chose not to hold any grievances against the rabbit, Xiao Wu. He then turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong and said, please come in with me. All right. Ning Rongrong had been waiting for this moment. She bid farewell to Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu before following Gu Ye inside. Rongrong, you must be cautious, Xiao Wu cautioned, tugging at Ning Rongrong's sleeve. Don't worry. Xiao Wu, Gu Ye is not a bad person. Besides, he is so handsome. Even if he were, I would still accept him. Ning Rongrong replied with a cheerful smile as she stepped inside. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned slightly anxious. Gu Ye is indeed her mentor. From Ning Rongrong's words, it seems she has developed feelings for Gu Ye. This cannot be allowed. Gu Ye is hers, and Zhu Zhuqing will never consent to this. Chapter 36. Misunderstanding. Zhu Zhuqing watched Ning Rongrong enter, secretly resolving to prevent any romantic notions from forming in Ning Rongrong's mind regarding Gu Ye, for he is her. No, he ought to be referred to as her teacher. As Gu Ye's disciple, she must vigilantly safeguard his interests. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's peculiar gaze directed at Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu recalled the lengthy half-hour she and Gu Ye had spent inside together and curiously inquired, Zhuqing, what were you and Gu Ye doing in there for so long? Nothing of consequence, merely engaging in conversation, Zhu Zhuqing replied. Is it truly that simple? Xiao Wu expressed doubt. Indeed, it is as simple as that, Zhu Zhuqing affirmed with a nod. The words Gu Ye had spoken lingered in her mind. Some matters could be shared with others, while others were best kept to oneself. As for Xiao Wu, it would be prudent to withhold certain truths from her. Let us wait outside for a while. It may take Rongrong some time, Zhu Zhuqing suggested. Very well. Having waited outside for half an hour, Xiao Wu felt a tinge of boredom and then proposed, Zhuqing, how about we practice some sparring in the courtyard? Xiao Wu's suggestion lit a spark of enthusiasm in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. Truth be told, she had never sparred with Xiao Wu and held great admiration for her prowess. This was the perfect opportunity to test her skills. Thus, they proceeded to the courtyard. Xiao Wu was at level 29, while Zhu Zhuqing was at level 30. Their strengths only marginally different. As it was merely a practice session, they refrained from excessive force, resulting in a lively exchange of moves within the confines of Gu Ye's clinic. Meanwhile, within the room in the back courtyard, Gu Ye listened intently as Ning Rongrong recounted certain matters and her desired outcomes, his expression growing slightly serious as he regarded her. Ning Rongrong, do you feel that the efficacy of the potion you previously used was satisfactory? Yes. Ning Rongrong nodded in affirmation. Gu Ye's medicinal solution indeed proved remarkably effective, surpassing her expectations, although she felt that time had dragged on a bit. In light of this, during your time in the Sodto Forest, make sure to use it diligently. Remember, apply it generously to your head, understood? Ning Rongrong recalled Gu Ye's emphasis on the head, and shyly lowered her gaze, offering a soft hum in acknowledgement. For now, I shall refrain from taking your blood drop. I will wait until you return from the Sodto Forest. Does that sound agreeable? Yes. Very well. Now extend your head so that I may have another look. Ning Rongrong complied, leaning her head forward towards Gu Ye. After observing for a while, Gu Ye offered some advice and medicine to Ning Rongrong, and together they stepped outside. To their surprise, they found Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing engaged in a sparring match, exchanging blows with great enthusiasm. Rongrong, are you all set? Xiao Wu exclaimed upon seeing Ning Rongrong and Gu Ye emerge. Yes, Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, let us return now, Ning Rongrong replied with a nod. All right. Then let us head back, came the consensus. Their purpose for visiting Gu Ye's clinic had been fulfilled, and there was no need for further delay. After bidding farewell to Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong and Gu Ye departed with Xiao Wu, making their way back to Shrek Academy. Gu Ye gazed at the departing trio of women, contemplating how to obtain the martial soul essence from Xiao Wu, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Oscar. The Shrek 7 monsters were soon to embark on their journey to the Sodto Forest, and in 2 days, Xueqinghe would arrive in Sodto City. Reflecting on Xueqinghe, who was portrayed by the formidable Qian Renxue of the Spirit Hall, Gu Ye recalled the woman whose martial soul deficiencies had been healed by her. It had been some time since she had gone to the Spirit Hall, and he wondered how she was faring. Had she become a confidant of Bibi Dong? If so, surely she would have sent news by now. Never mind, he decided to set aside such thoughts for the moment. His priority was to enhance his own strength. In this world, Possessing sufficient power was essential to pursue one's aspirations effectively. Guyi did not ponder for long before returning to his room in the backyard, where he began his cultivation. Upon his arrival in this world, he had already attained the rank of Soul Master. Through diligent training and system rewards earned from assisting others with their ailments, his soul power had increased significantly, and he now stood at the formidable level of 47. As a foreign soul sect, after recently attending to Ning Rongrong's treatment, he sensed a slight loosening in his cultivation realm, prompting him to retreat to his chamber to attempt a breakthrough. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu had returned to Shrek Academy. Upon their arrival at the academy's gates, they encountered Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Tang San engaged in conversation. "Brother San, how come you are here?" Xiao Wu inquired as she approached Tang San. "We were waiting for your return, Xiao Wu. Where did you go?" Tang San asked with concern. Where else could they have gone? It's obvious they went to Sodto City to find that Guyi, am I right? Dai Mubai shot a cold glance at Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. He felt a deep displeasure towards Guyi, especially when recalling the close interactions between Guyi and Zhu Zhuqing, which ignited a fire within him. "Xiao Wu, did you really go to find Guyi?" Tang San pressed further. "Yes," Xiao Wu nodded, feeling there was no need for secrecy regarding the matter. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's admission, Dai Mubai's ire towards Zhu Zhuqing intensified. He was on the verge of confronting her to question whether she had gone to meet Guyi in private, but his rationality held him back, and he suppressed his anger in light of the unknown truth. "Rongrong, what was your purpose in seeking out Guyi?" Oscar, who harbored feelings for Ning Rongrong, asked curiously. "It's nothing, just some matters to discuss with him," Ning Rongrong replied, unwilling to divulge that her visit was for the sake of treating her dumplings. Seeing Ning Rongrong's reticence, Dai Mubai turned his attention to Zhu Zhuqing. "Just some matters," Zhu Zhuqing responded curtly before heading back to her residence. Ning Rongrong followed closely behind, as she needed to return to her room to apply the medicinal solution Guyi had given her to her two dumplings. Leaving no time to waste chatting with Oscar and the others, Xiao Wu had matters to discuss with Tang San, so she decided to stay behind and engage him in conversation. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's departure, Dai Mubai turned to Xiao Wu, inquiring, "Xiao Wu, what were you all doing with Guyi?" "I don't really know," Xiao Wu replied. "Weren't you with them? How could you not know?" "Because Guyi took Zhuqing and Rongrong into a room alone, and I have no idea what transpired. However, they did spend half an hour in there. So you'll have to ask Zhuqing about the details." Her words left Dai Mubai and Oscar staring at the retreating figures of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, unable to tear their gaze away. Particularly for Dai Mubai, the thought of Zhu Zhuqing spending half an hour alone with Guyi led him to imagine unsavory scenarios. "If we are to set forth for the Sodto Forest tomorrow, we should return and rest for now," Tang San suggested, prompting him and Xiao Wu to depart. Dai Mubai and Oscar followed suit, returning to their quarters to prepare for their journey to the Sodto Forest. Meanwhile, in the Lord's mansion of Sodto City, Lord Shuehong contemplated the news of the impending arrival of Prince Shuechenghe in 2 days. With his support, inheriting the throne of the Baloch Kingdom would be entirely feasible, he thought, excitement coursing through him. He had faith in his wife's integrity and in Guyi's character, believing that nothing untoward could occur between them, as one was his savior and the other his spouse. "The time is near. When Chenghe arrives, I must secure his backing. Brother, wait for me. I shall repay the debt from 2 months ago," Shuehong resolved, recalling the harrowing experience of being ambushed by a soul sage, nearly losing his life without the timely intervention of Qin Shao and Guyi's subsequent treatment. The night passed without incident. On the following day, the Shrek 7, led by Zhao Wuji, departed the academy, racing towards the Sodto Forest. This forest, situated in the southeastern region of the Baloch Kingdom, was not far from Sodto City, less than 500 kilometers away, making it an optimal location for Shrek Academy students to acquire their soul rings. As they journeyed toward the forest, Zhu Zhuqing noted the remarkable changes within her body. She felt lighter, her movements swifter, her stamina replenished, and her energy expenditure significantly reduced. While Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun relied on Oscar's sausages to restore their strength, Zhu Zhuqing felt no such need, as her vitality remained unscathed. "Yu Qing, aren't you going to eat Oscar's recovery sausages?" Xiao Wu asked during a brief rest, noting that Zhu Zhuqing had not partaken in any food. To which Zhu Zhuqing simply shook her head, replying, "I do not require any. You all may eat." "Very well," Xiao Wu conceded, taking a sausage for herself. The peculiar state of Zhu Zhuqing left Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun perplexed. They were all male and typically had greater stamina than females. Yet Zhu Zhuqing appeared unaffected by fatigue. Zhuqing, how is it that you seem completely unfazed? Ning Rongrong panted, looking at Zhu Zhuqing with curiosity. Perhaps it's due to my proficiency in speed, she replied modestly. Zhu Zhuqing spoke softly and then fell silent. Her words left Tang San and Dai Mubai, who were observing her, feeling that Zhu Zhuqing had changed in some indefinable way. All right, let us continue, Xiao Jang announced, urging them onward. As they ran, he made a point to observe Zhu Zhuqing from behind, noting her lightness of movement and the remarkable steadiness of her speed among the group, which piqued his curiosity. After all, while Dai Mubai was the strongest among the seven, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to surpass him. Her transformation was undoubtedly due to the cell-enhancing serum that Guyi had injected into her body the previous day. This change was merely the beginning. In a few days, she would only grow stronger. As night descended, the Shrek team had covered over 400 kilometers, bringing them close to the Sodto forest. Realizing they could not reach their destination today, Xiao Wujia ordered a rest, coincidentally arriving at a small town. Entering the town, Zhu Zhuqing was pleasantly surprised by the lively atmosphere, which exceeded her expectations. The town was approximately 3 times the size of the village where Shrek Academy was located. Lacking city walls, it resembled a small city, bustling with shops of all kinds lining the streets. After surveying the town, Zhu Zhuqing withdrew her gaze to focus on her body's changes. She felt an abundance of energy, confirming the potency of the serum injected by Guyi. A thought crossed her mind. If she were to battle Guyi, she could endure for 3 days and nights. Under Xiao Wujia's guidance, the Shrek 7 found a hotel to rest. Upon entering, Zhu Zhuqing briefly exchanged words with Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong before retreating to her room. She sensed a second wave of transformation approaching. Rongrong, have you noticed how different Zhuqing has become since we returned from Guyi's clinic? Xiao Wu whispered to Ning Rongrong. Yes, I feel it too, Ning Rongrong replied, acknowledging Zhu Zhuqing's change, though they could not pinpoint exactly what was different. Oscar, who had also noticed Zhu Zhuqing's transformation, elbowed Ning Rongrong and quietly asked, Hey, Rongrong, do you really not know what Zhuqing and Guyi did in the clinic for half an hour? I don't know. Ning Rongrong responded without hesitation. Even if she did, she wouldn't disclose it to Oscar, as she privately speculated that Zhu Zhuqing might have undergone some treatment related to her chest, though this remained her own conjecture. Dai Mubai looked up at the rooms, pondering Zhu Zhuqing's condition. Meanwhile, inside her room, Zhu Zhuqing sat cross-legged on the bed, gritting her teeth. Her trembling lips and the sweat cascading down her cheeks indicated that she was enduring immense pain. Ugh! Ah! The sensation of countless ants gnawing at her skin became unbearable, prompting Zhu Zhuqing to cry out. Yet, recalling Guyi's words, she persevered through the torment. Time passed, and her clothes became soaked as she lay on the bed, gasping for breath. What a powerful sensation! Is this what Guyi meant by cell enhancement? Zhu Zhuqing mused, glancing down at her chest, and then at her hands, reveling in the newfound strength coursing through her. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted outside her room. The sounds of battle echoed, prompting Zhu Zhuqing to tidy herself and step outside to investigate. She found Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun engaged in a skirmish with a soul master possessing a tortoise spirit. Furrowing her brow at the unexpected conflict, hastening down to Ning Rongrong's side, she inquired about the situation. After a brief explanation from Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing understood that the altercation stemmed from Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun's teasing of the opposing academy's female members, which escalated due to Dai Mubai's arrogance and indiscretion. As Zhu Zhuqing observed the confrontation, she realized that Shrek Academy's guidance seemed to harbor underlying issues, not inherently bad, but indicative of a shift in the fundamental principles being instilled. If Guyi were her mentor, she doubted he would endorse such brashness. Why are you all out here instead of resting? Xiao Wujia appeared, his presence commanding. The formidable aura of his spirit rings caused the tortoise spirit master from the opposing academy to break into a cold sweat. Under Xiao Wujia's formidable pressure, any justification from the opposing side became moot. Dai Mubai sneered at the tortoise spirit master, muttering, "Old turtle," before returning to his room, followed closely by Ma Hongjun's mocking remark. Tang San shared a smile with Dai Mubai as they ascended. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent. But as she watched the members of the opposing academy glare at Xiao Wujia, she recognized a profound truth. Strength is paramount. With power, even the unreasonable can seem justified. This realization spurred Zhu Zhuqing to continue her training upon returning to her room. Meanwhile, in Sodto City, Guyi concluded a day and night of cultivation. Having reached level 48 and stepped out of his clinic, he had promised Caden to visit the Sodto City Great Soul Arena. and since he had missed the previous evening, he could not decline this time. Thus, he made his way to the arena. Upon arriving at the Great Soul Arena, Caden was in the highest VIP room, listening to a female guard report on the arena's income. This guard was no ordinary attendant. She was Yin Shi, a level 75 soul sage and Caden's personal bodyguard. "Madam, the physician Gu has arrived," a guard announced. Caden's face lit up with joy. "Bring him up. I have important matters to discuss with him." As Guyi approached the VIP room, he initially intended to head to the treatment area, but was informed urgently by a guard that Caden was seeking him. With no choice, he proceeded to the room. Upon entering, before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, something obscured his vision, plunging him into darkness. Moments later, the door slammed shut, and after a minute, his sight cleared to reveal Caden embracing him, realizing that his face had been buried in her chest, causing the earlier darkness. "Are you all right? Feeling unwell?" Guyi gently stroked Caden's forehead as he spoke. Caden bit her delicate lower lip, casting a bashful glance at Guyi, exuding the charm of a young married woman. "My lips feel somewhat dry," she murmured softly. Upon hearing such an enticing remark, Guyi felt an overwhelming urge to inquire further. His gaze then fell upon Caden's luscious, delicate lips, stirring a tempest within his soul. It was indeed challenging for Guyi to resist the allure of such a captivating and seductive beauty as Caden. Yet, recalling the purpose of his visit and the fact that he was in the Grand Soul Arena, a setting ill-suited for such distractions, he promptly steadied his thoughts. Guyi gently caressed the delicate lips of Caden and said, "Shall I assist you with your treatment when I have the time?" "No, I want it now," Caden retorted firmly, gazing intently at Guyi. The expression on her face conveyed everything. If Guyi did not acquiesce, she would hold on to him and never let go. Seeing this, Guyi felt somewhat helpless. Noticing the door was tightly shut, and then catching sight of Caden's expectant gaze fixed upon him, he ultimately persuaded himself to first moisten her lips. Gently, Guyi placed his hand on Caden's alluring face and pecked her delicate lips before withdrawing. "All right, I have matters to discuss with you." Yet, Caden did not release her embrace around Guyi, her enchanting eyes still gazing at him. Clearly, her lips remained parched. With a sigh of resignation, Guyi embraced Caden's slender waist, cradled her head, and pressed his lips fervently against hers. After an indeterminate span of time, Caden's breathing grew slightly rapid. Yet she broke into a satisfied smile. "Caden, you mustn't do this next time," Guyi admonished her earnestly. As a physician, it was his duty to treat patients, but he could not constantly be burdened with peculiar ailments. "Next time, we shall see," Caden chuckled. For she was no naive girl who would leave her desires unspoken. "Then, let us see. Were it not for their location in the bustling city of Sodto, Guyi would have wholeheartedly committed himself to a thorough examination of the enchanting woman before him, until she was utterly spent." Once Caden released her hold on Guyi, she led him to a secluded spot where they could converse about various matters. Recalling Xue Hong, Guyi inquired, "Are you aware of Xue Hong's ambitious aspirations?" "Of course," she replied. "What are your thoughts on the matter?" Guyi gazed at her with a knowing look. Caden hesitated before responding. Her union with Xue Hong was a royal alliance, and now he sought to usurp the throne of King Balak. Should he succeed, she would ascend as queen. However, if his plot were to unravel, the Prince of Balak would not spare her or Xue Hong. This was reminiscent of the assassination attempt on Xue Hong 2 months prior. Yet, Caden harbored no affections for him. Her heart belonged to Guyi. As she looked into Guyi's eyes, Caden yearned to glean answers from him. Guyi harbors a remarkable idea, yet his current abilities fall short, as he has yet to attain even the rank of Soul King, rendering such ambitions beyond his reach. Nevertheless, he remains eager to make an attempt. "Caden, do you aspire to become a king?" Guyi spoke astonishingly. Caden looked at Guyi in surprise, bewildered by his words. "Tell me first, do you still wish to be with Xue Hong?" Guyi grasped Caden's small hand, gazing earnestly at her. Caden shook her head and then buried herself in Guyi's embrace, saying, "Do you still not understand my feelings for you? Ever since we became together, my heart and soul have belonged to you." Caden spoke softly, yet each word was imbued with sincerity. Indeed, she had truly fallen for Guyi. In the world of Douluo, women are remarkably unique. Once they fall in love with a man, their hearts and minds become entirely entwined with him. This is evident from the romantic histories of the female protagonists in the original work. After listening to Caden's words, Guyi fell into a moment of silence. Previously, he had contemplated severing ties with her. Yet, Caden's affection and her captivating charm made it difficult for him to convince himself to abandon such a beautiful woman. "Caden, if I could make you the queen of the Balak Kingdom, Would you wish to take that position? Guyi gazed earnestly at Caden. If it were you who offered, I would accept, but it is utterly impossible. I am merely a woman. How could a woman ever become the queen of the Baloch kingdom? Caden replied, shaking her head. Who says a woman cannot be a queen? Are you not aware that the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, is also a woman? She is a pope. I am different. No, in my eyes, you're the same. As long as you wish to become queen, I will find a way to elevate you to the throne of the Baloch kingdom, Guyi asserted, his eyes reflecting sincerity. Caden studied Guyi, intrigued by his serious demeanor, eager to understand the reasoning behind his proposition. Guyi's aspirations were indeed inspired by the arrival of Xue Qinghe. He was acutely aware of Xue Qinghe's esteemed lineage. If Xue Hong, a nobleman of leisure and frivolity, could persuade Xue Qinghe to lend his support for ascending the throne of the Baloch kingdom, then Guyi harbored equal confidence in his ability to elevate Caden as the kingdom's first queen. At that juncture, all he awaited was the attainment of sufficient strength, after which he could discreetly eliminate Xue Hong and meticulously orchestrate a plan to ensure Caden's reign as the queen of Baloch, which would pose no challenge. Chapter 39. The arrival of Xue Qinghe, however, while schemes may be devised, reality often unfolds differently. Although Guyi harbored the ambition of supporting Caden to ascend to the throne, the circumstances at present rendered this aspiration unattainable. He could only briefly convey his objectives and certain matters to Caden. Caden, deeply concerned for Guyi, would acquiesce to whatever he proposed. That night, Guyi and Caden embarked on the first step of their plan regarding the Baloch kingdom. 2 days later, at the gates of Sodto City, a convoy of cavalry guards slowly entered the city. At the center of this opulent procession, a nobleman, handsome and elegantly attired, sat upright in a luxurious carriage, engrossed in a book. At that moment, the captain of the nightly guard approached the carriage on horseback and announced, "Your Highness, we have arrived at Sodto City." Xue Qinghe closed his book and lifted the carriage curtain to gaze towards the city gates. He was quite pleased with this visit, commissioned by the Snow Knight Emperor, to inspect the kingdoms and principalities under the dominion of the Tiando Empire. After all, such an opportunity to combine official duties with leisure, while also facilitating communication with the Spirit Hall, was rare. How could he not be delighted? Moreover, this inspection would allow him to gauge the discontent of these kingdoms towards the Tiando Empire, thus providing valuable intelligence for the Spirit Hall and aiding future plans. Today, he should have headed directly to the capital of the Baloch kingdom, yet he found himself in Sodto City, primarily due to Xue Hong, his nominal cousin and the second prince of Baloch. The current king of Baloch was aging and deteriorating, with the possibility of his demise looming, and Xue Hong harbored delusions of grandeur regarding the throne. From Xue Qinghe's understanding, Xue Hong was nothing more than a half-wit. Should he bring Xue Hong under his wing and leverage his influence to elevate him to kingship, it would serve to maximize his own benefits. Why not seize such an opportunity? Cousin Qinghe. At that moment, Xue Hong dashed out from the city gates, his appearance disheveled, barefoot, and bare-chested, clad only in a nightgown. This scene bore a striking resemblance to Cao Cao welcoming Siyu barefoot. Just moments prior, Xue Hong had been indulging in merriment with a woman in some entertainment venue, lost in revelry. Upon receiving news from the guard Qin Shao, he had rushed out without even taking the time to dress properly. Inside the carriage, upon hearing someone call for him as cousin, Xue Qinghe recognized who it was at a glance. In terms of lineage, the Snow Knight Emperor was Xue Hong's father's cousin, yet Xue Hong was older, rendering the address of cousin appropriate and somewhat familiar. However, upon assessing Xue Hong's condition, Xue Qinghe concealed his disdain. As Xue Hong approached the carriage, he was intercepted by the cavalry guards. Gasping for breath, he exclaimed, "Qinghe cousin, I have awaited your arrival." "No worries." Xue Qinghe gestured for the guards to allow him through. Upon receiving the order, the guards stepped aside. Xue Hong hurried to the front of the carriage and addressed Xue Qinghe. "Cousin." You see, Xue Qinghe pointed at Xue Hong's disheveled state, the address as cousin serving to underscore his demeanor. "Oh, this? Cousin, as soon as I heard you had arrived in Sodto City, I rushed over without a thought for my attire. Such trivial matters pale in comparison to seeing you," Xue Hong shamelessly explained. As for the reason he had hastily rushed out to greet him while still in the company of a woman, who would know if he didn't mention it? "Oh, I see." Xue Qinghe nodded in understanding, but upon noticing the lipstick mark on Xue Hong's neck and the pungent scent of perfume emanating from him, combined with the intel he had previously gathered about Xue Hong, he instantly grasped the essence of Xue Hong's character. Though clever, he lacked true ability, being little more than a half-wit, akin to those nobles who indulged in pleasure and led a debauched life. However, such individuals were precisely what Xue Qinghe sought, easily manageable, fitting his needs perfectly. Following this, under Xue Hong's guidance, Xue Qinghe and his entourage entered Sodto City. Once inside the city, Xue Hong led Xue Qinghe to the Lord's mansion, where an abundance of fine food, exquisite wines, and beautiful women awaited, all presented to entertain them. As the prince of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe was already accustomed to such extravagance, displaying no sign of surprise. Nevertheless, Xue Hong eagerly shared his ambitions with Xue Qinghe, expressing his desire to become the next king of Balak and seeking support for his aspirations. Let us discuss this further. Xue Qinghe sipped his tea and replied, Cousin Qinghe, do you truly wish to support me in becoming the next king? Xue Hong asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Xue Qinghe nodded, then shook his head. Cousin, what do you mean? Xue Hong inquired, puzzled by Xue Qinghe's response. I can support your claim to the throne, but what can you offer me in return? Xue Qinghe queried, sipping his tea. Xue Hong contemplated Xue Qinghe's words for a moment, then replied, Cousin Qinghe, should I become the next king of Balak, I will grant you whatever you desire. Driven by the desire to become king and avenge his elder brother for a near-fatal incident 2 months prior, Xue Hong was willing to sacrifice everything. Xue Qinghe remarked coolly, we can discuss the terms. Upon hearing those words laden with implication, Xue Hong understood Xue Qinghe's intent and leaped to his feet, offering 3 toasts in gratitude. Subsequently, Xue Qinghe engaged Xue Hong in further conversation, subtly probing to gain deeper insight into his character. He found Xue Hong to possess minimal talent, making him easily controllable and well-suited to become the next king of Balak. This was Xue Qinghe's assessment of Xue Hong. By the way, I have heard that the most renowned establishment in Sodto City is the Grand Soul Arena. Might you take me there to witness it? Cousin Qinghe, it would be my pleasure to accommodate your interest. Coincidentally, my wife is currently at the Soul Arena, and I shall take you there shortly. Xue Qinghe was somewhat surprised to learn that Xue Hong's wife was at the Grand Soul Arena. His intention to visit the arena stemmed from a desire to escape the dullness of drinking with Xue Hong, hoping to observe any exceptional talents worthy of recruitment. However, the mention of Xue Hong's wife piqued his interest. Indeed, my wife oversees the Grand Soul Arena, so she is typically found there. Is that so? I find myself curious about what sort of remarkable woman your wife is, Cousin Hong. Remarkable? She is merely an ordinary woman, Xue Hong modestly replied, his heart swelling with pride. After all, being praised by the prince of the Tiando Empire brought him considerable prestige. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two made their way to the Grand Soul Arena in Sodto City. Meanwhile, in the highest VIP room of the arena, Caden sat elegantly in her chair. Beside her was Gu Yi, who was intently writing a letter, becoming increasingly engrossed in his task. Where have you reached? Gu set down his pen and inquired. It has been half an hour since Xue Hong returned to the Lord's mansion. Caden responded just as a knock echoed from the door. Come in. Caden glanced outside the door. Lord Xiahong and His Highness the Crown Prince were approaching the Arena of Souls, arriving in no more than 15 minutes. Ah, understood. You may leave, he said. The maid outside departed, and Caden turned his gaze to Gu Yi. They have indeed come to the Grand Arena of Souls. This spares me the trouble of seeking him out. In Gu Ye's eyes, there was a hint of anticipation for the arrival of Xue Qinghe, or rather, it should be Qian Renxue. Chapter 40. The first encounter with Xue Qinghe. Gu Yi held a certain admiration for Qian Renxue. In the original narrative, her innate talent was hailed as the finest in Douluo, and her beauty was unparalleled. Unfortunately, in the story, she could not withstand the brilliance of the protagonist's halo, resulting in a tragic fate. To be candid, Guy found himself intrigued by Qian Renxue, particularly due to her lineage as the daughter of Bibi Dong. From what he gathered, Qian Renxue harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Bibi Dong, yet she yearned for her approval. The mother and daughter had a mutual disdain for one another, with Qian Renxue even daring to refer to Bibi Dong as sister. It remained uncertain whether Qian Renxue genuinely wished to be Bibi Dong's sister or had ulterior motives. As the moment approached to meet this intriguing figure who aspired to be Bibi Dong's sister, Guy felt a genuine sense of eagerness. At that moment, Caden, noticing Gu Ye's distraction, gently called out to him and took his hand. What is it? Gu Ye returned to reality, looking at Caden. My lips are dry again, Caden said delicately, as she gracefully rose and settled onto Gu Ye's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, her enchanting gaze fixed upon him. Her mention of dry lips instantly made Gu Ye comprehend Caden's intentions. He did not resist and boldly embraced her slender waist, caressing her captivating face before pressing his lips against hers, until her delicate mouth was moist. All right, I must take my leave for now, after all. Shui Hong and Shui Qinghe will be arriving shortly. Caden nodded in satisfaction. Yu chuckled softly, shook his head, and stepped out of the room into the Grand Soul Arena. As was his custom, he began to heal the injured soul masters within the arena. Employing his martial soul, the surgical knife, he treated them directly. This unique method of healing through the knife left many soul masters in awe, and their astonishment only grew when they witnessed the extraordinary potency of his healing abilities. At that moment, led by Shui Hong, Shui Qinghe arrived at the Grand Soul Arena in Sodto City. Upon entering, Shui Qinghe noticed a throng of people gathered around Gu Yi, and his curiosity piqued. He turned to observe. When he beheld the strikingly handsome figure of the man, he was taken aback by his remarkable appearance. But what astonished him even more was the knife in the man's hand, a knife capable of healing. This was the first time he had encountered such a miraculous instrument. Intrigued, he paused to watch. Cousin Shui Hong, do you know the soul master who is assisting others? Shui Qinghe inquired, pointing at Gu Yi. Oh, you mean Dr. Gu? Shui Hong replied. I certainly know him. Shui Qinghe, intrigued, asked, he is a doctor? Yes, and Dr. Gu possesses extraordinary medical skills. 2 months ago, I suffered a severe injury and was on the brink of death. It was Dr. Gu who saved my life. I see. But why is he here? That was my wife's suggestion. Previously, Dr. Gu was providing free medical services to the citizens in the city. After observing the heavy casualties in the soul arena, my wife thought it prudent to invite him to assist the injured and alleviate the burden of casualties in the arena. Shui Hong succinctly explained the reason for Gu Yi's presence. After hearing this, Shui Qinghe became even more intrigued by Gu Yi. He then moved closer to observe how Gu Yi was aiding others in their healing process. Gu Yi appeared oblivious to the presence of Shui Qinghe nearby, remaining entirely focused on treating the injured individual before him. The patient had suffered a broken leg and burns during the recent battle. However, under Gu Yi's skilled care, the severed limbs swiftly began to mend. Subsequently, Gu Yi utilized a scalpel to meticulously excise the charred skin, applying a medicinal solution that astonishingly stimulated the rapid growth of fresh skin. Remarkably, within mere moments, he successfully healed the patient, restoring both the leg and the burned skin to complete health. Such formidable healing abilities surpassed even those of many advanced healing soul masters. Shui Qinghe, intrigued and somewhat awestruck by Gu Yi's remarkable treatment technique, noted how he had operated with precision, causing no bleeding, as if some extraordinary force held the wounds in check. Not one to overlook the extraordinary, Shui Qinghe quickly discerned Gu Yi's exceptional nature. Observing the scalpel in Gu Yi's hand, which emanated a soft luminescence, he inquired with curiosity. Might I have the honor of witnessing your martial soul? Upon hearing the voice, Gu Yi raised his head and immediately recognized the man before him. It was none other than Qian Renxue, the younger sister of Bibi Dong. My martial soul is not particularly remarkable. Gu Yi maintained a calm demeanor, showing little reaction upon encountering Shui Qinghe, for he had long anticipated the latter's arrival. Moreover, Gu Yi was acutely aware of Shui Qinghe's esteemed status and possessed knowledge of numerous matters that remained unknown to Shui. However, Gu Yi was not naive enough to divulge his intentions upon their first meeting. He found the notion of laying bare his soul and revealing the purpose of his visit to Shui Qinghe, only to later leverage the information regarding Shui's true identity as Qian Renxue in a bid to appear enigmatic and earn Shui's regard, rather distasteful. Shui Qinghe, upon noticing Gu Yi's reticence, did not take offense. Earlier, he had learned from Shui Hong that Gu Yi was an exceptional talent. After a moment of careful observation, he found Gu Yi indeed to be remarkable and contemplated the idea of bringing him into his circle. After all, his purpose for being here was to scout for untapped talent. I am Shui Qinghe. If you are interested, might we become friends? Shui Qinghe said with a warm smile, exuding a sense of approachability. Upon hearing the name Shui Qinghe, those around them exchanged astonished glances as recognition dawned upon them. Upon hearing this, Gu Yi's face exhibited a look of astonishment, akin to that of a common citizen of the Tian-Do Empire encountering the crown prince. With a smile, he extended his hand and introduced himself. I am Gu Yi, a physician. Should you be unwell, I am at your service to provide treatment, ensuring a swift recovery. Shui Qinghe, feeling slightly embarrassed, noted the rather direct nature of the introduction, as it was rather bold to imply he was in ill health right from the outset. Nevertheless, he glanced at Gu Yi's outstretched hand, surmising it was an invitation for a cordial handshake, and thus, he extended his own in response. Gu Yi, seizing the moment, grasped Shui Qinghe's hand, while his right cheek swiftly pressed against Shui Qinghe's profile. This is a customary way of befriending in my hometown, he explained. Initially, Shui Qinghe intended to push Gu Yi away, but the subsequent words caused him to pause. Releasing Shui Qinghe's hand, Gu Yi smiled and remarked, "Your skin is as delicate as snow, and your slender fingers reveal a life of privilege. I have decided to befriend you." Shui Qinghe, rendered speechless, regarded Gu Yi with a hint of a smile. The phrasing struck him as somewhat peculiar, for the descriptions of delicate skin and slender fingers were typically reserved for women. Sizing Gu Yi up with a skeptical gaze, he found no cause for suspicion and finally spoke. "Brother Gu Yi, might I have the honor of witnessing your unique healing blade, your martial spirit?" Shui Qinghe had always harbored a curiosity regarding Gu Yi's miraculous healing knife. As friends, it is certainly permissible. Gu Yi extended his hand, and the surgical knife of his martial spirit materialized in his grasp. Shui Qinghe's eyes sparkled with intrigue, for this was the first time he had ever encountered a healing blade. Observing Shui Qinghe's keen interest, Shui Hong hastily approached Gu Yi and whispered, "Dr. Gu, this gentleman is none other than the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. He seems quite taken with you. Is that so?" Gu Yi, astonished and curious, scrutinized Shui Qinghe as if seeing him for the first time. Shui Qinghe withdrew his gaze from the surgical knife and humbly replied, "Ah, what crown prince? It is merely an empty title. At present, I am simply a friend of Brother Gu Yi, and there is no need to regard my status." Gu Yi smiled silently. Although Shui Qinghe's words seemed reasonable, was it truly the case? As for Shui Qinghe's earlier suggestion of befriending him, it may have simply stemmed from a fleeting curiosity about his martial soul, or perhaps a mere desire to recruit talent, a spontaneous whim to bring him under his wing. And nothing more. Gu Yi is not foolish. One can merely listen to Shui Qinghe's polite remarks. Chapter 41. An invitation from Shui Qinghe after exchanging a few pleasantries. Shui Qinghe resumed his exploration of the grand fighting soul arena with Shui Hong, and his interest in Gu Yi prompted him to extend an invitation for Gu Yi to join them. Gu Yi, eager to delve deeper into the character of the intriguing Qian Renxue, who aspired to be like Bibi Dong, graciously accepted the invitation. However, as the trio had scarcely moved a short distance, the enchanting young woman, Caden, descended from the VIP room of the Grand Fighting Soul Arena. Upon her arrival, her gaze fell upon Shui Qinghe, Shui Hong, and Gu Yi, though it lingered predominantly on Gu Yi. In comparison to Gu Yi, the other two held little allure for her. As Caden's eyes met Gu Yi's, he subtly conveyed his sentiments, and she promptly grasped his intention. Hurrying to stand before Shui Qinghe, she respectfully greeted him. "I have neglected to properly welcome your highness, and I beg for your forgiveness." Shui Qinghe regarded Caden, the charming young lady, with mild interest before chuckling softly. "No harm done. You are the wife of my cousin Shui Hong, are you not? It is truly admirable that you can wield such influence over the vast Grand Fighting Soul Arena and ensure its orderly operation, thereby providing considerable financial support to my cousin." "Your highness's praise is most gracious," Caden replied with a smile, her gaze drifting toward Gu Yi. Gu Yi shook his head and, noticing that Shui Qinghe continued walking, he followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Caden approached Gu Yi's side, matching the pace of the three. Shui Hong, flattering Shui Qinghe, paid no heed to Caden, oblivious even to the subtle exchanges and whispered conversations between Caden and Gu Yi. After a short while, Shui Qinghe halted, gazing down at the Soul Duel platform. As Shui Qinghe came to a stop, Shui Hong, who had been buttering him up, naturally ceased his flattery as well. Gu Yi and Caden exchanged glances of mild curiosity as they continued to observe. On the soul fighting platform, two soul masters, seemingly around 18 or 19 years of age, showcased their skills. While these two individuals might be considered relatively talented in Sodto City, they would likely be deemed insignificant in the eyes of someone like Shui Qinghe. Gu Yi was somewhat perplexed by the significance of his pause. At that moment, Shui Qinghe shifted his gaze from the soul fighting platform to Gu Yi and smiled. "Brother Gu Yi, I shall soon depart from Sodto City. Might you accompany me to Tiando City to experience a different kind of splendor?" An invitation to leave, Gu Yi thought to himself. Surprised by Shui Qinghe's proposition, he had never anticipated such a notion from him. Beside them, Caden, upon realizing Shui Qinghe's intentions, felt her heart race with anxiety as she looked at Gu Yi, fearing he might accept the invitation. At that moment, her entire focus was on Gu Yi, and the thought of him leaving was unbearable. Shui Hong was equally astonished by Shui Qinghe's desire to invite Gu Yi. Considering Gu Yi's exceptional medical skills and knowing Shui Qinghe's penchant for recruiting talent, he secretly hoped Gu Yi would choose to remain by Shui Qinghe's side, as it would also benefit him immensely. However, without a trace of hesitation, Gu Yi shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I am quite content here in Sodto City and have no plans to leave for the time being." Upon hearing this, Caden felt a wave of relief wash over her. Is that so? What a pity, Shui Qinghe replied, not wanting to impose. His curiosity was merely piqued by Gu Ye's impressive medical skills and unique martial spirit, which he regarded as a rare talent. However, should you ever reconsider, Brother Gu Yi, or if you find yourself in Sodto City, do not hesitate to seek me out. I hold great expectations for you. Shui Qinghe patted Gu Yi on the shoulder in a gesture of camaraderie. Having lost interest in the ongoing events within the Sodto City soul fighting arena, Shui Qinghe bid farewell to Shui Hong and prepared to leave. Naturally, Shui Hong, seeking favor, eagerly followed suit. Even Caden, engrossed in her thoughts of Gu Yi, paid little heed as she departed alongside Shui Qinghe from the soul fighting arena of Sodto City. Gu Yi watched as Shui Qinghe exited the Sodto City Grand Soul Arena. Reflecting on the haughty demeanor displayed when Shui Qinghe had patted him on the shoulder moments earlier, he murmured to himself, "Although I shall not be visiting Sodto City just yet, my arrival is imminent. Qian Renxue, you pique my interest immensely." Caden observed Shui Hong following Shui Qinghe's departure, seemingly indifferent to her thoughts. With a quiet huff, she turned her gaze towards Gu Yi. "Let us return," she softly suggested. "Very well, let us go back," Gu Yi replied as he made his way towards the VIP lounge of the Sodto City Grand Soul Arena. The relationship between Gu Yi and Caden is merely that of a physician and a patient, a fact well known among the staff within the Grand Arena of Sodto City. As the two return to their quarters, it is Gu Yi, in his capacity as a healer, who attends to Caden's ailments. Meanwhile, Shui Qinghe, having departed, arrives at the residence arranged for her by Shui Hong, where one of his subordinates approaches him. "Your Highness, here is the information you requested." The guard respectfully presents a letter to Shui Qinghe. Upon receiving it and opening it, his interest in Gu Yi deepens. During his departure from the Grand Arena, he had instructed his subordinates to gather intelligence on Gu Yi, intrigued by him. The letter reveals that Gu Yi has been providing free medical services to the citizens of Sodto City, successfully treating every case, earning the reputation of a miraculous healer. This exceptional talent captivates Shui Qinghe even further. Such remarkable medical skills could be of great use to me in the future, he muses. Recalling the ambitions he harbors under the shadow of the Night Emperor and his covert objectives within the Tiando Empire. However, he remains patient, deciding to observe Gu Yi for now, intending to recruit him when the opportunity arises. Shui Qinghe spends just a single day in Sodto City before departing at noon the next day for the capital of the Bala Kingdom. Shui Hong had hoped to persuade him to extend his stay, yet with pressing matters at hand, he can only watch as Shui Qinghe leaves. With Shui Qinghe's assistance, my ascension to the throne of the Bala Kingdom is assured. I shall avenge the grievances against my elder brother from 2 months past, and then there is this sister-in-law. Shui Hong's thoughts drift to his sister-in-law and the series of events that will unfold once he becomes king, filling him with excitement. He hastens back to the Grand Arena to invite the noble elite with whom he once indulged in revelry to his residence for drinks. As for the beautiful Lady Caden within the arena, Shui Hong pays her little mind. In his estimation, a woman like Caden, conservative and lacking in charm, is far less appealing than a mere maid. He revels in the thrill of adulation and flattery, preferring to bask in the limelight. Thus, even if Caden were to linger in the Grand Arena for 10 days or more, he would hardly take notice. Furthermore, due to her status, he cannot compel her to partake in activities she finds unpalatable. In Shui Hong's view, as long as Caden remains his wife, he can access the power behind her, namely, the support of the Sylvis Kingdom, thereby bolstering his claim to the throne of Balak. Unbeknownst to Shui Hong, Caden, whom he perceives as reserved, is currently indulging in a lavish bath within the Grand Arena, adorning herself. In the bathroom, she cups water that cascades onto her fair, delicate skin. With her slender fingers, she glides from her lips down her chest, appreciating her flawless complexion. Stepping from the tub with long, elegant legs, she dons a silken purple robe and gracefully exits the bathroom. At that moment, within her chamber, Gu Yi peruses the contents of the letter with surprise. It reveals that she has joined the Wuhuan Academy and received an audience with Bibi Dong, an unexpected turn of events. Yet, this could prove beneficial. Given her martial spirit and aptitude, it would be no challenge for her to become Bibi Dong's disciple. Gu Yi now eagerly anticipates her next update. Reflecting on the girl he healed a month prior, who now joins the Wuhuan Hall Academy, Gu Yi feels a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 42, Zhu Zhuqing's moment of glory having joined the Wuhuan Hall Academy. With diligent effort and the demonstration of her formidable martial spirit alongside the enhanced physical prowess he bestowed upon her, It is entirely conceivable that she may be taken under by Bibi Dong's wing. Guyi, you seem quite pleased. A soft, delicate voice emerges as Caden, draped in a flowing purple nightgown, steps into the room. It is merely a trivial matter. Guyi intends to keep this information from Caden. But as he turns to look at her, he finds it difficult to divert his gaze. At that moment, the sheer fabric of Caden's nightgown clings to her fair, glowing skin. The garment, thin and ethereal, accentuates her mature allure, rendering her irresistibly captivating. Guyi found himself rising unconsciously as he gazed intently. With deliberate steps, he approached Caden, his large hand wrapping around her slender waist without the slightest hesitation, pulling her shapely form into his embrace. He was captivated by the enchanting beauty of Caden's face, unable to extricate himself from her allure. In that moment, Guyi seemed to grasp a profound truth. Why the world harbored such animosity towards the treacherous Xiao Jang, yet secretly yearned to emulate him. It was all due to the beguiling charm of a young woman, both alluring and perilous. One could easily find themselves ensnared in her web, unable to escape. Noticing Guyi's rapt attention and the glimmer of possessiveness in his eyes, Caden felt a surge of delight within. "Will you stay with me tonight?" she murmured softly, leaning against his chest, her delicate hand trailing downwards, teasingly stirring the air. In that moment, she resembled a woman yearning for the comforting presence of her husband during the night. Guyi grasped Caden's waist, his face a portrait of inner conflict. If he were to stay tonight, an intimate exchange of souls with Caden was inevitable, an experience that would be exquisite yet potentially lead him into an inescapable infatuation with the enchanting young woman. However, the repercussions of remaining were beyond what Guyi could currently endure. This was largely due to the presence of a formidable soul sage, Qin Xiao, by Shuihong's side. Once Shuihong discovered that Guyi had lingered overnight in the battle arena, he might not initially harbor any doubts, but suspicion would inevitably take root in his mind. Should he begin to suspect, and if Qin Xiao were to investigate, Guyi, with his current strength as a member of the Soul Sect, would be utterly defenseless. It was akin to wishing to act as a thief without the protection of a guardian. Guyi sighed inwardly. Caden, now is not the time. Ultimately, he could only shake his head in refusal. Caden understood his meaning. She was aware that Guyi would not approach her if he felt inadequate in strength. Yet she was willing to. She rose onto her tiptoes, wrapped her arms around Guyi's neck, and kissed him fervently. In a natural motion, they tumbled onto the sofa. Meanwhile, in the Stardow Forest, the Shrek 7 were led by Zhao Wujian. Having searched for an extended period without locating suitable soul rings for Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar, as Zhao Wujian glanced at the sky, the evening was approaching, and he was about to suggest a half-hour respite for the group before seeking a place to rest for the night. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San, and Zhao Wujian's gazes converged in the same direction. Zhao Wujian shouted, "Be alert, something is approaching." The rustling sound intensified, and even Oscar and Ning Rongrong, as support soul masters, could distinctly sense the rapid advance of the unknown creature. Zhu Zhuqing, fixated on the thicket ahead, did not wait for Zhao Wujian to speak. She silently ascended, her claws extending, and swiftly climbed a nearby tree to observe the source of the sound. Cats possessed exceptional vision, even in darkness, and now, during the afternoon, her enhanced eyesight, due to the fusion of her martial spirit and cell-enhancing elixirs, enabled her to see clearly in the shadows. Soon, Zhu Zhuqing's icy voice resonated from the tree. It is a spider, with a body diameter exceeding 1.5 meters, and 8 legs each over 3 meters long. Its entire form encased in black exoskeleton. A spider? Zhao Wujian frowned at Zhu Zhuqing's description, his gaze fixed on the grass ahead. However, before he could inquire further, Zhu Zhuqing, perched in the tree, exclaimed, "Not good." In an instant, the 8 long legs of the ebony spider moved with alarming speed, creating a flurry of afterimages. And in the blink of an eye, it was upon Zhu Zhuqing. 2 of its front legs lifted menacingly, aiming directly at her. Zhu Zhuqing reacted swiftly, leaping down from the tree to the ground. While she evaded the attack, the tree she had just vacated was cleaved in 2 by the spider's strike. This sudden turn of events astonished Zhao Wujian, Dai Mubai, and Tang San. They had not anticipated the spider's rapid approach. Wait, is that a faceless demon spider? Tang San's eyes widened as he recognized the black spider before them. His teacher had imparted knowledge about soul beasts, and he discerned this was the notorious small soul beast assassin known as the faceless demon spider. Zhu Zhuqing, be cautious. That faceless demon spider exceeds 2,000 years in age. You are no match for it, Tang San warned urgently, urging her to flee. At this moment, the faceless demon spider was less than 5 meters away from Zhu Zhuqing. Although she heard Tang San's advice, she showed no intention of retreating. Instead, she was eager to test her newfound strength. After merging the cell-enhancing elixir that Guyi had given her, she could sense changes within her body, but to what extent? Even she did not know. It was the perfect opportunity to gauge her abilities against the formidable faceless demon spider. In a flash, Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a shadow, vanishing from the spider's sight. The next instant, she reappeared at the spider's left flank. Phantom, 100 claws. Her cold voice rang out as she unleashed her sharp claws, ignited by black flames, striking fiercely at the faceless demon spider. The sound of sharp claws scraping echoed as multiple gashes appeared on the spider's dark exoskeleton, each wound seething with black flames. After her assault, Zhu Zhuqing leaped gracefully, her form a shadow as she evaded the spider and rejoined her companions. The entire exchange transpired in mere seconds, an astonishing display of speed. Zhao Wujia, observing the scene, was taken aback. Not only him, but Tang San, with his purple extreme demon eye activated, was equally astounded. Zhu Zhuqing's prowess and velocity exceeded all expectations. Though the faceless demon spider sustained minimal damage from Zhu Zhuqing's claws, the black flames ignited its fury, prompting it to roar in agony. Its 8 spear-like legs began to lash out frantically in retaliation. Clearly, Zhu Zhuqing's previous attack had provoked its wrath, particularly the searing black flames that agitated it further. Zhu Zhuqing, be careful. Tang San warned again, convinced she could not possibly contend against such a formidable opponent. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing disregarded his caution, charging directly at the faceless demon spider. Her speed was remarkable. As the spider's legs lunged toward her, she evaded like a wraith, then executed her Phantom 100 Claws attack. Leaping above the spider, she utilized the surrounding trees as footholds, diving downward with claws ablaze, targeting the spider's wounds. Once more, the air filled with piercing sounds as Zhu Zhuqing's claws tore through the faceless demon spider's back. The black flames continued to scorch it mercilessly. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing appeared to grasp the meaning behind Gu Ye's earlier words. In the realm of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable, only speed is invincible. Just as she was now, her speed rendered the faceless demon spider's attacks futile. She could clearly perceive its movements and evade them, countering with her own strikes. Throughout this encounter, the only actions taken were hers against the spider. Zhu Zhuqing's physical strength, reflexes, and attack speed were all enhanced, thanks to the fusion of the soul-devouring spirit cat's essence and the cell-enhancing elixirs. Chapter 43. Tang San's soul bone is lost. Bang! At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to multiply, flitting around the enormous form of the faceless demon spider, her claws ignited with black flames, incessantly striking at its wounded exoskeleton. The air crackled with the sounds of her assault, accompanied by the sizzling of burning flesh. Faced with such rapid and relentless attacks, the faceless demon spider was reduced to a mere target for her onslaught. When did Zhuqing become so powerful? Beside them, Xiao gasped in astonishment, and Ning Rongrong was equally taken aback. They watched in disbelief as Zhu Zhuqing mercilessly assaulted the man-faced demon spider. The most incredulous were Dai Mubai and Tang San. One was a level 37 soul respect, convinced of his superiority among the 7, while the other was a disciple of Xiao Jang, who had enlightened Tang San on the formidable nature of the man-faced demon spider. Both found it hard to believe that Zhu Zhuqing, a newly ascended level 30 soul master, could possibly overpower a creature that had existed for over 2 millennia, especially in such a brutal manner. After observing with his purple extreme magic eyes, Tang San discerned some clues that elucidated why Zhu Zhuqing could hold her ground against the formidable spider. It turned out that the creature had sustained injuries. Zhao Wujin, as the mentor, noticed Tang San and Dai Mubai staring blankly at Zhu Zhuqing's one-sided battle and shouted, "What are you standing around for? Are you merely spectators? Hurry and lend a hand." Finally snapping to attention, Tang San and Dai Mubai scratched their heads awkwardly before springing into action. Rongrong, provide support, Tang San commanded instinctively. Seeing that Zhu Zhuqing was managing to hold her own against the man-faced demon spider through sheer speed, Ning Rongrong augmented her speed even further. Subsequently, Tang San and Dai Mubai joined forces, surrounding the spider. Zhu Zhuqing took the opportunity to evade, releasing a breath of relief. Though she had been able to dominate the man-faced demon spider momentarily, the exertion had been immense. With Tang San and the others now engaged in the fray, she found a moment to recuperate. Bang! Bang! White Tiger's light wave, Blue Silver Bind, Waist Bow, Phoenix Fire Line, one after another. Tang San and his companions launched their attacks against the injured man-faced demon spider. having already sustained wounds from Zhu Zhuqing's earlier strikes. The creature was further overwhelmed by the onslaught, teetering on the brink of defeat. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing slightly crouched, her gaze fixed on the wound on the spider's abdomen, and dark flames flickered to life upon her fingertips. In an instant, she transformed into a shadow. Dashing towards the spider's belly, her claws, imbued with black flames, relentlessly striking the wound. In mere moments, she had unleashed a barrage of over 100 strikes. Tang San and the others, witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's ferocious onslaught and the imminent demise of the man-faced demon spider, halted their attacks. Just then, a commanding voice rang out. "Stop!" A strikingly beautiful woman clad in silver-scaled armor rushed forward, accompanied by a rosy-cheeked elder and an aged woman. The trio was none other than Meng Yiran, Long Gong, and Shi Pa. Hearing Meng Yiran's voice, Zhu Zhuqing glanced her way but did not cease her assault. With one final, thunderous blow, Zhu Zhuqing sent the man-faced demon spider crashing to the ground, lifeless. "You have slain my soul beast." Meng Yiran glared at Zhu Zhuqing, furious, as the corpse of the spider revealed a purple soul ring. She had been pursuing a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake with her grandmother but had lost it, leading her to reunite with her grandfather. After encountering a man-faced demon spider and wounding it, they had intended to claim it as a soul ring, only for it to feign death and escape, leaving them in pursuit once more, only to find it slain by Zhu Zhuqing. Tang San, Zhao Wujin, and Dai Mubai instantly grew wary upon the arrival of Meng Yiran and the others. In the Sodto Forest, soul masters could sometimes pose a greater threat than soul beasts. As Meng Yiran spoke, Zhu Zhuqing met her gaze, coldly retorting, "This soul beast attacked me. Am I not justified in slaying it?" "You." Meng Yiran was incensed, ready to retort, when Long Gong intervened, stepping forward. Casting a glance at Zhao Wujin, he introduced himself. "I am Meng Shu. I have been pursuing this man-faced demon spider for some time. Had it not been for its cunning escape, it would have already been my granddaughter's soul ring." Upon hearing the name Meng Shu, Zhao Wujin's expression shifted, and he recognized the elderly woman beside him. Long Gong, Meng Shu, and Shipu were renowned figures within the spirit master community, reputed for their formidable strength, with whispers of their martial soul fusion technique rivaling that of a titled Douluo. Understanding the disparity in strength, Zhao Wujin's face broke into a smile. "Ah, it is Long Gong. I am Zhao Wujin. This incident with the soul beast is merely a misunderstanding. We had intended to rest here when the man-faced demon spider suddenly attacked. Under such circumstances, we had no choice but to eliminate it for our safety. I hope you can forgive any offense caused." Zhao Wujin's unexpected politeness astonished Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others. In their eyes, their teacher was not one to be trifled with. Now, seeing him so deferential, they wondered if the trio held some significant status. Tang San and Dai Mubai regarded Long Gong and Shipu with grave expressions. Meng Shu chuckled. "Ah, so you are the unmoved king, Zhao Wujin. However, you have killed my granddaughter's soul beast. How do you intend to resolve this matter?" Though he had heard of Zhao Wujin's reputation as a soul sage, Meng Shu felt little trepidation and spoke with less formality. Zhao Wujin, sensing the accusatory tone, fell silent for a moment. Tang San glanced between Long Gong and Shi Pa, then at the silent Zhao Wujin, feeling an impending crisis. His mind raced, and an idea struck him. Stepping forward, he asked, "Senior, you mentioned that this man-faced demon spider was the soul beast your granddaughter required?" "Indeed," Long Gong replied calmly. "Then, by your implication, your granddaughter has already reached level 30? "Naturally," he affirmed, proud of his granddaughter's exceptional talent. Tang San contemplated for a moment, confidence blooming within him. "If that is the case, then, Senior, you should be grateful that we have slain the man-faced demon spider." "What do you mean by that?" Long Gong's gaze turned predatory. Tang San hurriedly clarified. "This man-faced demon spider has surpassed 2,000 years of age. Senior, consider this. The maximum age for a third soul ring is 1,760 years, and no one has ever absorbed a soul ring exceeding this limit. If your granddaughter were to absorb this man-faced demon spider as a soul ring, what do you think would happen?" The words spoken by Tang San caused Long Gong to furrow his brow. After investigating the age of the soul ring of the man-faced demon spider, he found that Tang San's assertions seemed plausible. If Guyi were present, he would undoubtedly sense the discrepancies. In the original narrative, a soul Douluo pursued a 2,000-year-old soul beast for several days. Yet this soul Douluo was unaware of the age of a man-faced demon spider and sought to use it as a soul ring for his granddaughter. This inconsistency was glaring. Now, After listening to Tang San's explanation and learning of his identity as a disciple of the renowned theoretical master Xiao Jang, Long Gong was taken aback. His astonishment grew when he discovered that Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing had both reached the 30th level at such a young age. Attaining such prowess at their age, regardless of their background, suggested they were no ordinary individuals. Moreover, with Zhao Wujia's protection, he felt inclined to forge a connection with them. The two parties conversed for a while, setting aside their differences, and agreed to seek suitable soul beasts together in the perilous Sodto Forest. Due to Zhu Zhuqing's early advancement to the 30th level affecting the storyline, Tang San also failed to reach that milestone, ultimately losing the man-faced demon spider as his soul ring, along with the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances. Chapter 44. Xiao Wu and the Titan Giant Ape. As night fell in the Sodto Forest, Zhao Wujia, the Shrek 7 monsters, and Long Gong Mengpa set up their tents after finding a suitable location to rest. While roasting food over the fire, Meng Yiran reflected on the power Zhu Zhuqing had exhibited when she defeated the man-faced demon spider, along with her current age. Curiosity piqued, she approached Zhu Zhuqing and asked, "How have you trained to achieve such rapid progress?" Not only was Meng Yiran eager to know, but Long Gong and Snake Po were equally curious about how Zhu Zhuqing had reached the 30th level at such a young age. Through diligent effort, Zhu Zhuqing replied plainly, her response almost as if she had said nothing at all. Meng Yiran, however, felt disheartened. She had always believed her talents were commendable, yet upon learning of Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, she realized her abilities might not be as extraordinary as she had thought. "Zhao, your students truly astonish me," remarked Meng Shu, glancing at Zhao Wujia. Given their current cooperative relationship, Meng Shu was considerably more courteous. "Indeed, your granddaughter is a remarkable talent," Zhao Wujia humbly replied, offering another compliment. "However, Zhao, could you share how Zhu Zhuqing achieved her strength at such a young age?" Meng Shu inquired, genuinely curious. Well, Zhao Wujia hesitated. "Could it be something that cannot be disclosed?" He mused. "Indeed, it would be imprudent of me to divulge matters of cultivation." Noticing Zhao Wujia's demeanor, Meng Shu refrained from pressing further. "Actually, it's not that it cannot be shared. Zhu Qing's achievement of the 30th level at this age is due not only to her own dedicated practice, but also to another individual." "Who might that be?" "A healer named Gu Yi, who possesses remarkable medical skills and holds profound, mysterious knowledge, such as the concept of martial soul blood." "Martial soul blood?" Long Gong and Meng Shu exchanged puzzled glances, intrigued by this unfamiliar term. Zhao Wujia briefly explained, redirecting their attention to Gu Yi without further elaboration. Upon learning about martial soul blood, Long Gong and Snake became increasingly curious about Gu Yi. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, Meng Yiran, and the others continued their lively discussion. Suddenly, Zhao Wujia, Meng Shu, and Xiao Tianxiang exchanged grave expressions. "Everyone, gather behind us. If anything occurs, do not concern yourselves with me. Immediately leave this place and exit the Sodto Forest," Zhao Wujia instructed. The solemnity on the faces of Zhao Wujia, Meng Shu, and Xiao Tianxiang filled Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and Meng Yiran with an ominous premonition. They hurriedly moved behind the 3 men, inquiring, "Teacher Zhao, what has happened?" However, Zhao Wujia, Meng Shu, and Xiao Tianxiang remained silent, their eyes fixed ahead, beads of cold sweat trickling down their faces. In the direction of their gaze, 2 towering trees began to part slowly, revealing a colossal figure that emerged silently. Upon seeing this behemoth, everyone's breath seemed to halt. They finally comprehended what had alarmed Zhao Wujia, Meng Shu, and Xiao Tianxiang. It was a being akin to a mountain, a Titan Giant Ape, staring at this formidable creature. The expressions of Zhao Wujia, Meng Shu, and Xiao Tianxiang darkened to an alarming degree, even with Meng Shu as a Soul de Law. Alongside the Soul Emperor Xiao Tianxiang and Soul Saint Zhao Wujia, they knew they stood no chance against the Forest King, the Titan Giant Ape. Exchanging glances, Meng Shu, Zhao Wujia, and Xiao Tianxiang stepped forward to shield Zhu Zhuqing and the others. "Respected Forest King, we mean no offense. If this is your territory, we are willing to leave immediately," Meng Shu spoke solemnly, aware that the Titan Giant Ape could understand him. The oppressive aura warned him that this creature was a 100,000-year-old soul beast, capable of human speech. Yet the Titan Giant Ape offered no response. Its gaze fixed on Xiao Wu, who stood behind Zhao Wujia and Meng Shu. With a thunderous tremor, the ground shook as the Titan Giant Ape took a step forward. That single movement sent chills down the spines of Zhao Wujia, Meng Shu, and the others. Though Zhu Zhuqing maintained a calm facade when confronted with the Titan Giant Ape, she too was overwhelmed with fear. In the face of life and death, few could remain indifferent. Instinctively, her thoughts turned to Gu Yi as she clutched the life-saving talisman he had given her tightly to her chest. Unbeknownst to Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu was continuously shaking her head at the Titan giant ape, signaling it to depart quickly. With another resounding quake, the Titan giant ape advanced a step closer. The expressions of Zhao Wujia, Meng Shu, and Xiao Tianxiang darkened further. They realized that the situation was dire. Iran, you and the others must leave immediately. We will hold this creature off, Meng Shu declared, summoning 8 radiant soul rings that illuminated the surroundings as he brandished his dragon staff and charged at the Titan giant ape. Mubai, Tang San. You must leave at once, take them out of the Sodto forest, swiftly. Similarly, Zhao Wujia uttered a single phrase before the 7 soul rings adorning his body radiated with brilliance as he charged towards the Titan great ape. In the face of life-threatening peril, Meng Shu, Zhao Wujia, and Xiao Tianxiang joined forces without a moment's hesitation to confront the Titan great ape, striving to create an opportunity for their younger companions to escape. However, Zhu Zhuqing, Meng Yiran, and Tang San were clearly not cowards. They would never abandon their comrades and loved ones to flee alone. Ning Rongrong, as a support, activated her 7 treasure glazed tile martial soul, infusing them with power. The first enhancement was strength, and the second was speed. In this moment of crisis, the 8 individuals disregarded everything else. With Ning Rongrong's brief yet melodious voice, 3 beams of light shot forth, enveloping Zhao Wujia, Meng Shu, and Xiao Tianxiang. The unparalleled trait of the 7 treasure glazed tile martial soul lies in its ability to amplify power irrespective of the recipient's level. Thus, Ning Rongrong could provide a 30% enhancement, regardless of the inherent strength of the recipient, even for the formidable Zhao Wujia and the soul Douluo level Meng Shu. This is one of the reasons why the 7 treasure glazed tile has earned its reputation as the preeminent support martial soul on the continent. Indeed, under the augmentation of Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile, Zhao Wujia's speed surged dramatically, while the soul power in his bare paws was notably enhanced. Both Meng Shu's dragon staff and Snake Lady's serpent staff grew in potency. With the trio unleashing their full might, they could perhaps contend even against the title Douluo. Yet, before the Titan great ape, whose singular focus was to capture Xiao Wu, they were rendered insignificant. The Titan great ape swung its colossal paw down towards Zhao Wujia, Meng Shu, and Xiao Tianxiang. The sound of rushing wind echoed as the massive hand descended rapidly upon them. Bang! Unsurprisingly, the 3 were instantly sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Roaring, the Titan great ape threw back its head and, after a few heartwarming punches to itself, directed its palm towards Tang San and Xiao Wu. The sight of Zhao Wujia, Meng Shu, and Xiao Tianxiang being effortlessly dispatched by the Titan great ape left Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others in shock. As the Titan great ape's immense hand loomed, Xiao Wu hurriedly stepped forward to shield her friends. Upon seeing Xiao Wu, the Titan great ape paused momentarily, then seized her and dashed away. The sudden departure of the Titan great ape left Ning Rongrong and the others momentarily stunned, but they soon breathed sighs of relief. Zhao Wujia, who had been knocked to the ground, rose, still bewildered by the sudden turn of events as he saw the Titan great ape fleeing. Meng Shu and Xiao Tianxiang shared his confusion. However, Tang San was different. The absence of Xiao Wu, who had been taken by the Titan great ape, ignited a fierce rage within him. His eyes turned bloodshot as he glared at the rapidly disappearing figure, roaring, Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, perched upon the shoulder of the Titan great ape, seemed to hear Tang San's voice and turned her head, intending to respond. Yet, being in such a precarious position, she was unable to attend to her brother. Furthermore, the Titan great ape showed no mercy, sprinting away without granting her a moment's respite. After a long separation, the Titan great ape aimed to take Xiao Wu back for some days of fun. Chapter 45, A Kiss. Calm down as Oscar had yet to acquire his 3rd soul ring and lacked the flying mushroom sausage. Tang San could only watch helplessly as Xiao Wu was taken by the Titan great ape. What would transpire after her abduction remained a mystery to all. Tang San could not comprehend the reason behind the Titan great ape's actions. Not only he, but also Zhao Wujia, Meng Shu, Xiao Tianxiang, and Zhu Zhuqing were equally puzzled. The ostentatious appearance of the Titan great ape, followed by its abrupt departure with Xiao Wu, left them questioning the motives behind it. Zhu Zhuqing and the others fell silent as they gazed in the direction the Titan great ape had vanished. Meanwhile, in another location, within the Caden room of the Sodto City Great Soul Arena, Gu Yi was oblivious to the events unfolding deep within the Sodto forest. He was unaware that Zhu Zhuqing's premature attainment of level 30 had caused discrepancies in the narrative compared to the original storyline. At this moment, he sat on the sofa, embracing the enchanting Caden, captivated by her alluring visage, gradually regaining his composure. Moments ago, he had been on the verge of engaging in a profound exchange with Caden on the sofa. Yet, at the moment of ignition, Guyi abruptly halted. What's wrong? Caden, leaning against Guyi's chest, looked up at him, her eyes filled with reproach. She had welcomed him eagerly, but he had abruptly pulled back, leaving her feeling uncomfortable both physically and emotionally. Guyi let out a soft sigh, signaling Caden to calm herself. With one hand pressed against her chest and the other embracing Guyi, Caden's demeanor was a tapestry of allure, her eyes sparkling with irresistible charm. How could she possibly find tranquility? In that moment, she resembled a vehicle hurtling down the highway. Unable to halt unless an accident were to occur, there was no choice but to forge ahead. Thump, thump. Her heart raced rapidly, akin to a car accelerating on the expressway. Her cheeks flushed, and the blood coursing through her veins surged like gasoline, making it impossible for her to regain her composure. Upon encountering Caden in such a state, Guyu realized that her emotions were in tumult. As a physician, he immediately devised a method to help her regain her composure swiftly. Caden, let us share a kiss to calm ourselves, he suggested. With that, Guyi embraced her waist and pressed his lips against her delicate ruby-red mouth. Caden's eyelids fluttered closed, and she clung to Guyi, reluctant to let go. After a brief moment, Caden became aware that she was nearly breathless, yet she found herself gradually calming down without even realizing it. Guyi, realizing that his method was indeed effective, silently praised himself, truly a miraculous physician. Caden, having regained his composure, recognized that he had almost indulged in a moment of abandon with Guyi. Yet Guyi, do you truly dislike being with me so much? Caden lamented, gazing at Guyi with an expression brimming with discontent. Upon witnessing this, Guyi tightened his embrace around Caden. However, Caden, feeling discontent, squirmed restlessly and turned her head away. Guyi leaned down to Caden's ear and whispered, Caden, you should understand that my strength is still insufficient at this moment. Thus, I cannot remain here tonight. However, rest assured, I shall soon grow stronger. And when that time comes, it will be just like that night in the grove, fiery and reckless. Upon hearing Guyi's words, Caden turned to look at him and said, Then promise me you must come to the Grand Soul Arena in Sodto City every night. All right. I promise you. Is that sufficient? Guyi gently caressed Caden's enchanting face, finding it difficult to tear his gaze away. I shall take my leave now. He wished to depart, fearing that he might lose control and embrace Caden, taking her back to her room. The sensation of abruptly halting was truly uncomfortable, as if his very skin were about to tear. Noticing Guyi's intent to leave, Caden pulled him back slightly. What is it? Guyi inquired, turning to face her. My lips are a bit dry. She was aware that Guyi would not come back tomorrow, and that his earlier promise was merely to amuse her. Thus, before Guyi could depart, she wished for him to linger a little longer. Guyi playfully inquired of Caden, What has that mouth done? Caden, somewhat perplexed, wondered if she possessed a second mouth. What do you think? She retorted, casting a disapproving glance in Guyi's direction. Ahem, I may have misinterpreted, Guyi admitted, feeling a tinge of embarrassment for his choice of words. After sharing a tender moment with Caden, he departed from her chamber. As Caden watched Guyi's retreating figure, a satisfied smile graced her lips. Guyi, you must hasten your growth and strength, or I shall not comply with your wishes. She murmured softly before summoning her soul guardian into the room to discuss a few matters. As Guyi returned to his abode, he promptly retreated to his chamber to commence his cultivation. He needed to regain his composure and reflect upon certain matters. The recent encounter with Caden had been akin to a beguiling siren, and had it not been for his formidable mental fortitude, he would have succumbed to the allure of her captivating form. It was imperative that he acknowledged his inadequacies. His current strength was insufficient, and he must strive to grow mightier. The mere thought of his soul power being a mere 48 levels filled him with a sense of inadequacy. It was precisely due to his limited power that he hesitated to confront certain truths. Furthermore, it was his feeble strength that deterred him from lingering with Caden, indulging in a night of intimacy, and delving into the depths of her enigmatic trap to uncover the truths lurking in the shadows. He resolved to focus on enhancing his abilities, aiming to break through to the 50th level. Once he achieved that milestone, he would no longer fear the potential exposure of his entanglements with Caden. Guyi has resolved to refrain from medical practice for the next few days, focusing solely on achieving the milestone of level 50. Once he attains this level, he will no longer need to exercise excessive caution. At that point, he can indulge in a passionate affair with Caden without trepidation. Even if Shui Hong were to discover it, he would remain unperturbed. It is not that Gu Yi would be able to contend with the soul Saint Qin Xiao, who stands by Shui Hong's side, but rather that upon reaching level 50, his means of self-preservation would render him fearless in the face of soul saints. The mere thought of Caden's enchanting allure stirs something within Gu Yi. Striving diligently for a woman of such caliber is undoubtedly a worthy pursuit. As Gu Yi immersed himself in his cultivation, several days quietly slipped by. During this time, as Caden had anticipated, Gu Yi refrained from visiting the Grand Soul Arena. His dedication to his training was so intense that he did not even open his medical clinic. This illustrates the lengths to which Gu Yi was willing to go to enhance his strength, driven by a desire to be intimately entwined with Caden. Meanwhile, deep within the Sodto Forest, Oscar was congratulated by Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun on obtaining his third spirit ring. Despite having acquired the coveted rooster-tail snake from the original text, Oscar found little joy in his achievement. He glanced at the silently seated Tang San beside him and sighed. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, their thoughts mirroring Oscar's concern as they reflected on recent events. Eventually, Dai Mubai approached Tang San and said, "Xiao San, we have been searching for several days, yet there is still no news of Xiao Wu. Do you think something might have happened to her?" Tang San replied somberly, "Xiao Wu is fine. If you do not wish to continue searching with me, you may leave." Dai Mubai, taken aback by Tang San's words, retorted, "Xiao San, what do you mean by that? If we didn't care about Xiao Wu, would we have ventured this deep into the forest with you? You must consider that as we delve further into the Sodto Forest, we are all at risk. Your fixation on Xiao Wu should not blind you to the dangers we face together." Ma Hongjun and Oscar echoed Dai Mubai's frustration. The days spent searching for Xiao Wu had been fraught with peril, and without the presence of the soul sage Zhao Wujie, their survival would have been in jeopardy countless times. The group shared a collective worry for Xiao Wu, who had been captured by the Titan giant ape for several days. And Tang San's prickly remarks only intensified their irritation. As tensions rose, Zhao Wujie, who had been on guard, intervened with a stern command. "Enough. We are now deep within the Sodto Forest, where danger lurks at every turn. Your bickering is of no use. Rest, and we shall continue our search." Shrek Academy does not abandon its students. Zhao Wujie's words caused Tang San to lower his head in reflection, realizing that his stubbornness had led his companions and teacher into peril. Venturing deeper into the forest was a decision none had taken lightly, as the unknown dangers could not be predicted. Had it not been for Mingshu, Chao Tianxiang, and Ming Iran parting ways, they would not have faced this predicament alone. The silence that followed Tang San's acknowledgement weighed heavily on the group. Dai Mubai, after contemplating the situation, turned to Zhao Wujie and asked, "Teacher Zhao, should we continue deeper into the Sodto Forest?" Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing joined in seeking Zhao Wujie's counsel. They were not afraid of death, otherwise they would not have recklessly engaged the Titan giant ape or ventured into the forest in search of Xiao Wu. However, their aimless wandering without a clear direction felt like a march toward demise, leading them to reconsider their course of action. Zhao Wujie observed Tang San and the exhausted expressions of his companions, weighing the dangers they had encountered over the past few days, attacks from various ancient soul beasts. He hesitated, torn between the necessity of continuing their search and the moral dilemma of abandoning Xiao Wu. Just then, a light footfall caught Zhao Wujie's attention. "Who goes there?" he inquired coldly, gathering his soul power in preparation. The others, having grown accustomed to vigilance, quickly turned their focus to the source of the sound. "It's me." A slender figure emerged from the thicket. Upon seeing her, both Zhao Wujie and the others were momentarily stunned. It was Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu appeared somewhat disheveled, her clothing tattered in several places, and her once neat braids now unraveled. Yet, her complexion was notably rosy, suggesting a newfound maturity. Oscar exclaimed, "You're alive," only to realize his words might have sounded harsh. Xiao Wu retorted, "Did you wish for my demise?" "Xiao Wu, is that really you?" Tang San, his voice trembling, rushed forward and enveloped her in a tight embrace. "Xiao Wu, you're safe. Thank goodness." "You cannot imagine how worried I was," Tang San exclaimed, his body trembling with excitement. "What happened while you were with the Titan giant ape? Where have you been? Your clothes, are you hurt?" Tang San bombarded her with questions. "Brother San, can't you see I'm standing right here?" Xiao Wu replied, a hint of annoyance in her tone. Indeed, look at her rosy cheeks. Perhaps she encountered no danger and even experienced some fortuitous event. Oscar and Ma Hongjun chimed in, sharing a light-hearted jest. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong noticed that Xiao Wu seemed different, more mature. Despite her torn clothes and disheveled hair, a glow of maturity radiated from her, a transformation likely attributable to her recent breakthroughs in spirit power. Zhao Wujia, sensing something amiss, stepped forward and asked, Xiao Wu, how did you escape the Titan giant ape? You must tell us what transpired. At this, all eyes turned to Xiao Wu, including Tang San's curious gaze. Xiao Wu, having been returned by Heir Ming, had spent the past few days visiting him and discussing various matters before being brought back. However, she could not disclose these details to Zhao Wujie and the others. Teacher Zhao, I'm not entirely sure. The Titan giant ape grabbed me and ran deep into the forest. After a while, a loud roar, akin to that of a bull, resonated from somewhere nearby, causing the Titan giant ape to become agitated. It then abandoned me and fled. I remember feeling dizzy and fainting. When I awoke, it was gone. The scene was terrifying, dozens of soul beasts were stunned, and the weaker ones perished from the shock. I suppose I was fortunate, as I unexpectedly broke through to the 30th level of spirit power. Zhao Wujie gasped in astonishment. What? You've reached the 30th level? Not only Zhao Waoqi, but also Oscar and a few others were astonished as they gazed at Xiao Wu. Nodding, Xiao Wu recounted, at that moment, I was terrified by the sound and was captured by the Titan giant ape. Perhaps my body, under such intense external stimulation, managed to break through. Afterward, I fortuitously discovered a millennium spirit beast suitable for me while it was unconscious, and I hunted it down to obtain my third spirit ring. Is that even possible? Ma Hongjun stared at Xiao Wu, his expression akin to that of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Xiao Wu revealed a look of lingering fear, murmuring, I suppose I am quite fortunate. I thought I was done for. To avoid being attacked by the surrounding spirit beasts once they regained consciousness, I had no choice but to eliminate them. Upon absorbing the third spirit ring, my strength was restored, and I retraced my steps according to my memory. I had heard familiar voices from this direction and finally found you all. Xiao Wu's account was rife with inconsistencies. However, given that she had returned alive, who would care about her encounters with the Titan giant ape or the nature of their relationship? Tang San and the others unconsciously chose to believe her. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing sensed something amiss. Having experienced a transformation of her martial spirit, the nether cat, she was particularly attuned to sense. She detected the presence of the Titan giant ape on Xiao Wu. A suspicion flashed through her mind. Could Xiao Wu's disappearance over the past few days be related to that Titan giant ape? The moment this thought emerged, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively dismissed it. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's explanation, Zhao Waoqi nodded and said, It's good that you are back. After you were taken, it certainly drove Xiao San and Hong Jun to desperation. Our purpose in coming here was to find you. Zhao Waoqi briefly recounted everything that had transpired, and Oscar timely offered a large recovery sausage. Listening to Zhao Waoqi, Xiao Wu turned to her brother Tang San, her eyes reddening. Brother, I'm sorry for making you worry. It's all right, as long as you are safe, he replied, gently patting her head with a relieved smile. Now that Xiao Wu has returned, we must leave immediately. We cannot linger here any longer, or I will surely be scolded by Flandra. Yes, with Xiao Wu's safe return. Tang San offered no further objections. After a brief tidying up, they prepared to depart. Just then, a fox-like spirit beast darted towards them from a distance. Chapter 47. Zhu Zhuqing's third spirit ring. This fox-like spirit beast was cloaked in jet-black fur that stood erect, resembling flames of obsidian fire, presenting a most peculiar sight. Particularly striking were the two pairs of fox feet, marked by strange red and black patterns that spread from its claws to its body. These patterns seemed to harbor tremendous power, as if they could unleash a torrent of black flames to incinerate foes at any moment. As the creature soared past Zhao Waoqi and the others, it remained oblivious to the concealed presence of the Shrek 8. The moment Zhu Zhuqing caught sight of the spirit beast, she was instantly captivated. With a single glance, she recognized it as one of the few spirit beasts that Gu Yi had previously mentioned as most suitable for her. Upon seeing the spirit beast, Zhu Zhuqing recalled Gu Ye's requirements for becoming his disciple. Instinctively, she pursued the dark figure that had dashed past. Zhu Zhuqing, where are you going? Zhao Waoqi called out in anger upon noticing her solitary action. Teacher Zhao, I need that spirit beast as my third spirit ring, Zhu Zhuqing replied. Ever mindful of her purpose for being there, she was determined to capture a suitable third spirit ring, as doing so would potentially lead to Gu Yi accepting her as a disciple. With the target now in sight, she felt compelled to seize the opportunity. Let us go? Follow her. As Zhu Zhuqing chased after the spirit beast outside the Stardow forest, Zhao Waoqi, and the others had no choice but to follow suit. Their actions were orderly, and they quickly caught up with Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing saw the spirit beast, engulfed in black flames, descend by a small lake, prompting her to halt as well. Zhu Zhuqing, Zhao Waoqi admonished from behind, but upon seeing her fixated on the black spirit beast without responding, he turned to look as well. This is the black flame fox. Tang San recognized the creature after glancing at it a few times. Teacher Zhao, I need to capture the black flame fox as my third spirit ring, Zhu Zhuqing declared, her gaze unwavering. You wish to hunt that black flame fox for your third spirit ring? Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing affirmed with a nod. Zhao Waoqi scrutinized the black flame fox, which was drinking by the lake, hesitating. Typically, a martial spirit like Zhu Zhuqing's nether cat would pursue speed-oriented spirit rings. However, he was unfamiliar with the black flame fox. Were it not for Tang San naming it, he might not have even known it was called the black flame fox. Tang San assessed the black flame fox at the lakeside and shook his head, saying, Zhuqing, this black flame fox may not be suitable for you. No, it is suitable for me, Zhu Zhuqing countered without hesitation. Tang San furrowed his brow and explained, Zhuqing, while the black flame fox excels in speed, I have learned that its most formidable trait lies in its black flames. It is said that these flames are incredibly potent, capable of continuously draining a soul master's spirit power upon contact. Your desire to capture this spirit beast is likely influenced by that ability, which is a valid consideration. However, according to my master's theory, a soul master must not absorb a third spirit ring that exceeds 760 years, and this black flame fox has surpassed that limit. Tang San spoke with a guiding tone, clearly trying to convey to Zhu Zhuqing that the black flame fox was not a suitable choice for her. Yet, as Zhu Zhuqing regarded the creature, she turned to Tang San and replied calmly, Your master's theory is not necessarily infallible. Zhuqing, Xiao San's teacher is renowned in the world of soul masters for his theoretical expertise. His words are undoubtedly correct. Xiao Wu supported Tang San's perspective. She was well aware of the master's prowess and held him in high regard. Now that her brother had stated that the black flame fox was unsuitable for Zhu Zhuqing, it was indeed for her benefit. However, someone told me that I can absorb spirit beasts over 2,000 years old, and I believe him. Zhu Zhuqing remained steadfast in her resolve to capture the black flame fox as her third spirit ring. Tang San's discomfort grew as he furrowed his brows. He had immense faith in his teacher Xiao Jang's theories, yet Zhu Zhuqing's disbelief unsettled him, as he genuinely wished for her well-being. Zhuqing, this black fox has already surpassed the third spirit ring's limit. Moreover, Tang San's teacher stated that the limit for a third spirit ring is 760 years. Which is indeed true, it is not suitable for you. Zhao Waoqi equally doubted Zhu Zhuqing's ability to absorb the 2,000-year-old fox. For safety's sake, he could not permit her to take such a risk. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing replied nonchalantly, Tang San's teacher claims the third spirit ring's limit is 760 years. But Guyi says my limit is not 760 years. Teacher Zhao, I trust Guya's words. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze was resolute. She was determined to absorb the ancient black flame fox, which had existed for over 2,000 years. Upon hearing Guyi inform Zhu Zhuqing that her third spirit ring limit was not 760 years, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Zhao Wujie displayed varying expressions. Dai Mubai was dismissive, Tang San hesitated, and Zhao Wujie was skeptical. In their minds, Guyi was merely a mysterious physician with extensive knowledge, while the theory of spirit rings was the forte of Xiao Jang. However, Zhu Zhuqing chose not to elaborate further. In an instant, her martial spirit, the nether cat, enveloped her, and black flames rapidly manifested, coiling around her fingertips as she launched an attack on the black flame fox. Despite their disbelief, Zhu Zhuqing felt no need for their validation. She had unwavering faith in Guyi, knowing he would not deceive or harm her. Moreover, the enhancements to her body and strength only solidified her trust in him. As she struck, the black flame fox, drinking by the lakeside, emitted a startled cry. Initially mistaking Zhu Zhuqing for a kindred spirit due to the flames surrounding her, it quickly realized the danger as she charged. With remarkable speed, it transformed into a shadow to evade her attack. Yet, bolstered by Guyu's enhancement serum, Zhu Zhuqing was nimble and swift, adjusting her stance to continue her pursuit. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing disregard their warnings and initiate her assault, Zhao Wujie felt a twinge of anger. Dai Mubai, Tang San, assist Zhu Zhuqing, he commanded. With the fight already underway, he believed it prudent to eliminate the black flame fox quickly for everyone's safety. Although Tang San firmly believed in his teacher Xiao Jang's theories, He could not stand idly by. Thus, the Shrek 7 teamed up. Despite the Black Flame Fox's age, the group's synergy proved effective, and under their relentless attacks, the creature was soon on the brink of exhaustion. Ultimately, Zhu Zhuqing delivered a swift strike that vanquished the beast. A purple spirit ring then ascended from its remains. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to sit down and absorb the ring, Tang San urgently interjected, "Zhuqing, my teacher stated that the limit for a spirit master's third spirit ring is 760 years. Absorbing a 2,000-year spirit will surely pose a danger." Zhao Wujie echoed the sentiment. "Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing, for your own safety, you must not take this risk." Zhu Zhuqing paused, turning her gaze to Tang San. "Tang San, I appreciate your concern, but are you truly certain your teacher is infallible? Or is it that your teacher's words are absolute, while others are deemed incorrect?" Her calm demeanor ignited a flicker of irritation within Tang San. He had meant well, yet Zhu Zhuqing's dismissal of his counsel stung. Zhao Wujie and the others, witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's unwavering resolve to absorb the Black Flame Fox's spirit ring, felt a sense of helplessness. Ignoring Tang San's protests, Zhu Zhuqing settled down to guide the spirit ring into her body. With no means to halt her, Zhao Wujie and Tang San seethed in silence, perplexed by what elixir Gu Yi had administered to Zhu Zhuqing that led her to believe she could absorb such an ancient spirit ring. It was worth noting that even Zhao Wujie, a soul saint, had never encountered a spirit master absorbing a third spirit ring exceeding 2,000 years. Dai Mubai, uncomfortable with Zhu Zhuqing's reference to Gu Yi, grew increasingly uneasy as he witnessed her determination to absorb the 2,000-year spirit ring. "Teacher Zhao, what should we do?" Tang San, anticipating an impending mishap, acknowledged that halting Zhu Zhuqing was impossible. He could only defer to Zhao Wujie's judgment. Zhao Wujie, observing Zhu Zhuqing's steady breathing and lack of distress, remained silent, though he felt a mix of concern and confusion. Zhu Zhuqing's constitution had been significantly enhanced by Gu Yi's serum, rendering her capable of enduring the strain of a 2,000-year spirit ring. Despite the absorption process being slightly painful, no unforeseen complications arose. Zhu Zhuqing successfully absorbed the third spirit ring from the over 2,000-year-old Black Flame Fox. Chapter 48. Zhu Zhuqing returns. How is this possible? Zhu Zhuqing has succeeded. The realization that Zhu Zhuqing had absorbed a spirit ring exceeding 2,000 years left Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and the others in sheer disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Among the seven, Zhu Zhuqing was the youngest, yet she had reached the 30th level at an astonishing pace, now claiming a third spirit ring of such ancient pedigree. For Ma Hongjun and Oscar, this was a profound blow. Tang San, unable to fathom the situation, murmured to himself, "My teacher's theory should be infallible. How could Zhu Zhuqing absorb a spirit ring of over 2,000 years? What is truly happening?" Having once held unwavering faith in Xiao Jang, doubts began to creep into his mind. Magnified by Zhu Zhuqing's successful feat, Zhao Wujie scratched his head, gazing at Zhu Zhuqing, who had just absorbed a spirit ring exceeding 2,000 years, his expression a mix of bewilderment and awe. This development surpassed his understanding, after all. He was a simple man, his knowledge akin to that of an ordinary spirit master. He felt utterly lost, akin to a monk who could not grasp the essence of his surroundings. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, having completed her absorption, remained seated, her eyes fixed on the lifeless form of the Black Flame Fox, and then on her own hands. To her astonishment, two black-red patterns appeared on her palms, identical to those on the claws of the Black Flame Fox. Contemplating these unique markings, she sensed the possibility of summoning something from them but decided against it, opting to first inform Gu Yi upon her return. "Zhuqing, how do you feel?" Ning Rongrong approached her as soon as she stood up, concern etched across her face. "I feel well," Zhu Zhuqing replied simply with a nod. Little Rabbit, Oscar, and the others quickly gathered around, eager to inquire about her condition. Curious, Ma Hongjun asked, "Zhuqing, what is your third spirit ability?" Not only Ma Hongjun, but also Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Tang San were intrigued. After all, a spirit ring exceeding 2,000 years should yield a remarkably powerful ability. However, Zhu Zhuqing merely shook her head. "It's a secret. I will discuss it later." Though they were classmates, the spirit ability was deeply personal, and she intended to inform Gu Yi first before revealing it to Tang San and the others. Ma Hongjun, undeterred by his unanswered question, regarded Zhu Zhuqing with a mix of awe and envy, as did Oscar and the others. After all, witnessing someone absorb a third spirit ring of such antiquity was unprecedented for them. Now that we have obtained the spirit ring, let us discuss the details once we have left the Sodto forest. They remained deep within the Sodto forest, and Zhao Wujia wished to avoid any further incidents. He urged everyone to gather their belongings in preparation to depart. Just then, Tang San sensed a shift in his body and promptly called out, "Teacher Zhao, wait a moment." After expressing his thoughts, Tang San settled down into a meditative position to regulate his breathing. Zhao Wujia furrowed his brow at Tang San's transformation, contemplating whether to inquire about it. Observing that Tang San was cultivating his soul power on the ground, he presumed it was merely the result of fatigue from the recent battles and did not dwell on it further. However, moments later, when Tang San awakened, he uttered a statement that left Zhao Wujia and the others astounded. "Teacher Zhao, I've broken through to level 30, I believe. I also need a soul ring." "Little San, are you jesting?" Dai Mubai approached, disbelief evident in his gaze. "Indeed," Tang San affirmed with a resolute nod. With a sigh, Zhao Wujia lamented the disparity in their journeys. He had to exert immense effort to reach level 30, while Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao delivered a significant blow to his pride. "Very well. Let us make our way to the Sodto forest and assist Tang San in finding his third soul ring." "Yes, Teacher Zhao." The 7 members of Shrek promptly gathered their belongings and began their swift retreat while aiding Tang San in his search for the third soul ring. After 2 days of effort, they successfully located a suitable soul ring for Tang San. Zhao Wujia wasted no time in leading the Shrek group away from the Sodto forest. 2 more days passed as they journeyed back to Shrek Academy. At last, "We have returned. The feeling of homecoming is truly delightful," Oscar exclaimed with exaggerated enthusiasm. Zhao Wujia shot him a glare. "Lower your voice. Do you not see that it is nearly dark? Now, you may all return to your dormitories to rest. I need to meet with Flander to report on our expedition." After 2 days of travel, the 7 members of Shrek Academy were indeed weary and dispersed towards their respective dormitories. "Tang San, wait a moment." Just as Tang San was about to head back with Oscar, he was called by Ning Rongrong. Tang San paused and turned to her. "Rongrong, is there something you need?" Ning Rongrong, recalling the hidden weapons Tang San had utilized earlier, spoke softly, "I would like to have a private conversation with you, if that is agreeable." Oscar, standing beside Tang San, stiffened momentarily. "You both talk. I'll head back first." It was common knowledge that Oscar harbored feelings for Ning Rongrong, and witnessing her request a private discussion with Tang San understandably displeased him. "Very well." After a brief hesitation, Tang San followed Ning Rongrong. Xiao Wu, noticing Tang San's intention to converse privately with Ning Rongrong, pouted in discontent and made a face at Ning Rongrong before heading towards her dormitory. Zhu Zhuqing, who had initially planned to return with Xiao Wu, halted when she saw her friend run off. Glancing at the dimming sky, she altered her course and headed towards Sodto City instead. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, only Ning Rongrong and Tang San remained. "Rongrong, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Tang San inquired. Ning Rongrong replied, "Tang San, I would like to propose a business arrangement." Previously, during their perilous encounters in the Sodto forest, it was Tang San's resolute actions that had led to their survival. As he generously distributed his hidden weapons among the Shrek members, thereby greatly mitigating their risks. Having witnessed the formidable power of Tang San's concealed weapons, Ning Rongrong considered her own sect, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Most of her sect members were support-type soul masters with limited self-defense capabilities, prompting her desire to engage in a transaction with Tang San. She then expressed her interest in purchasing his hidden weapons. Upon hearing this, Tang San did not hesitate to decline. "The concealed weapons are a secret of the Tang sect. It is impossible for me to sell them, even to classmates, as our relationship is not particularly close." Ultimately, he agreed to craft a few sets for Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong felt a slight disappointment upon receiving his response, but she did not press him further, recognizing that they were indeed his possessions. She assured him that she would provide the appropriate gold coins in exchange before returning to her dormitory. "Rongrong, what did you need Little San for?" "In the girls' dormitory," Xiao inquired, slightly displeased by Ning Rongrong's return. "Nothing much. I just wanted to buy some hidden weapons from him." "Is that all?" "Of course, Xiao. What else could it be?" "Oh, you don't suspect that I have feelings for Tang San, do you?" "Rest assured, while he is admirable, he is not to my taste." Ning Rongrong held no attraction for Tang San, whose appearance she deemed ordinary. Her interest lay solely in the efficacy of his concealed weapons and the possibility of a transaction. "Ah, that is a relief." Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over her, having feared that Ning Rongrong harbored romantic feelings for her brother. "By the way, Xiao, where is Zhu Qing? Is she in the room?" Ning Rongrong peered around, puzzled by Zhu Zhuqing's absence. I haven't seen her either. I thought she was waiting for you. How odd. Ning Rongrong checked Zhu Zhuqing's room, but found no sign of her, leaving her perplexed. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing had already arrived outside Sodto City. Upon reaching Sodto City, she headed directly to her destination, Guye's infirmary. Knock, knock. Arriving outside the infirmary, Zhu Zhuqing rapped on the door. Inside the back room of the infirmary, Guye, engrossed in his cultivation, heard the knocking. Upon sensing who was at the door, he realized it was Zhu Zhuqing. Has she returned from the Sodto Forest? It seems so. Surely she wouldn't come here immediately after returning, especially at this late hour. Guye paused his cultivation, stepped out of the courtyard, and opened the door. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing appeared to be one with the night. Standing coldly at the entrance, dust speckled her delicate face, and her black leather attire bore signs of creasing, giving her a somewhat travel-worn appearance. Have you returned from the Starry Forest? Guye inquired, observing her closely. Yes, Zhu Zhuqing nodded slightly. You came here immediately upon your return? Guye asked again. Zhu Zhuqing continued to nod. With the answers in hand, Guye took Zhu Zhuqing's small hand and led her into the clinic, decisively shutting the door behind them as he brought her to his room. He wished to delve deeper into the events that transpired during Zhu Zhuqing's absence. Chapter 49. Zhu Zhuqing becomes Guye's disciple. Sit. Guye glanced at his bed and gestured for Zhu Zhuqing to take a seat. Zhu Zhuqing, feeling no hesitation, approached and sat down on the bed. After a long and exhausting day returning to Shrek Academy, she found herself overwhelmed by an urge to lie down and succumb to slumber. However, recalling that she still needed to discuss her matters with Guye, she quickly composed herself and fixed her gaze intently upon him. Guye did not ponder for long before he seated himself on the bed. Zhu Zhuqing, who sat nearby, gazed at him intently. I have accomplished it, she declared, a subtle smile gracing her otherwise serene face. Clearly, she had kept the conditions set forth by Guye for accepting her as a disciple firmly in mind. Now that she had fulfilled them, it felt as though she were sharing her triumph with him. Is that so? Pray, enlighten me about the situation, Guye prompted. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, recounting without reservation all the events that had transpired during her time in the Sodto Forest. She described the disturbances caused by Dai Mubai and others at the inn, her encounters with the Dragon King and Snake Lady, the assault by the Titan Giant Ape, and the capture of Xiao Wu. She also mentioned her acquisition of the Black Flame Fox Spirit Ring, and how, a few days later, Xiao Wu had returned unscathed. Alongside Tang San's remarkable breakthrough to level 30, sharing every detail with Guye. Guye was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that the storyline of Zhu Zhuqing in the Sodto Forest would diverge so significantly from the original work, to the extent that Tang San's first external weapon, the 8 spider lances, was entirely absent. The incident of Xiao Wu being captured by the Titan Great Ape, however, came as no surprise, as the Sodto Forest was indeed Xiao Wu's home, and the Titan Great Ape was akin to family to her. He speculated that Xiao Wu must have been taken home by the Titan Giant Ape for a meeting with the Azure Bull Python. Subsequently, Zhu Zhuqing shared her situation with Guye. Guye, the third soul skill I obtained from the Black Flame Fox, is called the Nether Spirit Flame Slash. When activated, this skill unleashes a strike imbued with black flames. In addition to its formidable damage, the black flames also carry the effect of scorching soul power. This was Zhu Zhuqing's third soul skill, which she chose to reveal to Guye first, signifying the level of trust she had in him. Moreover, after absorbing the soul ring of the Black Flame Fox, I have acquired this, Zhu Zhuqing said, extending her hand for Guye to see. Upon her fair palm were intricate black and red flame-like patterns. As Zhu Zhuqing began to manipulate the patterns on her palm, an eerie black and red aura began to emanate. When this aura enveloped her hands, a pair of exceptionally sharp claws materialized. These claws measured approximately 3 to 4 inches in length, entirely black and red, glimmering with a chilling light upon their blades. A soul bone, or rather, an external soul bone. Upon witnessing Zhu Zhuqing unleash her pair of claws, Guye immediately recognized their significance. He gazed at Zhu Zhuqing with a hint of astonishment. Taken aback by her remarkable fortune, could it be due to his influence? Guye's self-absorbed thoughts began to lead him into a spiral of self-doubt. What exactly is an external spirit bone? Zhu Zhuqing had only heard of 6 types before, and this notion of an external spirit bone was entirely new to her. An external spirit bone is regarded as one of the most precious forms of spirit bone, and the black-red claws in her possession are indeed an external spirit bone. The rarity of external spirit bones lies in their capacity for growth. meaning they evolve in tandem with their owner's increasing strength. Thus, it can be said that the claws she holds are the most suitable external spirit bone for her. After Gu Yi explained, he fixed a serious gaze upon Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, I solemnly inform you that the matter of your possessing this soul bone must remain a secret. You cannot disclose it to anyone, not even to those from Shrek Academy. Do you understand? Zhu Zhuqing nodded in comprehension. She was acutely aware of the significance of soul bones to soul masters in this world. She would not be foolish enough to reveal it to others. Naturally, Gu Yi was the exception, as he was currently the person she trusted the most, and soon he would also become her teacher. The primary ability of Zhu Zhuqing's external soul bone was the black flame of the black flame fox, which burned the soul power of her adversaries, penetrating deeply into their bodies during claw attacks. Additionally, this claw significantly enhanced her offensive capabilities and penetration, which was its most formidable aspect. Of course, the specifics of its other abilities were something Zhu Zhuqing needed to experience for herself. Upon learning about the capabilities of Zhu Zhuqing's external spirit bone, Gu Yi was reminded of the black flames associated with her nether cat martial spirit. Gazing at the external spirit bone in Zhu Zhuqing's possession, a brilliant idea struck him. Zhuqing, now that you possess this external spirit bone, you might consider conducting an experiment. Attempt to merge the soul-devouring black flames generated by your nether cat with this external spirit bone, if they can harmonize, producing both the soul-burning flames that inflict mental damage and the soul-burning energies. The destructive potential of your external spirit bone would become unfathomably formidable. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled at Gu Yi's words. If she could indeed achieve what Gu Yi suggested, her strength would be unparalleled. Her nether black flames had the capacity to inflict mental damage through soul burning. If she could integrate that with the soul-burning flames of her external spirit bone, anyone struck by her claws would. The mere thought sent a rush of exhilaration through her, and she turned to Gu Yi, her breath quickening. Gu Yi, you promised to take me as your disciple. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Gu Yi, expressing her most genuine thoughts with fervor. She yearned to grow stronger, immensely so, and it was Gu Yi who had ignited that hope within her. She admired his vast knowledge, his medical skills, and the aura of mystery that surrounded him. Although he appeared to be a few years her senior, she was indifferent to age. What she desired was this individual. Zhuqing, are you truly serious? Gu Yi's expression turned slightly grave. Zhu Zhuqing nodded resolutely. I am very serious. I wish to become your disciple. Are you certain? Gu Yi inquired once more. I am certain, Zhu Zhuqing affirmed, her demeanor unyielding and earnest. Very well, then let us retire for the night. Zhu Zhuqing. A look of confusion washed over her as she regarded Gu Yi, unsure of the meaning behind his statement. Ahem. I apologize. That was a slip of the tongue, Gu Yi stammered, waving his hand awkwardly. The words had escaped him in jest. It was inconceivable that he would suggest such a thing to Zhu Zhuqing. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed they were indeed already in bed. Gu Yi glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who was seated on his bed, and then at himself. Were they not sharing the same bed? It seemed rather acceptable to sit together on the bed with Zhu Zhuqing for an evening. Ahem, well, Zhuqing, before we proceed with the formalities of apprenticeship, I need to discuss something with you. This is my first time taking on a disciple, so we shall forego the customary rights associated with the master-disciple relationship. What I mean to convey is that from this day forth, you shall be my apprentice. Do you understand? Gu Yi gazed solemnly at Zhu Zhuqing, understanding his intent. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in affirmation and replied, Yes, master. Excellent. From this moment forth, you, Zhu Zhuqing, shall be my disciple, Gu Yi declared, his satisfaction evident as he admired his beautiful and well-formed apprentice. In that instant, a peculiar thought crossed Gu Yi's mind as he regarded Zhu Zhuqing. Reminiscent of Bibi Dong. After becoming Gu Yi's disciple, Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of happiness. However, one curiosity lingered in her mind, her master's strength. Now that Gu Yi was her mentor, it was only natural for her to inquire about his capabilities. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing posed the question, Master, I previously heard Dai Mubai mention that you defeated him with a single move. May I ask about your level of strength? Well, there is nothing inappropriate to disclose. Currently, I am a rank 49 soul master, Gu Yi responded. As he spoke, he cast a playful smile at Zhu Zhuqing, teasingly inquiring if she found his strength unworthy of a mentor. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, although Gu Yi's power slightly exceeded her expectations. Upon considering his age alongside his prowess, she recognized that her master, Gu Yi, was undoubtedly a prodigy. Gu Yi rose from the bed, leaving Zhu Zhuqing with only the silhouette of his back. He proclaimed with clarity, Zhuqing, You must understand that for a genius, rank is not the entirety of one's strength. Take me, for instance. Though I am merely at level 49, my true power surpasses that. Furthermore, I possess more than just strength. This was not mere boasting on Gu Yi's part. With his resources, including the surgical system, martial spirit serum, and cellular enhancement potions, he was fully capable of nurturing a genius at any moment. Having taken Zhu Zhuqing under his wing, he was determined to cultivate her into one of the strongest individuals in the world. The process of mentoring a disciple, with a gradual approach, was something Gu Yi relished immensely. Consequently, he engaged in an in-depth conversation with Zhu Zhuqing within the confines of the room. As her mentor, it was only natural for him to be attentive to what Zhu Zhuqing needed to learn and what her responsibilities were. Zhu Zhuqing listened intently, her focus unwavering. Having just returned from the Sodto forest, she was already fatigued, and as she absorbed Gu Yi's words, she gradually succumbed to slumber. Her trust in Gu Yi, her master, fostered a profound sense of reliance. After days of exhaustion, she slept soundly. Remarkably, she had fallen asleep. Observing Zhu Zhuqing asleep on his bed, Gu Yi couldn't help but smile wryly. With such trust placed in him, he felt a sense of hesitance to disrupt her rest. Chapter 50. The arrival of Xiao Jang. Gu Yi gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, who was peacefully slumbering on his bed, and took a seat beside her. He gently pulled the blanket over her, fulfilling his promise to care for her. It must be said that the sight of the sleeping feline was rather enchanting. Observing the previously cold and lifeless expression on Zhu Zhuqing's face soften into a gentle smile in her slumber, Gu Yi found himself lingering a moment longer. He then extended his hand to caress her captivating visage before intending to withdraw to another room to continue his cultivation. However, as Gu Yi attempted to retract his hand, Zhu Zhuqing murmured softly in her dreams, instinctively grasping his hand and enveloping it in her embrace. It seemed that Gu Yi's touch bestowed upon her an inexplicable sense of security, and once she held on, she did not let go, clutching him tightly. Particularly now, as Zhu Zhuqing was Gu Yi's disciple, this unique dynamic inevitably stirred a myriad of complex emotions within him. This situation leaves me in quite a predicament. Gu Yi, noticing that Zhu Zhuqing was unwilling to release him, turned his head with great difficulty, avoiding the enticing curve that protruded from her bosom. He then attempted to pull away once more, but Zhu Zhuqing, much like a cat guarding its meal, clutched his hand as though it were her precious food. Showing no inclination to loosen her grip, occasionally, she would nuzzle against him, drawing even closer. In a state of resignation, Gu Yi sat quietly beside the slumbering cat, engaging in his cultivation. Meanwhile, in the Shrek Academy's president's office, Flinder listened with astonishment to Zhao Wuji's account of their expedition into the Sodto forest, his expression shifting multiple times. Only upon hearing that everyone returned safely did he exhale in relief. It seemed that allowing you to lead them alone to the Sodto forest was a grave oversight. Flinder sighed, a wave of apprehension washing over him. Next time, I shall accompany you on the hunt for soul beasts. With the presence of 2 soul saints, our safety would be considerably enhanced. These children are all prodigies. I cannot bear the thought of jeopardizing their futures. You cannot be blamed. After all, no one could have anticipated encountering the Titan giant ape, the king of the forest. Fortunately, it showed us mercy. Had it chosen to attack, we might not have returned at all. However, Flinder, one thing continues to perplex me. How did Xiao Wu return unharmed after being captured by the Titan giant ape for several days, and even break through to level 30? She claims that a bellow frightened the Titan giant ape away. That bellow must have belonged to the legendary sky blue bull python. A somewhat rigid and peculiar voice emerged from outside the door, startling Zhao Wuji, who had just spoken. Earlier, he had heard footsteps approaching but had thought little of it, assuming it was merely a teacher from the academy. Now, upon hearing the voice, he sensed something amiss. Such a sound did not exist within the academy. Haha. Someone knowledgeable has arrived. Xiao Gang, come in. Flinder called out with a hearty laugh, glancing toward the door. The door swung open, and a middle-aged man stepped inside, his face appearing stiff and his posture rigid. At first glance, he seemed somewhat dazed, yet his profound black eyes revealed a hint of urgency. If Tang San were present, he would immediately recognize this figure as his teacher, the renowned master Xiao Jang of the Soul Master community. Wujie, you haven't met yet. This is Xiao Gang, the illustrious theoretical master of the Soul Master realm, and also Tang San's mentor. Flinder introduced, leading Xiao Jang into the room. Zhao Wujie regarded the entering Xiao Jang with surprise, exclaiming, "So you are the master? I am Zhao Wujie. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. The unmoving King Zhao Wujie, greetings. You have returned. Tang San should be safe as well?" Indeed, the trip to the Sodto forest exhausted Tang San, and he had them return to their rooms to rest immediately, Xiao Jang replied, relieved to learn that his disciple was unharmed. He then explained to Zhao Wujie that the sound they had heard was that of the legendary 100,000-year soul beast, the sky blue bull python, along with a series of related matters. In that case, Xiao Wu truly possesses extraordinary luck, Zhao Wujie mused. He could never have imagined that Xiao Wu's true identity was that of a transformed soul beast. Her capture was merely a reunion between two beasts who had not seen her in a long time, wishing to bring her home for a conversation. After explaining, Xiao Jang continued, Teacher Zhao, I have thoroughly reviewed the students' profiles. Your expedition to the Sodto forest was to assist Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing, who possesses the nether cat martial soul, in finding their third soul rings. Do you know what soul beasts they ultimately acquired? Regarding the soul rings, Zhao Wujie chuckled. This time, our fortune was quite favorable. Oscar obtained a 1,000-year soul ring from the wind-tail rooster snake, along with an impressive third soul skill. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jang's expression shifted slightly. Excellent. This soul beast aligns closely with the possibilities I had envisioned for Oscar's soul ring. The wind-tail rooster snake is known for its relatively gentle nature, yet it is exceedingly cunning and adept at evasion. Its cultivation is rare, if I am correct. Oscar's third soul ring must pertain to speed. Zhao Wujie instinctively praised, truly worthy of the title master. Your insights are remarkable. Indeed, Oscar's third soul ring is related to speed. His third soul skill is a type of mushroom sausage that enables him to fly for 1 minute at a speed matching that of the wind-tail rooster snake. Xiao Jang appeared taken aback, clearly not expecting Oscar's soul skill to be such, and remarked decisively, this child's food system martial soul talent is unparalleled. He is the most exceptional food system soul master I have ever encountered, with limitless potential. Flender chuckled, Xiao Gang, we at Shrek Academy only accept monsters. Surely you are aware of this? Xiao Jang gave Flender a disinterested glance before continuing, however, I am even more astonished by Zhu Zhuqing, who possesses the nether cat martial soul. Her profile states she is only 12 years old, the youngest among the 7. Yet she has already reached level 30 ahead of Oscar. As far as I know, the nether cat martial soul does not typically exhibit such aptitude. Could you elaborate on Zhu Zhuqing's circumstances, Teacher Zhao? Upon learning about the nether cat martial soul, Xiao Jang surmised Zhu Zhuqing's identity, as the Zhu family was quite renowned on Douluo Continent. Zhao Wujie hesitated, glancing at Flender, reluctant to divulge Zhu Zhuqing's soul ring's age immediately. After all, Xiao Jang was a prominent theoretical master in the soul master community and a close friend of Flender's. Revealing such information could be seen as a slap in his face. Meanwhile, Flender disclosed to Xiao Jang the reason behind Zhu Zhuqing's rapid advancement to level 30. It was entirely due to Gu Yi, the unique healer, who developed the martial soul blood, and Zhu Zhuqing had consumed it to achieve such swift progress. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jang's previously stiff features darkened further. Flender, how could you allow these children to use such substances recklessly? Are you not aware that these items, which promise rapid enhancement of power, can be extremely harmful? If there are repercussions, it could ruin Zhu Zhuqing's foundation. Surely you have not forgotten the infamous evil soul masters of the past, who used such means to hasten their power and met dire fates. Xiao Jang's admonishment left Flender feeling somewhat awkward. He hastily clarified, Xiao Gang, you misunderstand. Zhu Zhuqing's foundation shows no signs of instability. In fact, it is remarkably solid. Gu Yi, who administered the martial soul blood, is a highly regarded healer in Sodto City. Unmatched in his medical skills, it is said that he can even treat martial soul defects. Previously, he identified the defect in Hong Jun's martial soul at a glance and suppressed his malevolent flames with a special medicine, even mentioning the possibility of developing a remedy to rectify Hong Jun's martial soul defect. Is that truly the case? Xiao Jang's expression became serious as he fixed his gaze on Flender. Beneath his stern demeanor, a flicker of excitement emerged. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Would I dare deceive you? Flender retorted, slightly irritated by Xiao Jang's disbelief. If what you say is accurate, then this Gu Yi indeed seems extraordinary, Xiao Jang pondered. Reflecting on Flender's previous words, Gu Yi's groundbreaking research on the unprecedented soul blood has assisted Zhu Zhuqing in enhancing her strength. He discerned at a glance that Ma Hongjuan's martial soul harbored flaws and suggested the possibility of remedying such defects. This led to a ponderous query. Could Gu Yi also identify his own martial soul deficiencies, and if so, would he be able to provide a cure? The thought rekindled a long-dormant aspiration within Xiao Jang. Due to the mutation of his martial soul, he had been unable to surpass the 30th level his entire life, and no one knew the depth of his yearning to break through that barrier. Seeing Xiao Jang in such contemplation, Flinder, the man who understood him best, was struck by a thought. Xiao Jang, are you suggesting? Flinder inquired, suspicion flickering in his gaze. Xiao Jang shook his head, expressing his unfamiliarity with Gu Yi and uncertainty regarding the veracity of his claims, merely contemplating a visit when time allowed. If he truly possesses the ability to heal martial soul defects, then your hope. Flinder struggled to fathom the implications. If Xiao Jang's defects were remedied and he transcended the 30th level, the future that awaited him would be unfathomable. Flinder, please share everything you know about Gu Yi. Intrigued by the prospect of Gu Yi's capability, Xiao Jang sought to validate his thoughts through Flinder's insights. Flinder, ever candid with his dear friend, detailed his knowledge of Gu Yi. He spoke of the unique martial soul capable of extracting soul blood, the enigmatic and powerful medical arts, and the remarkable efficacy of the remedies that had earned Gu Yi high praise among the citizens of Sodto City. It appears I shall make time to observe this Gu Yi and ascertain whether he is as extraordinary as the rumors suggest. With newfound determination, Xiao Jang recalled his earlier inquiry to Zhao Wujie regarding Zhu Zhuqing. He was still unaware of the nature of the soul beast from which Zhu Zhuqing had acquired her third soul ring and the corresponding soul skills. Confidently, Xiao Jang speculated. Teacher Zhao, from what I understand, Zhu Zhuqing, being a speed-type soul master with the phantom cat martial soul, would likely have hunted a soul beast such as a ghost tiger or a leopard for her third soul ring, correct? Zhao Wujie, considering Zhu Zhuqing's unique circumstances and glancing at Xiao Jang's unwavering confidence, scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. Flinder, observing Zhao Wujie's hesitance, exclaimed, Wujie, your indecision is quite discomforting. It's merely Zhu Zhuqing's third soul ring. What is there to hesitate about in front of Xiao Jang? Furthermore, let me remind you, after tomorrow, Xiao Jang will officially be their teacher, fully responsible for guiding Oscar, Zhu Zhuqing, and the other 6 students. Wujie, Zhuqing's situation is somewhat special, and I am uncertain how to articulate it. Zhao Wujie hesitated, casting a glance at Xiao Jang. What is so special about it? Please, enlighten me. Very well. Zhao Wujie turned to Xiao Jang and quietly inquired, Master, may I ask if the limit for a soul master to absorb a third soul ring is 760 years, as you proposed? Indeed, Xiao Jang affirmed confidently. This conclusion is the result of years of research, combined with observations of soul masters' experiences in absorbing soul rings. The limit for the third soul ring is precisely 760 years. Flinder chuckled, praising Xiao Jang. Wujie, I assure you, Xiao Jang's theories have never been erroneous. His reputation in the soul master community should be well known to you. Following the publication of his theory, many soul masters have adhered to it during their soul ring absorption, and none have surpassed that limit. Xiao Jang, humbled by Flinder's candid praise, offered a modest smile. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie, still skeptical, quietly queried, has no soul master ever exceeded this limit? What? Wujie, are you doubting Xiao Jang's theory? Flinder chuckled at Zhao Wujie's incredulity. Xiao Jang, maintaining a composed demeanor, confidently shook his head. He was certain that, among those he knew and throughout history, no soul master had ever surpassed the threshold he had established. Well, Zhao Wujie found himself at a loss for words amidst the unwavering confidence of Flinder and Xiao Jang. All right, Wujie, let's move past this topic and discuss Zhu Zhuqing's situation. Xiao Jang needs to return and devise appropriate training methods based on these children's characteristics. Yes, please, Teacher Zhao, elaborate on Zhu Zhuqing's abilities. I must understand her soul skills and soul ring capabilities to create a tailored training plan for her. Zhao Wujie glanced between Xiao Jang and Flinder, hesitating again as he asked, Flinder, is it truly the case that Xiao Jang's theory has never been disproven? Flinder, exasperated, shot Zhao Wujie a glare. Wujie, what is with your incessant questioning today? You're acting quite unlike your usual self. I've made myself abundantly clear. Xiao Jang's theory has never faltered. Xiao Jang, feeling challenged by Zhao Wujie's repeated doubts, remarked sternly, Flinder, it seems Teacher Zhao harbors some skepticism regarding my status as a master. Or perhaps he wishes to test my capabilities to teach at Shrek Academy and guide these students. Oh, Xiao Jang, that's not what I meant, Flinder interjected. All right, Wujie, please proceed to share Zhu Zhuqing's situation. Flinder shot Zhao Wujie a warning glance, urging him to refrain from further provoking Xiao Jang, knowing how long it took to convince him to teach. Very well. Zhao Wujie, resigned, decided to speak candidly. Zhu Zhuqing's third soul ring is derived from a black flame fox over 2,000 years old. A 2,000-year-old black flame fox? That aligns with my assumptions. Xiao Jang nodded thoughtfully, momentarily taken aback. Zhao Wujie, observing Xiao Jang's unwavering confidence, felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Where is the dignity in this? Is this truly a master? Despite his internal turmoil, Zhao Wujie chose to remain silent, wary of Flender's reaction. Wait, Wujie, what did you just say? Please repeat that. Flender's attention sharpened as he recalled Zhao Wujie's earlier statement. Xiao Jang also sensed a discrepancy, his expression turning serious as he fixated on Zhao Wujie. I said, Zhu Qing's third soul ring is from a black flame fox over 2,000 years old. A black flame fox over 2,000 years old? Flender exclaimed, wide-eyed and incredulous. Indeed, a 2,000-year-old black flame fox, Zhao Wujie replied matter-of-factly. Teacher Zhao, you must be joking. Xiao Jang's expression darkened as he scrutinized Zhao Wujie. No joke. Wujie, such a jest is far from appropriate. A third soul ring over 2,000 years old. This is simply inconceivable. Flander instinctively found it hard to believe. After all, in his understanding, Xiao Jang's theory was the ultimate truth. Master, I am not jesting. Earlier, I asked if anyone had surpassed the limit of the third spirit ring, set at 1,760 years, solely to ascertain whether anyone had indeed transcended this boundary. Yet, you all claim there was none. What more can I say? Zhao Wujing, earnest yet helpless, gestured dismissively. The fact remained that Zhu Zhuqing's third spirit ring was indeed over 2,000 years old, and he had witnessed her absorption firsthand. Xiao Jang, observing Zhao Wujing's serious demeanor, felt his already dark expression grow darker. He was the first to doubt Zhao Wujing's words. Unwilling to accept that Zhu Zhuqing's third spirit ring could exceed 2,000 years, as it contradicted his 10 core theories. A spirit master could not possibly endure a third spirit ring exceeding 2,000 years. Seeing Zhao Wujing's unwavering conviction, Flander too adopted a grave expression. Wujing, I must confirm once more. Are you certain you weren't jesting? Flander, do I strike you as someone who jokes? Besides, my students and I witnessed Zhu Zhuqing absorb that spirit ring of the black flame fox, which was over 2,000 years old. Can this be fabricated? And I must emphasize, she encountered no issues during the absorption process. Impossible. A spirit master at the 30th level cannot withstand a spirit ring of 2,000 years. Zhu Zhuqing, being female, has a naturally weaker constitution than her male counterparts, making it even more implausible for her to endure a spirit ring exceeding 2,000 years. Xiao Jang firmly asserted that his theory could not be flawed. The third spirit ring of a spirit master could never surpass 2,000 years. And Zhu Zhuqing was no exception. Zhao Wujing, witnessing Xiao Jang's staunch refusal to entertain doubt, fell silent. He had earlier questioned both Xiao Jang and Flander. Now, the roles seemed reversed, as Flander and Xiao Jang were questioning the veracity of his claims. A moment of silence ensued, and Flander, sensing the tension, spoke first. Wujing, I trust you would not lie, though this matter remains hard to believe. Let us invite Zhu Qing tomorrow for clarification. Xiao Jang, it is late. You should return to rest. We can address other matters tomorrow. The truth will be revealed when we consult Zhu Qing. Very well, but Flander, I still cannot accept that Zhu Zhuqing's third spirit ring exceeds 2,000 years. You should know my theories are infallible. The tone of Xiao Jang carried a hint of stubbornness, perhaps a flicker of belief already stirring within him. Flander nodded. Xiao Jang, I wholeheartedly believe in your theories. Now, please return to rest. Tomorrow, I shall gather the children and formally introduce you before we inquire further to ascertain the truth. Agreed. Xiao Jang feigned indifference as he exited the office, but paused at the door to glance back at Zhao Wujing, as if wishing to say something. Yet the words remained unspoken, and he ultimately departed from Flander's office. Once Xiao Jang left, Flander scrutinized Zhao Wujing seriously, urging him to clarify the matter regarding Zhu Zhuqing. Zhao Wujing, recognizing Flander's earnest expression, recounted the details of Zhu Zhuqing's spirit ring absorption once more. Understood. Wujing, you should also return to rest. Indeed, I am quite fatigued. Zhao Wujing replied, before taking his leave. Flander pondered Zhao Wujing's words and his good friend Xiao Jang, his brow furrowing occasionally. He had come to believe in Zhu Zhuqing's situation, for Zhao Wujing could not deceive him, nor would it serve any purpose. Yet, his belief brought forth concern for his dear friend Xiao Jang. Xiao Jang possessed a strong sense of pride. The knowledge and the 10 core theories he had developed were his life's achievements. His identity as a master stemmed from this. Flander held great admiration for Xiao Jang's intellect, which was precisely why he had invited him to teach at Shrek Academy. However, before even setting foot in the academy, Zhu Zhuqing, a student, had shattered the very theoretical foundation Xiao Jang had cherished throughout his life. Flander feared that Xiao Jang's pride might hinder his ability to connect with his students in the future. Let us defer this matter until tomorrow. Xiao Jang should be able to accept it. With that thought, Flander retired to his room for rest. Meanwhile, in the main bedroom of the ancient medical clinic in Sodto City, Guyi, who had been meditating beside Zhu Zhuqing, opened his eyes. Noticing that she was still peacefully asleep, embracing his arm, he could only shake his head in resignation and allow her to continue, resuming his meditation. Having just accepted Zhu Zhuqing as his disciple, he decided to grant her this small indulgence for the night. The saying goes, fortunes ebb and flow, and perhaps one day, their destinies would intertwine. The night passed quietly. The next morning, Zhu Zhuqing awakened groggily. Perhaps due to her deep slumber, she rubbed her eyes like an adorable kitten before focusing on her surroundings. Upon seeing Guyi beside her, memories of the previous night flooded back. After successfully becoming his disciple, she had listened intently as he shared his knowledge. But exhaustion had claimed her, leading her to drift into sleep. Now, she found herself gazing at Guyi, then at the blanket covering her. A realization dawned upon her. It was her teacher, Guyi, who had watched over her throughout the night. The comfort she felt in her slumber was due to his presence. As she regarded her teacher, Zhu Zhuqing experienced a sense of reliance she had never known before. Having grown up in the ruthless and cold-blooded Zhu family, she had never encountered anyone worthy of her trust or dependence, for betrayal lurked at every corner. Yet now, her teacher Guyi instilled in her a profound sense of security, and Zhu Zhuqing discovered she rather liked this feeling. She observed Guyi, who was seated cross-legged in meditation, her teacher, unable to tear her gaze away. "You are awake," Guyi remarked casually, though his eyes remained closed. Zhu Zhuqing quickly lowered her head, responding with a soft, "Yes." "Did you sleep well?" "Quite well." "That is good." With that, Guyi concluded his meditation and rose from the bed. He felt no particular sentiment about having shared a bed with his disciple. It was merely a normal occurrence. They would have breakfast here before returning to Shrek Academy for class. With that, Guyi made his way to the kitchen in the backyard to prepare breakfast. Zhu Zhuqing, having washed up, joined him in the kitchen. Observing Guyi as he prepared a simple breakfast, she felt an extraordinary sense of the ordinary emanating from him. This blend of the mundane and the remarkable captivated her as she watched him complete the meal. Guyi emerged with 2 plates of appetizers and observed Zhu Zhuqing standing dazed at the doorway. In a calm tone, he said, "Please, help yourself to the porridge inside." Zhu Zhuqing, possessing a similarly reserved demeanor, replied even more indifferently than Guyi. At the dining table, as Guyi savored his porridge and snacks, he remarked, "Although I have taken you as my apprentice, my teachings will focus solely on strengthening your abilities and imparting new knowledge and insights regarding conduct and responsibilities. As for the Shrek Academy, since you have already paid and enrolled, it is imperative that you return to your studies and not squander your tuition. Do you understand?" Zhu Zhuqing sipped her porridge delicately, and after placing a piece of dish into her mouth and chewing thoughtfully, she nodded, acknowledging, "I understand." While enjoying breakfast, Guyi elaborated on several matters to Zhu Zhuqing. His insistence on her remaining at Shrek Academy stemmed not only from her current inadequacy and strength, where the academy could offer her protection, but also from his desire for her to participate in the imminent Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy elite competition. With his guidance, Zhu Zhuqing would be formidable against any contender. Being part of the Shrek Academy team would also enable him to gather invaluable information through her. Furthermore, he had allies within the Spirit Hall Soul Academy. This arrangement allowed Guyi to simultaneously wield influence and gather intelligence from both factions, which was one of his objectives. Of course, the advantages of Zhu Zhuqing's continued presence at Shrek Academy came with drawbacks, notably the presence of Dai Mubai, her nominal fiancé. Now that Zhu Zhuqing was his disciple, she was undeniably under his protection, and he could not permit Dai Mubai to covet his cherished student. "It seems I must administer some female hormones to Dai Mubai to enhance his appearance, ensuring Zhu Zhuqing's safety within Shrek Academy," he mused. Alternatively, perhaps he could undergo a castration. After all, a castrated tiger is no different from a castrated rooster. In the depths of his heart, Guyi silently made this arduous decision. Chapter 53. Where is Zhu Zhuqing? Conveniently, he still had the task of collecting the soul blood of the Shrek 7 monsters. He contemplated administering a dose of female hormones to Dai Mubai, or perhaps even castrating him, with the intention of enhancing Dai Mubai's beauty and thus devising a scheme. The thought of Dai Mubai, a robust man, delicately holding a flower-like pose while emitting a high-pitched eunuch's voice, followed by an irate outburst directed at someone. And then embracing Tang San in a flouncing manner suddenly brought him immense joy. He glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, feeling increasingly amused. Noticing her relishing the simple porridge and side dishes, he casually inquired, "Is the taste satisfactory?" "Yes," Zhu Zhuqing nodded. "Oh, I see. The food at Shrek Academy is not up to par, is it?" "Indeed. A small academy would lack delightful culinary offerings. How about this? You can attend classes at Shrek Academy during the day and return here to sleep at night. I shall personally prepare your meals. Given your current physique and speed, the journey from Sodto City to Shrek Academy will not take long, and this back and forth could also serve to strengthen your body. What do you think?" Zhu Zhuqing lifted her gaze to meet Gu Ye's. "Is there any reason this would not be feasible?" Gu Ye smiled, for this was precisely what he desired. In the evenings, he would not have to be alone, as he had a beautiful disciple to attend to him. And together they could indulge in the pursuit of knowledge in the comfort of their shared quarters. What a delightful prospect that was. "Ah, by the way, Zhuqing. Most of my days are spent in the medical clinic, where I tend to the ailments of the citizens of Sodto City. As night falls, I often find myself at the Grand Soul Arena, providing care for the injured soul masters. As for you, when you participate in the soul battles, come find me, and we shall attend together. Once the battles conclude, we will return to our quarters to further our studies. The last time I imparted to you the rudimentary aspects of bodily knowledge. However, once you have competed in the soul battles tomorrow or the day after, I shall teach you about meridians and acupoints. Grasping this knowledge will enhance your precision in attacks, rendering you invincible." "Meridians and acupoints?" Zhu Qing gazed at Gu Ye in confusion. Such knowledge was virtually non-existent in the Douluo Continent, and she understood her lack of comprehension. Nevertheless, she had a mentor, and she was determined to endeavor in her studies. "Well then, let us return after breakfast. I still have patients to attend to at the clinic." "Yes, master," Zhu Qing replied respectfully. She held great admiration for her mentor, Gu Ye, particularly for his selfless dedication to treating the populace, and she felt a burgeoning affection for him as well. Gu Ye would not reveal to Zhu Zhuqing that his assistance in treating the common folk was largely driven by his desire to accumulate surgical points and enhance his own strength. He would also casually offer in-depth treatments to the young women whose paths had been obstructed. All of this was in pursuit of greater power. Now at level 49, it would not be long before he could break through to level 50. At that juncture, acquiring the 5th spirit ring would require a significant expenditure of surgical points. Indeed, Gu Ye's spirit rings could be exchanged for surgical points through the surgical system, which meticulously matched him with the most suitable spirit rings, their ages, and spirit skills. Unfortunately, the cost in surgical points was rather steep, which accounted for his fervent efforts in healing others. Should he find himself at level 50 with insufficient surgical points, he would have no choice but to venture into the Sodto forest to hunt for them. Having spent over half the morning at breakfast, he imparted some knowledge to Zhu Zhuqing while they dined. Once breakfast concluded, Zhu Zhuqing departed from Gu Ye's clinic, heading back to Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, within Shrek Academy, the ringing of bells signaled a swift gathering in the classroom. Xiao Jang, having pondered Zhao Wujia's words throughout the night, found himself unable to sleep. Early that morning, he resolved to summon the Shrek 7 to inquire about their circumstances. However, recalling that his disciple Tang San had just returned from the Sodto forest, he suppressed his impatience, allowing the students some much-needed rest. Yet, as time passed, Xiao Jang could no longer contain his urgency and instructed the academy staff to ring the bell, calling the Shrek 7 to assemble. "Oh, how exhausting. Why must we gather so early?" In the women's quarters, Ning Rongrong stretched lazily, reluctant to rise. "Indeed, we aren't afforded even a moment's respite." Xiao was shared in her reluctance as she got up. After a quick wash and tidy up, they called out to Zhu Zhuqing, only to discover she was no longer in her room. Zhu Zhuqing was true to form, always rising early. Yes, Zhu Zhuqing is indeed diligent. Both Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were well aware of Zhu Zhuqing's character. With her absence from the room, it was clear she had risen early to practice and had already gone to the assembly upon hearing the bell. Without further thought, the two made their way to the gathering classroom. Meanwhile, in the men's quarters, Oscar, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun exhibited similar reluctance in getting out of bed. "Fatty, why do you suppose the dean called us together so early? Surely there must be a reason?" "I'm not sure, but let us go see for ourselves." Thus, the four made their way to the assembly classroom. Xiao Wu, third brother. Upon arriving outside the classroom, Tang San and Xiao Wu encountered each other and engaged in friendly conversation as they entered. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai exchanged glances, letting out a long sigh. Oscar then turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong, harboring unspoken feelings for her. However, Ning Rongrong seemed oblivious to Oscar's presence and simply walked inside. Strange, where is Zhu Zhuqing? Why isn't she here with Xiao Wu and Rongrong? Oscar pondered, noticing Zhu Zhuqing's absence. She is probably already inside. Let us go in, Dai Mubai remarked indifferently. Upon entering, they saw Flinder, Zhao Wujie, and several other teachers from Shrek Academy at the podium. While Dai Mubai recognized most of the teachers, there was one unfamiliar figure alongside Flinder. This individual was unknown to Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Dai Mubai, but Tang San and Xiao Wu were well acquainted with him. At that moment, Tang San stood in stunned silence, gazing at Xiao Jang in disbelief. Teacher, is that really you? Confirming his identity, an exhilarated Tang San rushed to Xiao Jang's side. Master. Xiao Wu chimed in, equally delighted, as she approached to inquire. Teacher? Master? In response to Tang San and Xiao Wu's references to the unfamiliar figure, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun exchanged puzzled glances at Xiao Jang. Suddenly, a realization struck them, and they looked at Xiao Jang, who bore a somewhat grim expression, exclaiming in astonishment. Could it be that you are Tang San's teacher, the renowned theoretical master of the spirit master world, Xiao Jang? Tang San had previously mentioned Xiao Jang, and Zhao Wujie was somewhat aware of his reputation as well. When confronted by the Dragon King and Snake Lady, Tang San had even revealed his teacher's identity. Now, witnessing the real Xiao Jang, the others were taken aback. Xiao Jang nodded calmly and then addressed Tang San, saying, Xiao San, please take your seat. We will discuss matters shortly. Yes, teacher. Although Tang San was eager to understand why his teacher was present, he complied and took his seat. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Dai Mubai followed suit, settling into their places. Xiao Jang surveyed the group, and, noticing only 6 of them present, furrowed his brow. Flinder, discerning the absence of one member, promptly inquired, where is Zhu Zhuqing? Why isn't she here? Indeed, where is Zhu Qing? In light of Xiao Jang's arrival, Xiao Wu had not noticed her absence until now. Likewise, Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong, and the others were puzzled as to Zhu Zhuqing's whereabouts. Xiao Wu, do you think Zhu Zhuqing overslept? Xiao Wu explained, Dean, we checked her room when we got up, but it was empty. I assumed she had risen early to practice and had already arrived upon hearing the bell. How odd. This is unlike Zhu Zhuqing. When has she ever been late? Zhao Wujie, well acquainted with Zhu Zhuqing's diligence, found her absence perplexing. Moreover, the early assembly of the Shrek 7 was primarily due to Xiao Jang's desire to inquire about Zhu Zhuqing's spirit rings. With the individual who had defied Xiao Jang's theories absent, the discussion could not proceed. Chapter 54. The reason behind Xiao Jang's stiff expression seeing that Zhu Zhuqing had yet to arrive, Flinder glanced at the increasingly impatient Xiao Jang and instructed Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, please find Zhu Zhuqing and bring her back quickly. Understood, Dean. Just as she reached the door, Zhu Zhuqing entered, having returned from Gu Ye's clinic. Yu Qing, where have you been? We've all been waiting for you. Xiao Wu promptly inquired upon seeing her. Flinder, observing Zhu Zhuqing's entrance, regarded her with mild irritation. Zhu Zhuqing, where have you been? Do you not realize everyone is waiting for you? I had some matters to attend to, Zhu Zhuqing replied calmly, withholding the details of her visit to Gu Yi and her purpose for it. You are Zhu Zhuqing? Before Flinder could continue, Xiao Jang, recalling the matter of her third spirit ring, approached her eagerly. Zhu Zhuqing, mistaking him for another teacher at Shrek Academy, nodded in acknowledgement. All right, since you are here, let us not linger on pleasantries. Please return to your seat. I have matters to discuss with you shortly, and you must answer truthfully, understood? Xiao Jang spoke with a grave demeanor, yet there was a hint of excitement in his tone. He scrutinized Zhu Zhuqing from head to toe, assessing what set her apart. Zhu Zhuqing cast a glance at Xiao Jang, who appeared somewhat sullen and was fixated on her, but chose not to say anything and instead sat beside Ning Rongrong. Yu Qing, what exactly did you do? Ning Rongrong whispered as she leaned closer to Zhu Zhuqing upon her taking a seat. Nothing, Zhu Zhuqing replied flatly, shaking her head. But you. Silence. Flinder interrupted, shooting a warning glance at Ning Rongrong for their hushed exchange. Ning Rongrong promptly stuck out her tongue, straightening her posture in response. Flinder then approached the podium, cleared his throat, and addressed the 7 members of Shrek, saying, Now, I am honored to introduce a remarkable individual. He is none other than the master. As he spoke, Flinder gestured to Xiao Jang, who had published a groundbreaking work. The 10 core theories of martial spirits, based on years of research. This publication sent shockwaves through the world of spirit masters, earning him the esteemed title of master. Additionally, he was also Tang San's mentor, and from this point forward, all of your training will be under his guidance. You may simply refer to him as master. Flinder's introduction, along with the many accolades bestowed upon Yu Xiaojang, left Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar wide-eyed with astonishment. Ning Rongrong seemed to recognize the master's name. She glanced from Yu Xiaojang to Tang San, seemingly understanding the source of Tang San's exceptional abilities. Yu Xiaojang maintained a stiff expression, his countenance slightly dark. Yet, Flinder's words brought him a modicum of joy. Now, I invite the master to address you, Flinder concluded, yielding the stage to Yu Xiaojang. Yu Xiaojang's expression remained rigid and somber as he approached the podium, his gaze fixated on Zhu Zhuqing. The mystery of her third spirit ring lingered in his mind, an enigma that kept him awake at night. When it was his turn to speak, he directed his attention solely to Zhu Zhuqing, stating, Zhu Zhuqing, I have some questions for you. What is it? Zhu Zhuqing stood up as a sign of respect, though her demeanor remained cold and detached. Yu Xiaojang continued, I previously heard from teacher Zhao Wujia that your third spirit ring surpasses 2,000 years, while according to my extensive research, the limit for a spirit master's third spirit ring is 1,760 years. Thus, I found it hard to believe Zhao Wujia's claim. To verify this, I need you to release your third spirit ring so that I may examine it closely. The implication was clear. If the master's theory posited a limit of 1,760 years, what then was Zhu Zhuqing's third spirit ring if it indeed exceeded 2,000 years? Was the master's theory flawed? That seemed unlikely, as he was known for his credibility in the realm of spirit masters. Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong exchanged puzzled whispers after Yu Xiaojang's inquiry. Although he heard their murmurs, Yu Xiaojang remained unfazed. His sole focus was to ascertain whether Zhu Zhuqing's third spirit ring truly surpassed 2,000 years and to understand the implications for his own theoretical framework. Zhu Zhuqing did not reject Yu Xiaojang's request and proceeded to release her third spirit ring. The color of the spirit ring could only provide a rough estimate of its age. For precise details, one had to observe closely. Yu Xiaojang moved closer to Zhu Zhuqing to scrutinize her spirit ring, and the longer he looked, the more incredulous and somewhat embarrassed he felt. Zhu Zhuqing's icy demeanor only compounded his discomfort, akin to an adult being scorned by a child for trying to act superior. Moreover, he noticed that Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong regarded him with skeptical eyes, adding to his unease. Yet, he maintained his stoic facade, concealing his internal embarrassment. Clearing his throat, Yu Xiaojang withdrew his gaze from Zhu Zhuqing, returning to the podium with an air of indifference, his expression still unmoved. After a brief glance at Zhu Zhuqing, he stated, All right, Zhu Zhuqing, I have seen enough. You may retract your spirit ring. Zhu Zhuqing silently complied, returning to her seat. Master, how is it that Zhuqing can absorb a spirit ring over 2,000 years old? Tang San inquired eagerly, believing in Yu Xiaojang's words. Especially since there was no immediate danger as in the original story, the man-faced demon spider had been vanquished by Zhu Zhuqing, ensuring that his third spirit ring did not exceed 1,760 years. Instead, it came from a 1,700-year-old spirit beast. The webbing vine and the third spirit ability remained consistent with the original narrative, characterized by net-like control. Indeed, Master, did you not state in your theory that the limit for a spirit master's third spirit ring is 1,760 years? How can Zhuqing's third spirit ring exceed 2,000 years? Ning Rongrong stood up, confusion and skepticism evident in her gaze directed at Yu Xiaojang. Yes, Master, why is that? Oscar and Ma Hongjun chimed in. Even Flinder, Zhao Wujia, and several other teachers from Shrek Academy turned their attention to Yu Xiaojang, awaiting his explanation. Among them were 2 spirit saints, a spirit emperor, and several spirit kings, all baffled as to how a female spirit master like Zhu Zhuqing could absorb a spirit ring exceeding 2,000 years without consequence. Yu Xiaojang found himself at a loss for words, cloaked in silence, his expression still rigid and somewhat grim, leaving others to perceive him as deep in thought. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong awaited his response with eager anticipation, particularly Flinder, who recognized Yu Xiaojang's unparalleled intellect and respected him immensely, having invited him to teach at his academy. Zhu Zhuqing observed Yu Xiaojang's darkened expression at the podium, remaining silent in her seat. She recalled her teacher, Gu Yi, advising her to become a person who knows how to think and judge. Now, she was engaged in that very process, questioning whether Yu Xiaojang was truly as knowledgeable and capable of teaching as Flinder had claimed. why did she feel otherwise? Furthermore, she had never heard of his so-called 10 core theories, which seemed strange for someone of her noble status in the Star Luo Empire. If it were indeed so renowned, how could it go unnoticed in the Star Luo Empire? Moreover, it is not just the Star Luo Empire. It seems the Heaven Do Empire has also evaded much attention. Furthermore, Xiao Jang's so-called third spirit ring limit has already been shattered by his teacher, Gu Yi. It appears that her teacher possesses formidable prowess. Affirming the validity of Gu Ye's words, Zhu Zhuqing arrived at the most accurate conclusion in her heart. Ahem, I have given this some thought. The reason Zhu Zhuqing's third spirit ring transcends the 2,000-year limit can solely be attributed to her unique qualities. Currently, the only response Xiao Jang could muster was ambiguous at best. Xiao Jang turned towards the 7 members of Shrek, his expression stern as he stated, however, you must remember one thing. Zhu Zhuqing is merely an exception. When you absorb your third spirit ring in the future, you must not exceed 1,760 years. Should you surpass this threshold, your bodies will undergo changes that you will be unable to withstand, ultimately leading to dire consequences. This pronouncement left Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun, who had yet to reach the 30th level, in a quandary regarding its veracity. After all, the example of Zhu Zhuqing was right before them, and the so-called master of the spirit master community, Xiao Jang, spoke such words, evidently lacking in persuasive power. Chapter 55, Zhu Zhuqing. My teacher, Gu Yu, what? Do you doubt my words? Xiao Jang's rigid countenance turned towards Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong. Upon witnessing Xiao Jang's expression, Ma Hongjun hastily protested that he did not doubt him. Xiao Jang then glanced at Oscar, who was equally intimidated, causing Ma Hongjun to shake his head vigorously. Even if they had reservations, it was not the moment to contradict Xiao Jang. After all, he was the teacher appointed by their dean, Flynn, and they would inevitably be under his tutelage in the future. Moreover, he appeared even more formidable than Flynn, leaving them reluctant to voice any opposition. Satisfied with Oscar and the others' attitudes, Xiao Jang turned his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing, resolving to closely observe her during the upcoming training period, seeking to uncover the reason behind her ability to absorb a third spirit ring exceeding 2,000 years. This endeavor would not only enrich his own experience and knowledge, but also allow him to delve into the mysterious bloodline of Gu Ye's martial spirit, should the opportunity arise. Suddenly, a thought struck Xiao Jang, recalling what Flynn and Zhao Wujia had mentioned about Zhu Zhuqing undergoing the transformation of Gu Ye's martial spirit blood. Might it be? With this thought, he turned to Zhu Zhuqing, determination in his heart, and promptly inquired, Zhu Zhuqing, there is something I wish for you to elaborate on, as it pertains to the training plan I am to devise for you. What is it? Zhu Zhuqing asked coolly. I need to know the specifics regarding your visit to Sodto City and the series of events involving the physician Gu Yi and the transformation through his martial spirit blood. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Flynn and the others, her brows knitting together, a hint of displeasure on her face. Apologies, master. But there is not much to discuss on this matter, and my teacher has instructed me not to disclose the particulars of the martial spirit blood to others. Not to others? Why? Xiao Jang pressed, his curiosity piqued. His fascination with Gu Ye's martial spirit blood was profound, and he needed to understand it better to construct an effective training plan for Zhu Zhuqing. It was not as if he intended to pilfer knowledge. He merely sought to enhance his understanding of the subject. Wait, Zhu Zhuqing, what did you just say? Your teacher? Xiao Jang questioned, perplexed by her earlier statement. It was not only Xiao Jang who noticed. Flynn, Dai Mubai, and Tang San also recognized the oddity in Zhu Zhuqing's words. It seemed she was referring to Gu Yi as her teacher. Did this imply that Gu Yi had indeed taken her as a disciple? They regarded Zhu Zhuqing with curiosity. There was no need for Zhu Zhuqing to conceal her apprenticeship, and with a hint of pride, she nodded. Indeed, he is my teacher. You have taken that Gu Yi as your teacher? Flynn regarded Zhu Zhuqing with a serious expression. The choice of a mentor was no trivial matter, as it would impact a student's entire life. Dai Mubai, upon hearing this, scrutinized Zhu Zhuqing with an uneasy countenance. Zhu Zhuqing, have you truly taken that Gu Yi as your teacher? Is there a problem? Moreover, choosing my mentor is my prerogative. It is of no concern to you. Zhu Zhuqing retorted coldly. You. Dai Mubai was rendered speechless. Besides Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong covered her mouth, astonished as she gazed at her. Clearly taken aback by the revelation of Zhu Zhuqing's apprenticeship to Gu Yi, or perhaps overwhelmed by the surprise of it all. After all, in her eyes, Gu Yi was quite handsome and fit her criteria for a partner, and he was not much older than Zhu Zhuqing and herself. The notion of Zhu Zhuqing taking Gu Yi as her mentor was something she found hard to comprehend. Friend, Xiao Jang. And the others shared similar expressions of bewilderment as they regarded Zhu Zhuqing. Seeing the incredulous looks on their faces, Zhu Zhuqing coolly inquired, "Am I not allowed to take on a teacher?" "No, it's just that I did not expect you to choose that Gu Yi as your mentor. If my memory serves me right, Gu Yi is not significantly older than you. Although he possesses remarkable medical skills, it seems he has little to offer you in terms of knowledge." Flynn voiced his concerns. "Indeed, do you intend to learn medicine from that Gu Yi?" Oscar echoed the confusion in his mind. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong pondered Gu Yi and the aura of mystery surrounding him, recalling how he had aided her in her physical development. Suddenly, she arrived at a realization. Could it be that Zhu Zhuqing was motivated by? Ning Rongrong's astonished expression became somewhat exaggerated as she observed Zhu Zhuqing, who was far more developed than herself. Tang San, too, regarded Zhu Zhuqing with a puzzled expression. Gu Yi, whom he had encountered, did not possess the demeanor of a teacher. Aside from his commendable medical skills, he appeared somewhat nonchalant. Observing this, Zhu Zhuqing, with an expression devoid of emotion, asked, "Tang San, why did you choose to apprentice under Xiao Jang?" Tang San gazed at Xiao Jang on the podium, filled with pride as he declared, "My teacher is erudite, possessing a vast reservoir of knowledge that spans both ancient and modern realms. He imparts wisdom in discerning right from wrong and offers profound insights into the realm of martial spirits, enabling me to grow stronger." Although Tang San spoke in a measured tone, his words were laced with admiration for Xiao Jang. Considering Xiao Jang's esteemed reputation as a theoretical master in the spirit master community, along with the core theories he had published regarding martial spirits, and Tang San's own capabilities as his disciple, Tang San's commendation carried significant weight in the eyes of Oscar and the others. However, Zhu Zhuqing's previously stoic face momentarily broke into a smile, tinged with a hint of sarcasm. She turned her gaze towards Xiao Jang and stated flatly, "Master, let me be frank with you. The reason my third spirit ring can absorb one that surpasses 2,000 years is due to the teachings of my own teacher. Beyond that, in my eyes, his knowledge far surpasses yours, for he is my mentor." Her calm voice resonated throughout the classroom, causing Tang San, who had been feeling somewhat proud, to momentarily freeze in expression. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and the others, who had been whispering among themselves, fell silent, glancing between Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Jang, creating a subtly charged atmosphere. They understood the implications of her words. Zhu Zhuqing was defending her teacher, Gu Yi, while implicitly challenging Xiao Jang, the theoretical master. Xiao Jang, renowned for his assertion that the limit of a spirit master's third spirit ring should not exceed 1,760 years, found himself confronted by Zhu Zhuqing, whose third spirit ring had indeed surpassed 2,000 years, a fact that stood before him in the form of Zhu Zhuqing herself. Tang San's earlier praises of Xiao Jang now felt somewhat awkward in light of Zhu Zhuqing's example. On the podium, Xiao Jang regarded Zhu Zhuqing, then shifted his gaze to his disciple Tang San and the others, uncertain whether to speak or remain silent. Fortunately, his expression remained rigid and somewhat dark, which concealed any signs of embarrassment he might have felt. "All right, let's put aside the matter of Zhu Zhuqing apprenticing under Gu Yi for now," Flander interjected. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, "Zhu Zhuqing, I shall refrain from passing judgment on your choice of mentor. However, as you are still a student of Shrek Academy, I expect you to dedicate yourself to your studies while you are here. Do you understand?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded and replied, "Director Flander, I am aware. But I have a request that I hope you will grant." "What request?" Flander inquired. "Sodto City is not far from Shrek Academy, and I wish to visit my teacher during my free time and evenings, as he has knowledge to impart to me." Flander hesitated. Recognizing the rarity of having 7 exceptional students at Shrek Academy and not wanting to lose Zhu Zhuqing, allowing her to visit Gu Yi seemed reasonable. As he was her teacher, denying her would appear unreasonable, especially given that Xiao Jang, as Tang San's mentor, could come to teach him personally. Ultimately, Flander acquiesced. "Very well, Zhuqing, I will permit this, but on the condition that you do not neglect your studies. Rest assured, Director, I will strive even harder to grow stronger." Zhu Zhuqing affirmed with determination. She then glanced at Dai Mubai before returning to her seat in silence. Dai Mubai, recognizing Zhu Zhuqing's choice of mentor, recalled her earlier disdainful glance towards him, which ignited a sense of frustration within him. Yet, a realization dawned upon him. If Zhu Zhuqing had indeed become Gu Yi's apprentice, he need not worry about any potential complications between them, as their teacher-student relationship would preclude any such occurrences. similar to the bond between Tang San and Xiao Jang. A romantic entanglement was entirely implausible. With this thought, Dai Mubai felt a wave of relief wash over him, his expression brightening as he regarded Zhu Zhuqing, as if congratulating her on securing a commendable mentor. He even contemplated visiting Gu Ye's clinic to further foster Zhu Zhuqing's education and strengthen their bond. Chapter 56. Zhu Zhuqing's sharp tongue observing that all 7 students had settled back into their seats, Flanders stepped onto the podium and declared, "Now, I announce that from this moment onward, your education will be entirely under the purview of the master. We will all cooperate with him. You have just returned, and I believe you may be somewhat fatigued, so I will grant you a day off today. Classes will resume tomorrow," he continued. Addressing the students who had ventured into the Sodto Forest, 2 of you have reached the spirit ancestor realm, while Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun have yet to break through level 30. You must strive diligently to catch up with the others. Master, do you have anything to add? Flander inquired, directing his question towards Xiao Jang. Having lost face in front of the students earlier, Flander sought to provide Xiao Jang an opportunity to regain his standing and establish his authority in preparation for the forthcoming lessons. Xiao Jang nodded. Stepping back to the center of the podium, his expression as stoic as ever, betraying no hint of embarrassment. Based on the information provided to me by Flander, I have formed a preliminary understanding of each of you. Naturally, to gain a deeper insight into your capabilities, further training and interactions will be necessary. Currently, Shrek Academy comprises only the 7 of you. Although you hail from diverse backgrounds and possess distinct personalities, I perceive you as a cohesive unit. I will devise targeted instructional strategies to provide you with reliable training aimed at enhancing your strength. However, I must emphasize a crucial point. During the course of my training, I expect your complete cooperation, and I do not wish to hear any dissenting voices. Regardless of who you are, I will treat all of you equally. As students of the Monster Academy, you must stand out from ordinary spirit masters. From now on, you will no longer be divided into beginner and advanced classes. Rather, you will receive unified instruction. I will rank you according to your ages. Number 1, Dai Mubai. Number 2, Oscar. Number 3, Tang San. Number 4, Ma Hongjun. Number 5, Xiao Wu. Number 6, Ning Rongrong. Number 7, Zhu Zhuqing. Do you all understand? Xiao Jang's gaze swept across the crowd. Tang San and Xiao Wu wholeheartedly endorsed his words, as they found no fault in them. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai remained silent, fully aware of Flander's formidable reputation, which deterred any dissent. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing slowly raised her hand. Noticing this, Xiao Jang furrowed his brow and asked, "Zhu Zhuqing, is there something you do not understand?" "I have a question." Zhu Zhuqing replied, her expression calm as she looked at him. "What is it?" Upon hearing her, Xiao Jang felt an unsettling premonition, and to mask his awkwardness, his already stern visage seemed even more unyielding. Zhu Zhuqing continued, seemingly unperturbed, "My teacher once said that every student pays to enter the academy to acquire practical knowledge for self-improvement. He also mentioned that during our learning journey, we must not only absorb knowledge, but also cultivate the ability to think critically, discern right from wrong, and evaluate the validity of what we learn. Earlier, you stated that we should not voice any objections during training. Indeed, is there a problem with that?" Xiao Jang's expression remained rigid. This principle had guided his teaching for many years, and he saw no error in it. Tang San, who usually kept to himself, found Zhu Zhuqing's unexpected outspokenness rather strange, particularly in her direct exchange with Xiao Jang. "My concern, master, is that while you insist we must not voice any dissent in executing your instructions, what if your teaching methods are flawed or fundamentally incorrect? Must we still adhere to them without question?" Zhu Zhuqing stated this matter-of-factly, her tone devoid of malice. "Please do not misunderstand, master. I merely wish to express my concerns and am not doubting your teaching abilities. My teacher taught me the importance of making judgments and voicing my doubts." Her words were delivered with an air of indifference, particularly the statement, "Please do not misunderstand. I do not question your abilities," which struck Xiao Jang as particularly cold. The very calmness of Zhu Zhuqing's inquiry began to gnaw at him, suggesting a deep-seated skepticism towards his authority and teaching prowess. Xiao Jang took a deep breath to compose himself and regarded Zhu Zhuqing, whose previously serene demeanor now seemed even more aloof. The atmosphere in the classroom shifted, with Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu looking at Zhu Zhuqing in astonishment, as if they were encountering her for the first time. They were taken aback by Zhu Zhuqing's audacity to challenge Xiao Jang, a man personally selected by Dean Flander as their instructor. Oscar and Ma Hongjun shared similar sentiments of surprise. They had always perceived Zhu Zhuqing as taciturn and cold, yet her current demeanor was perplexing. They glanced at Xiao Jang, whose expression was stiff and dark, filled with a mixture of admiration and disbelief for Zhu Zhuqing's boldness. Dai Mubai, observing Zhu Zhuqing, realized that despite the harshness of her words, she had pinpointed the core of the issue. Xiao Jang recognized the validity of her question and, after a moment of reflection, replied, Zhu Zhuqing, your inquiry is commendable. It is indeed a virtue for a student to engage in critical thought and seek answers. Your teacher has imparted correct wisdom, for this is an essential quality of any student. I often encourage Tang San in a similar manner. While Xiao Jang praised Zhu Zhuqing, he could not shake the discomfort that lingered on his face. Now, do any of you have further questions? If not, you may disperse. Remember, we will convene here tomorrow morning. Also, I expect everyone to be present for breakfast. Otherwise, you shall face special training. With that, Xiao Jang exited the classroom in a hurry, leaving a mix of curiosity and unease in his wake. Observing the teachers depart one by one, Oscar leaned towards Tang San and whispered, It seems your teacher may be even more formidable than Dean Flander. Oscar's remark drew the attention of Ma Hongjun and others, who exchanged glances at Zhu Zhuqing, recalling how she had rendered Tang San's teacher momentarily speechless. Tang San glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and smiled slightly. My teacher is indeed strict and meticulous, but as long as you follow his instructions, you will be fine. Yet, in light of Zhu Zhuqing's earlier challenge, Tang San felt a twinge of uncertainty but chose not to dwell on it, firmly believing in Xiao Jang's teachings, just as Zhu Zhuqing had faith in her own teacher. Guyi. Dai Mubai observed Zhu Zhuqing's silence and approached Tang San's group, smiling. Aside from me and Oscar, you five are all of the same year. What a coincidence that Tang San is the third and Xiao Wu the fifth. Ma Hongjun chuckled. 3 sisters. Let me hear you call me fourth brother. Xiao Wu shot him an exasperated look and replied, If you want me to call you that, you'll have to give me a red envelope first. Ma Hongjun scratched his head awkwardly, realizing he had no money left after spending it all. Ning Rongrong chimed in, linking arms with Zhu Zhuqing. Fatty, if you can defeat Zhu Zhuqing, I might consider letting you call me that. Ma Hongjun glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, remembering her earlier confrontation with Xiao Jang and her evident strength, and shivered at the thought. Zhu Zhuqing, unfazed, replied, Rongrong, I have something to attend to, so I will be leaving now. Zhuqing, are you headed to Sodto City? Ning Rongrong inquired. Yes, Zhu Zhuqing confirmed with a nod. Although she had the opportunity to rest, she preferred not to waste time. She intended to seek out her teacher, Guyi, and together, they would delve into their studies. Chapter 57. Ning Rongrong prepares to depart. Ning Rongrong arrived, grasping Zhu Zhuqing's hand, eager to depart. Her intention in seeking Guyi was to pursue her breast enhancement plan. After experiencing several treatments from Guyi, she had already begun to notice a transformation, as her petite figure was evolving into something more voluptuous, and she was keen to avoid wasting time. Zhu Zhuqing, now a disciple of Guyi, was the perfect companion for her journey. Perhaps Guyi could assist her in attaining a physique akin to Zhu Zhuqing's. Ah, Rongrong, Zhuqing, are you heading to Sodto City? I happen to be going there as well. Shall we accompany one another? Ma Hongjun said, flashing a hopeful smile at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Absolutely not. Came the expected rejection, leaving Ma Hongjun downcast. He glanced at Dai Mubai and the others. Is anyone planning to enter the city? It's rare for us to have a day off. Wouldn't it be nice to explore Sodto City together? All right, Fatty, I'll join you, Dai Mubai replied, having deduced Zhu Zhuqing's intention to visit Guyi. I'll go with you as well, Tang San chimed in. Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up as he covertly observed the subtle change in Xiao Wu's expression. Old 3, it seems you've had an epiphany. Tang San paused, puzzled. What epiphany? I simply wish to find a blacksmith shop to see if I can hire a couple of smiths to craft some items. Otherwise, it would take an eternity for me to equip each of you by relying solely on my own strength. He retorted. In truth, he also harbored the desire to consult Guyi. As time passed, he had begun to feel discomfort in his kidneys. Despite attempting to use his internal energy and soul power for recuperation, he saw no improvement. Perhaps this was what Guyi referred to as a fundamental issue. For this reason, he wished to visit Guyi, though he would not disclose his true intentions to Ma Hongjun and the others. Third brother, I'll accompany you. I'd also like to do some exploring, Xiao Wu stated without hesitation, naturally wanting to join Tang San. Ultimately, the 7 of them decided to journey together to Sodto City. Meanwhile, in Flender's office, Xiao Jang sat in a state of mild distress. Xiao Jang, what troubles you? This is quite uncharacteristic of you, Flinder teased, noticing Xiao Jang's gloominess. Nothing much, just contemplating the matter concerning Zhu Zhuqing's teacher, Gu Yi, Xiao Jang replied. Why ponder over it? Sodto City is not far from here. If you're curious, why not agree to accompany me to Sodto City? Right? Last time Gu Yi mentioned he might develop a remedy for Hongyuan's martial spirit deficiency. I should pay him a visit. How about we go together? Xiao Jang considered this and nodded in agreement, eager to witness the capabilities of this Gu Yi. After being rebuffed by Zhu Zhuqing several times earlier, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Yet his curiosity about Gu Yi only grew. After learning more about Gu Yi, he was determined to see for himself if the rumors held any truth. The two decided to depart from Shrek Academy for Sodto City shortly. Not long after, the Shrek 7 arrived at the outskirts of Sodto City. Due to their differing purposes, they soon parted ways upon entering the city. Ma Hongjuan's aim was to indulge in carnal pleasures at a brothel, while Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong proceeded to Gu Yi's clinic. Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Oscar stayed together. Dai Mubai watched Zhu Zhuqing's departing figure and suggested, Old 3, let us explore a bit before seeking out Zhuqing and Rongrong. Agreed. It's settled, Tang San affirmed. As the quartet set forth on their own endeavors, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong arrived at the entrance of Gu Yi's clinic. The clinic, as usual, was bustling with numerous patients, predominantly young women, each possessing enchanting eyes that sparkled with anticipation. Gu Yi was diligently attending to the ailments of the common folk within the grand hall, his prowess gradually ascending. At that moment, he noticed Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong entering the hall. Teacher. Zhu Zhuqing greeted respectfully as she stepped inside, then stood beside Gu Yi. Gu Yi glanced at Ning Rongrong, who was following Zhu Zhuqing, and nodded. You and Ning Rongrong should head to the back courtyard to rest for a while. I still have some work to attend to. Understood. Zhu Zhuqing obediently walked into the back courtyard with Ning Rongrong. She was already quite familiar with Gu Yi's surroundings. Upon entering the courtyard, she settled down in the yard, waiting for Gu Yi to join her. Meanwhile, Gu Yi hastened his pace to tend to the recovery of the townsfolk. Not long after, he completed his tasks and made his way to the back courtyard. Didn't you return this morning? What brings you back? Gu Yi inquired as he sat beside Zhu Zhuqing. Classes don't start until tomorrow, and I didn't want to stay idle, so I came to find you, teacher. I see. Gu Yi understood and nodded slightly. He glanced at Ning Rongrong, who was sitting beside him, knowing that she had the audacity to accompany Zhu Zhuqing here. He was already aware of Ning Rongrong's purpose for coming. Zhuqing, please proceed to my study. There are some books within that contain knowledge you must absorb. You may take a look for now. As for you, Rongrong, follow me. Yes, replied both Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong in unison. Zhu Zhuqing then entered Gu Yi's study, while Ning Rongrong followed Gu Yi to a private room in the medical clinic. Gu Yi closed the door and then took a seat on the chair. Ning Rongrong skillfully approached Gu Yi, simultaneously reaching out to present one of her heads for his careful inspection. Gu Yi halted her, stating that he had already observed her abilities and deemed it unnecessary for her to demonstrate again, as he presumed she was well aware of the results. Ning Rongrong murmured, nodding slightly. She was acutely aware of her transformation. Indeed, it had been significant. So, do you wish to continue? Gu Yi inquired, regarding her with a measure of seriousness. I do, Ning Rongrong replied without the slightest hesitation. Then, do you recall the promise you made to me? Gu Yi asked with a smile. Of course, I remember. You mentioned wanting my martial soul's blood, correct? I've agreed to it. But Gu Yi, how do you intend to obtain it? Ning Rongrong was somewhat curious about the specifics of how Gu Yi would extract her martial soul's blood. It is quite simple. You merely need to unleash your martial soul, Gu Yi explained. Is that all? She asked. Indeed, he confirmed. Without further contemplation, Ning Rongrong extended her hand, and the 7 treasures glazed tower materialized within her grasp. Observing the resplendent, multicolored tower, Gu Yi deftly summoned his surgical knife. A radiant white light emanated from the knife, enveloping Ning Rongrong's martial soul, the 7 treasures glazed tower. He swiftly extracted a drop of her martial soul's blood and subsequently restored her martial soul. The entire procedure was executed with remarkable speed. Ning Rongrong scarcely perceived that Gu Yi had completed the task. Is it done? She queried, looking at Gu Yi with a hint of confusion. Gu Yi nodded. That's sufficient. You were remarkably swift. I hardly felt a thing. Ning Rongrong gazed at Gu Yi, expressing her admiration with a sigh. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Gu Yi felt a wave of confusion wash over him. There was something so awkward about her statement directed at him. Gu Yi, what is the matter with you? Noticing his silence, Ning Rongrong waved her hand in front of him, seeking his attention. Guyi regained his composure and shook his head, saying, "It's nothing. Let's proceed with your matters." Ning Rongrong shyly lowered her head, for she had resolved to accept Guyi's first method of treatment. This was a significant decision she had contemplated for a long time. Being attended to by such a handsome man as Guyi felt rather comforting. She reassured herself, and then consciously lay down on the bed. "I am ready." Ning Rongrong closed her eyes, her small hands gripping the hem of her dress, her expression slightly anxious. In that moment, she resembled someone awaiting Guyi to perform certain actions that would cause the bed to shift. It was her first time, so her nervousness was quite understandable. "Then I shall begin." Guyi spoke in a calm tone. He extended his hand and slowly began to unfasten Ning Rongrong's clothing. While this form of treatment might be a first for Ning Rongrong, it was a familiar routine for Guyi. Reflecting on the numerous young women who had sought his care before, it was merely a gentle touch, nothing that would evoke any strong emotions in him. Chapter 58. Ning Rongrong encountered by Zhu Zhuqing lying on the bed with her eyes closed. Ning Rongrong was so tense that her hands clutched her dress's hem into a wrinkled mess. Soon, she felt a cool sensation on her chest, intensifying her anxiety. However, she noticed that Guyi had not yet made a move. Her nervousness compelled her to want to open her eyes and glimpse him. In the next moment, Ning Rongrong suddenly felt a pair of hands gently covering her heart, a tender touch that brought her comfort. She realized that Guyi had begun, biting her lip. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. The sensation of being treated by such a handsome man was unprecedented for her, and to her surprise, she felt no resistance. Instead, she found herself relishing the experience. Thump, thump. Ning Rongrong's heart raced, and she found herself wishing that Guyi would match her quickening heartbeat. She felt a sense of shame regarding her thoughts. Nevertheless, Guyi was indeed very gentle, particularly his hands, which were so soothing. Could this be what they referred to as a technique that penetrates the heart? Ning Rongrong mused inwardly. At that moment, Guyi's expression was serious, akin to that of a doctor attending to a patient, earnest and focused. Noticing the expression on Ning Rongrong's delicate face, he softly said, "Rongrong, try to relax. If you find it too tense, we can postpone the treatment." "No, I'm fine. I'm not nervous," Ning Rongrong replied eagerly, fearing that Guyi might cease his treatment. Upon witnessing this, Guyi shook his head, his expression earnest and solemn as he continued. While Guyi assisted Ning Rongrong with her treatment, in the study of the medical clinic, Zhu Zhuqing was engrossed in perusing the books on the shelves. Many of these tomes were medical texts. Yet her focus lay solely on them, as her mentor Guyi had emphasized the necessity of a profound understanding of human anatomy. Such knowledge would enable her to swiftly and accurately vanquish her foes during combat. Zhu Zhuqing picked up a book titled Human Anatomy and began to leaf through its pages. The volume contained detailed illustrations of human organs, rendered with remarkable clarity. As she examined the images, Zhu Zhuqing found herself in awe, astonished by the depth of her mentor's understanding of the human body, with illustrations even depicting the intricacies of meridians and the intimate anatomy of both genders. Reflecting on a prior occasion when Guyi had demonstrated a lesson through personal experience, she noticed a resemblance between the illustrations and her mentor, causing an involuntary blush to rise to her cheeks. Quickly shaking her head, she banished those errant thoughts and resumed her earnest study of the book. Zhu Zhuqing was particularly diligent in her examination of meridians and acupoints. She recalled Guyi mentioning during breakfast that a thorough comprehension of acupoints was essential for mastering a unique skill set focused on acupressure. This ability, when harnessed with soul power to strike the body's acupoints, could achieve formidable effects such as immobilization, paralysis, and even unconsciousness. After half an hour had passed, Zhu Zhuqing had absorbed a wealth of knowledge regarding human anatomy and acupressure, experiencing what felt like a profound enlightenment in her understanding, especially in certain areas. Why has my teacher not yet returned? Zhu Zhuqing pondered, placing the book back on the shelf. Her thoughts then turned to Ning Rongrong. Guyi had taken her into the room earlier, suggesting that Ning Rongrong must have had matters to discuss with him. Yet, what could possibly require such an extensive duration behind closed doors? With a hint of curiosity, Zhu Zhuqing stepped out of the study. Soon, she found herself outside the room where Guyi had entered with Ning Rongrong. "Be gentle. It hurts just a little." Ning Rongrong's voice carried through the door. "Rest assured, this is the lightest it will be." Zhu Zhuqing, standing outside, could faintly hear the conversation unfolding within, a dialogue that could easily evoke unwarranted imaginings. Having absorbed her martial soul's essence and undergone enhancement Through Gu Ye's cellular fortification serum, her hearing had sharpened. She discerned a peculiar low tone in Ning Rongrong's voice. Raising her suspicions, could it be that my teacher and Rongrong? A thought that should not have surfaced suddenly invaded Zhu Zhuqing's mind, proving difficult to dispel. Creak. The door opened slightly, seemingly of its own accord, revealing Zhu Zhuqing's hand had pushed it open. Peering inside, she spotted her mentor Gu Yi, fully dressed. Seated at the bedside, and inexplicably, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, upon a closer look, her gaze was drawn to something extraordinary. Ning Rongrong lay upon the bed. Her teacher Gu Yi was assisting her with his hands. Zhu Zhuqing found herself momentarily transfixed, unable to tear her eyes away. "You Qing? How did you come in here?" Upon encountering Zhu Zhuqing at the entrance, Gu Yi inquired in a rather indifferent tone. After all, he was merely assisting Ning Rongrong with her treatment, not engaging in any forgettable antics. "You, Qing." Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, who was undergoing treatment at Gu Ye's hands, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing, her voice trembling in response. Subsequently, she cried out loudly, flustered as she clutched her chest, and when she realized that this gesture was insufficient, she impulsively embraced Gu Yi in a moment of panic. Gu Yi stood before her, providing a shield from Zhu Zhuqing's gaze. "Teacher, you and Rongrong." Zhu Zhuqing observed the unusual scene of Gu Yi being embraced by Ning Rongrong, her expression a blend of peculiarity and discontent. "Ahem. This." Gu Yi cast a glance at the bashful Ning Rongrong, who was shyly hiding behind him, feeling a tinge of awkwardness. This situation resembled that of a woman seeking treatment for her modest bust, unexpectedly encountering her dearest friend while being attended to by a handsome male physician. Zhu Zhuqing's sudden appearance left Ning Rongrong momentarily bewildered, engulfed in a mix of shyness and embarrassment, to the point where she clung tightly to Gu Yi. Unwilling to let go. "Zhu Qing, please step outside for a moment. I will explain everything to you shortly," Gu Yi said. Recognizing the need to give Ning Rongrong some space as she clutched him closely, Zhu Zhuqing, aware that her entrance had been rather abrupt, was also puzzled as to why she had barged in. After casting a glance at Ning Rongrong, she silently walked outside to wait. "All right, Zhu Qing has left. Now you can release me." Gu Yi gently patted Ning Rongrong's back, signaling her to remain composed, while Gu Yi, a seasoned and well-experienced physician, maintained his calm demeanor. For Ning Rongrong, it was a challenge to feel at ease. Zhu Zhuqing was privy to all her secrets. She looked at Gu Yi with a sense of grievance. "Ahem. Rongrong, you must understand that Zhu Qing is my disciple, and you are her close friend. You need not worry or overthink the situation. After all, I am a physician, merely assisting you with your treatment, which is a perfectly normal occurrence. You must realize that I have treated countless women in similar manners. So there is no need for concern, understood?" Gu Yi gently patted Ning Rongrong's shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. After hearing his words, Ning Rongrong gradually composed herself. "Very well, I shall step outside to explain things to Zhu Qing. Once you are ready, please join us." As Gu Yi finished speaking, he exited the room. Outside, Zhu Zhuqing appeared to have waited for an eternity. Upon seeing Gu Yi emerge, she hurried to his side, eager to unravel the mystery behind Ning Rongrong's recent behavior. Gu Yi spoke to Zhu Zhuqing in the most unpretentious manner, merely stating that he was assisting Ning Rongrong with her ailment. "Is that truly all there is to it, teacher?" Zhu Zhuqing questioned, harboring doubts as she sensed the situation was unlikely to be so straightforward. Moreover, why would he need to caress Ning Rongrong so delicately in the process of healing? With a playful flick, Gu Yi tapped Zhu Zhuqing on the forehead and retorted, "What more do you wish for? Do you truly perceive me in such a manner?" "Not at all, I merely find it." Zhu Zhuqing faltered, contemplating the peculiar sight of her teacher treating her close friend Ning Rongrong in such an intimate fashion, especially given that she had just witnessed Gu Yi's hands at work on Ning Rongrong. Stealing a glance at Gu Yi, she observed his expression remained consistently composed, devoid of any impropriety, leading Zhu Zhuqing to conclude that perhaps her thoughts had strayed into inappropriate territory. Her teacher, Gu Yi, was a man of utmost seriousness. How could he possibly take advantage of Ning Rongrong? Moments later, Ning Rongrong emerged from the room. Upon spotting Zhu Zhuqing next to Gu Yi, she appeared somewhat bashful, approaching them at a leisurely pace, despite the short distance, taking an inordinate amount of time to reach their side. "Rongrong, the teacher has clarified everything to me. I apologize for misunderstanding you earlier." Zhu Zhuqing earnestly expressed her regrets. "It's nothing," Ning Rongrong replied quietly, shaking her head. She glanced at Gu Yi and then at his hands, uncertain of what to say next. Chapter 59. Gu Ye's demands from Zhu Zhuqing now that Zhu Zhuqing was aware of Gu Ye's intentions regarding enhancing her figure. Ning Rongrong felt no need to cling to any further secrets. After elucidating matters clearly to Zhu Zhuqing, she felt a sense of relief. All right, now that everything is clarified, please, both of you, come in and take a seat. Yes, teacher. Understood. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong responded in unison, following Gu Yi into the room to sit down. Gu Yi picked up the teacup and poured himself a cup, savoring the flavor. He then glanced at Ning Rongrong and remarked, Zhuqing has acknowledged me as her teacher. You should be aware of this. Indeed. Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. Zhuqing is now my disciple. Later, I shall impart some knowledge to her. As a support-type spirit master, the content may not be entirely suited for you, but you are welcome to stay and listen if you wish. Oh, by the way, I took a drop of your martial soul's blood earlier. You may experience a brief period of weakness upon returning home, but this medicine can aid in your recovery. Gu Yi handed a vial of medicine to Ning Rongrong and continued, Very well, if you wish to stay and listen, you may do so. If you prefer to leave, now is your chance. I will stay. Ning Rongrong grasped the vial Gu Yi had given her, responding without the slightest hesitation. She was eager to learn what Gu Yi would share with Zhuqing, and staying would allow her to listen and observe. All right then. Gu Yi remained unfazed, intent on imparting certain principles to Zhu Zhuqing, alongside establishing specific goals for her. Ning Rongrong, upon hearing this, did not express any particular concern. He then turned his attention to Zhu Zhuqing. The process of her development had already commenced, and he reveled in both the journey and the outcomes. He held a deep admiration for Zhu Zhuqing's character. Although she appeared aloof and taciturn, her words often struck at the heart of the matter, delivering a decisive impact. Moreover, her diligence and clear objectives resonated with Gu Yi profoundly. Beyond merely fortifying Zhu Zhuqing's strength and enriching her knowledge, he aimed to cultivate within her the heart of a true champion. While Zhu Zhuqing had made initial strides in this regard, it was still insufficient. Thus, Gu Yi was committed to thoroughly nurturing her, instilling in her an indomitable spirit among her peers. Her forthcoming task would be to consistently participate in soul battles at the Grand Soul Arena in Sodto City. Currently, Zhu Zhuqing was at level 31, and Gu Yi intended for her to rely solely on her physical speed, agility, and her first two soul skills during these battles, ultimately aspiring to achieve invincibility in the Soul Sovereign Arena. Gu Yi's demands appeared to be rather arduous. However, for Zhu Zhuqing, who had experienced the enhancement of her physique through cellular fortification agents and the consumption of the martial soul serum, they were not insurmountable. Her physical strength, flexibility, agility, and reflexes transcended those of countless individuals. In this realm, none could rival the current Zhu Zhuqing at her level. Once Zhu Zhuqing thoroughly comprehended and adeptly applied the knowledge of human anatomy, meridians, and acupoints in combat, achieving invincibility among equals would pose no challenge. Upon hearing Gu Yi's stringent requirements for Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong immediately retorted, Gu Yi, your expectations are excessively demanding. No one can possibly meet them. Zhuqing, what do you think? Gu Yi did not respond to Ning Rongrong but turned his inquiry towards Zhu Zhuqing. I will accomplish it, Zhu Zhuqing declared with unwavering determination. She could sense the profound changes within her body, which had grown exponentially stronger than before. Thus, she was resolute in not disappointing Gu Yi's hopes for her. Ning Rongrong, seeing Zhu Zhuqing's unwavering resolve, quickly interjected, Zhuqing, that is within the soul battle arena, where every participant possesses extensive combat experience. Moreover, you have only recently ascended to the soul sovereign level. Gu Yi's expectation for you to be invincible among soul sovereigns is utterly unrealistic. You cannot agree to that. Rongrong, I believe Zhuqing can achieve it. If you doubt it, how about we make a wager? If Zhuqing truly cannot accomplish it, I shall agree to assist you in reaching your preferred level of healing. Gu Yi smiled as he glanced at Ning Rongrong's chest. This proposition held considerable allure for Ning Rongrong. And if Zhuqing succeeds, I shall take something from you. The process will require entering your body, and it may take some time. You must not voice any objections. Gu Yi gazed at Ning Rongrong with a smile, patiently awaiting her response. If it's a gamble, then let it be. What is there to fear? Ning Rongrong was not swayed by Gu Yi's words. Her skepticism did not stem from a lack of faith in Zhu Zhuqing's prowess, but rather from the daunting challenge of having the current Zhu Zhuqing battle on the Soul Master stage, followed by her achieving invincibility within the realm of Soul Masters. Such a feat was exceedingly arduous for Zhu Zhuqing at this moment, particularly when restricted to utilizing only her first and second soul skills, rendering victory nearly impossible. Zhuqing, Whether I can triumph over Rongrong depends on you, Gu Yi remarked with a hint of profundity, entrusting Zhu Zhuqing with the fate of Ning Rongrong. It seemed a rather intriguing proposition. Teacher, I will certainly strive to succeed, Zhu Zhuqing affirmed with unwavering determination. For the sake of her mentor, she would undoubtedly rise to the occasion. He gazed at Ning Rongrong with a satisfied smile, then led Zhu Zhuqing into the courtyard, where she personally engaged in a sparring session with her. Gu Yi is currently a level 49 soul master of the Four Rings, and with his prowess, it is evident that Zhu Zhuqing stands no chance against him. For the sake of training efficacy, Gu Yi has suppressed his level to 31 to spar with Zhu Zhuqing. In the courtyard, the sound of their combat soon resonates, echoing with the intensity of their exchange. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Zhuqing, breathless, gazes at her teacher, astonished by his formidable strength. Although they are ostensibly engaging in a spar, it is more akin to a lesson. As Zhu Zhuqing realizes that even with Gu Ye's level suppressed to 31, she remains outmatched. Teacher, how is it that you can accurately predict the exact location of each of my attacks in advance? Zhu Zhuqing inquires, perplexed. This is related to spiritual power. Gu Yi explains. The strength of a soul master's spiritual energy is crucial for your future endeavors. However, at this stage, it is unlikely that you could harness such power. Why is that? Zhu Zhuqing, ever eager to learn, asks. Gu Yi paused to explain to Zhu Zhuqing that in this world, soul masters were incapable of harnessing spiritual power before the Soul Douluo era, unless they possessed unique techniques or soul bones. The ability of Gu Yi to utilize his spiritual power stems from the existence of a system. Subsequently, while practicing with Zhu Zhuqing, Gu Yi also took the opportunity to instruct her. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong sat nearby, observing the pair in the courtyard, increasingly sensing something amiss. At that moment, Gu Yi was intimately embracing Zhu Zhuqing from behind, his body closely aligned with hers. One arm encircled her waist while the other held her hand. Their movements reminiscent of a dance, sometimes advancing, sometimes retreating, appearing leisurely, yet when they launched an attack, their power was striking. Ning Rongrong's unease grew, but with her limited perspective, she could not comprehend that Gu Yi was imparting to Zhu Zhuqing some unique techniques. On another note, in Sodto City, Tang San, Oscar, Dai Mubai, and Xiao had concluded their own matters. Let us seek out Su Qing and Rongrong now, Tang San suggested. Very well, let us depart, came the agreement. And the four of them made their way to Gu Ye's clinic. Familiar with the route and its proximity, they quickly arrived outside the clinic, observing the sign indicating that medical services were only available through a small entrance. After a brief glance, they speculated that Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing were likely in the backyard. Let us proceed inside, Tang San urged. Given their acquaintance with Gu Yi and the presence of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao, and Oscar entered without hesitation. Tang San was well acquainted with the clinic, having narrowly avoided an injection of female hormones during his last visit. He headed directly to the backyard, where upon their arrival, they were met with the sight of two individuals gracefully engaged in what appeared to be a dance. A man held a woman's waist from behind, while simultaneously grasping her hand, their movements synchronously fluid. As their pace quickened, it indeed resembled a dance. Dai Mubai and Tang San focused on the pair, and it suddenly dawned on them that these were none other than Zhu Zhuqing and Gu Yi. Moreover, Ning Rongrong sat nearby, leisurely admiring their performance. Dai Mubai, fixated on Gu Ye's hand resting on Zhu Zhuqing's waist, felt an inexplicable surge of anger, akin to witnessing his wife dancing intimately with another man. Given Dai Mubai's fiery temperament and propensity for jealousy, his ire was easily ignited. Chapter 60. The intense exercise with Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai called out, eager to approach, but Tang San restrained him. Furrowing his brow in confusion, Dai Mubai questioned Tang San's intervention. Dai, it appears Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing are engaged in training. Your approach would undoubtedly disrupt them, Tang San explained. With his martial arts background and profound understanding of Tang sect techniques, he recognized that despite their seemingly dance-like motions, their steps were meticulously coordinated, and their breathing and speed were extraordinary. Upon hearing Tang San's reasoning, Dai Mubai began to comprehend Zhu Zhuqing and Gu Ye's mentor-student relationship and gradually calmed down. Yet, he could not shake the discomfort of witnessing Gu Ye's hand inching closer to Zhu Zhuqing's waist, nor the intimate proximity of their bodies. Ning Rongrong, noticing Tang San and Xiao, waved them over. Rongrong, what exactly are Zhuqing and Gu Yi doing? Xiao inquired as she settled beside Ning Rongrong. Dai Mubai also approached, eager to learn the nature of Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing's activities. particularly why their current posture suggested something extraordinary. Oh, Zhuqing and Guyi are practicing. Guyi mentioned he would teach her a powerful ability, but I cannot decipher it, so I am merely observing, Ning Rongrong replied. Indeed, Tang San, observing Guyi and Zhu Zhuqing, noted with admiration, it is clear that what Guyi is teaching Zhu Zhuqing is indeed a formidable skill. Dai Mubai, upon hearing Ning Rongrong's explanation and Tang San's confirmation, looked back at Guyi, realizing that aside from the intimate embrace, he could discern little else. The only overt indication was Guyi's hand, which felt excessively familiar. As Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé, Dai Mubai was profoundly unsettled. Compounding his discomfort was the fact that Guyi was now Zhu Zhuqing's instructor, imparting abilities while Dai Mubai could only watch helplessly as they shared such closeness. Tang San observed that the rhythm of Guyi and Zhu Zhuqing's footwork formed a peculiar pattern, resembling a specific technique. The more he watched, the more astonished he became. Guyi was indeed instructing Zhu Zhuqing in a particular footwork technique, one that he had acquired from the system. Upon the arrival of Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others, Guyi was already aware of their presence. However, he chose to disregard them and continued to embrace Zhu Zhuqing, persisting in his teachings. Guyi did not pause, and as his disciple, Zhu Zhuqing naturally followed suit. Even when Dai Mubai and Tang San arrived, Zhu Zhuqing paid them little heed. She continued to cultivate in synchrony with her mentor Guyi, adhering to his teachings and pace. At that moment, their footwork accelerated. A bead of fragrant sweat trickled down Zhu Zhuqing's cheek, and her breath became increasingly erratic. Clearly, the intensity of training alongside Guyi was wearing her out. Nevertheless, Zhu Zhuqing persisted, moving in accordance with the footwork he had imparted, her movements becoming ever more rapid. Dai Mubai observed the entire scene. Noting the perspiration cascading down Zhu Zhuqing's flushed face due to fatigue, he could keenly sense her breath becoming disordered. With wide eyes, he watched the duo. Though he could only stare, for Guyi was currently Zhu Zhuqing's instructor, imparting to her some specialized footwork. It was entirely normal for them to train together and engage in such vigorous exercises. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing exhaled deeply, clearly exhausted. Simultaneously, Guyi halted, and Zhu Zhuqing, worn from their rigorous training, collapsed softly into his embrace. "Are you all right?" Guyi inquired, concern etched on his face as he held her delicate form. "I'm fine, teacher," Zhu Zhuqing replied, shaking her head gently while resting against him. "The training was a bit taxing, and now I feel rather drained. I'll let you carry me back to my room to rest." "Of course, thank you, teacher," she expressed her gratitude as she nestled into Guyi's arms, undeniably fatigued. The rigorous exercises he had led her through had imparted many lessons, and her earnest dedication had rendered her quite weary. Guyi bent down and lifted Zhu Zhuqing, intending to carry her into the room. At that moment, Dai Mubai approached and blocked Guyi's path. Guyi cast a glance at Dai Mubai and noticed the redness in his eyes, his fists clenched tightly, suggesting a simmering agitation. However, Guyi paid little heed to it. Looking at Dai Mubai, he inquired in a calm tone, "Is there something you wish to discuss? If not, I shall carry my disciple back to her room for some rest." Dai Mubai's gaze fell upon Zhu Zhuqing, nestled comfortably in Guyi's embrace. Having just undergone training with Guyi, her face still glistened with perspiration, and her intimate repose against him, combined with Guyi's gentle hold reminiscent of a princess carry, easily sparked the imagination of onlookers. Yet, both Zhu Zhuqing and Guyi held esteemed identities. They were master and disciple. Guyi held Zhu Zhuqing in his arms. Seemingly without any impropriety, Dai Mubai found himself at a loss for words. "Let me take over," he offered, extending his hand in an attempt to retrieve Zhu Zhuqing from Guyi's embrace. After all, he was Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé. It was only natural for him to carry her after their exhausting training. However, Guyi did not even spare Dai Mubai a glance, brusquely uttering, "No need," as he carried Zhu Zhuqing back to his room. Upon reaching the doorway, he turned to glance at Dai Mubai and Tang San, declaring, "None of you are allowed to enter." The backyard was Guyi's domain, and without permission, Dai Mubai and Tang San's intrusion was already an unwarranted trespass. Should they dare to enter Guyi's room, it would transcend mere trespassing. Tang San, Xiao, and Oscar approached Dai Mubai. Observing Guyi retreating into the room with Zhu Zhuqing, obediently refraining from entering, Dai Mubai fixed his gaze on Guyi and the embraced Zhu Zhuqing, yearning to inquire, "Are you truly merely teacher and student? What was the purpose of shutting them out?" Yet, before he could voice his question, a resounding thud echoed as Guyi entered the room, firmly shutting the door behind him. Inside, Guyi carefully laid the exhausted Zhu Zhuqing upon the bed, gently instructing, Rest here for a while, regain your strength before coming out. Understood? Yes, I understand, teacher, Zhu Zhuqing replied, resembling a docile little kitten, obediently responding. Gu Yi extended his hand, gently brushing away the sweat from Zhu Zhuqing's cheek before stepping outside. Leaning against the bed, Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Gu Yi as he exited the room, and a subtle smile unexpectedly graced her otherwise frosty visage. Gu Yi stepped outside the courtyard. Observing Dai Mubai and Tang San, who had intruded upon private property, and remarked with a detached tone, "If you have something to say, then speak. Are you truly Zhu Zhuqing's mentor?" Dai Mubai inquired urgently without a moment's hesitation. The intimate exchange he had just witnessed between Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing had lingered in his mind, compelling him to voice his question. "Is there any doubt left?" "I am indeed Zhuqing's teacher," Gu Yi responded earnestly to Dai Mubai. "That is all that matters," Dai Mubai replied, feeling a sense of relief wash over him as he sensed the sincerity in Gu Yi's serious demeanor. He had rationalized the earlier scene of Gu Yi embracing Zhu Zhuqing during their training as merely a method of instruction, allowing himself to gradually come to terms with it. "Hey, Gu Yi, what were you and Zhuqing doing just now? Your movements were so varied. It felt rather peculiar," Xiao Wu remarked, recalling the unusual sight of Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing in their intimate exercise. She gazed at Gu Yi with confusion. Gu Yi cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Wu. Wasn't it quite evident what he had been doing with Zhu Zhuqing? Their engagement in a rigorous training session did not warrant any inquiry. Chapter 61. Gu Yi's subtle mockery of Xiao Jang. "This is a skill I taught Zhuqing. It is not for you to know." Gu Yi dismissed Xiao Wu's question, choosing silence. If he refuses to speak, then I shall inquire upon our return, Xiao Wu thought, confident that her close bond with Zhu Zhuqing would lead to an answer. However, her curiosity about Gu Yi's sudden decision to take Zhu Zhuqing as his apprentice lingered, prompting her to persistently probe for details. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong stood beside Gu Yi, her demeanor slightly reminiscent of a young girl after having received his healing touch. As Xiao Wu pressed Gu Yi for information, Ning Rongrong occasionally interjected, engaging in conversation with him. Oscar, observing the closeness between Ning Rongrong and Gu Yi, felt an inexplicable unease stir within him. It was evident to all at Shrek Academy that he harbored feelings for Ning Rongrong, and she was undoubtedly aware of it as well. Yet her indifference towards him left Oscar somewhat despondent. Now, witnessing the woman he admired share such a lively interaction with another man, complete with endearing gestures, filled him with a sense of discontent. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by a voice of surprise. "Xiao San, Mubai, what are you all doing here?" Upon hearing the footsteps, Gu Yi immediately discerned the presence of others. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and the others followed suit, turning their gaze towards the familiar sound. "Teacher, Dean," exclaimed Tang San, surprised to see Xiao Jang and Flinder. The duo had arrived outside the clinic earlier and, upon hearing the voices of Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai from within, had stepped inside, only to find that nearly all the students from Shrek Academy were gathered there. "Teacher, what brings you here?" Tang San hastily approached Xiao Jang, glancing at Flinder as well. Dai Mubai and the others exchanged glances before joining Flinder's side. "There is a matter concerning this esteemed physician," Xiao Jang spoke gently, directing his attention towards Gu Yi, who stood beside Ning Rongrong. Although Ning Rongrong was pleased to see Xiao Jang and Flinder, she remained steadfastly by Gu Yi's side. Instinctively, she inquired, "Master, are you here for a consultation?" As soon as the words left her lips, Ning Rongrong realized the inappropriateness of her question, as it seemed to imply that she was suggesting Xiao Jang was unwell, which could be perceived as impolite. Xiao Jang, upon hearing Ning Rongrong's remark, cast her a glance, appearing somewhat indifferent. He indeed sought Gu Yi for a consultation regarding his martial soul deficiency, yet Ning Rongrong's inquiry left him momentarily at a loss for words. At this moment, Gu Yi turned his gaze towards Xiao Jang. Zhu Zhuqing had already informed him about Xiao Jang's arrival at Shrek Academy. This legendary figure, renowned in the world of martial souls as a theoretical master, left Gu Yi at a loss for words. After all, he was quite aware of the superficiality of Xiao Jang's knowledge and the series of instances of plagiarism that tainted his reputation. However, Gu Yi had not anticipated that Xiao Jang would seek him out at his medical clinic, which took him by surprise. Yet, considering the circumstances, it was plausible that Xiao Jang was there to request assistance for his martial soul deficiencies. Upon further reflection, it indeed seemed likely. Subsequently, Gu Yi utilized his surgical system to scan Xiao Jang. As he conducted the scan and observed the myriad of symptoms, Gu Yi was momentarily stunned. Conditions such as hypocrisy, physical weakness, and kidney deficiency were merely minor ailments. What astonished Gu Yi the most was the task issued by his surgical system regarding Xiao Jang. It was even more dire than that of Tang San. Having resided in this world for quite some time, this was the first time he encountered a patient as contradictory and flawed as Xiao Jang. For someone like Xiao Jang, if I do not perform a magnificent surgery that leaves him utterly transformed, it would seem unjust given the extent of his ailments. Gu Yi gazed at Xiao Jang, a sense of astonishment swelling within him. Under Gu Yi's peculiar stare, Xiao Jang felt an inexplicable chill creeping up from his lower body. Ahem. Xiao Jang quickly cleared his throat and approached Gu Yi, inquiring, "You must be the esteemed physician Gu Yi, correct?" "Indeed, I am," came the reply. Gu Yi nodded and then complimented, "You must be the illustrious theoretical master of the Soul Master realm, Xiao Jang, am I correct? I hold immense admiration for your theory on the 10 core principles of martial souls. When I first learned of this theory, I couldn't help but marvel at the existence of such extraordinary talent in this world. Now that I stand before you, esteemed master, I am truly awestruck." In response to Gu Yi's flattering remarks, Xiao Jang maintained a seemingly unchanged, rigid expression, yet inwardly he felt a subtle sense of gratification. After all, such praise was merely the opinion of others, a trifling reputation not worthy of significant consideration. Xiao Jang humbly waved his hand, adopting an air of indifference, which indeed resembled that of an aloof scholar. "Master, you are being overly modest. My admiration for you flows like an unceasing river, and now that I stand before you, my enthusiasm knows no bounds. I happen to possess a wealth of inquiries regarding the realm of martial souls that I wish to discuss with you." Gu Yi smiled at Xiao Jang, appearing genuinely eager for guidance. However, beneath his smile, he was contemplating how to administer a dose of estrogen to Xiao Jang later, and how to enhance his appearance and modify his voice to be more melodious with his consent. Xiao Jang, intrigued, regarded Gu Yi with interest. Soon, he intended to inquire whether Gu Yi could remedy his martial soul deficiency, while Gu Yi, too, had matters to discuss with him, an opportune moment indeed. Thus, he would not have to plead with Gu Yi. If Gu Yi could indeed rectify his martial soul flaws and help him transcend the 30th level, he could graciously accept the treatment. After all, Gu Yi's insights were not something just anyone could acquire. I have a particular fascination with the study of unique phenomena, much like my medical expertise, which has been cultivated through a relentless pursuit of truth and profound practical experience, culminating in my current medical accomplishments. Beyond medicine, I am also deeply intrigued by martial souls. When I first encountered the 10 core theories of martial souls that you published, Master, I was utterly astonished. One particular theory, regarding the limits of soul rings for soul masters, left me in awe. In that moment of admiration, I wondered how you amassed such extensive knowledge. Could it truly be the result of your solitary efforts? Gu Yi, with a mischievous smile, turned his gaze towards the somewhat sullen Xiao Jang and remarked, "Thus, driven by curiosity and interest, I conceived a notion. Could we possibly create a unique soul master who, during the absorption of her soul rings, transcends your so-called theoretical limits of soul rings? After all, theories are lifeless, while humans are vibrant. Wouldn't you agree, Master?" As he spoke, Gu Yi glanced at the stern-faced Xiao Jang, who remained silent, and chuckled inwardly before continuing. "As for Zhu Zhuqing, she is my disciple. Under my guidance, she has already acquired the ability to absorb soul rings that surpass your so-called limits. True to my expectations, her third soul ring has indeed exceeded 2,000 years, nearly reaching 3,000, thereby surpassing the limits you proposed. Moreover, after Zhu Zhuqing attains her fourth soul ring, my standards will remain elevated. What you deem the limits of soul rings will merely represent my minimum expectations for her. I am confident she will not disappoint my aspirations." After Gu Yi finished speaking, he noticed that Xiao Jang remained silent, his expression rigid. Beside him, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Flinder appeared somewhat displeased. To avoid coming across as provocative or sarcastic, Gu Yi offered a gentle smile and clarified, "Master, please do not misunderstand. I am neither provoking you nor doubting the originality of the 10 core theories you have published. I certainly do not question the validity of your assertions regarding the limits of soul rings. My sole intention is to nurture a genuine prodigy, as this is merely a personal interest of mine." Gu Yi waved his hands nonchalantly, his expression reminiscent of a masterful figure in a classic scene, exuding an air of calm assurance. Beside him, Ning Rongrong gazed at Gu Yi, surprised by his eloquence. It was no wonder that Zhu Zhuqing had previously left Xiao Jang speechless. She must have learned it from her teacher, Gu Yi. Ning Rongrong cast a deliberate glance at Xiao Jang, who wore an unyielding and expressionless countenance, making it difficult to discern whether he was angry or merely stoic. However, upon closer inspection, one could observe a twitch at the corner of his mouth and a slight pallor on his face. It was unclear whether it was the result of Gu Ye's seemingly complimentary remarks or something else entirely. Flander, standing beside Xiao Jang, also exhibited a subtle twitch at the corner of his mouth. It was evident to any discerning observer that Gu Ye's words, although appearing to be praise, were laced with veiled sarcasm, leaving Xiao Jang at a loss for words. After all, Gu Ye had invoked the example of Zhu Zhuqing's soul ring, which had surpassed 2,000 years. Without that, Xiao Jang could have rebutted Gu Ye with righteous indignation, asserting the correctness of his 10 core theories. In the realm of soul masters, it was customary for any practitioner to refer to him as master. Yet now, Zhu Zhuqing's emergence was a resounding slap to his face. Fortunately, Xiao Jang's expression remained rigid, concealing any hint of embarrassment. This might very well explain his habitual scowl. One could find solace in the fact that Xiao Jang would not have an easy time of it. The root of his troubles was being thoroughly eradicated. Chapter 62. Xiao Jang's intent to heal. After a moment of silence, Xiao Jang's mind raced, devising a counterargument to Gu Ye while simultaneously seeking to regain some dignity in front of the others. Just as he was about to speak, the door to Gu Ye's room swung open, revealing the fully recovered Zhu Zhuqing. Having regained her strength, she had opted to join the gathering after overhearing the commotion outside. "Teacher," Zhu Zhuqing affectionately called out as she approached Gu Ye. "Zhuqing, why not rest a bit longer?" Gu Ye, upon seeing his beloved pupil, disregarded Xiao Jang and the others, tenderly ruffling her hair. This affectionate gesture caused Zhu Zhuqing a measure of embarrassment, especially in the presence of her peers from Shrek Academy. Nevertheless, she maintained her cool demeanor, appearing somewhat indifferent as she replied, "I have already recuperated, and upon hearing the noise, I felt compelled to come out and see. I didn't expect to find the master and Dean Flinder here." "Ah, I too am a tad surprised. By the way, I am curious to know what brings you, Master and Dean Flinder, to seek me out," Gu Ye inquired, seemingly oblivious to his earlier mockery of Xiao Jang. "Well," Flinder glanced at Xiao Jang and then at the other members of Shrek Academy, hesitating. Given Gu Ye's previous demeanor and tone toward Xiao Jang, it was apparent that Gu Ye was not a benevolent character, possessing a sharp tongue. As Xiao Jang's close friend, Flinder felt it necessary to consider Xiao Jang's dignity. It would be more prudent to let Xiao Jang speak for himself. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Jang appeared to regain his composure, disregarding Gu Ye's earlier jests. "I heard from Flinder that you might be able to cure Ma Hongjuan's soul defect, so I wanted to inquire whether you truly possess such capabilities." Xiao Jang refrained from mentioning his own soul's mutation, which had condemned him to never surpass level 30. He was eager to observe whether Gu Ye's medical prowess was as formidable as rumored. Moreover, despite the lingering indignation from Gu Ye's earlier remarks, if Gu Ye could indeed provide a remedy, that resentment would pale in comparison to his long-standing aspiration to break through level 30. "Oh, I see." Gu Ye, understanding the situation, did not respond immediately. Instead, he scrutinized Xiao Jang for a moment and remarked, "It appears that I have indeed developed some remedies addressing Ma Hongjuan's soul defect, but it seems you might also be in need of treatment, Master." As Gu Ye uttered those words, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and the others simultaneously turned their gaze towards Xiao Jang. Upon hearing this, Tang San felt a surge of indignation rising within him. Xiao Jang was not only his mentor, but also the individual he held in the highest regard. Having already perceived the underlying malice in Gu Ye's earlier jibe, Tang San's expression remained impassive as he stepped forward and, with a tone neither warm nor cold, addressed Gu Ye. "Dr. Gu, I deeply respect your medical prowess, yet your repeated disparagement of my teacher seems rather excessive, does it not?" Gu Ye did not respond to Tang San's words. Instead, he turned to Xiao Jang and inquired, "Master, do you believe I have spoken excessively? If stating the truth is deemed excessive, then I must apologize and take my leave." Gu Ye gestured towards the doorway, indicating that Tang San and the others should return from whence they came. However, Xiao Jang shook his head, stepping forward to speak. "Xiao San, Gu Ye is not mistaken. I indeed suffer from an ailment." "Teacher, you are unwell? Where does it hurt?" Tang San gazed at Xiao Jang. A mix of confusion and concern etched upon his face, a sentiment echoed by Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. The revelation that Xiao Jang was ill was unexpected, particularly given his candid admission of such a condition. Xiao Jang surveyed the members of Shrek Academy, exhaling deeply. You should be aware of Ma Hongjuan's martial soul mutation, which has led to the eruption of his evil fire. Tang San and Dai Mubai nodded in acknowledgement. It was common knowledge that Ma Hongjuan's martial soul was a product of mutation, resulting in inherent flaws. According to Gu Ye's assertions, a defect in one's martial soul could also be considered a form of illness. Xiao Jang continued, with Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong looking intently at him. Indeed, I share a similar fate. My martial soul has also undergone mutation, rendering me unable to surpass the 30th level throughout my life. When I first learned of Gu Ye's existence, I felt a surge of excitement. For he has discerned the flaws in Ma Hongjuan's martial soul and may possess the capacity to heal them. He has illuminated for me the hope of remedying my own martial soul's affliction. Pausing for a moment of contemplation, Xiao Jang then lifted his gaze to Gu Ye. Speaking earnestly, I have come to seek your assistance in healing my condition. Upon hearing this, Gu Ye chuckled. Xiao Jang had admitted to his ailment and had come seeking his assistance. What a fortuitous opportunity it was. This chance could be skillfully seized. During the course of treating Xiao Jang, he could conduct a magnificent operation, thoroughly eradicating his affliction. Subsequently, he could use the pretext of healing to extract the soul blood from Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Oscar, preparing for future endeavors. And what lay beyond that? Gu Ye contemplated, a wicked smile creeping into his heart. Gu Ye turned to Xiao Jang and said, Master, I commend you for your willingness to openly acknowledge your affliction. It is indeed praiseworthy, as your condition is a matter of fact. Xiao Jang's lips twitched, and he stared at Gu Ye in speechless disbelief. Fland and Tang San, along with the others, were equally at a loss for words. Gu Ye's words were indeed valid, given his profession as a physician. However, to others, they seemed somewhat unsettling. Yet, who could disregard Gu Ye's authority as a doctor? Regardless of their discomfort, they were compelled to listen. Concerning your ailment, I have merely made a preliminary observation, noting that your martial soul is flawed due to a mutation, but I have yet to delve deeper into the specifics. In contrast, I have acquired knowledge of a second treatment method for Ma Hongjuan's martial soul deficiency. Dean Flander, would you care to know? Gu Ye gazed at Flander, a profound smile gracing his lips. The desire to know was palpable, and Flander, brimming with excitement, felt it too. Ma Hongjuan was his cherished disciple. Naturally, he yearned to see him healed. Now that Gu Ye possessed a second method, it implied that Ma Hongjuan might no longer be necessary. What splendid news! How could Flander not be thrilled? Yet, since Flander was eager to understand, he should also recognize that there are no free lunches in this world. Of course, if the esteemed physician sought monetary compensation, he would be willing to provide any amount. Flander winced at the thought of parting with his hard-earned savings. But for the sake of Ma Hongjuan, he steeled his resolve and prepared to offer his life as savings. After all, Ma Hongjuan was his sole disciple. Gu Ye shook his head. Director Flander, do you think I lack funds? The cost of my treatment is not monetary. What is it then? Flander pressed on. Let us discuss that later. After all, the person receiving treatment is not present. Perhaps you could fetch Ma Hongjuan first? Very well. Flander, aware of Ma Hongjuan's whereabouts, bid farewell to Gu Ye and departed the medical hall in search of him. Dai Mubai and Oscar were also summoned to assist, as Ma Hongjuan frequented multiple establishments, and having more people would expedite the search. With the three of them gone, only Gu Ye, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Tang San, and Xiao Jang remained in the medical hall. Gu Ye then made his way to the main hall and took a seat. Xiao Jang, eager for Gu Ye's expertise, followed him outside. Zhuqing, come here. Gu Ye beckoned to Zhu Zhuqing, who obediently approached him. He invited her to sit beside him and, with great interest, poured tea from the teapot into his cup. Noticing that Gu Ye seemed disinclined to continue speaking, Xiao Jang, reflecting on his own martial spirit deficiency, took the initiative to inquire, Dr. Gu, what is your perspective on my martial spirit defect? Given his request for assistance, Xiao Jang's tone remained courteous. After taking a sip of tea, Gu Ye said, Master, I have recently made some modest breakthroughs in my medical studies. As for your ailment, it can indeed be treated. Really? Xiao Jang exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Gu Ye nodded in affirmation. But could Gu Ye genuinely assist Xiao Jang in overcoming his insurmountable barrier of reaching the 30th level? It seemed utterly implausible. Unless, of course, the teacher, Xiao Jang, and his disciple, Tang San, could orchestrate a clandestine escape. If such a scenario were to unfold, perhaps there would linger a faint glimmer of hope in curing Xiao Jang's affliction and enabling him to transcend the confines of his 30th level delusions. Chapter 63. A definitive cure for Xiao Jang. Observing the exhilaration etched upon Xiao Jang's face, Guyi became increasingly convinced of the necessity to assist him, igniting a rejuvenation of youthful vigor within him. Esteemed healer, might I inquire if? Xiao Jang directed a meaningful glance toward Guyi, seeking answers. Oh, master. I have already conferred with your esteemed principal, Guyi interjected. In this world, there exists no such thing as a free lunch. And surely you would not expect me to undertake a task without subjecting you to some form of trial to ascertain my genuine ability to rectify your martial soul deficiency? It is imperative to recognize that, to date, no one has ever succeeded in remedying such a martial soul defect. Are you truly so readily convinced of my capabilities? Guyi's rhetorical question was indeed astute. Originally, Xiao Jang had harbored little doubt, for he was well informed by Flanders regarding Guyi's matters. Moreover, Guyi was the mentor of Zhu Zhuqing. There existed no animosity or grievances between them, rendering any malicious intent unnecessary in this context. However, one must always remain vigilant. And Xiao Jang was inherently a cautious individual. Deep down, he held a flicker of suspicion towards Guyi, but the latter's inquiry alleviated that doubt. Dr. Gu, Xiao Jang assured, you need not worry about this. I am willing to seize even the slightest opportunity. As for compensation, wealth is but a trivial matter. I recognize that you are not one to be swayed by material desires. Should you express your needs, I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. With sincerity etched upon his face, Xiao Jang gazed earnestly at Guyi. At that moment, Tang San also rose, expressing his remorse. Dr. Gu, I apologize for my previous discourteous behavior. If you can assist in remedying my master's soul spirit deficiency and enable him to break through to the 30th level, I pledge to fulfill any request you may have. Tang San's apology appeared profoundly sincere, embodying the earnest concern of a devoted disciple for his teacher. He had learned a bit about Xiao Jang's soul spirit deficiency. He often witnessed his master in solitary contemplation and, upon inquiring, discovered that his master harbored a lifelong aspiration to transcend the seemingly insurmountable 30th level. Now that Guyi had instilled a glimmer of hope in his master, Tang San felt compelled to assist in realizing that long-held dream. Guyi, if you could aid my master in addressing his soul spirit deficiency, I implore you to lend him your assistance, Xiaowei chimed in, her large eyes blinking adorably as she beseeched Guyi with a charming expression. Upon witnessing Xiao Jang and Tang San beseeching him so earnestly, Guyi felt a pang of conscience. It would seem unjust not to assist Xiao Jang with his treatment and perhaps even consider a definitive surgical remedy. With a sigh, Guyi acquiesced, very well. Since you all have implored me so fervently, I shall reluctantly consent. However, I must forewarn you, esteemed master, that the potion I possess for rectifying the deficiencies of your martial soul is still in the experimental stage. Its efficacy in completely ameliorating your condition cannot be guaranteed. Consequently, there may be potential side effects following its administration, though there is also the possibility that there will be none. This is a matter of probability. Yet, you may take solace in knowing that any side effects are unlikely to be severe or life-threatening. I implore you to contemplate this carefully. Should you be willing to proceed with the treatment, we can then discuss the matters of remuneration and the specifics of the treatment. After Guyi finished speaking, he attempted to take another sip of tea, only to discover that it had run out. He casually set the cup down. Observing this, Zhu Zhuqing, seated beside Guyi, felt it was her duty as a disciple to serve her master. She promptly picked up the teapot and poured a fresh cup of tea for Guyi. Upon hearing Guyi's words, Xiao Jang hesitated for a moment. The prospect of significantly enhancing his chances of breaking through to level 30 spurred him to nod in agreement without further delay. Dr. Gu, I have come to a decision. However, could you elaborate on the potential side effects? Although Xiao Jang had consented, he sought to understand more detailed information. After all, entrusting oneself to another for treatment necessitated a clear understanding of the implications. Well, Guyi began, I am not entirely certain about the specific side effects. You must understand the significance of resolving the flaws in one's martial soul in this world. However, I can assure you that I have had a successful case. Her martial soul was indeed flawed, but I was able to heal her, and she now experiences no issues whatsoever. Is what you're saying true, Dr. Gu? Xiao Jang exclaimed, rising in excitement, eager to learn the identity of the individual who had been healed. I, Guyi, never speak falsehoods. As for whom I have treated successfully, I cannot disclose that information, as it pertains to my confidentiality. Understood, Xiao Jang replied, suppressing his excitement as he sat back down. Guyi has successfully treated cases of defective martial souls, which gives hope for his own healing. Once he surpasses the 30th level, Xiao Jang envisioned that moment when he could fulfill his lifelong aspiration, his excitement causing him to clench his fists tightly. Tang San, sitting beside Xiao Jang, witnessed his teacher's fervor and silently vowed to assist him, no matter the demands made by Gu Yi. He had once expressed when he became Xiao Jang's disciple that a teacher for a day is a father for life. Gu sipped his tea, casting a sidelong glance at the excited Xiao Jang, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Judging by the current situation, it seemed that Xiao Jang was intent on seeking his assistance to remedy the defect in his martial spirit. However, Gu Yi resolved to offer him a glimmer of hope. The greater a person's hope, the more profound their despair would be when the time of reckoning arrived, amplifying the effects infinitely. Master, let me share a few thoughts regarding the after effects of this treatment. Gu Yi began. Please, do enlighten me, esteemed doctor, Xiao Jang replied, his previously stiff visage softening into a polite smile, infused with newfound respect for Gu Yi. In truth, the after effects were not particularly daunting. The duration of the treatment would not be brief, and during this process, the hair on your face would gradually fall away, and your voice would undergo certain changes, bestowing upon you an aura of rejuvenation, enhancing your vitality. Is that all? Xiao Jang inquired eagerly, if what Gu Yi described was indeed a renewal of youth. It sounded like a benefit rather than an affliction. For him, Xiao Jang, it posed no real concern. Certainly not. That is merely the predictable aspect. The unpredictable remained shrouded in uncertainty. I see. Xiao Jang pondered for a moment. Well then, I shall conclude my remarks here. Should you decide to proceed with the treatment, take the time to reflect before your principal arrives with that portly fellow. Once he arrives, you will need to make your decision. After all, this pertains to you and your future, indeed your entire life. After Gu Yi finished speaking, he picked up the tea that Zhu Zhuqing had prepared for him and took a sip with a smile. Tang San glanced at his mentor, Xiao Jang, signaling him to step outside for a moment. Xiao Jang understood his disciple's intention and turned to Gu Yi, saying, Dr. Gu, I have a matter to attend to outside. I shall return shortly with a response. Tang San then added, Dr. Gu, I too will step out for a moment. Very well, Gu Yi replied, not wanting to disrupt the tranquil moment shared by the master and disciple as they savored their tea. Indeed, having a disciple to attend to him was quite delightful, especially when that disciple was a beauty. If he were to have her by his side every day, how blissful that would be. Gu Yi glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who was seated beside him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Noticing her teacher's gaze, Zhu Zhuqing blinked her almond-shaped eyes, embracing a demeanor of cool detachment and reticence. Stepping out of the hall, Xiao Jang inquired of Tang San, San, why did you summon me? Teacher, I wish to discuss something with you. Go ahead. I believe you should consider accepting Gu Yi's treatment. However, it would be prudent to observe first. Isn't Gu Yi supposed to assist Fatty with his treatment soon? Though Tang San's words were veiled, the astute Xiao Jang grasped the underlying implication of his disciple's intent. They could initially acquiesce to Gu Yi, allowing Ma Hongjun to trial the treatment. Should it prove effective, they could then proceed without any reservations. This strategy, while utilizing Ma Hongjun, was not merely exploitation. For both required treatment, and observing Ma Hongjun's experience was not unfair. After contemplating for a brief moment, Xiao Jang resolved to proceed accordingly. At that very instant, Flinder, accompanied by Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Dai Mubai, returned toward Gu Yi's clinic. Xiao Jang, why are you standing outside? Flinder queried upon noticing Xiao Jang and Tang San lingering by the entrance. Xiao Jang shook his head. I was discussing a few matters with San. Flinder, since you have returned, let us enter together. Very well, let us go inside. Thus, Xiao Jang, Flinder, and Ma Hongjun re-entered the clinic. Within the main hall, Gu savored the tea brewed by his beloved disciple Zhu Zhuqing, occasionally engaging in hushed whispers with her, sharing intimate exchanges characteristic of a close teacher-student relationship. Sitting nearby, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong observed, feeling quite uneasy. They longed to pry open Zhu Zhuqing's mind to discern her true thoughts. Why did she answer every question posed by Gu Yi and respond to his every remark? Xiao Wu harbored suspicions that Zhu Zhuqing might be enchanted by Gu Yi. Otherwise, how could she be so close to him? Gu Yi completely ignored the glaring gaze of his rabbit companion, Xiao Wu. And upon the entrance of Xiao Jang and Ma Hongjun along with the rest of the Shrek group, he set down his teacup. Have you made your decision? Xiao Jang nodded. I have considered it thoroughly. I accept your treatment. So do I, Ma Hongjun agreed, casting a look at Gu Yi. On their journey back, he had learned all the details from Flander, and now, knowing that Gu Yi could remedy his malevolent flames, he readily consented. Very well. Then let us discuss the costs associated with this treatment, Gu stated. Upon hearing this, Flanders' expression turned pained, as he braced himself for a significant financial outlay for his cherished disciple and dear friend, Xiao Jang, Tang San. And the others turned their attention to Gu Yi, eager to ascertain the price of his healing services. Ma Hongjuan's martial spirit defect was the uncontrollable malevolent fire. A consequence of the mutation his martial spirit underwent. Remedying this affliction would not be a swift endeavor, thus the expenses involved would not be easily manageable for them. Gu Yi, please be forthright. Inform us of the costs or what you require from us. I assure you, I will do my utmost to meet your demands. Flander declared resolutely. Very well, I shall not withhold any details. Gu Yi smiled gently as he gazed at Flander. The treatment for Ma Hongjuan's malevolent flame would last for 6 months, requiring him to visit me once a month. After this period, I would ensure that his wicked fire would no longer erupt, and the cost for such a service would be the assistance of you, Flander, a formidable soul sage, in 3 manageable tasks. Is that all? Flander felt that this fee was not as burdensome as he had anticipated. Yet, it is not merely that. Flander, the tasks I require of you are far from simple. As long as they lie within my capabilities and do not contravene my principles, I can acquiesce. Very well. It is settled then. Flander, as a soul sage, possesses considerable strength, which will prove invaluable to the still-growing Gu Yi, potentially enabling him and Caden to accomplish many feats that would otherwise be beyond their reach. As for Ma Hongjuan's treatment, alleviating his malevolent fire poses no challenge for Gu Yi. Previously, Gu Yi's initial method, which involved neutering Ma Hongjuan's treatment, was not a jest. Moreover, from a novel he had encountered in his past life, he understood that Ma Hongjuan's descendants, even if female, could also experience the eruption of malevolent flames. However, this situation is entirely incomparable, for at that time, Ma Hongjuan had already consumed celestial herbs and possessed the inner core of an ancient beast, having undergone 2 evolutions of his martial soul, which transformed his malevolent fire into an ultimate conflagration. Yet now, Ma Hongjuan's fire is merely a lustful flame, utterly incomparable. Gu Yi's treatment method is quite straightforward. He would perform a procedure on Ma Hongjuan's martial soul to eliminate the lustful flame that emerged during its mutation. For Gu Yi, who has access to surgical space and a martial soul scalpel, the process is not arduous. The challenge lies in whether he can maintain steady hands during the procedure. After discussing the treatment fees and other matters concerning Ma Hongjuan, Gu Yi turned his attention to his significant target, Xiao Jang. As for your fee, Xiao Jang. Gu Yi pondered while observing him. To be frank, there was little that could entice Gu Yi about Xiao Jang. However, one aspect did pique his interest. He was eager to perform a radical surgery for Xiao Jang. Having charged a fee for treating Ma Hongjuan, offering Xiao Jang a free surgery would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Thus, after careful consideration, Gu Yi settled on a fee that was neither excessive nor trivial, ensuring that Xiao Jang owed him 2 favors while agreeing to undertake a task within his capabilities. This task would likely prove invaluable when Xiao Jang sought the secret of the twin martial souls from Bibi Dong in the future. Upon learning that the fee consisted of a personal favor and a commitment to assist Gu Yi, Xiao Jang readily accepted without hesitation, feeling quite pleased. He believed that his favor, as a master, held considerable worth. Following a brief discussion about the treatment details and other matters, Gu Yi rose and declared, "The surgical treatment shall commence at once. Ma Hongjuan, let us proceed inside." Yes. Ma Hongjuan stood up, a bit anxious, and followed closely behind Gu Yi. Zhu Zhuqing, you come in with me. As for the rest of you, please wait outside. After Gu Yi finished speaking, he proceeded towards the treatment room, closely followed by Zhu Zhuqing. Ma Hongjuan and Flanders exchanged a few words before trailing behind. Inside the treatment room, the method by which Gu Yi treated Ma Hongjuan was unknown to anyone. In the hall, Xiao Jang and the others looked towards the treatment room with a mix of anticipation and skepticism. Master, do you truly believe that Gu Yi can resolve the issue of Fatty's malevolent fire? Dai Mubai inquired doubtfully. Let us wait and see, Xiao Jang replied, his gaze fixed on the treatment room, avoiding a direct answer. He, too, was curious, but now was not the time for discussion. The outcome would soon be revealed. Approximately 10 minutes later, Ma Hongjuan emerged from the treatment room. Fatty, how do you feel? Hongjuan, what happened? Upon seeing Ma Hongjuan, Dai Mubai, Xiao Jang, Flanders, and the others hurriedly surrounded him with questions. At that moment, Ma Hongjuan appeared lost in thought, reminiscing about the miraculous treatment he had just received from Gu Yi. completely oblivious to the queries posed by Dai Mubai and Xiao Jang. "Fatty, what's wrong, Hongjun?" As Dai Mubai and Flanders called out to him repeatedly. Ma Hongjun finally snapped back to reality. It was astounding. "The method of treatment employed by Dr. Gu is truly extraordinary," he exclaimed in amazement. Hearing this, Xiao Jang suddenly felt a surge of anticipation for Gu Ye's treatment. "All right, Hongjun, please share your experience with me," Xiao Jang urged, gently patting Ma Hongjun's shoulder to bring him back to focus. Yes, Ma Hongjun briefly recounted the treatment process to Xiao Jang and Flanders, leaving them both visibly astonished. Performing surgery on a martial spirit, healing a martial spirit, Gu Ye's martial spirit possessed such remarkable abilities. It was nothing short of terrifying. It is well known that numerous soul masters in this world suffer from defective martial spirits due to mutations. Yet, Gu Ye's martial spirit could heal others' martial spirits. If word spread, those with flawed martial spirits would undoubtedly flock to Gu Ye, seeking his aid. Xiao Jang's eyes gleamed with excitement, while Flanders was left in disbelief. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others gazed at the door of the treatment room with mixed expressions. Meanwhile, within the treatment room, Zhu Zhuqing regarded Gu Ye with a look of admiration. "Her teacher. What are you staring at your teacher for? Are you entranced by my charm?" Gu Ye teased, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing. "No. I just didn't expect my teacher's martial spirit to possess such a unique ability," Zhu Zhuqing replied softly. "My strength extends beyond just my martial spirit. I excel in other areas as well. Would you like to witness it, Zhuqing?" Gu Ye said with a mischievous smile. Zhu Zhuqing, not misinterpreting Gu Ye's words, assumed he merely wished to showcase his strengths, and without hesitation, she nodded and replied, "Yes. Very well, when the time permits. I shall reveal my strengths to you," Gu Ye said, gently patting her shoulder, emphasizing the phrase "my strengths." Zhu Zhuqing nodded resolutely, determined to witness just how formidable her teacher, Gu Ye, truly was. "Zhuqing, when I perform the surgery on Xiao Jang later, you must pay close attention. For this is also a learning process, understood?" "Yes, I understand. And you must observe my techniques closely." "Understood. Now, please fetch a box labeled with XX from the medicine shelf. I will need it for Xiao Jang," he instructed. Yes. As Zhu Zhuqing, now Gu Ye's assistant, obediently headed to retrieve the medicine, Gu Ye suddenly had a thought. Should he consider taking on an assistant? In the world of Douluo, healing soul masters are referred to as medical masters, and while there are specific types of medical practitioners, they differ somewhat from what Gu Ye was accustomed to. However, there are indeed medical practitioners akin to female nurses as assistants. Given his current role as a physician, it seemed somewhat incongruous to lack a female nurse clad in pink assisting him. Zhuqing was more suited to be a disciple than an assistant. It appeared he would need to find a suitable aid after all. After Gu Ye made his decision, a sudden thought crossed his mind. He turned to Zhu Zhuqing and remarked, "Ah, Zhuqing, there's still a box of needles on the medicine shelf. Could you fetch me another one?" Upon hearing Gu Ye's words, Zhu Zhuqing searched a bit longer before retrieving a medicine box marked with the characters XX, along with a needle. "Master, is this it?" she inquired, presenting the medicine and needle before Gu Ye. "Indeed, that is the one," Gu Ye affirmed. He accepted the items and began to demonstrate in front of Zhu Zhuqing. This particular needle was the first administered to assist Xiao Jang in his radical treatment. Chapter 65, Xiao Jang's Radical Treatment. The first injection, due to the nature of the radical treatment process for Xiao Jang, the timing had to be precisely balanced, not too short, yet not excessively prolonged. Thus, Gu Ye meticulously controlled the extraction of a specific dosage from a particular vial. After completing the extraction and testing the needle, he instructed Zhu Zhuqing to call Xiao Jang in. Meanwhile, he prepared other essential items within the room. Upon exiting the treatment room, Zhu Zhuqing observed Xiao Jang surrounded by a group, eagerly questioning Ma Hongjun. She calmly announced, "Master, the teacher said you may enter now." "Is that so? Excellent. I shall go in," Xiao Jang responded, relieved to learn that Ma Hongjun was entirely unscathed, and in fact, had improved. With the knowledge of Gu Ye's remarkable martial spirit, he firmly believed that Gu Ye could indeed rectify his martial spirit deficiencies and help him surpass the 30th level. "I shall enter first. Please wait outside," Xiao Jang instructed before stepping into the treatment room. Tang San, watching his teacher enter, turned to Ma Hongjun with a serious tone, inquiring, "Fatty, do you truly believe your martial spirit has improved significantly?" "Absolutely. Previously, my martial spirit always gave me the ominous feeling that it might unleash malevolent flames at any moment. But now I sense that the malevolence will no longer erupt at random. Moreover, After undergoing Gu Ye's surgical treatment, I feel revitalized. My strength and energy have greatly increased. I see. Tang San reflected on Ma Hongjuan's words, gazing at the treatment room as thoughts occupied his mind. Inside the treatment room, Xiao Jang turned to Gu Yi and asked, Gu Yi, what must I do now? You need not do anything. Simply lie down on the bed, Gu Yi replied. Understood. Xiao Jang lay upon the bed, somewhat apprehensive about the impending treatment, feeling discomfort in surrendering himself to the process. After all, he was a person of stature, a renowned master within the spirit master community. Now, he felt akin to a piece of meat upon a cutting board, with Gu Yi as the knife, free to carve as he pleased. The peculiar circumstances left him psychologically unsettled, causing significant discomfort. Observing the needle in his hand, and then glancing at Xiao Jang, who lay submissively on the bed, Gu Yi secretly chuckled. Master, we shall commence the treatment now. Are you prepared? He asked. In a moment. I will administer the first injection. Its effects are remarkable. After this, you shall feel rejuvenated and invigorated in the days to come. Upon hearing Gu Ye's words, Xiao Jang glanced at the gleaming needle in Gu Ye's hand, a shiver coursing through him. Yet, he nodded resolutely. Let it be. I am prepared. For the sake of surpassing the 30th level and fulfilling his aspirations, Xiao Jang was resolute in his determination. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Yi administered the first injection on Xiao Jang's path to recovery. A sizzling sound resonated as Xiao Jang officially embarked on his journey towards healing. In that fleeting moment when the special liquid was injected into his body, he was suddenly engulfed by a wave of tremors, followed by an inexplicable sense of well-being. Strangely, he found that Gu Yi appeared more agreeable to him than before. Now, release your martial spirit, Gu Yi instructed. Responding to the changes within him, Xiao Jang obediently summoned his martial spirit, the formidable Luo San Pao. This martial spirit was unique, possessing sentience akin to an independent entity. It is worth noting that the martial spirits on the continent of Douluo are predominantly inanimate and devoid of intelligence. However, Xiao Jang's Luo San Pao stood apart, embodying a consciousness that rendered it a distinct life form. In this respect, Xiao Jang could be considered unparalleled in Douluo. As Gu Yi understood, Xiao Jang's martial spirit originally held immense potential, yet it tragically veered off course during its mutation. Had he succeeded, his martial spirit would have manifested as the extraordinarily powerful golden sacred dragon. In this world, the mutation of martial spirits necessitates not only formidable physical attributes, but also unwavering willpower to endure the transformation. Regrettably, Xiao Jang lacked both the fortune and the requisite strength to withstand the emergence of the golden sacred dragon martial spirit, ultimately resulting in the evolution into the Luo San Pao. His earlier assertion that there are no worthless martial spirits, only inept soul masters, aptly applies to him, as he indeed exemplified a failure. This fact remains indisputable. Observing the lively Luo San Pao, Gu Yi displayed no semblance of tenderness. Instead, he reached out and seized it with a firm grip, then swiftly brought down the surgical knife. Xiao Jang, lying on the bed, gazed in astonishment at Gu Yi and his martial spirit. At that moment, he witnessed his Luo San Pao cleaved in two, yet both halves continued to writhe energetically, their expressions reflecting sheer terror. This sight reminded him of the conversation he had earlier with Ma Hongjun, which bore an uncanny resemblance to his current predicament. This only deepened Xiao Jang's conviction that Gu Yi could indeed rectify his martial spirit's flaws. Zhuqing, bring me a vial, Gu Yi called, extending his hand towards Zhu Zhuqing. With practiced ease, Zhu Zhuqing retrieved a small, transparent glass vial and handed it to Gu Yi. After Gu Yi took over, he swiftly used a scalpel to slice open Xiao Jang's martial soul, the three cannons of Luo. From the very essence of the three cannons, he extracted its primordial energy. Subsequently, a droplet of golden blood was drawn from Xiao Jang, representing the fundamental essence of his martial soul. In that fleeting moment of extraction, Gu Yi quickly utilized the system to scan this martial soul blood. Special martial soul, three cannons of Luo variant of the royal golden sacred dragon martial soul. A failed product martial soul blood. Intermediate note. The martial soul blood contains the essence of the golden sacred dragon martial soul and can be purified completely with 1,000 surgical points. By incorporating the martial soul serum, it can bestow the golden sacred dragon martial soul upon a soul master. Upon discovering the detailed information regarding Xiao Jang's martial soul blood, Gu Yi smiled. It aligned closely with his conjectures. Indeed, it was Xiao Jang's ineptitude that caused the golden sacred dragon martial soul to mutate into the three cannons of Luo. There was no room for doubt regarding his status as a failure. Then, Gu Yi contemplated a brilliant idea as he gazed at the droplet of blood in his hand. He intended to use 1,000 surgical points for restoration and subsequently purchase a vial of martial soul serum to merge this essence. He would then seek a suitable individual to bestow the golden sacred dragon martial soul upon them. If a person possessing the golden sacred dragon martial soul were to appear before Xiao Jang, and he were to realize the truth, it would be intriguing to see whether he would be driven to despair. As for Xiao Jang, currently resting on the sickbed, Gu Yi returned to his senses and glanced at Xiao Jang, who lay vulnerable on the hospital bed, a silent chuckle escaping his lips. He then proceeded to administer treatment to Xiao Jang's martial soul, the 3 canons of Luo. Yet, was Gu Yi truly rectifying Xiao Jang's martial soul deficiencies? Even if Gu Yi were magnanimous enough to cure him, what potential could Xiao Jang achieve at his age? Moreover, with the 3 canons of Luo as his martial soul, he would still remain ineffectual alongside Xiao Jang, who was deemed a failure. Zhu Zhuqing observed from the side, assisting with the process. Although Xiao Jang watched Gu Yi's efforts intently, he could not grasp the intricacies of the treatment or the nature of the medicines employed. However, he did perceive a transformation within himself. He felt more invigorated, though he could not discern whether it was mere illusion or reality. During the treatment, Xiao Jang noticed Gu Yi frequently directing his gaze towards his lower region, leaving him uncertain of Gu Yi's intentions. After a quarter of an hour, Gu Yi completed what he termed a treatment. With the fragmented 3 canons of Luo restored to its entirety, he exhaled deeply, appearing somewhat fatigued. All done, he announced to Xiao Jang before turning his attention to Zhu Zhuqing. Observing this, Zhu Zhuqing took a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from Gu Yi's brow. The perspiration on Gu Yi's face was not a result of exhaustion. Rather, it was a deliberate pretense to convey to Xiao Jang that he was indeed fatigued. Otherwise, the treatment for the martial soul defect would appear rather trivial. Zhu Zhuqing had already adeptly wiped her teacher's sweat moments earlier. Observing Gu Yi's fatigued demeanor, Xiao Jang hastily left his bed and began to pace about. After inspecting himself for any changes and finding none, he summoned his martial soul, the 3 canon of Luo, which remained unchanged. He regarded Gu Yi's expression, which mirrored that of Ma Hongjiwen's earlier, with astonishment. Feigning weariness, Gu Yi grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand and took the towel from her, affectionately wiping her delicate face. You too seem weary. I am fine, teacher. No, you are indeed fatigued. Gu Yi gently corrected her while tenderly wiping her face. Upon this attention, Zhu Zhuqing realized she was, in fact, somewhat tired. A sheen of sweat adorned her cheeks. And as she gazed at her teacher, who was intimately tending to her, a faint smile graced her previously aloof visage. Meanwhile, Xiao Jang, witnessing the affectionate exchange between Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing, thought little of it. He marveled, Dr. Gu, I am profoundly grateful for your treatment. Although I have yet to perceive any changes in my martial soul or breakthroughs in my realm, I can distinctly sense an improvement in my spirit and vitality. It is my duty, Gu Yi humbly replied with a smile. He refrained from revealing to Xiao Jang that soon he would radiate vitality. As he observed his disciple Tang San, whose appearance grew increasingly refined. Very well, master, you may exit now. I still need to tidy up the room with Zhuqing. All right, I shall take my leave. Thank you, Dr. Gu, Xiao Jang graciously remarked as he exited the infirmary, appearing genuinely revitalized and brimming with energy. However, unbeknownst to him, as he stood at the threshold, several hairs from his beard had fallen. Chapter 66. Candidates for the Golden Holy Dragon Blood Elixir Teacher. Tang San, waiting outside, immediately approached his instructor upon his emergence. Xiao Jang, how do you feel? Flander inquired as he joined them. Dai Mubai and Oscar also gazed at Xiao Jang with curiosity. I feel splendid. I am truly rejuvenated, Xiao Jang replied, energetically clenching his fist, demonstrating a marked difference from his previous demeanor. It seems the reputation of Dr. Gu is well-deserved, Flander remarked with playful admiration. Indeed, my teacher's health has improved remarkably, Tang San observed, swiftly checking his teacher for any irregularities. Although he lacked medical expertise, he possessed a certain understanding of toxicology and medicine, recognizing their interrelation. After his examination, he found no anomalies in Xiao Jang's condition. Rather, he appeared vibrant and invigorated. Hence, Tang San concluded that Gu Yi had genuinely treated his teacher, with results that were astonishingly effective. His title as a divine physician was indeed warranted. By the way, where is Dr. Gu? Why hasn't he emerged yet? Flander inquired politely, referring to Gu Yi as doctor due to his treatment of Xiao Jang and Ma Hongjun. He and Zhuqing are tidying up the room. They will be out shortly. Just as Xiao Jang finished speaking, Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing emerged together. Seeing Gu Yi, Flander chuckled heartily and approached him. "Dr. Gu, your medical skills are truly admirable," Flander exclaimed with great enthusiasm. "You flatter me," Gu Yi replied modestly with a smile. Observing the cheerful Flander alongside Xiao Jang and the others brought him joy as well. After a brief conversation and settling a few matters, Flander took his leave, stating, "Dr. Gu, we have classes at the academy tomorrow, so we shall not impose any further. Let these children accompany us back." "Very well," Gu Yi affirmed. Gu Yi did not attempt to retain them. The schedule for assisting Ma Hongjun and Xiao Jang's treatment had already been established, occurring once a month, and given that Shrek Academy was not far from Sodto City, they could visit at any time. Furthermore, Gu Yi had his own matters to attend to, and it was not ideal for these individuals to remain at the medical facility indefinitely. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Flinder departed with Xiao Jang and his companions. Before they left, Gu Yi took a moment to remind Zhu Zhuqing. Once the Shrek group had exited, he retreated to his room and retrieved the soul blood extracted from Xiao Jang. Without hesitation, he expended 1,000 surgical points to restore this drop of blood, transforming it into the soul blood of the golden sacred dragon. Subsequently, he invested a considerable sum to procure a vial of soul blood serum, which he then infused with the drop of golden sacred dragon soul blood. Moments later, the fusion of the golden sacred dragon soul blood serum was complete. Holding the small vial of golden liquid in his hand, Gu Yi smiled with satisfaction. Once injected into a soul master, it would endow them with the golden sacred dragon soul. If the existence of this serum were to leak out, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar across the entire Douluo Continent. This is not an exaggeration on Gu Yi's part. If it were to become public knowledge that he possessed a serum capable of granting others a soul, the power it represented would be akin to dropping an atomic bomb on the Douluo Continent. It is precisely for this reason that, apart from Zhu Zhuqing, no one else was aware of Gu Yi's possession of the soul blood serum. However, he was certain that he needed to utilize this golden sacred dragon soul blood serum. Otherwise, it would be a waste, yet he had not yet selected a recipient. As for why Gu Yi did not use it himself, it was simply because he had no need for it. Gu Yi glanced at the time. The sky had already turned to a dusky hue, and the grand arena of Sodto City was on the verge of commencing its spirited battles. For the past few days, he had been engrossed in his cultivation at the medical hall, neglecting to seek out Caden. Now, with a moment to spare, he decided it was an opportune time to pay her a visit and engage in a profound discussion about why the darkest, most humid depths are often the very cradle of life. Thus, Gu Yi departed from the medical hall and made his way towards the grand arena of Sodto City, soon arriving at its entrance. In the arena of spirit battles, Gu Yi held a position only subordinate to Caden. Upon his arrival, the staff of the Grand Spirit Arena greeted him with utmost respect. "Dr. Gu, you have arrived. Is there anything we can assist you with?" "No need. Please continue with your duties," Gu Yi replied, courteously declining the warm welcome as he adeptly made his way to the prestigious VIP room number 1. Upon entering the opulent chamber, a sudden thought crossed Gu Yi's mind. He produced the vial of golden sacred dragon spirit blood, recalling Caden's golden hair and her enchanting demeanor. Glancing at the vial in his hand, he mused that it would indeed be beneficial to administer it to Caden. As the princess of the Sylvis Kingdom and also a spirit master, her current rank of spirit ancestor may not be particularly formidable. Yet this posed no concern for Gu Yi. What mattered most to him was that Caden's heart and soul were devoted to him, and he found himself quite enamored by the charming young woman. Moreover, he recognized the imperative of assisting Caden in her quest for the throne of the Bala Kingdom. Thus, it was crucial for her to possess greater strength. It seemed only prudent to bestow upon her the golden sacred dragon spirit blood when the time was ripe, enhancing her prowess. Having made this decision, Gu Yi carefully tucked away the vial. He knocked on the door with deftness, and without waiting for Caden to emerge and open it, he smoothly entered the room. Inside, as dusk approached and the commencement of the spirit battles drew near, Caden intended to indulge in a bath before heading out. However, just as she began to disrobe for her bath, the familiar sound of knocking reached her ears. Recognizing the footsteps, she immediately discerned the identity of her visitor. Choosing not to continue with her bath, she donned a fitted purple dress from the rack and eagerly emerged from her chamber. "You've come." Upon seeing the person she had longed for, Caden joyfully rushed into his arms, embracing him tightly. Gu Yi embraced Caden, gently caressing the expanse of her fair skin that was exposed on her back. "Gu Yi, there are still 1 or 2 hours until the grand duel arena commences. I wish to indulge in a bath before we step out. Would you care to join me?" Caden gazed at Gu Yi with an enticing allure. Her invitation to share a bath, coupled with her clear indication of the available time, rendered her intentions unmistakably apparent. Gu Yi gazed at the enchanting face beneath the golden tresses of Caden, her eyes seemingly capable of conversing, her delicate, pert nose, and her luscious, tempting lips. He reached out, gently lifting her chin, and leaned in for a kiss. This time, Gu Yi had no intention of rejecting the alluring invitation of the beautiful young woman. He yearned to ride alongside Caden, galloping towards a paradise of joy. Instinctively, Caden wrapped her arms around Gu Yi's neck, responding with fervor. A flame within Gu Yi gradually ignited under the fervor of Caden, swiftly directing its warmth towards her. After a kiss, Caden wrapped her arms around Gu Yi's neck, their faces mere centimeters apart as she gazed intently into his eyes. Gu Yi, I'm feeling warm. Embrace me and let us bathe together. She spoke with a calm demeanor, yet her words dripped with an irresistible allure. A fire ignited within Gu Yi's heart, erupting completely under Caden's words. With fervor, he lifted her delicate form and strode toward the bathroom. Though the door was not far from the guest room, for Caden, the journey felt interminable, fraught with the fear that Gu Yi might suddenly halt. To prevent such a pause, Caden clung tightly to him, causing her purple dress to fall away on their path. With a decisive bang, the bathroom door swung open and then slammed shut. Chapter 67. The risk of exposing the affair with Caden at the highest level of the Sodto City Soul Arena, in the number 1 VIP room. A fierce battle to extinguish flames commenced. Within the bathroom, an unseen struggle unfolded simultaneously. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, when Flandre returned with the Shrek team, he instructed everyone to rest and prepare for classes the next day. Xiao Jang exchanged a few words with his disciple Tang San before retreating to his room. The day's events had left Xiao Jang in a state of heightened agitation, and upon entering his chamber, he settled into a chair to make some notes on the intricacies of martial souls, including their ailments and potential cures. This knowledge was invaluable, and he resolved to utilize it for the betterment of the Soul Master community in the future. After completing some notes, he began to devise a training regimen for the Shrek 7 monsters. With most of the work nearly finished, he needed only to make a few adjustments, particularly concerning Zhu Zhuqing, now a disciple of Gu Yi, whose martial soul's defects required Gu Yi's expertise for remedy. Thus, he approached Zhu Zhuqing's training with utmost caution. After half an hour, he completed a specialized training schedule for her before pausing, and at that moment, a few strands of his beard fell onto his desk. However, as his beard was sparse, he paid little mind to it and continued with his tasks. Meanwhile, in the women's quarters, within Zhu Zhuqing's room, intrigued by the healing process Gu Yi had undertaken for Xiao Jang and Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu visited to inquire about the details. Zhu Zhuqing, having nothing to hide from her close friends, willingly recounted her teacher Gu Yi's various methods during the treatment. I never expected Gu Yi to be so incredible, Xiao Wu exclaimed in awe after hearing Zhu Zhuqing's account. Indeed, Gu Yi is truly remarkable, Ning Rongrong reflected, recalling how he had assisted her with her own treatment, causing her to instinctively cover her chest and marvel at his prowess. Zhu Zhuqing, thinking of the moment when Gu Yi had tenderly wiped her sweat, smiled subtly. As the three women pondered Gu Yi's exceptional skills, he too was demonstrating his prowess to Caden in the number 1 VIP room at the Sodto City Soul Arena. After a considerable time, they emerged from the bathroom into the room, engaging in a new round of intimate exchanges. Gu Yi, you've finally come to terms. I'm so happy. Caden gazed at him, her eyes sparkling with joy. Yes, I have, Gu Yi affirmed, his muscles taut as he mischievously looked at Caden and added, from now on, whenever I have an epiphany, I will seek you out, all right? Yes, as long as you come to terms. You can always find me. I will think with you, Caden replied, her words coming in fits and starts. In their room, they took turns expressing their thoughts, as time quietly slipped away. With less than 20 minutes remaining before the evening battles commenced at the Sodto City Soul Arena, the nobility of Sodto City found their greatest amusement in witnessing soul masters engage in combat, aside from indulging in the pleasures of nightlife. Though the start of the battles was imminent, the VIP and regular seats were already filled to capacity. The nobles in the VIP room had begun placing their bets, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the fights. Just then, a luxurious carriage approached the Soul Arena, and from it stepped the city lord, Shui Hong, accompanied by the formidable soul sage, Qin Xiao. Greetings, lord. The guards at the entrance of the arena bowed as Shui Hong approached. He acknowledged them with a nod and entered the arena, with Qin Xiao closely following. My lord, I apologize for not being able to welcome you properly. The manager of the arena whispered to Shui Hong as he approached. No matter. Where's my wife? I do not see her, Shui Hong inquired. scanning the interior for Caden, puzzled by her absence. "She is likely resting in your chambers, my lord," came the reply. "Is that so? Then you may leave," Shui Hong instructed before making his way to the highest-tier VIP room in the arena. At that moment, within the number 1 VIP room. As the battles were about to commence, the curtain was gradually drawn on the duo's performance. "All right, Caden, it's time for us to go out," Yi said. "No. I wish to hold you. I do not want to let go." Caden nestled deeper into Gu Ye's embrace, clearly reluctant to part. She relished the sensation of being close to the man she adored, feeling his heartbeat, and savoring the possibility of kissing him at any moment. She found herself utterly captivated. Lifting her head slightly, she gazed into Gu Ye's eyes and, unable to resist, kissed him softly once more before holding him tightly. Gu Ye sighed in resignation. While he found Kedong's charming demeanor quite appealing, there were moments when her incessant attention became overwhelming, particularly now, as she behaved almost like a little daughter. This left Gu Ye feeling quite exasperated. "City Lord." At that moment, the voice of Kedong's Soul Saint Guard echoed from outside the door. Upon hearing it, Gu Ye instinctively glanced at Kedong. She, however, appeared quite unfazed, looking at him with a suppressed smile and asking, "Are you nervous?" With Shui Hong right outside. It would be disingenuous to claim otherwise, Gu Ye thought, but replied nonchalantly, "If you're not nervous, why should I be?" Such hypocrisy. Kedong playfully glared at Gu Ye before standing up to dress. Gu Ye quickly donned his attire as well, fully aware that Kedong was a married woman. Although she currently harbored no feelings for Shui Hong, their relationship remained clandestine. Gu Ye couldn't help but admire Kedong's calm demeanor in the face of the situation. "By the way, do you have any oranges?" Gu Ye inquired instinctively once he was dressed. "Yes, they are in the living room," Kedong replied. "That's good." Gu Ye felt a bit more at ease. After Kedong tidied herself up, the two made their way to the living room, where they sat down to enjoy the oranges while conversing. Notably, the oranges from Kedong's household were exceptionally sweet, unlike the sour ones found elsewhere. "Dr. Gu, what do you think of the healing spirit masters in the Great Soul Arena?" Kedong asked, adopting a serious tone. "Not bad, I suppose. Their levels are not very high, and their healing abilities are rather limited," he responded as they continued their discussion. Just then, a knock sounded from outside, followed by Shui Hong entering without permission. Upon entering, Shui Hong noticed Kedong deeply engrossed in conversation with Gu Ye and failed to acknowledge his presence. "Madam, Dr. Gu, what are you discussing?" he inquired. "City Lord Shui Hong." Gu Ye greeted him with an indifferent expression. "Just some trivial matters. And please, be mindful when entering my room next time." Kedong shot Shui Hong a disapproving glance, clearly displeased with his uninvited entrance. Shui Hong seemed accustomed to Kedong's demeanor and paid it little mind. As for Gu Ye being there with Kedong, he harbored no doubts. Given that they were in the Great Soul Arena, where guards were present outside. "Dr. Gu, do you enjoy oranges?" Shui Hong asked, noticing Gu Ye relishing the fruit. "Indeed. I have no particular hobbies, but I do have a fondness for oranges," Gu Ye replied, popping a segment into his mouth. The sweet and tangy flavor was delightful. Reminiscent of Kedong herself, truly a treasure. "By the way, City Lord, what brings you to the Great Soul Arena today? Are you here to watch the matches with a friend?" Gu Ye inquired, looking at Shui Hong. "Oh, I didn't expect you to have such keen insight, Dr. Gu," Shui Hong replied, casting a shy glance at Kedong. His friend was, of course, some nobleman. Kedong, however, paid Shui Hong little attention, instead taking an orange from the table and discovering its pleasing taste. Realizing why Gu Ye enjoyed them so much. "Dr. Gu, your presence in the Great Soul Arena these days has been a blessing. Otherwise, I shudder to think of how many spirit masters would have suffered injuries without proper healing, and how much funding we would have had to expend," Kedong remarked while munching on her orange. "There's no need for gratitude. It's merely my duty. Moreover, since I promised City Lord Shui Hong, I will see it through." Gu Ye replied calmly, squeezing a piece of orange peel, producing a soft, crisp sound that quickly filled the room with a pleasant aroma. "Well, the soul battles are about to commence, and we should make our way out," Kedong stated, turning to Shui Hong. "You invited Dr. Gu to assist at the Great Soul Arena, but have yet to properly entertain him. You should take him out first." "Certainly," Shui Hong agreed without hesitation. Feeling somewhat guilty for not having adequately hosted Gu Ye, but relieved that his wife Kedong had taken care of him. As they prepared to leave the room, Kedong attempted to accompany them, but suddenly felt a momentary weakness in her legs and let out a soft gasp, returning to the sofa. "Madam, are you all right?" Shui Hong turned back to inquire upon hearing her soft exclamation. "I'm fine, just thinking of something," Kedong replied, straightening herself and shaking her head. "You go ahead with Dr. Gu. I'll wait a bit before I join you. Understood. Shuehong thought nothing of it. Unaware that Caden's gasp was due to her momentary weakness, he led Gu Yi out of the room. Outside the door stood two individuals. One was Qin Xiao, Shuehong's guard, a formidable soul saint at level 72, known for his mastery of the snake staff. The other was Yan Shi, Caden's female guard, a soul saint of even higher caliber at level 75. As Caden had mentioned, Yan Shi had been by her side since childhood, serving as her closest protector. It was she who had alerted Caden to Shuehong's arrival. From this, it was clear that Yan Shi was aware of the secret affair between Gu Yi and Caden. As Gu Yi emerged, Yan Shi cast a discerning glance at him but refrained from speaking. Invited by Shuehong, Gu Yi was introduced to the so-called nobility, a group characterized by their ostentatious appearances, embodying the archetype of hedonistic aristocrats, parasites thriving under the protection of their ancestors' titles. Gu Yi took a glance and excused himself under the pretext of aiding the soul masters with their ailments. After all, he harbored no interest whatsoever in these parasites. Gu Yi's departure aligned perfectly with Shuehong's desires, allowing him to revel even more with the group of aristocrats. Shortly after the commencement of the grand duel, Caden finally made her entrance. Upon arriving at the arena, she discerned without any need for conjecture that Shuehong was indulging in merriment with the nobles from Sodto City, and she refrained from casting even a glance in their direction. As was her custom, she conducted her rounds, occasionally peeking into Gu Yi's infirmary to exchange a few words before resuming her inspection of the duel arena. Time slipped by quietly, and soon the grand event was nearing its conclusion. "My lady, Master Shuehong is intoxicated," reported Qin Xiao as he approached Caden. "Then take him back to the manor. Ensure his safe return," she instructed. Understood. Qin Xiao offered no objections. He was merely delivering the news. Having been by Shuehong's side for years, he had grown accustomed to his master's drunken stupors. After Qin Xiao escorted Shuehong away, Gu Yi too bid farewell to Caden and departed from the grand duel arena in Sodto City. However, just as Gu Yi exited the main arena, Caden emerged from the back door and intercepted him. "What is the matter?" Gu Yi feigned confusion at being halted by Caden. "Stay here tonight," Caden urged, grasping Gu Yi's hand, indicating he should accompany her back. "It's not appropriate to linger here overnight." Gu Yi hesitated, torn between acceptance and refusal. "Fear not. I shall open the back door for you," Caden assured, leading Gu Yi back inside. Aware of her intentions, Gu Yi ceased his hesitance and returned with her to the arena's chambers. Since they entered through the back door, only Caden's female guard was privy to Gu Yi's re-entry into the duel arena. Once back in the room, Caden was eager to resume the unfinished battle with Gu Yi. Yet, he halted her advances. "What's wrong? Don't you enjoy it?" Caden pouted, her expression laden with discontent. "I do enjoy it, but there is no rush. We have the entire night ahead of us. However, I have something I wish to share with you, but you must promise me that this remains our secret," Gu Yi replied. Caden nestled into Gu Yi's embrace, whispering, "My heart is entirely yours. Do you still not trust me?" Gu Yi did not harbor any disbelief towards Caden. Rather, the gravity of the situation necessitated meticulousness. He then produced the vial containing the essence of the golden sacred dragon's martial soul. "What is this?" Caden inquired, gazing at the small bottle filled with golden liquid in Gu Yi's hand, her brow furrowed in confusion. "It is a precious item that can enhance your strength," he replied. "Enhance my strength?" she echoed, her curiosity piqued. "Indeed," Gu Yi affirmed with a nod. "Though your status as a princess grants you a certain nobility, achieving what I propose with your current abilities would be quite challenging. Thus, you need to elevate your power, and this will enable you to do so." Caden contemplated the golden vial, whispering, "It can make me stronger." At 31 years of age, despite her noble lineage as the princess of the Sylvis Kingdom and her commendable aptitude, she remained merely a level 47 soul master, still short of becoming a soul king. The prospect of fulfilling Gu Yi's promise with her present capabilities appeared daunting. If Gu Yi could indeed empower her, she would readily acquiesce. "What exactly is this, Gu Yi?" Caden asked, her curiosity rekindled. "It is a martial soul essence that can bestow upon you a formidable martial soul." "A formidable martial soul?" Caden gazed at Gu Yi with a mix of confusion and astonishment, struggling to grasp the implications of his words. "Just understand that this substance can grant you a powerful martial soul, while simultaneously augmenting your strength," Gu Yi clarified. "Very well, I trust you," Caden replied, demonstrating her intelligence by refraining from further inquiries. "However, before I can bestow this martial soul upon you, you must first inject this liquid into your body." "What is this?" she asked again, observing the vial of translucent white liquid in Gu Ye's hand. It is a potion designed to enhance your physique. Indeed, this was the very cellular enhancement serum that Gu Ye had previously administered to Zhu Zhuqing to successfully grant Caden the golden sacred dragon's martial soul. It was imperative to fortify her body, otherwise, Gu Ye feared that she might not withstand the strain. Although his system assured him that bestowing a martial soul upon a soul master would not yield any unforeseen complications, it was always prudent to err on the side of caution. Gu Ye briefly explained to Caden the concept of enhancement serums, after which Caden readily consented. As long as it was Gu Ye's, she would embrace whatever he injected into her body. Chapter 69. Caden. Gu Ye, you are truly remarkable. Gu Ye, well then. I shall begin the injection. Caden. Go ahead. Gu Ye, it may hurt a little. You must endure, all right? Caden. As long as it is you. I can withstand any pain. Gu Ye. Very well, I shall commence. Gu Ye spoke, and a hissing sound echoed as he injected the cellular enhancement serum into Caden's body. The next moment, a bead of cold sweat appeared on Caden's forehead, clearly a reaction to the sudden pain inflicted by the serum. Once the cellular enhancement serum enters the body, it swiftly remodels and strengthens a person's constitution. Previously, Zhu Zhuqing had nearly fainted from the agony, and Caden was no exception this time. The overwhelming pain caused Caden to cry out in distress. Her hands clutched the sheets tightly, and her once supine form curled up in response to the excruciating sensation, desperate to scream and alleviate the sudden onslaught of pain. She remembered it was nighttime, and they were in the Grand Soul Arena, prompting her to suppress her cries. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she embraced Gu Ye passionately. Indeed, in the next moment, Caden felt an immense sense of relief wash over her. This diversionary tactic proved remarkably effective. The intense pain from the cellular enhancement persisted for quite some time, and Caden occasionally let out cries of discomfort. Fortunately, whenever the pain surged, she found solace in Gu Ye's comforting presence, which helped redirect her focus. Thus, after enduring great hardship, Caden successfully completed her initial physical enhancement, leading to a significant evolutionary transformation in her constitution and innate abilities. At this moment, she lay exhausted in Gu Ye's embrace, gasping for fresh air. Gu Ye, you are incredible. Caden managed to lift her head and gaze at him, as she sensed the changes within her body and the evolution of her martial spirit. She was astonished by Gu Ye's ability to procure such a potent serum. I feel utterly revitalized. My body feels remarkably lighter, and my strength has increased significantly. Caden exclaimed in admiration. In response to her praise, Gu Ye offered a subtle smile. This is merely the foundation. Soon you will discover even greater benefits. As Gu Ye conversed with Caden, outside the room, Caden's soul guardian, Yin Shi, observed the interior. Recalling Caden's earlier scream of agony and his subsequent words, her lips twitched, and an expression of utter bewilderment crossed her face. Were it not for the knowledge that Caden was unharmed, she would have been compelled to kick open the door to ascertain precisely what transpired between Caden and Gu Ye to elicit such a cry of pain, followed by Caden's praise of Gu Ye's prowess. However, being a loyal guard, she retreated to her adjacent quarters once reassured of Caden's safety, seeking rest. Within the room, Caden, having undergone a transformation due to the cellular enhancement serum, felt her body metamorphosing. She clenched her fist, a smile gradually illuminating her face. She understood that the pain she had just endured was indeed worthwhile. Without hesitation, she embraced Gu Ye, bestowing upon him a fervent kiss as a reward. All right. Let us proceed to the next step, she exclaimed, her youthful demeanor shining through as she nodded eagerly. In the realm of Douluo Continent, women in love exhibited such fervor. Now, no matter what Gu Ye proposed, she was wholly inclined to comply. Soon, I shall inject this golden liquid into your body, and an immensely powerful martial spirit will emerge within you. Should your original martial spirit be too feeble, it may be consumed. However, it is also possible that it will not, as this martial spirit is being bestowed upon another for the first time. Caden pondered, if my original spirit is not consumed, would that mean I possess two martial spirits? Indeed, there is a significant probability of this, which means you could become the third individual in this world to embody dual martial spirits. Upon hearing this, Caden felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. Gu Ye, I am ready, she declared, closing her eyes. Having experienced considerable pain from the serum previously injected by Gu Ye, she instinctively braced for more discomfort and lay back on the bed, awaiting the injection. Seeing Caden prepared, Gu Ye proceeded with the task. A series of hissing sounds echoed as the blood serum of the golden sacred dragon was fully injected into Caden's body. To her surprise, Caden felt far less pain than she had imagined. Instead, she sensed something forming within her, and curiously, her body felt immensely comfortable, as if gentle hands were caressing her. Guyu keenly observes the transformations of Caden. The last time the Nether Spirit Cat's spirit blood serum was administered to Zhu Zhuqing, it did not bestow upon her a second spirit. Instead, it directly fused with her existing Nether Spirit Cat spirit, resulting in an evolved form of the Nether Spirit Cat spirit. Now, when the golden sacred dragon spirit is granted to Caden, will she acquire dual spirits? Or will it be a singular spirit? As Guyi observed, time passed quietly, and at that moment, Ka opened her eyes while lying on the bed with her eyes closed. In an instant, a golden light emanated from her mouth, eyes, nose, and throughout her entire being. The next moment, her alluring lips involuntarily parted slightly. A sound akin to a dragon's roar erupted from her mouth, though seemingly faint. It awakened countless formidable soul masters in and beyond Sodto City, all turning their gaze towards the source of this dragon's cry. What is happening? What is that sound? In the neighboring room, Yanxi, with a look of horror, searched for the origin of the dragon's call. The proximity, however, left him unable to discern that the sound came from Ka. Similarly, within the Sodto City Lord's mansion, Qin Zhao's face was grave as he scanned the sky for the source of the resounding dragon's roar, the cry of the golden sacred dragon. At Shrek Academy in Flandra's residence, he stared in shock towards the direction from which the sound emanated. Not only he, but Zhao Wuji and Xiao Jang also gathered outside his room. Flandra, did you hear that? It is the cry of the golden sacred dragon. Xiao Jang looked at Flandra, both excited and perplexed. Indeed, it is the golden sacred dragon. Having performed the martial soul fusion that conjured the golden sacred dragon alongside Xiao Jang and Lu Erlong, they were intimately familiar with this sound. Upon hearing it, they immediately recognized that the resounding cry echoing in their minds came from the golden sacred dragon. Yet, Flandra, Xiao Jang, and Zhao Wuji were puzzled as to how this sound had come to be. Do you think it could be a powerful individual with the golden sacred dragon martial soul engaged in battle? Zhao Wuji speculated. Impossible. If such a powerful being were truly in combat, the aftermath would be immensely powerful, and we would have sensed it long ago. Yet, this dragon's cry seems to have no discernible source, yet it resonates in our minds. Perhaps, Flandra hinted, perhaps someone has awakened the golden sacred dragon martial soul. Or perhaps some unforeseen event has occurred. Given that the golden sacred dragon is a legendary creature, Xiao Jang's conjecture sparked a realization among Zhao Wuji, Flandra, and the others. If someone truly awakened the golden sacred dragon martial soul, the Douluo Continent would soon be abuzz with activity. Outside Shrek Academy, a disheveled man gazed towards Sodto City, his expression one of astonishment. He was Tang Hao, who had long been secretly protecting Tang San. It seems that soon, the continent will be stirred once more. Tang Hao sighed, then turned his attention away. In Sodto City, within the VIP room of the Grand Soul Arena, Ka, feeling the transformation of her body and the immense power of her martial soul, looked at Guyi with excitement. Guyi, you are truly remarkable, Ka exclaimed, then, disregarding all else, pounced onto the bed beside him. All right, Ka, please let go of me and tell me more about your situation. Guyi, relishing the warmth of Ka's enthusiastic treatment, was nonetheless eager to learn about her circumstances and gently pushed her away. After releasing Guyi, Ka sat up. She tossed her golden hair, casually draped over her face, and adjusted her posture, elegantly sitting before Guyi with her legs crossed at the thighs. At that moment, Ka appeared extraordinarily enchanting, and with only a thin purple nightgown draping over her, Guyi nearly inclined his head in reverence. Guyi, feel this, Ka extended her hand, inviting Guyi to sense the condition of her body. As a physician, Guyi was astonished upon examination. Caden had remarkably advanced her soul power from level 47 to 50. Her physique had also strengthened several-fold, with significant enhancements to her internal meridians and cells. Furthermore, there was one aspect that left Guyu particularly amazed. Caden had indeed become a dual-spirited wielder. At that moment, she had released her original spirit, a white fox of moderate quality. Guyu was puzzled. Logically, after Caden had acquired the golden sacred dragon spirit, it should have devoured her white fox. Yet, that was not the case. After utilizing the surgical system to skin Caden's body, Guyi finally understood the reason. For a soul master to safely possess dual spirits, it was essential that the qualities of both spirits be comparable. If one were significantly stronger than the other, development would be hindered, as the powerful spirit would consume the weaker one. Although Caden's white fox possessed modest quality, it harbored immense potential. With the right evolutionary serum or a rare celestial herb, it could ascend to the legendary nine-tailed white fox. The crucial factor that allowed her to retain both spirits was that, despite the overwhelming power of the golden sacred dragon, it was currently in a vulnerable state. Having been enhanced by Xiao Jang's Luo Sanpao spirit blood, it was precisely this condition that enabled both spirits to coexist within her. Now, having reached level 50 and possessing a second, formidable spirit in the golden sacred dragon, Guyi inquired, "Caden, what are your thoughts?" He smiled as he gazed at Caden, who sat before him with an air of tranquility. "I shall follow your lead," Caden replied softly, her eyes reflecting nothing but Guyi's figure. Upon hearing this, Guyi felt a surge of joy within. He embraced the soft and voluptuous figure of Caden, murmuring, "You must not speak of your martial soul to anyone. Do you understand?" Caden nodded slightly. "Furthermore, do not attach a soul ring to the golden sacred dragon martial soul just yet. Continue to cultivate your white fox for now. Having reached level 50, I am also nearing level 49. The breakthrough to level 50 is not far off. We can postpone the hunt for the fifth soul ring until your cellular enhancement is complete. In a few days, once your enhancement is finished, and I have also attained level 50, we shall embark together to seek the fifth soul ring." Caden nodded once more. At this moment, whatever Guyi said resonated as truth in her mind. In reality, Guyi's desire to attain the fifth soul ring upon reaching level 50 did not necessarily require him to hunt soul beasts, for he could exchange points through the surgical system to acquire the most suitable soul ring for himself. His fourth soul ring had been obtained in this manner. However, the system was rather unyielding, and with limited surgical points at his disposal, he had no choice but to hunt for the fifth soul ring himself. Moreover, the prospect of undertaking this venture alongside Caden was indeed a delightful one. Guyi distinctly recalls that his encounter with Caden took place in the wilderness. Their first experience together also unfolded in a secluded grove amid nature. Despite the familiarity of this narrative, Guyi finds himself rather uninterested. After discussing the characteristics and cultivation methods of their dual martial souls, Caden slightly raised her head to gaze at Guyi. "What's wrong?" Noticing Caden's silence, Guyi gently caressed her cheek. Caden remained mute, as she wished to express her feelings through her actions, her gratitude towards Guyi and her affection for him. "Don't move," Caden softly murmured, gently pushing Guyi back onto the bed. She leaned down, gazing at him tenderly, unable to resist kissing him. Omitted for brevity, that night, Caden fully embodied the allure of a mature woman, at times gentle, at times assertive, stirring Guyi's emotions profoundly. It was that night that Guyi understood why so many despised the traitor Qiao. He too transformed into a figure reminiscent of that traitor, engaging in acts befitting such a persona. The following day, as the sun ascended high in the sky, in the VIP room on the top floor of the Seoul Arena in Sodto City, Caden lay atop Guyi on the soft bed, sleeping soundly with her arms wrapped around his waist, occasionally breaking into a blissful smile. Having shared an intimate moment with the man she cherished, and knowing that he would never again reject her while having received such a magnificent gift, how could she not feel happiness? At this moment, Guyi had already awakened. However, seeing how peacefully Caden slept, he did not wish to disturb her. He gently embraced Caden, lost in contemplation. Just then, Caden stirred awake. Upon awakening, she instinctively reached out to feel beside her and was delighted to find Guyi still there. As she lifted her head slightly, she noticed Guyi deep in thought. "What troubles you?" Caden inquired softly. "It's nothing," Guyi replied, choosing not to share his thoughts, as Caden appeared somewhat fatigued. Guyi gently caressed Caden's somewhat weary cheek and remarked, "If you are tired, it would be wise to rest a while. I shall return home for now." "All right. Please do come back tonight," Caden responded. "Very well. I shall return when the grand battle arena commences this evening." After Guyi finished speaking, he rose to his feet. Caden, gentle in nature, intended to attend to him as he stood, but upon attempting to do so, she felt a slight pain coursing through her body and had to return to her resting position on the bed. "Rest well. I must take my leave." Guyi gestured for Caden to remain seated. He then placed a tender kiss upon her cheek before departing from the Grand Seoul Arena of Sodto City. Fortunately, the arena possessed a back entrance, much like Caden, who proactively opened the door to grand entry. Thus, Guyi was able to stealthily exit the Grand Seoul Arena of Sodto City and return to his clinic. As he walked along the path back to the clinic, Guyi found himself lost in thought and inadvertently collided with another individual. I apologize, is everything all right? Gu Yi offered a hasty apology as he turned to regard the person he had bumped into. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a young girl with a dirty face. Though her clothes were somewhat soiled, their quality was evident. Her golden hair cascaded around her, obscuring her small face and making it difficult to discern her features. It's nothing. It's nothing. The startled girl exclaimed hurriedly before scampering away. Gu Yi, intrigued by the hurried departure of the young girl, cast a curious glance her way. Only after she vanished from sight did he resume his journey back to the medical hall. New chapters will be released on Friday, with 4 updates today. Chapter 71, Zhu Zhuqing kicks Dai Mubai. Upon Gu Ye's departure, he returned to the medical hall, choosing not to engage in any other activities but to close the establishment and immerse himself in cultivation. His goal was to swiftly advance to level 50, so that he could venture into the wilderness with Caden to hunt for soul rings. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, the inaugural training session led by Xiao Jang had commenced. As in the original narrative, the 37th level Soul Sovereign, Dai Mubai, was set to spar with Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and 4 others. The first match was Dai Mubai versus Tang San, and it was no surprise that midway through, Xiao Jang called for a halt to provide further instruction. Next, it was Dai Mubai's turn to face Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward, Xiao Jang commanded, and Zhu Zhuqing silently complied, revealing a hint of unusual excitement on her otherwise cool countenance. Dai Mubai, mindful of Zhu Zhuqing's formidable prowess displayed in the Sodto forest, remained vigilant. With a twitch of his facial muscles, Xiao Jang shouted, "Begin!" In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing sprang into action, transforming into a shadow that vanished from Dai Mubai's sight. Remarkably swift. She's even faster than before. Dai Mubai marveled as he desperately searched for Zhu Zhuqing's silhouette. Xiao Jang, witnessing this, exhibited a rare smile of satisfaction, unaware that with his grin, several strands of facial hair had fallen away. If this continued, he might soon find himself clean-shaven, marking a significant milestone in his journey toward recovery. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing's shadow flashed, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Dai Mubai's waist. Due to Zhu Zhuqing's astonishing speed, Dai Mubai could only raise his arm in defense, causing him to slide backward from the impact. "Brother, have you noticed that Zhu Qing's speed seems to have increased?" Xiao exclaimed beside Tang San. "Indeed, even I cannot compare to his speed," Tang San replied, his eyes gleaming with a purple light as he scrutinized Zhu Zhuqing's movements. Zhu Zhuqing's enhanced speed could be attributed not only to her innate agility as an assault-type soul master, but also to the significant transformation of her nether cat spirit, which had not only heightened her swiftness but also augmented her overall strength. Most importantly, she had undergone cellular enhancement through a special serum, drastically improving her flexibility, meridians, and cellular constitution. It was evident that Zhu Zhuqing's current physical prowess was far superior to that of Dai Mubai. With a flurry of movements that seemed almost illusory, Zhu Zhuqing launched successive kicks at Dai Mubai, who struggled to discern the real attacks amidst the barrage. Frustrated, he realized that his only option was to retaliate. Gritting his teeth, he activated his 3rd soul ring, unleashing the White Tiger King Kong transformation. His spirit, the White Tiger, enveloped him, significantly amplifying his physique. His clothes burst apart, revealing his formidable muscles, streaked with dark lines, as he exuded an aura of a beastly king, radiating a brilliant golden light. Dai Mubai, a soul master specializing in raw power rather than agility, faced Zhu Zhuqing's renewed assault without evasion, allowing the golden aura around him to intensify. He took 3 steps forward, halting his movement just as he attempted to seize Zhu Zhuqing's kicking foot with his clawed hand. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing was no easy target to capture. In the realm of speed, assault-type soul masters held a significant advantage over power-type ones. Just as Dai Mubai grasped her foot, Zhu Zhuqing executed a graceful flip in midair, abandoning her attack from above to strike downward. With her enhanced physique and flexibility, Zhu Zhuqing adeptly redirected her assault. The impact resonated as her kick struck Dai Mubai's thigh with tremendous force. It appeared she held nothing back, and the principle that speed equated to power was evident as she sent Dai Mubai flying several meters away. Had her kick landed just a fraction to the left, it might have incapacitated him entirely. Repeatedly struck by Zhu Zhuqing without a chance to counter, Dai Mubai felt a simmering frustration and a peculiar anger, an indignation of being toyed with by a woman, and worse, his fiancée. "Ah," he exclaimed, unleashing a torrent of white light from his mouth. 2nd soul skill, White Tiger Radiant Wave. The blinding brilliance surged forth, aimed squarely at Zhu Zhuqing, amplified by the effects of his 3rd soul skill. Although Dai Mubai managed to control the intensity of his attack, Xiao Jang, observing the scene, sensed the brewing tempest of conflict. Zhu Zhuqing's advantage in speed was overwhelming, greater than any assault-type soul master he had encountered at the same level. It was astonishing that even a 37th level soul sovereign like Dai Mubai was unable to keep pace with her. On the battlefield, Zhu Zhuqing remained composed, watching as the white tiger radiant wave approached her. She clearly understood her mentor Guye's teachings about the invincibility of speed when devoid of control skills or absolute power suppression. In this moment, her speed allowed her to dominate, striking Dai Mubai at will, while he struggled to even catch a glimpse of her form. With a smirk gracing her usually stoic features, Zhu Zhuqing evaded Dai Mubai's onslaught with a mere flicker of movement. Just as she prepared to unleash another powerful kick in retaliation, Xiao Jang's urgent voice rang out, "Enough. That will do." His command successfully halted both Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai, while also causing several more hairs to tumble from his face. "Zhu Zhuqing, your speed is remarkable. So much so that even Dai Mubai struggles to react. This is your greatest advantage," Xiao Jang pointed out. "I am aware," Zhu Zhuqing replied. "My teacher has told me that as long as my speed is unmatched, I shall remain undefeated among my peers." It is evident that Zhu Zhuqing refers to the Soul Emperor realm when mentioning the same realm. Dai Mubai, at level 37, and she, at level 31, indeed belong to the same tier. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing mention Guyi, Xiao Jang considered that Zhu Zhuqing, being Gu Ye's disciple, must have acquired a wealth of knowledge from him. Thus, any further comments from him would appear somewhat presumptuous. Chapter 72. Zhu Zhuqing discovers Gu Ye's pursuits after a moment of contemplation. Xiao Jang glanced at Dai Mubai and then at Zhu Zhuqing, ultimately arriving at a decision. "Well, Zhu Zhuqing, I have a fair understanding of your current strength. Your training concludes here for today. You may return to rest." "Ah, Master, what about us?" Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and the others looked at him with eager anticipation as Zhu Zhuqing was permitted to leave. Xiao Jang shot a sidelong glance at Oscar and Ma Hongjun, stating, "If you can remain unscathed under Dai Mubai's assault, then you too may return to rest." Ma Hongjun cast a wary glance at Dai Mubai, quickly shaking his head. "Perhaps not." Zhu Zhuqing did not decline, since she had no classes today. It was a perfect opportunity for her to visit Sodto City to see her teacher. She returned to her dormitory to tidy up briefly before informing Dean Flandre of her departure, and then set off from Shrek Academy towards Sodto City. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Zhuqing arrived outside Gu Ye's medical clinic. Finding the door tightly shut, she assumed her teacher was absent, and, possessing a key, she entered. To her surprise, upon entering the room, she discovered her teacher, Gu Yi, engaged in meditation. "Zhuqing, what brings you here?" Gu Yi paused his cultivation to inquire. "Class has concluded, so I thought I would come to the clinic." Zhu Zhuqing succinctly relayed her day's events, allowing Gu Yi to grasp the situation in detail. "Ah, I see. Come. Sit beside me." Gu Yi gestured to the space next to him. Zhu Zhuqing nodded and settled down on the bed beside him. She had grown accustomed to sharing the same bed with Gu Yi, having even slept beside him before without giving it much thought. After all, he was her teacher. However, as she sat beside him, a frown creased Zhu Zhuqing's brow. She instinctively moved a bit closer to Gu Yi. At that moment, she detected an unfamiliar scent emanating from him. Zhu Zhuqing's keen sense of smell immediately recognized it as a woman's fragrance. The intensity of the scent suggested that her teacher had been intimately close to another woman, perhaps even spending the night together. This thought stirred an inexplicable discomfort within her. She gazed at Gu Yi in silence. "What is it?" Noticing Zhu Zhuqing's intense scrutiny in silence, Gu Yi regarded her with curiosity. He reached out to feel her forehead, confirming that she was perfectly fine, with no illness or injury. Thus, he wondered why she was so quiet. After a brief pause, Zhu Zhuqing finally spoke. "Teacher, were you with another woman last night?" This inquiry left Gu Yi momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had spent the night entwined with Caden, but why was Zhu Zhuqing suddenly asking such a question? Then, a realization struck him. He inhaled deeply and instantly understood the reason behind her question. It dawned on him that his lingering scent from Caden was the cause of Zhu Zhuqing's inquiry. Having indulged for so long, the fragrance of Caden had clung to him, and upon returning, he had not taken any measures to cleanse it away before resuming his meditation. Zhu Zhuqing's acute sense of smell had undoubtedly picked up on Caden's lingering scent, leading her to question whether he had spent the night with another woman. Regrettably, Gu sighed internally, realizing he had forgotten to purchase a bag of oranges on his way back to Savor. Gu glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and noticed that she appeared somewhat discontented. Could it be that she wished to interfere with his personal affairs regarding women? Clearing his throat, Gu hesitated, unsure of how to broach the topic with Zhu Zhuqing. Should he confess that he indeed sought the company of another woman the previous night and spent the entire evening entwined with her? Zhu Zhuqing was still young, and Gu Yi had no desire to lead her astray. After a brief silence, Zhu Zhuqing remained quiet. She understood that this was a matter of her teacher's private life, one that she ought not to meddle in. Yet, deep down, she harbored an unwillingness to see Gu Yi pursue other women. Perhaps it stemmed from her concern for her teacher as his disciple. Well then, let us turn our attention to the matter of cultivation, Gu Yi proposed, steering the conversation away from women. Oh, Zhu Zhuqing responded softly. You have already determined your cultivation direction, and your physique will improve as your strength increases. Gu Yi engaged in a lengthy discourse with Zhu Zhuqing, who appeared to listen earnestly, yet her mind seemed elsewhere. She was evidently preoccupied with Gu Yi's excursions to seek the company of women. Through the fragrance lingering on Gu Yi, she surmised that he had undoubtedly spent the night entwined with a woman, otherwise, such a potent scent would not cling to him. She was also certain that this woman was exceptionally beautiful. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her usual demeanor of silence and aloofness, yet her thoughts were quite tumultuous. Yu Qing, you have a soul-fighting competition tonight, correct? Yu Qing? Gu Yi inquired repeatedly, noticing her distraction. Oh, yes, Zhu Zhuqing replied, snapping back to attention and nodding vigorously. I will also be at the Grand Soul Arena tonight. I look forward to witnessing your performance. Do not let me down, understand? Gu Yi gently patted her shoulder. Yes, master, I will not disappoint you, Zhu Zhuqing affirmed with determination. Subsequently, Gu Yi chose not to continue his cultivation, instead leading Zhu Zhuqing to practice together in the courtyard. He taught her the same steps as before, positioning himself behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist, and guiding her hands as he began to instruct. As Gu Yi held her close, Zhu Zhuqing became acutely aware of both his scent and that of the other woman, causing her to lose focus and make several mistakes before finally regaining her composure. In the courtyard, Gu Yi practiced with Zhu Zhuqing for 2 hours before leading her back to the study to impart further knowledge. The afternoon passed swiftly, and it was only at dusk that Gu Yi paused to allow Zhu Zhuqing a brief respite of 1 or 2 hours. Teacher, when I arrived, I informed Dean Flander that I would be heading directly to the Great Soul Arena tonight, so I hope we can go together later. Very well. Take a moment to rest while I prepare dinner. We shall depart after our meal. All right. With that, Gu Yi returned to the kitchen to prepare dinner. After resting for a short while, Zhu Zhuqing approached the kitchen door. However, having never cooked before, she merely stood at the entrance watching her teacher at work. A longing to assist stirred within her, as she found herself quite fond of this warm domestic atmosphere. Stepping inside, she said, Teacher, may I help you? Of course. Gu Yi did not refuse. As the saying goes, a man and a woman working together makes the task less burdensome. Moreover, considering their relationship as master and apprentice, their collaboration seemed even more fitting. This was Zhu Zhuqing's inaugural foray into the kitchen, as well as her first experience engaging in such domestic tasks. Although she was under the guidance of her teacher, Gu Yi, the kitchen was occasionally filled with the sound of breaking dishes. It turned out that Zhu Zhuqing, still unfamiliar with the process, would inadvertently break bowls each time she finished washing the chopsticks. As a teacher, Gu Yi fully embraced his role, patiently instructing Zhu Zhuqing in the kitchen. Chapter 73, Zhu Zhuqing and Caden. With Zhu Zhuqing assisting in the kitchen, what would typically take you merely 10 minutes to prepare for dinner extended to an entire half hour. This clearly illustrates the truth behind the saying that teamwork between men and women alleviates labor. All right, let's serve it, he said. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at the items she had accidentally broken, accepted the dishes Gu Yi had prepared, and bowed her head as she exited the kitchen. After Gu Yi took out the remaining dishes, he sat down on the chair and noticed Zhu Zhuqing quietly eating without uttering a word. She must have been exhausted from their earlier work in the kitchen. Upon witnessing this, Gu Yi silently began to partake in his meal. After the two finished dining and tidied up, they set off towards the Grand Soul Arena in Sodto City. The sky had darkened considerably, and as Gu Yi strolled alongside his beautiful disciple Zhu Zhuqing, it evoked a sense of strolling with elegance. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Gu Yi, her heart wavering as she contemplated speaking, yet for reasons unknown, the words remained unvoiced. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Grand Soul Arena. Just as Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing stepped inside, Caden emerged, swaying her hips gracefully. It was no mere coincidence that Caden encountered Gu Yi. She had been informed of his arrival, prompting her to descend eagerly. At that moment, Caden radiated with youthful vitality, a smile gracing her lips as she walked, causing the patrons within the arena to fixate on the alluring curve of her waist, while many paused, captivated by the gentle sway of her assets as she moved. However, Caden paid no heed to the onlookers, her gaze solely fixated on Gu Yi before her. Dr. Gu, you have arrived. Caden approached Gu Yi, regarding him with a look laden with significance. Gu Yi calmly nodded, yet his gaze scrutinized Caden. After a night filled with intimate pleasures, the newly nurtured Caden appeared even more enchanting. Zhu Zhuqing, who had always been by Gu Ye's side, initially paid little attention as Caden approached. However, as Caden drew near, her keen senses immediately detected the alluring fragrance that enveloped her, a distinctly feminine scent, one that felt remarkably familiar. As Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Caden, a look of astonishment gradually emerged on her face. She then turned her attention to Gu Yi, her mentor. The feminine aroma she had perceived on Gu Yi earlier was strikingly identical to that of this woman. Could it be that her mentor had shared an intimate night with this enchantress? It was no wonder Zhu Zhuqing harbored doubts. The coincidence was simply too uncanny. As Gu Yi felt the piercing gaze of Zhu Zhuqing upon him, an unsettling premonition washed over him. He cast a glance at Caden and then back at Zhu Zhuqing, silently lamenting the situation. It seemed that Zhu Zhuqing had become aware of his connection with Caden. Caden, observing the striking beauty of Zhu Zhuqing, inquired, Gu physician, may I ask who this is? Her question snapped Gu Yi out of his thoughts, and he introduced, oh, this is Zhu Zhuqing, my newly accepted disciple. Your disciple? Caden scrutinized Zhu Zhuqing, noting her remarkable figure and exquisite features, which rivaled her own. Doubt clouded Caden's expression as she regarded Gu Yi, questioning whether there was more to this relationship than mere mentorship. It was not surprising that Caden harbored such suspicions. After all, Gu Yi was still quite young. And Zhu Zhuqing, with her youth and beauty, naturally raised eyebrows. Caden was well acquainted with Gu Yi, and her doubts were grounded in solid reasoning. Her gaze lingered on Zhu Zhuqing's bosom, laden with implication. Indeed, Gu Yi affirmed, his gaze resolute. His intentions in taking Zhu Zhuqing as a disciple were utterly straightforward, merely to nurture her abilities and assist her in becoming stronger. There was nothing amiss in that. Hello. I am Caden, the owner of the Sodto City Great Spirit Arena. She greeted Zhu Zhuqing with a smile, extending her hand. Zhu Zhuqing, with an expression devoid of warmth, briefly shook Caden's hand before withdrawing. It was clear that she harbored little fondness for Caden, perhaps due to her awareness of the events that transpired between Caden and her master Gu Yi the previous night. Caden, however, was unfazed by Zhu Zhuqing's icy demeanor. Turning to Gu Yi, she asked, are you and your disciple here to participate in the spirit arena? Yes, she is here to compete, Gu Yi replied. Oh, if you have any requests, do feel free to express them. I shall do my utmost to accommodate you. Caden continued her conversation with Gu Yi, while Zhu Zhuqing stood by, listening as the exchange grew increasingly intimate and suggestive, making her increasingly uncomfortable. In a bold move, Zhu Zhuqing proclaimed, Master, let us register for the spirit arena. With that, she took Gu Yi's arm and pulled him away. Caden watched, bewildered, as Gu Yi appeared equally taken aback. Just as their conversation reached a crescendo, Zhu Zhuqing's sudden interruption had broken the flow. Nonetheless, noticing Zhu Zhuqing's discontent, Gu Yi excused himself from Caden and accompanied Zhu Zhuqing to register for the competition. Caden, observing their departure, chuckled softly, recognizing that their relationship was undoubtedly deeper than mere teacher and student. Who would maintain such a close bond in a teacher-student dynamic, especially between a man and a woman? Could it be that Gu Yi has feelings for his disciple? Caden pondered. Perhaps I could pose as his disciple next time. I wonder if that would be permissible. With a sudden smile, she shook her head, chastising herself for such thoughts, and resumed her inspection of the Great Spirit Arena, albeit glancing occasionally at Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing had completed her registration for the Spirit Arena competition. Just then, the members of Shrek Academy entered the arena. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao and Tang San rushed over. Zhuqing, Xiao called out, sprinting towards her, with Ning Rongrong following suit. Xiao, Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing greeted the two, her earlier discomfort dissipating in their presence. Accompanying them were Xiao Jang and Flinder, who approached Gu Yi with polite greetings. Gu physician. Seeing Xiao Jang and Flinder, Gu Yi reciprocated with a courteous smile. Gu physician. Once they finish their individual and pair matches, today marks the first group battle for the Shrek 7 monsters. I hope you can offer some guidance, Xiao Jang said earnestly. Of course, I would love to witness the cooperation of the Shrek 7. However, let Shu Qing and the others proceed with their individual matches first, Gu Yi replied. Agreed, Xiao Jang affirmed. Following this, the other members of Shrek registered and made their way to their respective individual competitions. Guye's focus was on his beautiful disciple, Zhu Zhuqing. The rest of Shrek held no significance for him, and he paid them little mind. Ning Rongrong, a support-type soul master, pondered her lack of participation in the individual competition and ultimately decided to stay close to Guyi. Chapter 74. Ning Rongrong Guyi, how did you instruct Zhu Zhuqing? What has contributed to her remarkable strength? Ning Rongrong inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Guyi from atop the railing of the battle arena. Leaning against the railing, Guyi observed as Zhu Zhuqing ascended the soul-fighting platform before turning his gaze towards Ning Rongrong. Are you curious? He inquired. Ning Rongrong nodded eagerly. She was well aware of Zhu Zhuqing's prowess, but ever since forming a connection with Guyi and taking him as her mentor, Zhu Zhuqing's abilities had undergone a remarkable transformation. Now, her speed surpassed even that of Dai Mubai, allowing her to land several kicks on him without him ever making contact. Ning Rongrong's curiosity was palpable. Noticing her eagerness to learn, Guyi pondered for a moment, assessing her, and recalling the previous occasion when he assisted her. He jested. If you wish to know, you may become my disciple. However, Ning Rongrong hesitated upon hearing this. Memories of Guyi's gentle treatment flooded her mind. He had made her feel so comfortable. She felt a sense of embarrassment at the thought of continuing to seek his aid if she became his disciple. With that thought, she quickly shook her head and declined. I certainly do not wish to become your disciple. Suit yourself, Guyi shrugged, for he had merely been joking. Yet, in response to Ning Rongrong's rejection, he instinctively flicked her forehead. Hey, why did you flick my head? That hurt. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, hands on her hips. Feigning anger as she glared at him, Guyi's gaze wandered to her chest, hinting at something unsaid. Initially perplexed, Ning Rongrong soon grasped his implication and, blushing, lowered her head. How did you know? She murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Guyi leaned down and whispered into Ning Rongrong's ear, of course. I can see it. Rongrong, in due time, you will possess even more femininity. Ning Rongrong did not lift her head but merely responded with a soft She then recalled the last occasion when Guyi had assisted her with his healing touch. So, when will you? Help me heal again? She inquired hesitantly. I am available at any time, but when do you wish for it? He replied. Ning Rongrong contemplated saying any time. But the words faltered on her lips as she noticed Zhu Zhuqing had arrived at the soul-fighting platform to partake in her battle. Zhu Zhuqing's opponent was a man who appeared to be in his 30s, possessing the soul power of a 33rd rank with a white, yellow, and purple 3-ring battle spirit. Begin the battle. With the referee's authoritative command, the two combatants sprang into action. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly darted behind the male soul master with astonishing speed. The spectators could only perceive a fleeting shadow as Zhu Zhuqing appeared at her opponent's rear. In the next moment, without any forewarning, she unleashed her shadowy claw technique, incapacitating the male soul master before he could even react. A 33rd rank soul master stood no chance against Zhu Zhuqing's prowess. Impressive. Ning Rongrong marveled at Zhu Zhuqing's display on the soul fighting platform, momentarily forgetting to respond regarding when she would have Guyi assist her again. Indeed, quite remarkable. Decisive in her attack, defeating her foe in a single move. Guyi, while expecting Zhu Zhuqing's victory, could not help but express his admiration. As thoughts of Zhu Zhuqing's strength and prowess crossed her mind, Ning Rongrong gazed at Guyi, contemplating her feelings. As Guyi noticed Ning Rongrong gazing at him with an unusual expression, he found himself perplexed by her demeanor. Guyi, if you have some time, could you assist me? Ning Rongrong candidly expressed her thoughts. Are you certain about this? Guyi inquired earnestly, fixing his gaze upon her. Yes, Ning Rongrong replied. Though a hint of shyness colored her cheeks, she resolutely nodded in affirmation. Very well, Guyi conceded to her request. However, he realized that at that moment, there was little opportunity to assist her, considering they were within the battle arena, unless they were to venture into the treatment room. Ah, the treatment room, he mused. It was a private space, and attending to Ning Rongrong there would indeed be feasible. Then let us proceed at once. Guyi was unwilling to delay. Assisting Ning Rongrong with her treatment was an obligation he could not shirk. He felt compelled to engage in the task at hand. Thus, Guyi led Ning Rongrong towards the treatment room. Embarrassed, Ning Rongrong lowered her head and followed closely behind Guyi as they made their way back to the treatment chamber. At that moment, Oscar was scanning the vast arena in search of Ning Rongrong. Upon spotting her accompanying a man into his side corridor, he called out, Rongrong. But, just as they entered the corridor, Ning Rongrong failed to hear Oscar's voice. Perplexed, Oscar wondered what Rongrong was doing with Guyi. Could it be that she was unwell? Surely not, he mused. Oscar was aware that Guyi was a physician as well as a soul master, and was also the instructor of Zhu Zhuqing, suggesting his knowledge was exceptional. It was likely that Ning Rongrong merely sought Guyi for some matter of importance. Without further contemplation, Oscar proceeded towards the treatment room. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing, having just completed her battle, was also heading in the direction of the treatment room. She had noticed Guyi observing her earlier and, upon seeing him walking towards the treatment area, decided to seek him out. Encountering Oscar was a surprise. "Yuqing, are you looking for your teacher?" he inquired. "Yes." Zhu Zhuqing replied expressionlessly with a nod. "I just saw Guyi enter the treatment room with Rongrong. Shall we go together?" Zhu Zhuqing did not decline, as she was aware of Oscar's feelings for Ning Rongrong. The two then made their way to the treatment room, which comprised several compartments. Fortunately, Zhu Zhuqing knew which room Guyi was in. She led the way until they arrived outside the door, entering without knocking. "Teacher," Zhu Zhuqing called out as she entered. "Rongrong," Oscar echoed simultaneously. The voices of Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar caused Ning Rongrong and Guyi to pause momentarily, lying on the bed for treatment. Ning Rongrong felt a surge of anxiety, her gaze fixed intently on Guyi. Thankfully, a curtain separated Ning Rongrong from Guyi, shielding their activities from the newcomers. Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar would not rudely draw back the curtain. "Zhuqing, how did that battle feel?" Guyi inquired. Guyi conversed with Zhu Zhuqing, who stood outside the curtain while subtly signaling Ning Rongrong to remain calm, simultaneously assisting her in her healing. Ning Rongrong bit her lower lip, too embarrassed to utter a word. She felt relatively at ease. Although her opponent was a level 33 Soul Master, his soul ring configuration, soul power quality, and physique were all inferior to hers, making her victory entirely unsurprising. "You performed admirably, but remember, as long as you are on the battle platform, you must regard each other as adversaries and never let your guard down. Do you understand?" "Yes, teacher." Oscar, seated nearby, observed the interaction between Zhu Zhuqing and Guyi from behind the curtain, feeling a sense of admiration for Guyi. To be able to mentor a student like Zhu Zhuqing truly speaks to Guyi's remarkable abilities. If Guyi were aware of Oscar's thoughts, he would undoubtedly feel elated. However, at present, he is engrossed in administering a massage. Chapter 75, Intimate Contact. Ning Rongrong lay on the bed, uttering a peculiar sound. Upon realizing her outburst, she hastily covered her mouth and cast a reproachful glance at Guyi. After speaking, she became aware of the inappropriateness of her words and lowered her head in embarrassment. On the other side of the curtain, Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing the conversation between Guyi and Ning Rongrong, along with her strange exclamation. "Rongrong, what are you and Gu Physician doing?" Oscar inquired, his curiosity getting the better of him. Zhu Zhuqing, sensing something, widened her eyes as she stared at the curtain. "I asked Gu Physician to examine me." "Oscar, please step outside. I have matters to discuss with Guyi," Ning Rongrong replied softly. "Indeed, Oscar. My teacher's treatment methods are not suitable for your eyes. It would be best if you left for now," Zhu Zhuqing added, directing her gaze at Oscar. "I see." Oscar understood that certain therapeutic techniques were often shrouded in secrecy, and he complied, stepping out of the treatment room. Observing this, Zhu Zhuqing promptly closed the door and without hesitation, pulled aside the curtain. At that moment, Guyi clapped his hands, signifying the completion of Ning Rongrong's treatment. Embarrassed, she lowered her head and adjusted her attire. Zhu Zhuqing, realizing her suspicions were confirmed, silently observed Ning Rongrong as she tidied her clothes. Guyi is indeed her teacher. How could Ning Rongrong? Yes, Zhu Zhuqing felt a tinge of anger, or rather, she wished her mentor, Guyi, would refrain from assisting Ning Rongrong in such a manner through hands-on treatment. Guyi ought to be with her, Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, feeling a bit embarrassed under Zhu Zhuqing's gaze, lowered her head. "Well, after today, the results should be even better," Guyi remarked calmly while rubbing his hands together. Ning Rongrong replied softly, stealing a glance at her dear friend Zhu Zhuqing. However, Zhu Zhuqing, seemingly envious, averted her gaze from Guyi. "What's wrong, Zhuqing?" Guyi inquired upon noticing her demeanor. "It's nothing," Zhu Zhuqing replied coolly. This tone evokes a sense of a girlfriend inexplicably upset and unreasonable, doesn't it? Guyi glanced at his own hands, then turned his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing, and once again looked down at his hands. Could it be that Zhu Zhuqing still expected him, her teacher, to assist her in healing? Guyi's suspicions were indeed well-founded. However, as Zhu Zhuqing's mentor, he promptly lowered his hands and cleared his throat, saying, "Very well, let us step outside for now. Soon it shall be your turn for the team battle." With that, Guyi was the first to exit. Although Guyi's voice was somewhat faint, Zhu Zhuqing still heard him. She instinctively asked, "Teacher, what is it that cannot be grasped with one hand?" Guyi halted his steps, glanced back at Zhu Zhuqing, gave her a fleeting look, and shook his head, saying, "It's nothing, nothing at all." He then quickly exited the room. Not far from the treatment room, Oscar hurried over as Guyi emerged, inquiring, "Dr. Gu, how is Rongrong?" "Oh, it's you, Oscar. Rongrong is fine. She will come out shortly." "That's good to hear. But, Dr. Gu, what did Rongrong seek your help for?" Oscar asked curiously. "She wanted me to help her make her dumplings larger." Guyi shook his head. "It's nothing, just a routine matter. If you're curious, you may as well ask Ning Rongrong. After all, I am a physician and cannot indiscriminately discuss a patient's affairs. Do you understand?" Indeed, Oscar responded with a smile. Guyi then left to observe other soul-fighting platforms. Meanwhile, within the treatment room, Zhu Zhuqing's mind lingered on Guyi's earlier words. What could they possibly mean? Zhu Zhuqing, though often astute, found herself somewhat befuddled in the presence of Guyi's authoritative demeanor. Such a blatant implication was understood by Rongrong, yet eluded Zhu Zhuqing. "Yu Qing. Guyi was indicating that you here cannot be grasped with one hand," Ning Rongrong teased, playfully nudging Zhu Zhuqing. "Rongrong, what are you doing?" Startled by Ning Rongrong's sudden touch, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively recoiled. However, Ning Rongrong's words made her pause. Did she mean? Zhu Zhuqing glanced down to see her toes completely obscured. She recalled her teacher Guyi's words, and her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. "Yu Qing, you have no idea how envious I am. Your teacher must certainly have taken a liking to you." Ning Rongrong suddenly hugged Zhu Zhuqing's waist, gazing at her with sparkling eyes. "Rongrong, please stop teasing me." Zhu Zhuqing was not one to take jokes lightly, especially given her status as Guyi's disciple. How could such a relationship be possible? Yet, Ning Rongrong had an instinct that Guyi harbored feelings for Zhu Zhuqing. "Rongrong, are you not shy about asking my teacher for his help with your hands?" Zhu Zhuqing quietly inquired. "To be honest, I was a bit shy at first. Considering I am still an innocent young lady, it certainly wouldn't due to have another man involved." But Ning Rongrong trailed off, looking at Zhu Zhuqing without saying more. "But what?" Zhu Zhuqing asked with curiosity. "But who could blame me for seeking Guyi's assistance after such a significant injury? Thus, I resolved to let him help me. Later, I discovered that Guyi's hands are so gentle, and he is quite handsome. So I felt I gained something in return, which eased my shyness. Besides, Guyi mentioned that as a physician, treating patients is a perfectly normal thing. Him using his hands to assist me was just the same." Ning Rongrong chuckled mischievously. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing felt a twinge of displeasure at the thought of her teacher treating Ning Rongrong. "Zhuqing, Rongrong?" At that moment, Oscar cautiously entered the room. "What is going on?" Ning Rongrong asked blandly upon seeing Oscar. "Nothing much. We should head out soon, as our team match is approaching." Oscar replied, though his gaze subtly roamed over Ning Rongrong. Whether it was just his imagination or not, Oscar suddenly noticed that Ning Rongrong exuded a more feminine charm, and her figure appeared even more alluring. Moreover, her clothing seemed somewhat disheveled, unlike when she had arrived from Shrek Academy. Oscar quickly averted his gaze, dismissing any further thoughts. "Let us go, Zhuqing. We should head out." Ning Rongrong took Zhu Zhuqing's hand and led her away. Despite their first team battle, Ning Rongrong felt a tinge of anticipation. After the trio departed the medical facility, they soon found the others from Shrek Academy. "Oscar, you're finally here. Rongrong, where did you go just now?" Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu inquired upon seeing the three. "We were just with Guyi. By the way, isn't Guyi here as well?" Ning Rongrong responded, glancing around, missing Guyi's presence. "Guyi just came by for a moment and then left, mentioning he had something to attend to." "What kind of matter?" "I'm not certain." "I see." Ning Rongrong, realizing Guyi had left shortly after helping her, puffed out her cheeks in a cute display of frustration. At that moment, Xiao Jang interjected, "All right. Your team match is about to start. Prepare yourselves." "Understood." The seven from Shrek Academy eagerly anticipated their first team soul fighting match. Meanwhile, atop the Grand Soul Fighting Arena in Sodto City, within the luxurious VIP room number 1, Guyi sat upon the bed of Caden, his eyes closed in deep meditation. Meanwhile, Caden stood guard over him. After assisting Ning Rongrong in kneading some pellets, Guyi had just arrived at Shrek Academy, exchanged a few words with his companions, and sensed a pivotal moment for his breakthrough. Thus, he hastened to Caden's room to immerse himself in cultivation. Should Guyi succeed in his breakthrough now, he would ascend to the 50th level, perfectly timed for their joint endeavor to procure the 5th soul ring. Caden gazed at Gu Yi on the bed with palpable anticipation, uncertain whether his eagerness was rooted in the prospect of acquiring the fifth soul ring or in the desire to accompany Gu Yi to the serene woods under the moonlight. On the bed, Gu Yi, seated in a meditative posture, could feel the imminent shift in his realm. Typically, his ascension in strength was achieved through self-cultivation or by healing others, thus earning surgical points. At this juncture, his advancement flowed effortlessly, culminating in the attainment of the 50th level. Success was within reach. With the acquisition of a single soul ring, he would rise to the rank of Soul King. Gu Yi clenched his fist with excitement. "Congratulations, Gu Yi," said Caden as he approached Gu Yi. Gu Yi looked at Caden with joy. Now that both of them had surpassed level 50, and once they obtained their fifth soul ring, they would both reach the rank of Soul Kings. It would make pursuing their ambitions much more convenient. Gu Yi gazed at the enchanting visage of Caden, wrapping his arms around her waist and leaning in to kiss her delicate lips. After the kiss, Gu Yi looked at Caden and said, "In a couple of days, we shall venture together to the starry forest to acquire our fifth spirit ring." Caden replied, leaning comfortably against Gu Yi, relishing the warmth of the moment. Within the confines of the Grand Soul Arena, the first team battle of Shrek Academy had commenced. As anticipated, Shrek Academy emerged victorious. Subsequently, Flinder gathered the 7 members of Shrek, announcing, "Well, today's soul battles have concluded. It's time for us to return." "Yes, Dean," responded Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjin in unison. Although they had secured victory, the team had exerted considerable effort, and a restful sleep awaited them. However, Zhu Zhuqing was reluctant to return just yet. She was aware of the deep connection between her teacher Gu Yi and the alluring owner of the Sodto City Grand Soul Arena, Caden. With her teacher absent, she wondered if he had gone to seek out Caden. The mere thought left her feeling somewhat despondent, and her typically expressionless face appeared even colder. Ning Rongrong shared a similar sentiment. Having just enjoyed a moment of closeness with Gu Yi in the treatment room, she felt a pang of unhappiness at their prolonged separation. At that moment, Gu Yi's figure appeared within the line of sight of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. "Teacher." Upon seeing Gu Yi, Zhu Zhuqing initially intended to joyfully rush over and share the news of her team's triumph. However, upon noticing the beautiful Caden by his side, she halted her steps, approaching Gu Yi with measured strides. A closer look revealed a hint of discontent on Zhu Zhuqing's face. Yet, she maintained her usual quiet demeanor, her icy expression concealing her feelings. As Gu Yi, being Zhu Zhuqing's teacher, was most attuned to her emotions, he quickly discerned her discomfort and its cause. "Congratulations, Zhuqing, on your victory in the team battle. I am already aware of it. However, do not let pride overwhelm you, as this was merely your first match, understand?" Gu Yi commended her. "Yes, I understand, teacher," Zhu Zhuqing replied coldly, nodding. At that moment, Ning Rongrong also approached Gu Yi, her curiosity piqued by the identity of Caden. "Gu Yi, who is she?" Ning Rongrong, unreserved as a young lady of her standing, pointedly inquired. "Allow me to introduce. This is Caden, the owner of the Sodto Grand Soul Arena, and she is currently my employer," Gu Yi explained, gesturing towards Caden. Upon learning of Caden's identity, Ning Rongrong was taken aback. Caden did not seem like someone who could successfully run such an establishment. Yet she managed it with remarkable finesse. Flinder, well acquainted with Caden, approached her and politely greeted, "Madam Caden." "What a beautiful woman." Ma Hongjin gazed at Caden, his heart racing. Having grown up in the red light district, he found himself drawn to her mature allure, yet he quickly averted his gaze, mindful of her status. "Flinder, you are quite the familiar face at my Grand Soul Arena," Caden said with a smile, clearly aware of Flinder's reputation as a soul sage. He often brought students to participate in battles, occasionally indulging in a wager or two. "Haha, Madam Caden, you jest. I am no such familiar friend," Flinder chuckled, eager to deflect any attention that might reveal his gambling habits. "All right, it is getting late. You all have classes tomorrow. Let us return to the academy." "Yes," replied Tang San, Oscar, Dai Mubai, and the others in unison. Zhu Zhuqing cast a glance at the mature beauty of Caden before looking back at Gu Yi, whispering, "Teacher, I shall take my leave now." Gu Yi nodded and said, "Let's head back. By the way, Zhuqing, I need you to visit the medical clinic in the next couple of days, as I will be embarking on a journey soon and have some matters to discuss with you." "Embarking on a journey?" Zhu Zhuqing looked at Gu Yi in confusion. "I must travel to the Sodto Forest." "To the Sodto Forest? Are you planning to hunt for a soul ring, Gu Yi?" Ning Rongrong speculated as she gazed at him. Gu Yi smiled and nodded, "Indeed. I have now surpassed level 50 and must venture into the Sodto Forest to acquire my 5th spirit ring. Upon the utterance of Gu Ye's words, Flander, Xiao Jang, and Tang San gazed at him in astonishment. It was evident to them that Gu Yi was not significantly older than themselves, certainly not exceeding the tender age of 20. Yet he had remarkably ascended to the formidable level of 50. Nevertheless, Flander and the others refrained from voicing their thoughts. As their relationship with Gu Yi was not particularly profound, it was merely that of a physician and his patient. Following a brief exchange with Zhu Zhuqing, Gu Yi instructed her and Ning Rongrong to return first. After the Shrek group departed, Gu Yi turned to Caden and said, "In 2 days, we shall venture together into the Sodto Forest to procure the 5th spirit ring. Please ensure that all your matters are in order by then." Caden replied with a smile, "Rest assured, I have taken care of everything that needed to be done, and I await your arrival." Gu Yi gazed at Caden's enigmatic smile and instantly comprehended her meaning. Was she suggesting they spend the night together in revelry? Chapter 77. Take good care of my wife. Shall we stay? Caden inquired softly. Gu Yi smiled and nodded, then gestured towards the rear of Caden before stepping out of the Sodto Great Soul Arena. Understanding Gu Ye's intention, Caden covered her mouth with a light laugh and swayed her hips as she made her way to the back door of the arena. This entrance had been reserved specifically for Gu Yi, always to be open for him, just as she was. That night, Gu Yi once again remained in the VIP room number 1 of the Great Soul Arena, passionately tending to Caden's ailments. The hours slipped away quietly as Gu Yi administered treatment to Caden. The following day, as he departed from the Sodto Great Soul Arena back to his medical clinic, his newfound experience led him to decisively purchase a bag of oranges, savoring a couple before resuming his healing endeavors at the clinic. By afternoon, Zhu Zhuqing arrived punctually from Shrek Academy at the clinic. Upon her arrival, thoughts of Gu Yi's previous evening with Caden flooded her mind. Instinctively, she approached Gu Yi, inhaling deeply, only to find no trace of Caden's presence, which brought her a measure of relief. She then inquired, "Teacher, who accompanied you to hunt for the 5th spirit ring in the Sodto Forest?" With Caden, Gu Yi replied candidly. Upon hearing this, the flicker of joy that had just sparked within Zhu Zhuqing vanished without a trace. Gu Yi and Caden ventured into the Sodto Forest together. How could this be possible? Wasn't she the master of the Sodto Great Soul Arena? How could she find time to accompany her teacher? Zhu Zhuqing inquired hastily. Caden has also broken through to level 50, and we have agreed to hunt for the 5th soul ring the day after tomorrow, Gu Yi explained. So, Zhuqing, I will take the time to teach you well today and tomorrow. Upon grasping the situation, Zhu Zhuqing fell silent, obediently accepting Gu Ye's guidance back to her room for personalized instruction. Thus, they maintained a routine of attending the Sodto Great Soul Arena in the evening, returning to the medical clinic in the morning, and having one-on-one tutoring sessions for only 2 days. Today marked the time for Gu Yi and Caden to head towards the Sodto Forest. Early in the morning, Gu Yi, fully prepared, waited outside the Sodto City Great Soul Arena for Caden. Just then, Caden emerged, accompanied by a soul saint named Yin Shi and several guards. Caden had already informed Shui Hong about her expedition to hunt for a soul ring, ensuring that the arena would be managed in her absence. Upon seeing Gu Yi waiting, she instructed her guards to bring the carriage before approaching him. "Are you all set?" Gu Yi inquired as Caden approached. She smiled and nodded. "I am ready. Let us depart." As she spoke, a guard led a carriage designed for travel towards them. Just as Gu Yi intended to board with Caden, a more opulent carriage approached. It was Shui Hong, the lord of Sodto City. "Madam, please hold on," Shui Hong shouted as he lifted the carriage curtain. Once the carriage halted, he swiftly disembarked. "Madam, I am aware that you are hunting for your 5th soul ring today. I came specifically to see you off. I feel deeply regretful for not being able to accompany you." Shui Hong expressed his sorrow, appearing quite reluctant to see Caden leave. "It is quite all right, I understand. Besides, there are many matters in Sodto City that require your attention. With Yin Shi to protect me, I shall be just fine," Caden reassured him. Indeed, Shui Hong acknowledged, fully aware of Yin Shi's prowess. With her accompanying Caden into the Sodto Forest, there should be no cause for concern. Moreover, with Master Gu accompanying us, you can rest assured, Caden added with a smile directed at Gu Yi. Shui Hong was already informed of Gu Yi's own advancement to level 50 and fully supported his participation in the Soul Ring hunt alongside Caden. With such a formidable healer as Gu Yi present, the safety of their journey into the Sodto Forest was significantly enhanced. "Master Gu, I entrust my wife's safety to you during this journey," Shui Hong stated solemnly before their departure, placing his utmost confidence in Gu Yi. Gu Yi nodded earnestly and said, "Rest assured, Lord Shui Hong, I shall take good care of Madame Caden along the way. That is reassuring. With you, esteemed physician. I feel at ease, Shui Hong replied with a cheerful smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Thereafter, Guyi departed with Caden from Sodto City, heading towards the starry forest. As he watched the carriage gradually recede into the distance, a joyful smile emerged on Shui Hong's face. He had already received news upon his arrival that Crown Prince Shui Qinghe had left the capital of Balak Kingdom for other realms. What delighted Shui Hong even more was the deteriorating relationship between Crown Prince Shui Qinghe and his brother, the nominal heir to the Balak throne. This news ignited within Shui Hong a glimmer of hope for ascending to kingship, causing him to be rather indifferent about his wife Caden's venture with Guyi to the starry forest in pursuit of soul rings. At that moment, Qin Xiao, standing beside Shui Hong, gazed at the carriage that had vanished from sight and recalled the peculiar exchange between Guyi and Caden. He turned to Shui Hong and inquired, "My lord, are you not concerned for your wife and that esteemed physician?" "Concerned? What is there to worry about, Qin Xiao? Do not forget, that physician is my savior. Would I fret over his intentions towards my life?" Shui Hong retorted, somewhat irked. For Shui Hong, his own life took precedence, followed by power and pleasure. With Caden barely securing the third position in his priorities, hence he harbored no worries whatsoever. Observing this, Qin Xiao chose to refrain from further discussion. If Shui Hong himself was untroubled, it would be futile for a mere guard to voice more concerns. Meanwhile, Caden and Guyi's carriage had already exited Sodto City. Once outside the city, Caden beckoned Guyi into the carriage to sit beside her, while her loyal attendant, Yinshi, handled the reins. The remaining guards could only ride on horseback, trailing behind them. The interior of the carriage was lavishly adorned, furnished with soft cushions, seating, tea, fruits, and delicacies, showcasing Caden's earnest regard for this opportunity to journey with Guyi. Guyi languidly reclined on the soft cushion, leaning against the wooden wall. Just as he was about to grasp a grape to eat, suddenly, Caden appeared before him, swiftly snatching the grape from his hand. "Allow me to feed you," Caden said delicately, plucking a grape and placing it in his own mouth before offering it to Guyi. Upon witnessing this, Guyi wrapped his arm around Caden's slender waist, drawing her into his embrace while savoring the sweet grapes she offered. "Such delightful grapes, akin to your sweetness." Guyi took a slight bite, casting a mischievous glance at Caden. "Pfft, where on earth are the grapes?" Caden reproached Guyi with mock indignation. "Did you not just feed me? And yet you claim there are no grapes?" Guyi gazed at Caden with longing, for he had an undeniable fondness for the luscious, vibrant grapes, particularly those that Caden offered him. "You naughty one, always up to mischief," Caxi interjected, shooting a disapproving glance at Guyi. "How am I being mischievous? I am merely taking care of you. After all, I did promise Xiehong that I would look after you well." Guyi, with a mischievous smile, wrapped his arms around Caden's waist, tightening his embrace. Chapter 78. A fortuitous encounter with Qian Renxue. Upon hearing Guyi's words, Caden's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Subsequently, she picked a purple grape, bit into it, and offered it to Guyi. Inside the carriage, Guyi savored the grapes Caden had fed him, a sight to behold. Just as he intended to pour himself a drink to calm his nerves, Caden, understanding his unspoken desire, promptly took the cup and filled it with her own lips, offering it to Guyi. Guyi, caught in a conflict of desire and reluctance, found himself compelled to sample the wine offered by the overly enthusiastic Caden. At that moment, as Guyi reached for a pastry to taste, Caden consistently anticipated his intentions, eagerly attending to his needs. The sound of hooves echoed joyfully as the horses galloped towards the starry forest. Inside the carriage, Caden showcased his exceptional service skills to their fullest extent. He reveled in a treatment befitting a monarch, growing increasingly enamored with Caden. The starry forest is situated in the southeastern region of the Balak Kingdom, with a small portion bordering it. Sodto City itself also lies in the southeast of the Balak Kingdom, merely a stone's throw away from the starry forest. At a distance of less than 500 kilometers, Caden's reserved carriage was drawn by superior steeds, capable of traversing 1,000 miles effortlessly. However, due to the numerous interactions between Caden and Guyi within the carriage, their journey was significantly expedited. By dusk, their party had merely reached a quaint town in close proximity to the starry forest. As Guyi glanced at the sky, he turned to Caden and said, "It seems we won't reach the starry forest today. How about we rest in the town for the night?" Nestled in Guyi's embrace, Caden's cheeks bore a faint blush, remnants of perspiration hinting at her recent exertion. Upon hearing Guyi's words, she lifted her head to peek through the carriage curtain, confirming the twilight had indeed settled in. "All right, I will follow your suggestion, she replied softly, snuggling back into Gu Ye's arms. Deep down, however, she harbored a desire to spend the night alone with Gu Ye in the wilderness. She envisioned herself nestled against him, gazing at the luminous moon above, where he would affectionately call her sweetheart, and she would respond with darling. In the stillness of the night, they could find solace in a quiet grove. He. Nevertheless, Caden chose to heed Gu Ye's suggestion, understanding that his intent was to prevent any misfortune and ensure her safety. With a decision made, Gu Ye and his party entered the town. Once inside, he lifted the carriage curtain to observe the surroundings. At dusk, the town buzzed with activity, far livelier than usual. Its expanse was considerable. Apart from the absence of city walls, it resembled a small city. The streets were lined with an array of shops, offering everything imaginable. Most were related to soul masters, featuring establishments selling weapons, armor, antidotes, restorative potions, and even specialized clothing equipped with numerous pockets, perfect for the adventurous soul master. Yanxi. Let's head straight to a hotel, Caden called out to Yanxi, her head poking out. Yes, princess, Yanxi responded, always regarding Caden by her royal title. However, Yanxi cast a glance at Gu Ye, recalling the sounds that had emerged from the carriage earlier. She had been outside driving the carriage and had heard everything quite clearly. She was taken aback by the warmth her princess exhibited towards Gu Ye, personally attending to him. Yet, Yanxi chose to remain silent. As long as her princess was happy, she would protect that happiness. Before long, Yanxi found a suitable hotel. Gu Ye's party comprised only 10 individuals, with the remaining 7 serving as guards. Upon their arrival at the hotel, Yanxi promptly arranged accommodations for them. Gu Ye and Caden, without a hint of reservation, decided to share a room. This audacious choice left Caden and the 7 accompanying guards in a state of perplexity. They were acutely aware of Caden's status, and witnessing her in such proximity to Gu Ye, a man, was undoubtedly surprising. The implications of this situation seemed all too evident. Yet they dared not voice their speculations, as their roles were merely that of protectors. Just as Gu Ye was about to enter the room with Caden, a few figures captured his attention. One woman, her face concealed by a golden mask, stood out prominently, with cascading golden locks framing her tall, slender figure. She exuded an air of elegance. Although her visage was partially hidden, Gu Ye immediately discerned her extraordinary beauty, rivaling even that of the enchanting Zhu Zhuqing. What captivated Gu Ye most was her attire, a flowing black robe, the fabric soft and supple, accentuating her alluring curves to perfection. Gu Ye habitually scanned the woman with his surgical system. Little did he know that the results would startle him. It was none other than Qian Renxue. As Gu Ye turned his gaze towards her, she reciprocated the glance. The moment she recognized Gu Ye, the highly skilled physician, her surprise was evident. Young master, what is it? Inquired the man beside Qian Renxue, noticing her attention directed towards the upper floor. I've encountered someone intriguing, Qian Renxue replied with a subtle smile, choosing not to look back at Gu Ye. Meanwhile, Gu Ye, upon catching her gaze, promptly diverted his eyes. The appearance of Qian Renxue in this place. Could it signify a matter of great importance? Gu Ye pondered carefully. This was a small town relatively close to the Sodto Forest. Previously, Qian Renxue had been a member of the Imperial Guard under the Heavendo Empire, yet now she unexpectedly appeared outside the Sodto Forest, accompanied by a titled Douluo. Indeed, the man beside Qian Renxue was none other than the Serpent Spear Douluo from the original narrative. In addition, there were several guards, the weakest among them being Soul Kings, along with 1 Soul Sage and 2 Soul Emperors. The presence of such a formidable entourage here was evidently suspicious. Wait a moment. Gu Ye suddenly had a thought. Could it be that Qian Renxue has come to the Sodto Forest to hunt for soul rings? According to the plot in the original work, 5 years later, Qian Renxue's strength should be at the Soul Sage level. Given that it is 5 years prior, it is indeed possible that she has just ascended to the rank of Soul Emperor. Gu Ye speculated that she was currently utilizing her spare time during her patrols across various nations to venture into the Starry Forest in pursuit of her 6th soul ring. Gu Ye, what is the matter? Noticing Gu Ye standing at the doorway in a daze, Caden promptly inquired. It's nothing, let us proceed inside. Gu Ye replied with a smile, gently wrapping his arm around Caden's waist as they entered the room. Although he encountered Qian Renxue and her companions here, Gu Ye did not recognize them at this moment, and lingering too long could easily expose his identity. Furthermore, he could not ascertain whether Qian Renxue might resort to lethal measures to eliminate any potential witnesses if his cover was compromised. Given the strength of her current team, executing such an act would be a trivial matter. After Gu Ye and Caden entered the room, it was evident that Qian Renxue and her companions who had just arrived downstairs, were also there to spend the night. After requesting a room, Qian Renxue discovered that her accommodations were fortuitously located right next to Gu Ye's. Standing outside her door, she glanced at the nameplate and then at Gu Ye's room, internally remarking on the uncanny coincidence. Qian Renxue held a deep admiration for Gu Ye, captivated not only by his striking visage but also by his unique soul-blade martial spirit. As a stunningly beautiful woman, encountering a man whose looks rivaled her own invariably instilled in her a sense of appreciation. Furthermore, she found herself intrigued by Gu Ye's martial spirit. His presence here suggested he was hunting for soul rings in the Sodto forest. Had he perhaps achieved the remarkable milestone of level 40? Uncertain of Gu Ye's age and strength, she mistakenly surmised that he had just reached level 40, unaware that he had already surpassed level 50. Casting one last glance at Gu Ye's room, she reminded herself of her own status and chose not to dwell on it any further as she entered her own quarters. Chapter 79. The enraged Qian Renxue. Upon returning to her room, Qian Renxue surveyed her surroundings. The decor was stark and the furnishings were exceedingly modest. Given her position, she would never have found herself residing in such a bare accommodation. Nevertheless, she decided to make do. Rather than resting on the bed, which she perceived as having been used by countless others, Qian Renxue opted for the sofa, as her mild obsession with cleanliness compelled her to avoid the bed. She settled down on the side sofa to engage in her cultivation. Indeed, as Gu Ye had surmised, Qian Renxue had just broken through to level 60. She had ventured into the Sodto forest to hunt for her 6th soul ring. Her innate talent had allowed her to reach level 60 long ago. But her time in Sodto City had limited her opportunities to hunt for soul rings. Moreover, she had to conceal her identity. Any departure could expose her, further restricting her chances. This journey provided her with a rare opportunity to seek her 6th soul ring while ostensibly on an outing. As Qian Renxue cultivated, in the adjacent room belonging to Gu Ye and Caden, Gu Ye sat on the sofa contemplating his encounter with Qian Renxue. Observing him, Caden sidled up beside him and inquired softly, "What occupies your thoughts so deeply?" "It's merely trivial matters," Gu Ye replied, shaking his head and choosing not to divulge anything regarding Qian Renxue. "Since you have nothing pressing on your mind, then Gu Ye, we." Caden blinked playfully, gazing at him with suggestive allure. Today, during the carriage ride, she had found herself irresistibly intrigued by Gu Ye, and now she was determined to have him remedy her longing. She surveyed the room. While it was modest, its location was reasonably favorable. The sofa, though firm, was still acceptable. Upon witnessing the scene, Gu Ye immediately comprehended Caden's intentions. It was all for this moment. "Caden, you truly are a captivating little enchantress," Gu Ye remarked with a mischievous grin, delicately lifting Caden's charming chin. "So, why don't you come and capture this little demon of mine?" Caden teased, seductively parting her garments to reveal her impressive décolletage. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Qian Renxue, who had been meditating intently on the sofa, suddenly opened her eyes. She fixed her gaze upon the wall from which the sounds emanated, her delicate brows knitting together. Having reached the realm of the Soul Emperor, although she had not actively sought to investigate what lay beyond the wall, the poor soundproofing of the hotel room allowed every noise and commotion to infiltrate her mind. This was precisely why her meditation had been disrupted. How infuriating! Even a lady of Qian Renxue's stature found herself cursing. It dawned on her that the ruckus was indeed coming from Gu Ye's room. Given the exhaustion of traveling all day, she had hoped for a peaceful night's rest, only to be disturbed by the amorous couple next door. The unfortunate acoustics of the hotel room ensured that every sound invaded her consciousness, justifying her irritation. Biting her silver teeth, Qian Renxue mused that it should soon come to an end. Thus, she endeavored to refocus on her meditation. However, after a while, she reopened her eyes, her frown deepening. Staring at the wall with clenched fists, her anger welled up uncontrollably. She longed to summon her angelic martial spirit to materialize the sword of angels and cleave the lecherous couple in two. Qian Renxue was seething. She had previously harbored some fondness for Gu Ye, even considering bringing him under her wing for proper guidance, hoping he might achieve great things in the future. Yet today, she realized the truth. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. Gu Ye appeared refined and exceptional, possessing unparalleled medical skills, yet he was, in fact, a lecherous scoundrel of the most disgraceful kind. What a wretch! She seethed. She thought that perhaps the noise would soon cease, and she resumed her meditation. However, after another hour, she abruptly rose from the sofa, unable to concentrate any longer due to the turmoil Gu Ye had instigated next door. "Young master, is everything all right?" The snake speared Douluo in another room sensed Qian Renshue's rising anger and inquired through a soulful transmission. Qian Renxue remained silent, her gaze fixed on the wall, determined to see how much longer Guyi could persist in his antics. As the hours passed into the early morning, she eventually noticed a lull in the noise. Sensing that the world around her had fallen silent, with a sigh of relief, she thought, finally, tranquility has returned, gradually regaining her composure. She returned to the sofa to rest, though her eyes occasionally darted toward the adjacent room, wondering if any further disturbances might arise. Once assured of the silence, she resumed her meditation, yet for reasons unknown, her mind remained unsettled, plagued by vivid images of Guyi that caused her great discomfort. Thus, the night wore on. On the following day, Guyi opened the door, stretching luxuriously. It's all Caden's fault. Otherwise, I wouldn't have slept in so late. Guyi turned around and cast a reproachful glance at Caden, who was still resting in the room. Were it not for her, he would have risen early and would not have slept until this hour. Nevertheless, he decided to head downstairs to find something to eat first, intending to bring back some sustenance for Caden. She had exhausted herself the previous night, and without some nourishment, it would be inconvenient for her to arrive later on. As Guyi was about to descend, the door of the adjacent room suddenly swung open. Just as he passed by, he encountered the person emerging from within. Undoubtedly, it was Qian Renxue. At that moment, Qian Renxue still bore a veil over her face, yet her phoenix eyes revealed traces of bloodshot hues, unmistakably a sign of sleepless nights and insufficient rest. Furthermore, there seemed to be a hint of malevolence upon her countenance, suggesting a certain agitation within. Guyi merely cast a glance and instantly discerned the current condition of Qian Renxue. Upon noticing Guyi approaching, Qian Renshue's countenance darkened further. Her fists clenched tightly as she recalled her restless night, unable to focus on her cultivation, with the root of her frustration standing right before her. Fixating her gaze on Guyi, who was about to pass by, she suppressed her ire and coldly commanded, "Halt." Hearing that chilling yet melodious voice, Guyi came to a stop. "Are you calling for me?" Guyi pretended not to recognize Qian Renxue and asked himself. Chapter 80. Fate brings us together again. Qian Renxue called out to Guyi, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Should she inform Guyi that she was disturbed last night by the raucous sounds of his encounter with another woman? Wouldn't such an inquiry make her seem foolish in his eyes? After all, Guyi was merely engaged in private matters within the confines of his room, away from her sight. The only reason she overheard anything was due to the inadequate soundproofing of the hotel room and her keen sense of hearing. The fault did not appear to lie with Guyi. Nevertheless, Qian Renxue still felt a surge of indignation. Disgusting. She uttered those two words and promptly brushed past Guyi, descending the stairs. Hey, who are you directing that at? Who is disgusting? Upon hearing Qian Renshue's remark, Guyi felt a surge of displeasure. It seemed rather unjust for her to label him as disgusting. Qian Renxue paused momentarily, casting him a disdainful glance, as if to say he ought to be aware of the reasons behind her words. After that, she resumed her stride. Suddenly, a realization struck Guyi, leaving him momentarily speechless. Qian Renxue, being in such close proximity, might have overheard the events of the previous night involving him and Caden. Indeed, upon closer reflection, it became evident. The bloodshot eyes and fierce demeanor of Qian Renxue indicated a lack of sleep and possibly an imbalance in her vitality. The thought brought a chuckle to Guyi's lips as he imagined her listening to the sounds from that night. Yet, with Qian Renxue just ahead of him, he quickly stifled his amusement. Upon hearing his faint laughter, Qian Renxue halted once more. She turned to Guyi, her voice icy as she inquired, "What are you laughing at?" "In nothing," he stammered, "just recalling some pleasant thoughts." Guyi restrained his laughter while assessing Qian Renshue's furious expression, making a concerted effort to suppress his mirth. With an exasperated glare aimed at Guyi, the seemingly composed physician, Qian Renxue chose to ignore him and continued on her way. "Ah, my lady," he called out, "I am still unaware of your name. Although your earlier insult did not bother me, I couldn't help but notice the bloodshot in your eyes and your pallor. Have you perhaps had a restless night? As it happens, I am a physician. Should you be feeling unwell, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. A simple remedy shall surely restore you to your former self." Guyi's words caused Qian Renxue to pause once more. She reflected on the fact that the bloodshot eyes and pallor she bore were all due to Guyi. A part of her longed to turn and deliver a swift strike with her angel's blade, yet ultimately, she restrained herself. Guyi observed that Qian Renxue had descended and followed suit. Subsequently, he ordered several dishes, and after satisfying his hunger, he took some to Caden. After sharing breakfast with Caden and resting for a while, the group set forth once more towards the starry forest. They were now approximately 100 kilometers away from their destination, and they anticipated arriving before noon. Not long after Gu Yi and his companions set off towards the Sodto Forest, they fortuitously encountered another group also headed in the same direction, Qian Renxue and her entourage. Numbering around 10, the formidable snake spear Douluo was driving the carriage for Qian Renxue, who was resting inside. The previous night, Gu Ye's incessant noise had kept her awake, prompting her to seek solace in slumber during their journey. However, upon hearing sounds from outside, she lifted the curtain only to find Gu Yi doing the same. Their eyes met briefly across the carriage. Upon recognizing Gu Yi, the impeccably groomed figure, Qian Renxue let out a cold huff and lowered the curtain again. She couldn't believe her misfortune. Encountering this insufferably handsome fellow on her way to the Sodto Forest was beyond her expectations. The memory of the previous night ignited her ire. Slow down, she called out to the snake spear Douluo, unwilling to travel alongside Gu Yi. The driver complied, easing the pace. Yet, fate had its own designs. As the two carriages continued to converge until they arrived together at the outskirts of the Sodto Forest. Gu Yi, they have been traveling with us. What do you think? Caden asked anxiously as he disembarked from his carriage, casting a concerned glance at Qian Renxue's vehicle. It's fine, Gu Yi replied, shaking his head. If Qian Renxue and her group truly intended to engage in conflict, they would have done so by now, especially since they have a title Douluo among them. Besides, we harbor no grievances, and it is unlikely they would act without cause. Gu Ye's words naturally earned the trust of Caden. Subsequently, Caden, Gu Yi, Yanxi, and the remaining 7 guards tidied themselves up before venturing into the Sodto Forest. At that moment, Qian Renxue emerged, her gaze fixed upon Gu Yi and his companions entering the forest, particularly drawn to the enchanting figure of Caden. Upon seeing Caden, Qian Renxue furrowed her brow, fully aware that Caden was the wife of Shui Hong. How could she be in the company of Gu Yi? Was the woman who spent the night with Gu Yi indeed Caden? This thought piqued her curiosity. Let us go, we must enter, she declared as she disembarked from the carriage. Indeed, young master, replied the serpent spear Douluo, leading the remaining 8 guards into the Sodto Forest. Young master, they are still ahead of us. After walking for a while, the serpent spear Douluo noticed that Gu Yi and his group were following the same path and reported this observation. This route was the safest way into the Sodto Forest, so it was only natural for them to follow it. Although the Sodto Forest was the largest and most perilous wild soul beast forest in the Douluo Continent, some mercenaries, while hunting soul beasts, would inevitably leave behind safer routes. It was entirely reasonable for Gu Yi and his companions to choose this path. However, after a further stretch, Qian Renxue halted upon realizing Gu Ye's group was still ahead. Young master, if we proceed further, we will enter the area with the highest concentration of 10,000-year soul beasts. I am aware, Qian Renxue replied, her mind clouded with questions. If Gu Ye's party was also delving deep into the Sodto Forest, could it be that they too were in pursuit of 10,000-year soul rings? Meanwhile, Gu Ye's group remained oblivious to Qian Renxue's presence trailing behind them. Let us rest for half an hour before we delve deeper in search of soul beasts, Gu Yi announced, taking a moment to regroup. Just moments earlier, they had encountered soul beasts ranging from hundreds to thousands of years old, and to hunt the elusive 10,000-year soul beasts, they needed to venture further in. For the sake of safety, they required a full restoration of their strength before proceeding. Yet, as Gu Ye's group rested, Qian Renxue and her party approached. Upon seeing others, Yanxi and the 7 guards instantly assumed a defensive stance. In the perilous Sodto Forest, humans posed as much of a threat as soul beasts. However, upon recognizing it was Qian Renxue and her entourage, they all turned their attention toward Gu Yi. Gu Yi, upon encountering Qian Renxue and the formidable snake spear, pondered for a moment before turning to Qian Renxue and proposing, "Shall we rest together for a while?" Qian Renxue cast a glance at Gu Yi, then shifted her gaze towards Caden and inquired, "Have you come to hunt for a 10,000-year soul ring?" "Indeed," Gu Yi affirmed. "I presume you are also here for the same purpose. The Sodto Forest is fraught with peril. Should we venture deeper, we may confront the heart of its dangers. Within, numerous 10,000-year soul beasts abound, yet so too do threats. It would be prudent for us to join forces, allowing us to safeguard one another." Gu Yi turned his gaze towards Qian Renxue. Noticing her silence, he continued, "Allow me to introduce you. This is our strongest member, a soul saint of level 75. I am Gu Yi, a level 50 soul master of the 4th ring and one of the hunters of soul rings. This is Caden, also at level 50, who similarly seeks to acquire a 10,000-year soul ring. Additionally, we have 7 formidable guards accompanying us. After finishing his introduction, Guyi looked at Qian Renxue, awaiting her response. As for my new book, Sunlight Douluo, I would like to express a few thoughts. Firstly, I kindly ask for your support for the original work, which enables authors like me to continue writing. Now, to the main point. This book has been written somewhat hastily, and I find it rather average. While some readers may enjoy it, others might not. However, I believe those who have reached this point are true fans. Therefore, I promise to invest more effort in crafting a more serious plot for my dedicated readers. Additionally, I would like to mention the VIP group, available through the link on the starting point, which requires a certain level of fan value to join. Readers on QQ can contact me for group access by sending a screenshot. Before the launch, I must express my gratitude to the readers who offered their support through rewards. Woli Wiyuji Boma Dara Kamada, 10,000 starting point coins, 900 million smiles, 5. 100 starting point coins, Baihe, 3. 500 starting point coins, Emma Wushin, 3. 233 starting point coins, Tian Dao Zhaowan, 2. 333 starting point coins, Serious Personnel, 2. 1. 500 starting point coins, Bookfriend 201906062140444788, 1. 500 starting point coins, Wing 233, 700 starting point coins, Hong Shao, 600 starting point coins, AI Guolu, 600 starting point coins, Chenhua, 600 starting point coins. I am sincerely grateful for all the rewards from my readers. In Chapter 81, The Temptation Brought by Soul Bones, Qian Renxue listened to Gu Ye's words, glancing at him and his companions before her gaze ultimately settled on Gu Ye. She looked at him with a hint of surprise, not expecting this seemingly respectable individual to already be at level 50. Gu Ye, whose age certainly does not exceed 20, is a remarkable individual who has already reached level 50 at such a young age. Aside from herself, I have never encountered another like her. The snake spear Douluo, who stands beside Qian Renxue, gazes at Gu Ye with astonishment. Achieving level 50 at such a tender age undoubtedly signifies the potential of a title Douluo. Suddenly, he contemplates something and turns his inquiry towards Qian Renxue. However, she lets out a long huff and strides into the depths of the Star-Do forest. Although she briefly entertains the thought of accompanying Gu Ye, the possibility of revealing her identity compels her to abandon it. Furthermore, Gu Ye's outwardly charming demeanor makes her uneasy, as she senses ulterior motives behind his actions, particularly recalling the events of the previous night. Thus, she decisively dismisses the notion of traveling alongside him. Besides, she is accompanied by the formidable Snake Spear, a title Douluo, as well as a Soul Sage and a Soul Emperor, rendering any need for mutual support with Gu Ye unnecessary. Observing this, the Snake Spear Douluo casts a lingering glance at Gu Ye before leading his guards to follow in pursuit. Gu Ye, truly oblivious to the kindness extended towards her, witnessing Qian Renxue and her entourage disregard them entirely, Caden's frustration grows. Their intention was to join forces with Qian Renxue for mutual assistance. Especially given the myriad dangers lurking within the Star-Do forest, having more companions would certainly provide greater security. Yet, Qian Renxue, without uttering a single word, departs. After all, she possesses that capability. Caden is left perplexed, gazing at Gu Ye, and Yin she shares in his confusion. As Gu Ye observed that Qian Renxue and her entourage had vanished from sight, he murmured softly, "The individual beside her is none other than a title Douluo, a formidable powerhouse." What? A title Douluo? Upon hearing this, Caden, Yinshi, and the 7 guards gazed at Gu Ye in astonishment. Gu Ye nodded. Is it true? Of course it is. No wonder she looks down on us. It turns out she has a title Douluo as her guardian. Yet, what is her true identity that warrants a title Douluo to serve as her protector? Caden marveled, yet his curiosity remained piqued. Throughout the entire Douluo continent, title Douluos are scarce. Thus, to have the status that allows one to have a title Douluo as a guardian must be exceedingly high. Gu Ye did not provide an explanation. After resting for half an hour, he resumed his quest for soul beasts. Within the Star-Do forest, 10,000-year soul beasts possess intelligence and have their own territories. Some even gather in groups. Therefore, Gu Ye dared not let his guard down while searching for soul beasts. His earlier desire to team up with Qian Renxue stemmed from the knowledge that she was accompanied by Snake Spear, a title Douluo. Having a title Douluo on their side would certainly enhance their safety. Unfortunately, perhaps due to the commotion he and Caden caused the previous night, Qian Renxue had coldly rejected his request. After several hours of searching, Gu Yi and his companions encountered numerous thousand-year soul beasts. Yet they had yet to find a single 10,000-year beast. Reluctantly, they continued their search. As dusk approached, they finally discovered a 10,000-year soul beast, a charmed spirit fox, which was particularly suitable for Caden. A 10,000-year charmed spirit fox possesses formidable combat strength and an extraordinary, alluring power. Yanxi, this soul beast is perfect for Caden, Yi remarked. Indeed, Yanxi responded, charging towards the 10,000-year charmed spirit fox. As a soul sage, she found it easy to defeat a 10,000-year soul beast, especially with the assistance of her 7 guards. In no time, the 10,000-year charmed spirit fox lay heavily injured on the ground. Caden, go ahead. Yes, Caden replied eagerly, stepping forward to finish off the charmed spirit fox. A dark soul ring ascended from its body. Caden sat cross-legged to begin her absorption. With the enhancement from the self-strengthening potion, Caden absorbed the charmed spirit fox without any difficulty, successfully reaching the 51st level and advancing to a 5-ring soul king. How do you feel? Gu Yi inquired as Caden completed her absorption. Quite good, and I feel I'm just a step away from breaking through to level 52. Is that so? It seems this charmed spirit fox suits you well. Its level is indeed beyond 10,000 years. That is correct, she affirmed. Having absorbed the charmed spirit fox, surpassing the 5th soul ring of over 2,000 years. Just as Gu Yi began to ask Caden further details, a radiant light erupted from the body of the charmed spirit fox. The moment this light appeared, it immediately captured the attention of Yanxi and the 7 guards, their breaths quickening. Undoubtedly, the source of the brilliance was a soul bone, specifically, a 10,000-year soul bone. On the Douluo Continent, even a 1,000-year soul bone could incite fierce competition, let alone a 10,000-year one lying right before them. The 7 guards who accompanied Gu Yi and Caden were all of various soul ranks, including a soul king. They had agreed to protect Caden in exchange for monetary rewards while hunting for soul rings in the Sodto Forest. Now, upon witnessing the 10,000-year soul bone, their hearts were irresistibly drawn to it. The guard nearest to the soul bone stared hungrily at it, swallowing hard. Possessing that soul bone would be a fortune beyond measure. An inappropriate thought surged in his mind. He must seize that soul bone. Driven by greed and desire, he charged towards the soul bone atop the charmed spirit fox's corpse. It was not only him. A tall soul rank guard among the 7 also dashed forward. Get away, it's mine, he exclaimed excitedly, attacking the first guard attempting to seize the soul bone. Bang! The unprepared first guard was struck down and fell to the side. Just as the tall soul master was about to grasp the soul bone, room, a deep voice resonated as an oval. Transparent surgical space rapidly emerged from Gu Ye's hand, enveloping an area of 100 meters. Cut, Gu Ye uttered calmly, and the tall guard's outstretched hand was severed in an instant, falling to the ground. Thud, as the 2 severed pieces of his hand landed. The tall soul master lost his balance and fell heavily due to the sudden pain. He gazed at the soul bone within arm's reach, alongside the severed pieces of his own arm, as excitement morphed into terror. For that was indeed his arm. In the next moment, excruciating pain surged, and the guard clutched his severed limb, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. The remaining 6 guards looked at the tall guard with bated breath, not out of fear for the soul bone, but from the horror of witnessing the severed arm of their comrade. Gu Yi approached the tall soul master step by step, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded him. To display your greed without the foundation of strength is a foolishness beyond remedy. May you learn wisdom in your next life. Gu Yi refrained from further banter, and a knife materialized in his hand, his martial soul manifesting as a surgical blade. With swift precision, he struck, and even Yanxi, the soul sage, could only perceive fleeting glimmers of silver light. The towering soul master who lay prostrate on the ground was already dismembered into several segments, utterly lifeless. The first guard who had attempted to seize the soul bone met a similar fate, remaining blissfully ignorant of the reason for his demise until his last breath. The remaining 5 guards, witnessing the gruesome spectacle before them, were overtaken by terror. The 2 dismembered corpses showed not a single drop of blood. Chapter 82. The injured Qian Renxue. Such bloodless killings, executed under the horrifying circumstance of dismemberment, compelled the 5 guards to lower their heads, too fearful to cast another glance at the ancient soul bone. However, Yanxi, the soul sage, did not fixate on the soul bone. Instead, she gazed in astonishment at Gu Yi. For her, the ancient soul bone held considerable allure, yet it was insufficient to tempt her into betraying Caden. What astonished her most was Gu Ye's terrifying prowess, killing without shedding blood, cleanly and efficiently dismantling a body. She glanced at the dismembered remains of the guards scattered on the ground and turned her head away. Caden, observing this chilling scene, was also taken aback by Gu Ye's capabilities, but his predominant feeling was one of reassurance. After all, this was her man. Gu Ye approached the lifeless body of the enchanting spirit fox, picking up the ancient soul bone that had lain there for millennia. After admiring it for a brief moment, he turned to the remaining 5 guards and, with a smile, inquired, "Is there anyone among you who desires this soul bone?" Gu Ye spoke, making a slight movement. The surrounding translucent surgical space shifted in response. The scalpel in his hand glimmered with a silvery light. No. The ancient physician has misunderstood. We do not desire the soul bone. Indeed, we are merely guards and dare not harbor greedy thoughts. The remaining 5 guards shook their heads vigorously, too afraid to gaze long at the eternal soul bone in Gu Ye's hand. Even if they felt a twinge of possessiveness, they did not dare to express it at this moment, for they were not fools. Since they had no such desires, they should not extend their hands too far. Gu Ye let out a cold chuckle, glanced at Yin Shi, and then retracted the surgical space as he approached Caden. It seemed our fortune was indeed quite favorable. Gu Ye placed the soul bone before Caden. Caden gazed at the eternal soul bone with a hint of excitement. For her, encountering such a high-tier soul bone was a first in her life. It is worth noting that an eternal soul bone is something even a titled Douluo might not possess. And yet she had already obtained one. Let us put it away for now and discuss it upon our return. Caden replied, taking the soul bone and storing it away. Subsequently, Guy leaned down and whispered something in Caden's ear. Her pupils constricted as she glanced at the remaining 5 guards, then nodded in agreement. After a brief rest, Guy continued to search for soul beasts alongside Caden. After several hours, as dusk began to fall, they reluctantly sought a place to rest for the night. Under the bright moonlit sky, in a certain wild area of the Sodto forest, the incessant chirping of insects filled the air. In a secluded resting place for Gu Ye and his entourage of 7, within the confines of a tent, one of the remaining 5 guards stirred from slumber. Silently, he departed the tent, stealthily making his way towards the tents of Gu Ye and Caden. The allure of a millennium-old soul bone proved to be an irresistible temptation for these soul masters. Although they had witnessed Gu Ye's terrifying prowess earlier and dared not strike, the darkness of the night rekindled the greed that lay dormant within their hearts. However, before he could reach the vicinity of Gu Ye and Caden's tent, a transparent barrier of space enveloped him. A sharp hiss pierced the night as a silver flash darted through the air. The guard's lifeless body was left dismembered upon the ground. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Gu Ye, along with Ka Shi and Yin Shi, resumed their quest for soul beasts. The remaining guards exchanged glances, and upon realizing that only 3 of them remained, they hastily bowed their heads and continued their search for soul beasts. Gu Ye cast a few glances at the remaining 3 individuals, without needing to observe further. He was well aware that each harbored ulterior motives. For the time being, it was prudent to spare their lives. As for the future, it would be better to let them remain within this vast starry forest. Suddenly, a roar of beasts and the sounds of combat erupted ahead. With each disturbance, powerful waves of energy reverberated through the air. Gu Ye and Caden promptly halted, their gazes fixed upon the source of the commotion. The surge of energy was formidable, even surpassing my own. Yin Shi focused intently on the origin of the disturbance, his expression grave. Gu Ye, do you think it could be that individual from before? Caden recalled Qian Renxue and the titled Douluo who accompanied her. It is plausible. Yet, judging by the intensity of this disturbance, what kind of formidable soul beast have they encountered? Gu Ye was eager to take a look, but the moment he considered their safety, that thought was instantly dispelled. We headed in another direction. The remaining 3 guards responded affirmatively, leading the way ahead. Unbeknownst to Gu Ye, the direction they were heading in was precisely where a woman had fled ahead of them, Qian Renxue. The luck of Qian Renxue and her companions was equally poor as they ventured deep into the Sodto forest to hunt for her 6th spirit ring. Initially, they believed that having a titled Douluo, a soul sage, and several soul emperors would suffice. However, they encountered the Titan giant ape, a notorious troublemaker. Not long ago, the Titan giant ape had brought Xiao home to meet the sky blue bull python. During Xiao's 3-day stay, she shared numerous tales about the human world and her experiences over the years. During her time at home, the Titan giant ape observed Xiao's fondness for the human realm and ultimately sent her off, delighted. Yet, once Xiao departed, the bored Titan giant ape resorted to seeking out soul beasts in the Sodto forest to alleviate its ennui. By sheer coincidence on this day, The soul beast that Snake Spear Douluo and Qian Renxue sought for her sixth spirit ring happened to cross paths with the Titan giant ape, who relished in causing chaos. Upon encountering each other, the Titan giant ape, feeling bored, immediately engaged in battle with Snake Spear Douluo. In an effort to protect Qian Renxue, Snake Spear Douluo was compelled to confront the Titan giant ape. However, the disparity in their strengths became apparent in mere moments, as Snake Spear Douluo found himself steadily retreating. The accompanying Soul Sage and Soul Emperor guards perished, leaving Qian Renxue severely wounded. Under the protection and constraint of Snake Spear Douluo, Qian Renxue had no choice but to flee, inadvertently heading in the same direction that Gu Yi and his party had taken. Shortly thereafter, Qian Renxue spotted Gu Yi and his companions, who were preparing to depart. Hearing the commotion, Yin Shi and Gu Yi quickly turned to look. Upon seeing an injured woman, they remained vigilant. However, recognizing her familiarity, they approached. A closer inspection revealed that it was none other than Qian Renxue. "Save me," she called out to Gu Yi, collapsing to the ground as her strength waned. Clearly, she had reached her limit, placing her hope and her life into Gu Yi's hands. Caden, upon recognizing Qian Renxue, glanced at Gu Yi, inquiring whether they should save her or not, and Yin Shi echoed the sentiment. "We must leave immediately." Gu Yi uttered a remark and decided to carry the gravely injured and unconscious Qian Renxue, swiftly distancing themselves from the source of the commotion. Even the spirit master of the Serpent Spear, a titled Douluo, was unable to protect Qian Renxue, with Soul Saints and Soul Emperors surrounding them. The fact that Qian Renxue sustained such severe injuries undoubtedly indicated an encounter with a formidable spirit beast. Gu Yi harbored no desire for any unforeseen mishaps to occur within the vast expanse of the starry forest. As Gu Yi departed, Caden, Yin Shi, and the remaining three guards swiftly distanced themselves from the source of the disturbance. This retreat consumed an entire afternoon. Once they felt a semblance of safety, Gu Yi and his companions found themselves in a secluded valley. Observing that dusk had fallen, they sought refuge in a cave, where they would rest for the night. Inside the cave, after gently laying Qian Renxue down, Gu Yi turned to Yin Shi and said, "Yin Shi, please step outside and keep watch. I need to tend to her wounds." "Understood." Yin Shi recognized the gravity of the situation, understanding the imperative need to ensure their safety. Gu Yi then glanced at Qian Renxue, contemplating the fate of the remaining three guards. Finally, he turned to Caden and whispered, "Have Yin Shi deal with those three. They are of no further use to us." Chapter 83. The alluring treatment. Gu Yi's desire to eliminate the three guards stemmed not only from his wish to prevent the secret of Caden acquiring the soul bone from leaking, but also from the realization that these individuals harbored unwarranted thoughts. Their continued existence would only result in peril and burden. Thus, swift elimination was preferable. Caden comprehended Gu Yi's intent. Those who were hired for their services would inevitably be swayed by self-interest. Without a moment's hesitation, she stepped outside to communicate with Yin Shi. Upon learning of the situation, Yin Shi exhibited no sign of emotion. She approached the three guards and, with remarkable swiftness and precision, dispatched them without delay. Meanwhile, within the cave, Gu Yi gazed at the injured and unconscious Qian Renxue, and without a hint of hesitation, he removed her veil. In that moment, an exquisite visage graced Gu Yi's sight. Truly, Qian Renxue was a paragon of beauty, even in her state of unconsciousness. Gu Yi offered a quiet compliment before commencing her treatment. Qian Renxue's injuries were situated above her chest and on her back. Gu Yi understood that in order to heal her, he must come into contact with her skin. Without hesitation, he proceeded to remove Qian Renxue's garments. Soon, a delicate and exquisite figure emerged before Gu Yi's eyes. After a careful observation, Gu Yi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Truly exquisite. Realizing he had momentarily lost his focus, Gu Yi quickly regained his composure and began to treat Qian Renxue. His hand gently glided over the wound on her chest, and as he caressed the area, a radiant white light emanated from his palm. Gradually, Qian Renxue's injury began to mend. This was the most fundamental ability in the realm of surgery, internal restoration. Then, Gu Yi positioned Qian Renxue in front of him and took out a vial of medicinal liquid to apply to the wounds on her back. Whether it was the gash on her chest or the one on her back, Gu Yi applied the ointment with great tenderness and precision, so much so that, during the process, Qian Renxue occasionally let out soft murmurs of discomfort. It was evident that while Gu Yi's touch was causing her some pain, the swift healing he provided also brought her a sense of relief. Just as Gu Yi was absorbed in treating Qian Renxue, Caden entered the room. Upon stepping in, Caden was greeted by the sight of Qian Renxue, half-clad, seated before Gu Yi. The beauty of Qian Renxue left Caden momentarily awestruck, for she truly was a vision of loveliness. However, witnessing Gu Ye's gentle ministrations towards Qian Renxue, a hint of displeasure crossed her face. Approaching Gu Ye's side, she let out a sulky huff, tinged with jealousy. As Gu Ye was engrossed in treating Qian Renxue, he remained oblivious to the entrance of Caden. His hands skillfully glided over Qian Renxue's chest area, diligently administering her treatment. Observing Gu Ye's indifference towards her, Caden's displeasure deepened. She positioned herself in front of Qian Renxue, scrutinizing her closely, and realized that Qian Renxue was indeed strikingly beautiful, with a commendable figure, though there were certain aspects in which she fell short compared to herself. Gu Ye was merely assisting her with her treatment, or so it seemed, as Caden speculated. Indeed, Gu Ye was engaged in the healing of Qian Renxue. Moments later, upon the conclusion of his treatment, the already unconscious Qian Renxue, having lost Gu Ye's support, collapsed into his embrace, falling perfectly into his arms. Gu Ye did not ponder much. He wrapped his arms around Qian Renxue's waist and examined her wound closely. Her recovery seemed promising, and she should awaken shortly. Gu Ye, do you harbor feelings for her? Caden observed Gu Ye's closeness to Qian Renxue with a hint of jealousy. What, are you envious? Who is envious? I merely. Caden glanced at Qian Renxue, who, despite her earlier discontent, suddenly broke into a smile. This unpredictable shift in Caden's demeanor left Gu Ye somewhat exasperated. However, the next moment rendered Gu Ye utterly astonished. Caden, unexpectedly, assisted the unconscious Qian Renxue to an upright position, and as she did so, Qian Renxue's half-clad state was exposed, leaving Gu Ye with a clear view. Caden's actions took Gu Ye by surprise. He could hardly fathom why she would engage in such behavior. Soon, the reason for Caden's conduct became apparent. At that moment, Qian Renxue, who had been treated by Gu Ye, was gradually regaining consciousness. With Caden positioned behind her and Gu Ye before her, the drowsy Qian Renxue opened her eyes to find Gu Ye before her. Instantly, a sense of relief washed over her, for she realized that she was alive, evidently saved by Gu Ye. Any grievances she had harbored against him began to dissipate in that moment. Yet, in the next instant, Qian Renxue became acutely aware of a sudden chill, prompting her to awaken fully. As she instinctively touched her chest, and then looked down, her gaze shot back up to Gu Ye in utter disbelief. She was taken aback. Gu Ye. Qian Renxue glared at Gu Ye with gritted teeth, her voice icy and her expression fierce. She was oblivious to the significance of uttering Gu Ye's name in such a context, attributing her exposed state entirely to him. To her, the man who had seen her in such a vulnerable moment was nothing short of a scoundrel. The memory of having overheard Gu Ye with another woman the previous night resurfaced in her mind, intensifying her sense of grievance. She was still an innocent maiden, and her purity seemed to have vanished in an instant. Gu Ye maintained an expression of calm indifference, utterly unperturbed. Qian Renxue's anger was entirely anticipated. After all, such a reaction is typical for a woman who finds herself exposed to the gaze of another man. However, Gu Ye cast a reproachful glance at Caden, the woman he both adored and resented. It was quite masterful of her to allow Qian Renxue to misinterpret the situation. With a soft chuckle, Caden stifled her laughter, which prompted Qian Renxue to turn her head. Upon recognizing the enchanting Caden, she gradually regained her composure as her gaze shifted back to Gu Ye. Seeing Qian Renxue's silence, Gu Ye understood that she was on the brink of an outburst. Thus, he spoke in a calm tone, "Your injury is healed now. There is no need for expressions of gratitude. As for the matter of me having seen your body, you need not dwell on it. After all, to me, it is merely that, and this was an unavoidable circumstance. To aid in your recovery, such actions were necessary." The words of Gu Ye echoed in Qian Renxue's mind. Yet she remained silent. Gradually, she composed herself, rising to don her garments. She appeared to have come to terms with her emotions. "I shall repay your life-saving grace," she declared, however. Casting a glance at Gu Ye, Qian Renxue ultimately refrained from uttering further words and departed from the cave. "Halt. Where do you intend to go? It is night, and you must comprehend the perils that lurk in the Star-Do forest after dark. Not even a soul sage or a soul Douluo would dare traverse these woods alone at night. They could perish without ever knowing the cause." Gu Ye's words halted Qian Renxue, who was contemplating departure. "Although I have healed your wounds, your strength has yet to be restored. You shall rest here tonight. I have no desire to witness the demise of someone I have just rescued." Listening to Gu Ye, Qian Renxue remained indecisive. Yet, her choice to refrain from leaving indicated a silent resolution to stay. She cast a glance back at Gu Ye before retreating to the opposite side of the cave. where she leaned against the wall and fell into contemplative silence. Upon witnessing this, Gu cast a reproachful glance at Caden, who, in turn, could not help but chuckle to himself in delight. Chapter 84. The venomous dragon heart beast. At that moment, Yanxi entered from outside. Have you resolved the situation? Gu Yi inquired upon Yanxi's arrival. Yes, it's been taken care of, Yanxi affirmed with a nod. Then you should take a moment to rest. You must be exhausted from today's events, Gu Yi suggested. Yanxi nodded in agreement and proceeded to sit at the far side of the cave. Gu Yi, showing little concern for the demise of the remaining 3 guards, turned his attention to Qian Renxue, seated nearby, and asked, what transpired earlier? How did you sustain such severe injuries? And what of the others who were with you? Gu Yi received no response from Qian Renxue. I am addressing you, he stated, stepping before her and fixing her with a serious gaze. The king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape. Qian Renxue uttered a single phrase and fell silent thereafter. Gu Yi, Caden, and Yanxi exchanged astonished glances at Qian Renxue, the king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape. Gu Yi was acutely aware that this formidable creature was a leader among the 100,000-soul beasts, an ancient anomaly. If Qian Renxue were to encounter such a being, it would seem that merely escaping would be a stroke of remarkable fortune. Yet, what of that serpent spear Douluo? Gu Yi was eager to ascertain whether he was still alive. He realized that they must exercise greater caution in their upcoming endeavors. By the way, I still do not know your name, he inquired of Qian Renxue. Qian Shui, she replied coolly. Qian Shui, is it? Gu Yi chose not to press further, posing a few more questions before falling silent. He then settled beside Caden to rest. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the Sodto forest, a commotion ensued. Human, do not flee. Come face me once more, roared a voice. Damn it, even spirit beasts have their lunatics. The situation could not be prolonged. He had to locate the young master, or else how would he justify himself to the grand offering? The one being pursued was the serpent spear Douluo, while the relentless pursuer was the Titan giant ape. The serpent spear Douluo had first-hand experience of the Titan giant ape's formidable strength. With just a few blows, the immense physique and overwhelming power left him no choice but to retreat. He understood that defeating the Titan giant ape was beyond his capabilities, and thus he had to flee. Thanks to his smaller and more agile stature, evading the Titan giant ape was relatively feasible. Yet, the Titan giant ape showed no signs of relenting, relentlessly pursuing him. The serpent spear Douluo was in dire straits. A glance over his shoulder revealed the Titan giant ape hot on his trail, compelling him to muster every ounce of strength to escape. He wondered how the young master was faring. No, he must shake off this beast before searching for the young master. Ignoring his exhaustion, the serpent spear Douluo zigzagged through the terrain. Although he was no match for the Titan giant ape, he was certainly more nimble. Despite the Titan giant ape's gravitational field, it could not catch him, rendering its abilities moot. Thus, after an arduous struggle, the serpent spear Douluo finally managed to break free. On the other side, in a cave, Gu Yi, Qian Renxue, and the others were unaware of the serpent spear Douluo's plight. At that moment, Caden awoke from her slumber, settled beside Gu Yi, and promptly fell back asleep in his embrace. The following morning, the quartet resumed their quest for spirit beasts. Initially, Qian Renxue intended to part ways. However, considering the myriad dangers within the vast Sodto forest, she ultimately decided to accompany Gu Yi and his companions for mutual protection. As Qian Renxue journeyed alongside Gu Yi and the others, she scrutinized them with a hint of perplexity. She recalled that before losing consciousness and encountering Gu Yi, his group had consisted of 6 members, yet after just one night, only 3 remained. While her curiosity lingered, she refrained from asking further questions. She felt regret for having brought only the serpent spear Douluo along. Yet, her own identity as Shui Qinghe necessitated the presence of another title Douluo for support, which was why she had brought the serpent spear Douluo. She had initially believed that with one title Douluo and one soul sage, securing the 6th spirit ring would be relatively safe. However, it seemed that luck could be rather capricious at times. Gu Yi, accompanied by 3 women, has been searching for soul beasts in the starry forest for 2 days. During this time, Qian Renxue has witnessed Gu Yi's extraordinary qualities. Aside from his slight lechery, he seems to possess no faults, and as a result, her impression of him has significantly improved. Within a cave, having rested well, Gu Yi and the 3 women resumed their search for soul beasts. Suddenly, as they exited the cave, Gu Yi spoke with a grave tone. Be on guard. He gazed ahead, his expression turning serious. Caden, who had been by his side, followed his gaze, and her countenance shifted. Noticing Gu Ye's concern, Yan Shi and Qian Renxue cautiously approached him, peering into the distance along his line of sight. To their astonishment, they beheld a peculiar sight, two bizarre soul beasts engaging in mating rituals a mere 10 meters away. These creatures, towering at 2 meters, boasted spiral horns atop their heads and an array of razor-sharp serrations protruding from their bodies, all enveloped in a silvery black hue. In such a perilous locale as the starry forest, it was no wonder that Caden, Yanxi, and Qian Renxue wore expressions of disbelief, particularly Qian Renxue. Noticing Gu Ye's keen interest, recalled the raucous sounds she had heard from his hotel room the previous night, leaving her expression difficult to articulate. From the complexity of their movements, postures, and sizes, Gu Ye deduced that these were likely poison dragon heart beasts. His gaze remained fixed on the two soul beasts before him, a hint of awe crossing his face. He recalled the information he had studied about these creatures. Their spiral horns are indestructible, and their bodies are adorned with incredibly sharp blades. Judging by their size and length, he surmised that the beast on the left was approximately 20,000 years old, while the one on the right was merely 1,000 years old. However, it appeared that the 1,000-year beast was struggling against the stronger 20,000-year beast, clearly being subjugated by its more formidable counterpart. Gu Ye's well-founded conjecture garnered the agreement of Caden, Yanxi, and Qian Renxue. However, for reasons unknown, they observed Gu Ye watching with great fascination as the 2,000-year-old poison dragon heart beast bullied its smaller counterpart, even displaying an expression of keen interest in the unfolding scene. Gu Ye pointed at the 2,000-year-old poison dragon heart beast, which was forcefully bullying the weak, and spoke with unwavering determination. "This is the one, my 5th soul ring." Caden turned to Gu Ye, questioning whether he was serious. Yanxi also gazed at Gu Ye, while Qian Renxue cast a brief glance at him. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Noticing the peculiar expressions on the faces of the three, Gu Ye was perplexed by their meaning. Yanxi regained her composure and said with a hint of seriousness, "Gu Ye, this soul beast is clearly over 2,000 years old. Are you certain?" "Huh, what does 2,000 years matter? This brute, who bullies the weak and disregards the feelings of others, cannot simply escape with its life. If I do not claim it as my soul ring, it would be an affront on my name, Gu Ye." Gu Ye exuded an air of righteousness, embodying the spirit of chivalry that champions the oppressed against the oppressor. "Yanxi, the venomous dragon heart beast is currently oblivious to our presence. I will make the first move. You provide support from behind. Let us swiftly eliminate it to avert any unforeseen complications. Understood?" "Understood," Yanxi replied, refraining from further discussion as he began his preparations. Qian Renxue observed Gu Ye intently, perplexed by his determination to hunt a dragon heart beast that had existed for 20,000 years. After all, it was widely recognized among soul masters across the Douluo Continent that a 5th soul ring could only be acquired from beings around 10,000 years old. Did he aspire to defy fate? Or was it that he could not abide the existence of a 20,000-year-old dragon heart beast preying upon the weak? Was he truly such a paragon of virtue? Chapter 85. The venomous dragon heart blade. Gu Ye was blissfully unaware of the peculiar thoughts of Qian Renxue. His desire to capture the gear-piercing beast stemmed solely from the creature's suitability for him. Whether it was the racial ability of the poison dragon gear-piercing beast or its exceptionally sharp gear attack capability, both were ideally matched to Gu Ye's surgical precision. By endowing his surgical instrument with such powers, complemented by the lightning abilities it possessed, Gu Ye had long since anticipated the effectiveness of his assault. At this moment, the 2,000-year-old poison dragon gear-piercing beast remained engrossed in dominating another of its kind, wholly oblivious to the impending threat that was approaching. Gu Ye softly murmured, and in an instant, a transparent space emanated from his hand, enveloping everything within a 100-meter radius. Ziz. Subsequently, Gu Ye's martial spirit, the Scalpel, materialized in his grasp, accompanied by flickering arcs of electricity dancing upon its surface. This was indeed Gu Ye's second soul skill, the arc Scalpel. Whoosh! At that very moment, Gu Ye vanished from the vicinity of Caden, Qian Renxue, and Yanxi. This sudden shift startled Qian Renxue. She had not anticipated such swiftness from Gu Ye. In the next heartbeat, Gu Ye reappeared behind the poison dragon's heart beast, which was engrossed in its mating ritual. Arc Scalpel, in a swift and striking motion. The surgical knife in Gu Ye's hand, surrounded by crackling lightning, descended with remarkable speed. A silvery gleam, intertwined with blue light, burst forth as countless sharp teeth of the venomous dragon heart beast plummeted to the ground, including the spiraled horn atop its head. This sudden turn of events left the focused venomous dragon heart beast astounded. It had not anticipated that someone would dare to disrupt its mating ritual. Consumed by rage, It sought to annihilate the intruder. However, upon realizing that its formidable teeth had been severed, along with its horn, it bellowed in fury. Yet, at that moment, Gu Yi did not grant the venomous dragon heart beast a chance to retaliate. With precision, he directed the surgical knife toward the creature's face, unleashing a foot-long silver blade that struck the venomous dragon heart beast with relentless force. Simultaneously, Yanxi sprang into action, unleashing her full power in a single strike that sent the beast crashing to the ground. The earth shook with the impact, and fearing that the venomous dragon heart beast might still possess the strength to fight back, Yanxi unleashed several soul techniques upon it. Gu Yi, too, felt a sense of indignation towards the forceful subjugation of the weaker creature. Utilizing the surgical space in conjunction with his knife, he executed a series of luminous blade attacks upon the venomous dragon heart beast, with many strikes landing in critical areas, severing vital components. Under the combined assault of Gu Yi and Yanxi, the venomous dragon heart beast was left on the brink of death, gravely wounded and gasping for breath. "All right, Yanxi, you may cease. If we continue, it shall perish," Gu Yi cautioned. Upon hearing his reminder, Yanxi halted, only then realizing the dire state of the venomous dragon heart beast. Nearby, Caden and Qian Renxue observed the entire confrontation. While Qian Renxue was unfazed by Yanxi's prowess, recognizing her as a soul sage, she was taken aback by Gu Ye's displayed strength. After all, she had always known him as a healer. These past few days, it had been Yanxi who took the lead. Now, witnessing Gu Ye's ability to so severely wound a 2,000-year-old venomous dragon heart beast was astonishing. All right, I concede that Gu Yi took advantage of the situation, employing underhanded tactics by ambushing during the beast's mating. Nevertheless, his strength is indeed impressive. Very formidable. I shall deal with this wretch that has wronged you. As for you, it would be best if you took your leave. Gu Yi Chao had just confronted the soul beast that had been tormented by the 2,000-year-old poison dragon heart beast. With a swift motion, he approached the fallen creature and, in a single stroke, dispatched it. The bullied young poison dragon heart beast, witnessing Gu Yi's act of vengeance, expressed its gratitude with a few soft cries before departing. "Gu Yi, are you truly intent on absorbing this poison dragon heart beast?" Caden inquired, approaching Gu Yi with a note of concern. "Indeed, otherwise I would not have slain it. Moreover, this soul beast is exceptionally suitable for me," Gu Yi replied. "However, it has surpassed 2,000 years. I worry for your safety." Caden expressed his apprehensions. Seeing this, Gu Yi smiled and said, "Rest assured, I am not foolish enough to act recklessly." With that, he settled down to commence the absorption. Qian Renxue, observing Gu Ye's determination to absorb the soul ring of the poison dragon heart beast, initially intended to dissuade him, for she could not fathom anyone capable of absorbing a soul ring exceeding 20,000 years. Yet, the confidence reflected in Gu Ye's demeanor and his prior conversation with Caden silenced her words. In the end, she simply watched Gu Yi as he absorbed the soul ring, her mind contemplating the implications of his potential success. Should he indeed succeed, she would need to reassess her valuation of him, as the cost of enlisting him would be worth any price. Conversely, if he were to fail, that would present an entirely different scenario. Caden, observing Gu Ye's absorption process, wore a constant expression of concern. Yanxi stood guard nearby, although her curiosity occasionally drew her gaze towards Gu Yi. She too was eager to ascertain whether he would truly succeed. Meanwhile, Gu Yi, engrossed in the task at hand, harbored no such doubts. To him, absorbing a fifth soul ring of over 20,000 years posed no challenge, as his fourth soul ring already surpassed 10,000. It is worth noting that Gu Yi possessed a surgical system, replete with an array of powerful potions available for exchange. Having consumed the cellular enhancement potion that Zhu Zhuqing had once taken, Gu Yi had similarly partaken. Thus, it could be said that with his formidable constitution, Gu Yi faced the absorption of the soul ring exceeding 20,000 years with utmost ease. Ultimately, the outcome unfolded without any unforeseen complications. Gu Yi successfully absorbed the soul ring. The moment the soul ring entered his body, his soul power, initially at level 50, surged to 51. And it did not cease there, continuing to rise until it reached level 52 before finally coming to a halt. The transformation of Gu Yi astonished Qian Renxue, who stared at him with an expression of disbelief. Similarly, Yanxi approached him. However, Caden gazed at Gu Yi with joy, for he was her man. Engaged in an unprecedented feat, the fifth spirit ring surpassed 2,000 years. And observing Gu Yi's direct breakthrough to 52 indicated that this spirit ring was nearing 3,000 years. After a brief moment, Gu Yi completed his absorption and rose to his feet. Guyi, how do you feel? Caden inquired immediately. Quite well, Guyi responded, clenching his fist and reveling in his newfound strength. Most pleasing to him was his fifth spirit ability, the poisoned dragon heart-piercing blade. This surgical knife, spinning at high speed, formed a poisonous dragon drill, emanating an extraordinarily potent energy capable of bypassing defenses to inflict damage upon the heart, wielding immense power. Chapter 86, A Special External Spirit Bone. Guyi, how did you achieve this? Qian Renxue asked, her disbelief evident. The absorption of a spirit ring exceeding 2,000 years was something she had never witnessed, making her incredulity understandable. This is difficult to explain, Guyi chuckled, sidestepping her question. After all, how could he divulge the existence of a cell-enhancing serum, a miraculous substance within the Douluo Continent, to Qian Renxue? If their relationship had deepened, perhaps he could have allowed her to experience the sensation and benefits of the serum entering her body. But for now, such a notion was clearly impossible. Upon realizing this, Qian Renxue understood his implication. They were not particularly close, and it would be inappropriate to disclose such matters. Well, our objective has been fulfilled, and it is time to leave the Sodto Forest, she declared. Guyi was already aware that her sixth spirit ring had been acquired, as well as Caden's fifth spirit ring. He was eager to depart, given the inherent dangers of the Sodto Forest. Caden and Yanxi shared the same sentiment. After a moment's contemplation, Qian Renxue agreed to leave. Although she was curious about the current state of the serpent spear Douluo, her own safety took precedence. Guyi. Wait a moment, what is that? Just as Guyi was about to leave, Caden called out to him. Upon hearing Caden's words, Guyi, Yanxi, and Qian Renxue turned their attention to the peculiar object that had fallen beside the corpse of the poisoned dragon beast. Guyi could ascertain that it was not a soul bone, for this object lacked the resplendent radiance characteristic of such bones. He approached and picked it up for closer examination. This item measured several decimeters in length, featuring a spiral-pointed tip with a harmonious thickness, and a texture that was simultaneously supple yet firm, reminiscent of a soul bone, yet distinctly different. However, since this object had erupted from a soul beast, it should presumably be a soul bone. Guyi, what exactly is this? Caden inquired, his curiosity piqued as he gazed at the object in Guyi's hand. I am uncertain. It should not be a soul bone, yet it appears somewhat peculiar. Let us store it away for now and depart, Guyi replied. Guyi encountered such a peculiar object for the first time. He resolved to carefully stow it away for further examination. Perhaps it truly was an external soul bone from some distant location. Very well, let us depart, he concluded. Qian Renxue cast a glance at Guyi as he secured the item and then followed him, leaving together. The quartet hastened toward the outskirts of the Sodto Forest. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, the serpent spear Douluo, having narrowly escaped, was in a disheveled state. He diligently followed the lingering aura of Qian Renxue, searching for her. He had previously visited the location where Guyi had rescued Qian Renxue and, tracing the scent, he discovered the cave where Guyi had rested. To his delight, he found evidence that Qian Renxue had taken refuge there, confirming that she was unharmed. As he continued his search, he stumbled upon several corpses not far from the cave. The serpent spear Douluo furrowed his brow. He recognized these three as the guards accompanying Guyi. They had been slain in a single blow, suggesting that the young master had encountered Guyi and his companions. Contemplating this, he resumed his pursuit. Soon, he found the remains of the poisoned dragon heart beast, which solidified his conclusion. Qian Renxue had moved toward the outskirts of the Sodto Forest. Knowing she was safe, the serpent spear Douluo recklessly pursued her. By dusk, Guyi and his companions had exited the Sodto Forest. They arrived at the location where their carriage was previously parked, retrieved it, and continued their journey without pause. Since they had only taken one carriage for their travels, Yanxi drove while Qian Renxue, Caden, and Guyi occupied the interior. Inside the carriage, Qian Renshue's gaze remained fixed on Guyi, driven by her burgeoning curiosity about him. Caden, equally engrossed in Guyi, mirrored her fascination. However, Guyi was oblivious to the attention of the two women, as he was engrossed in examining the object in his hands. This item had emerged from the corpse of the gear heart beast. Typically, such remnants from soul beasts would be soul bones. Yet, this object bore no resemblance to a soul bone, nor did it radiate the expected luminous aura. It was indeed perplexing. Could it be that soul beasts, in addition to producing soul bones, could also yield other mysterious artifacts? As Guyi pondered, he realized that he indeed possessed the knowledge. Was it not true that within the original narrative of the City of Slaughter, there existed an ancient beast capable of yielding an inner elixir? Yet, While the inner elixir is typically spherical, the object in his possession was cylindrical, clearly distinguishing it from an inner elixir. What, then, could it be? Guyi mused, momentarily forgetting to consult his own system for clarification. Meanwhile, Caden observed Guyi examining the object in his hand and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Upon closer inspection, it indeed appeared somewhat recognizable. Guyi, this. Caden began, hesitating as she gazed at the item in Guyi's grasp. What is it? Have you recalled something? Guyi inquired, looking at Caden, nodding thoughtfully. Caden glanced at Qian Renxue before leaning closer to Guyi's ear to whisper a few words. Upon hearing this, Guyi's eyes widened in astonishment. It was only then that he recalled the system. After conducting a thorough scan, the nature of this object became immediately clear. It originated from the heart-piercing poison dragon beast. And it was indeed a soul bone, one of extraordinary rarity. However, this external soul bone was not located in the palm, on the back, or at the tail, but rather, Guyi stared in astonishment at the object in his hand. He had never anticipated the existence of such a soul bone, which had completely plunged him into a realm of ignorance. Ahem. Well then, Caden, I shall take this item into my possession for the time being. Guyi cleared his throat and remarked with a seriousness that commanded attention. He merely stowed the item away, having no intention of refining it. For with the presence of the system, the soul bone was currently unnecessary. Moreover, given the peculiar nature of this external soul bone, he was uncertain of its potential repercussions. Thus, he resolutely refrained from any attempts at refinement. Meanwhile, Caden observed Guyi's demeanor, a smile gracing her lips. She had not anticipated an external soul bone of such extraordinary nature, which she found utterly fascinating. Her curiosity was piqued. Yet, Guyi's decision not to refine the soul bone was already enough to satisfy her, particularly in that regard, which brought her great contentment. On the other side, Qian Renxue watched the subtle exchange between Guyi and Caden, her expression contemplative. She harbored doubts about their identities. Their closeness was decidedly atypical, clearly transcending the bounds of mere friendship. After a couple of hours of travel, the sky had darkened considerably. With no village in sight and no one to shelter them, the quartet had no choice but to rest outdoors for the night, intending to continue their journey come morning. Fortunately, they found themselves in an ordinary wooded area, devoid of formidable wild soul beasts. In such a secure environment, the four could rest in the wilderness without excessive concern for their safety. Given that they were all soul masters, each possessing at least the strength of a soul king, their worries were further alleviated. Caden, Yanxi, Qian, please stay here while I venture ahead to gather some firewood. The night air is chilly, and a fire will provide warmth, Guyi announced. Guyi exchanged a few words with the three individuals before proceeding to the small grove ahead to gather some dry wood. At that moment, however, Caden also bid farewell to Yanxi and Qian Renxue and made her way towards the grove where Guyi was. Chapter 87. Parting Ways. Caden, what brings you here? Guyi inquired, perplexed, as he noticed Caden approaching while he was collecting wood for the fire. Yet, Caden did not respond to his question. Instead, she picked up some dry branches from the ground and approached Guyi, placing them in his hands while gently guiding his hand to the appropriate location. In hushed tone, she asked, what do you intend to do with the external soul bone? Upon hearing Caden's inquiry about the external soul bone, Guyi's expression turned slightly grave. He discarded the firewood he held and pushed Caden against a tree, his gaze intensely fixed on her eyes. What do you think I should do? He asked earnestly. Caden bit her lip, remaining silent in response to Guyi's question. Regardless of the soul bone's nature, it was an invaluable asset for a soul master seeking to enhance their power. However, Caden cherished Guyi as an individual and was reluctant for him to assimilate it. Moreover, she had not come to discuss whether Guyi should refine it. She merely wished to converse with him amidst the tranquility of the grove. She then draped her arms around Guyi's neck, and the two began to chat about his unique situation in the small grove, a haven for romantic exchanges. The secluded woods were indeed a sacred ground for the expression of affection. Having just emerged from the perilous Star-Do forest, Caden felt her tense nerves begin to relax, and she yearned to lighten her mood with Guyi. Sharing the experience of gazing at the moon together in the wilderness seemed delightful. After half an hour, Guyi and Caden emerged from the grove, each carrying a bundle of firewood. Where have you been for so long? Qian Renxue inquired, puzzled, upon seeing Guyi return. The night was dim, the path unclear, and finding firewood was no easy task. Half an hour was quite a reasonable duration. Guyi explained as he stacked the wood and ignited it. Qian Renxue remained skeptical. As the campfire blazed, Guyi settled down around it, with Qian Renxue taking a seat to his left and Caden to his right. However, Qian Renxue soon noticed something peculiar about Gu Ye's scent, though she could not quite articulate what was amiss. As they warmed themselves by the fire, Gu Yi produced some rations to share with Qian Renxue, Caden, and Yanxi. After they had eaten, Gu Yi turned to Qian Renxue and said, "Now that we have safely exited the Sodto Forest, we will be returning to Sodto City. I presume you will take a different route?" Nodding while chewing her food, Qian Renxue acknowledged this. She had originally ventured out in secret, and now that she had obtained her sixth soul ring, she needed to return to continue her charade as the prince. Unlike Gu Yi and his companions, she would undoubtedly part ways with them by dawn. However, as she glanced at Gu Yi, she felt an unexpected reluctance to leave so soon. Her curiosity about him was piqued. She wondered how he had managed to absorb a soul ring over 20,000 years old as his fifth, and how he, a healer, possessed such formidable power. Numerous aspects of Gu Yi captivate Qian Renshue's curiosity. She has resolved that upon her return, she will enlist Gu Yi to her side under the guise of Shui Qinghe, employing any means necessary to secure him. However, to accomplish this, she must first return to Tiando City, as she needs to entice Gu Yi to come to Tiando City as well. Gu Yi was unaware of Qian Renshue's thoughts. After stoking the fire and consuming some provisions, he instructed Caden to return to the carriage for a rest. "Yanxi, you should also take a break. We have all had a long day." Yanxi did not decline. She was indeed feeling rather fatigued at that moment. Naturally, Qian Renxue also retreated to the carriage to rest. As a man, Gu Yi bore the heavy responsibility of keeping watch during the night. At the stroke of midnight, Caden, who had been resting inside the carriage, emerged. It turned out that she could not find solace in sleep without Gu Ye's embrace. Thus, she decided to join him in his vigil under the moonlight. They shared a silent night together. On the following day, Gu Yi and his companions continued their journey. Upon reaching the next town, Qian Renxue requested Gu Yi to set her down. "I must take my leave now. May we meet again," she stated decisively, departing without a moment's hesitation. "We shall meet again," Gu Yi whispered as he watched her gradually fade into the distance. Now, they returned to Sodto City. Although one member was absent, the trio remained unchanged. They continued their respective paths as if nothing had altered. By evening, they arrived outside Sodto City. Upon returning, Caden did not head to the Grand Soul Arena but instead visited Gu Ye's medical clinic first. She wished to linger a bit longer with him before returning to the arena. As Gu Yi escorted Caden to the clinic, another figure, the snake spear Douluo, was pursuing Qian Renshue's presence through the Sodto Forest. Upon finding her unharmed, he was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down his face. He approached her with heartfelt words. "Young master, it is a great relief to see you safe. It was my failure to protect you this time. It is not your fault. After all, no one could have anticipated encountering the Titan giant ape, the king of this forest. Fortunately, you have returned safely. Now, let us proceed back." Following this, Qian Renxue set off towards her destination, which involved inspecting the kingdoms under the banner of the Tiando Empire. Having completed her patrol of the Ballot Kingdom, she found herself with a brief window to seek the sixth spirit ring before moving on to the next, the Sylph's Kingdom. Currently, the role of Shui Qinghe was being played by someone at her side, and with the presence of the spike porcupine Douluo, there was no immediate concern. Yet, she remained cautious, for the unexpected could always occur, prompting her urgency to return. Moreover, upon her return, she was determined to complete her inspections of the kingdoms within 2 months, after which she would head to Tiando City. Subsequently, she intended to devise a way to summon Gu Yi to Tiando City, seeking to bring him under her wing. She had meticulously crafted plans for the future, a habit she had cultivated over the years. However, on her journey back, she had one more task to accomplish, to relay certain information about Gu Yi to the Spirit Hall. The news of his absorption of a spirit ring exceeding 20,000 years was astonishing, and she felt compelled to inform her dear sister, the Pope Bibi Dong. Additionally, she had inquiries for her esteemed sister. Unbeknownst to Gu Yi, he was oblivious to Qian Renshue's intentions and her decision to communicate his news to Bibi Dong. At this moment, he had returned to the clinic, and upon entering his home, he felt a profound sense of peace envelop him. Gu Yi reclined on the bed, cradling the soft form of Caden, feeling a profound sense of tranquility. Their identities had been concealed upon entering Sodto City, and thus, Gu Yi consented to Caden remaining with him. Naturally, if Caden stayed, the guard Yanxi would also remain. Subsequently, Gu Yi arranged accommodations for both. It was imperative for Yanxi to have a separate room, although Gu Yi initially intended to provide Caden with a private chamber as well. Caden expressed a preference for sharing his bed, leaving Gu Yi with no choice but to acquiesce. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, Zhu Zhuqing returned to her room after completing the day's training, preparing to tidy up before heading to the Seoul arena for her match. Chapter 88, Collision Xiaowu. I am going to participate in today's Seoul fight. Will you join me? Zhu Zhuqing inquired as she approached Xiaowu's room. Xiaowu shook her head and replied, Zhuqing, I have no match today, so I want to be going. Perhaps you should ask Fatty and Dai Lauda if they will attend. Apart from the group battle to Sodto City, the students of Shrek Academy often engaged in individual soul fights separately. Xiaowu's absence was clearly an indication that she was waiting for Tang San, wishing to accompany him. Zhu Zhuqing understood the underlying intention of Xiaowu urging her to go with Dai Mubai. It was merely an attempt to foster a connection between the two of them. In recent days, her interactions with Dai Mubai had indeed transformed him significantly, prompting the people at Shrek Academy to wish to solidify their relationship. Unfortunately, Zhu Zhuqing maintained a rather indifferent demeanor towards Dai Mubai, treating him as just an ordinary classmate. Her heart was solely focused on becoming stronger and on her teacher. Gu Yi. Very well, Xiaowu, I shall take my leave. Zhu Zhuqing, understanding Xiaowu's reluctance, bid her farewell and departed Shrek Academy, heading directly to Sodto City. Upon arriving at the Grand Seoul Arena, Zhu Zhuqing commenced her participation in the soul fight. Her opponent this time was a soul master with a soul power level of 36. Although the configuration of soul rings was slightly inferior to hers, the opponent's strength was nonetheless formidable. After exerting considerable effort, Zhu Zhuqing managed to triumph over him. By the end of the day, she had participated in 15 soul fights, achieving victory in each one, marking her as undefeated. Her reputation as the Phantom Spirit Cat began to flourish within the Sodto Grand Seoul Arena. After concluding her matches, the hour had crept past 9 in the evening, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. Rather than returning to Shrek Academy, Zhu Zhuqing made her way to her teacher's clinic, a customary practice when she visited Sodto City for battles. As night fell, she preferred not to return to Shrek, opting instead to stay at Gu Ye's clinic for the night and return to the academy the following morning. Upon reaching the clinic, she found the door securely shut, which led her thoughts back to her teacher, Gu Ye. He had been away for 10 days, and she wondered when he would return. The absence weighed on her heart, and she found herself missing him dearly. Moreover, she harbored concerns for both Gu Ye and Caden, aware of the intricate relationship they shared, which added to her unease. Once the door opened, Zhu Zhuqing entered the clinic. Typically, upon her return, she would first visit Gu Ye's room, spending a tranquil morning amidst his collection of books. After perusing for a while, she would often succumb to fatigue and sleep in his room. This evening, she headed straight to her teacher's chamber. As it neared 10 o'clock, Gu Ye and Caden, weary from their journey, had retired to rest. Zhu Zhuqing moved with such grace and lightness that her footsteps were nearly imperceptible. Yan Shi, already resting, was oblivious to her arrival. Gu Ye, initially unaware of the presence encroaching upon his room, was stirred awake by the soft sound of footsteps approaching, indicating someone was about to enter. As Gu Ye awoke, Caden, nestled in his embrace, also stirred from her slumber. It was evident that she too had heard the sounds of someone attempting to enter their chamber. Creak. At that moment, the door swung open. Zhu Zhuqing, stepping inside, immediately flicked on the light and closed the door behind her. She intended to select a few books from the shelf for a brief read before retiring for the night. However, as she took her first step, she became aware of the presence of someone in the room. Since her teacher Gu Ye had yet to return, her instinctual reaction was to assume an intruder was present, and she glanced over cautiously. Who is it? At the moment Zhu Zhuqing entered, Gu Ye had already noticed her presence, and upon recognizing her, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, her sudden exclamation left him feeling rather helpless, particularly as he was still in bed with Caden. Teacher, Zhu Zhuqing, who had initially harbored suspicions of a burglar, was filled with unexpected delight upon seeing her teacher Gu Ye on the bed. She had intended to rush over and share a tender moment with him, eager to inquire about various matters. However, upon noticing the presence of another beside Gu Ye, her movements came to an abrupt halt. Caden. It was indeed the radiant Caden, nestled intimately in Gu Ye's embrace. Zhu Zhuqing had suspected a clandestine relationship between them, but she had never anticipated to stumble upon them in such an intimate situation. Witnessing it firsthand, Teacher, you both, Zhu Zhuqing stammered, pointing at the entwined figures of Gu Ye and Caden, utterly perplexed. Yu Qing. What brings you here? Gu Ye felt a touch of embarrassment. He never anticipated that his intimate encounter with Caden would be interrupted by Zhu Zhuqing, his beautiful disciple, who caught them in the act. Having just returned from the Seoul arena, he found Zhu Zhuqing gazing at the scene with an air of surprise. Caden. Enveloping Guyi in her embrace, seemed utterly unfazed by Zhu Zhuqing's presence, considering her merely a student of Gu Ye's and thus of little consequence. Master, when did you return? Zhu Zhuqing continued to direct her inquiry towards Caden while maintaining her gaze on her. Not long ago, Guyi replied. Noticing the glint of mischief in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes as she regarded Caden, he subtly gestured towards Caden, yet Caden appeared indifferent to Zhu Zhuqing's scrutiny, holding onto Gu Ye's waist with a firm grip, as if she wished to meld her very being into his. Moreover, Caden fixed her gaze upon Zhu Zhuqing, seemingly declaring her claim, as if to assert that Guyi was hers. This silent tension in the air left Guyi sensing an undercurrent of rivalry. Humph. Zhu Zhuqing shot a glare at Caden, followed by a cold huff, before she turned and exited the room. Her displeasure towards Caden was palpable, stemming from the belief that it was indeed this woman who occupied Gu Ye's time, diverting him from imparting knowledge to her, strengthening her, and bringing her joy. As Guyi observed Zhu Zhuqing stepping outside, he helplessly glanced at Caden. You should take a break. I shall step out for a moment. All right, but do return swiftly, for I await you in bed. Caden posed in an alluring manner, exuding an air of anticipation for an intimate encounter. Guyi cast a glance, feeling utterly helpless. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Zhu Zhuqing standing there, looking quite upset. She did not even inquire about his whereabouts upon his emergence. It was evident that Zhu Zhuqing was displeased with the presence of Caden. Without Caden, Guyi was entirely hers. She would dedicate countless hours to him each day. Now that Guyi had Caden, Zhu Zhuqing sensed a decline in her joy. Zhuqing, it's late now. You should head to your room and rest. We can discuss matters tomorrow, Guyi suggested, leading Zhu Zhuqing to the adjacent room. She silently followed him inside. Just as Guyi was about to leave, Zhu Zhuqing grasped his arm. What's wrong? Are you going back to her? The her she referred to was undoubtedly Caden, and Guyi understood her implication. You're overthinking it. I merely intend to get some sleep. Guyi replied with a slight chuckle, irritation creeping into his tone. Just sleep? Does she truly believe Zhu Zhuqing is an oblivious little girl? Who knows what might happen in the night? Teacher, during your absence, I have many questions I wish to ask you, Zhu Zhuqing stated, pulling Guyi onto the bed. Her intentions were unmistakable. She was determined to spend the night seated with Guyi on the bed, refusing to allow him to return to sleep with that woman. Caden. Chapter 89. Seeking knowledge or posture. Seated on Zhu Zhuqing's bed, Guyi looked at her with a sense of resignation. He merely wished to return to Caden for a night's rest, yet Zhu Zhuqing seemed to have other plans. Not only had she pulled him onto the bed, but she had also shut the door, clearly indicating her desire to sit with him for the entire evening. Feeling Guyi's gaze upon her, Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head, slightly embarrassed. She harbored no ulterior motives. She simply had numerous questions to pose to her teacher. Was it not perfectly normal for a student to seek guidance from a teacher? Was it not also customary to consult while seated on the bed? Teacher, during your time away, I discovered significant changes in my martial soul. Please help me examine it, Zhu Zhuqing said, naturally taking Guyi's hand and placing it where she needed his assistance. Guyi gazed intently at Zhu Zhuqing's chest. Oh no. Rather, he focused earnestly on Zhu Zhuqing, requesting her assistance in examining a particular area as his hands began to explore. It seems there is indeed a noticeable difference. It feels larger. No, rather, it feels more powerful. Zhu Zhuqing observed Guyi as he meticulously conducted the examination, listening attentively as well. After a thorough investigation, Zhu Zhuqing divulged several matters that puzzled her, including details from her recent soul battles. Teacher, just yesterday I achieved a breakthrough to level 32. A breakthrough? Guyi expressed mild astonishment while looking at Zhu Zhuqing. Yes. I sensed the impending breakthrough to level 32 when I absorbed the third soul ring, but I was still a bit short. After engaging in soul battles and training for a while, I finally achieved the breakthrough yesterday. As Guyi listened intently and Zhu Zhuqing spoke, the night deepened. In Guyi's room, Caden, who had been patiently waiting for Guyi to return and share her bed, sensed that he was delayed. She surmised that Guyi was undoubtedly preoccupied with his enchanting apprentice, Zhu Zhuqing. Caden harbored a lingering animosity towards the stunningly beautiful Zhu Zhuqing, whose figure and grace were unparalleled. This animosity stemmed from the profound closeness that transcended the bounds of a mere master-apprentice relationship. Guyi and Zhu Zhuqing shared a bond that was equally profound and intricate. This led her to suspect that the relationship between the master and disciple was not as simple as it seemed. Never mind, she thought. Perhaps it would be best to take a rest. Caden chose not to wait any longer. fully aware that Zhu Zhuqing would never allow Gu Yi to join her in her bed. Such is the understanding that exists between women, just as Caden had anticipated. Zhu Zhuqing kept Gu Yi in her room, diligently seeking his guidance on various topics, or rather, knowledge. As their discussion continued, Zhu Zhuqing, exhausted, unconsciously leaned against Gu Yi's shoulder and drifted into slumber. Observing her weary form, Gu Yi felt a twinge of compassion. He gently caressed her cheek. Noting that even in sleep, a resolute expression lingered on her face, a testament to her unwillingness to let him go. Zhu Zhuqing, who had originally been resting her head on Gu Yi's shoulder, had unknowingly shifted to embrace him. This embrace enveloped her in a comforting warmth that allowed her to sleep peacefully. After a long day of training and participating in the soul-fighting competition, followed by a night of learning from her mentor, she succumbed to a serene slumber. Such an adorable feline, how could he betray her earnest intentions? Gu Yi continued to stroke Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face, choosing to remain by her side. As for Caden, who awaited him in the other room, he resolved to endure her displeasure for the sake of not disturbing his beloved feline disciple. A captivating night passed quietly. The following morning, Caden stretched luxuriously in bed, clad in a thin purple nightgown that had inadvertently loosened during the night. As she stretched, her silhouette was momentarily revealed, her fair skin alluringly inviting. This rascal hadn't returned all night. Noticing Gu Yi's absence from the bed, Caden felt a surge of frustration. She hadn't anticipated that he would truly spend the night with Zhu Zhuqing. Though she knew nothing untoward had occurred, it still unsettled her. Despite her desire to check on the duo, she hesitated. Meanwhile, in the room, Zhu Zhuqing lay beside Gu Yi, appearing utterly enchanting as she curled up like a cat. Though she seemed to be in deep sleep, her eyelids occasionally fluttered open to sneak glances at her master. The thought of having spent the night with him filled her heart with an inexplicable sweetness. Particularly, the memory of having embraced him during the night rendered her too bashful to rise. Gu Yi, having awakened early, pondered a dilemma. Should he turn over or remain still? If he turned, he would inevitably crush the small figure of Zhu Zhuqing beneath him. If he didn't, it would feel like a missed opportunity given the rare intimacy of the moment. After a moment's deliberation, he ultimately made a decision that contradicted his better judgment. After all, he was her mentor. Any inappropriate conduct between them was simply out of the question. Clearing his throat, Gu Yi got out of bed, washed up, and began preparing breakfast. Upon noticing Gu Yi's departure, Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of relief, yet a strange pang of disappointment stirred within her. Dismissing her feelings, she quickly got up, washed, and prepared to join her master in the kitchen. Just then, Caden approached her, swaying her hips with a gentle smile. Indeed, Caden possessed an alluring beauty, particularly embodying the charm of a mature woman, leaving Zhu Zhuqing feeling somewhat overshadowed. Perhaps this was the type Gu Yi preferred. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing was resolute in her intent not to yield. She was determined to assist her master in the kitchen. With a huff, she brushed past Caden and made her way to the kitchen. Soon, the sound of chopping echoed through the air, revealing Zhu Zhuqing's adeptness in culinary tasks. After all, as Gu Yi's disciple, she had spent ample time in the medical clinic. It was surprising that such a delicate beauty could also prepare breakfast, evidently. Her master had imparted much knowledge to her. Caden, observing the pair from outside the kitchen, sighed, acknowledging Gu Yi's dedication to teaching Zhu Zhuqing. Yet a hint of jealousy began to creep into her heart. Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing were busy in the kitchen, leaving her alone outside, which made her feel somewhat superfluous. After all, she was clearly Gu Yi's woman, while Zhu Zhuqing was merely his disciple. No. She had to join them and work alongside Gu Yi. Chapter 90. The entrance of Douluo just as Caden was about to enter the kitchen to assist the trio. She discovered that Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing had already finished their task. The two had prepared a light breakfast consisting of 3 simple dishes and congee, which they brought out. Upon seeing Caden waiting at the door, Zhu Zhuqing emitted a proud hum, as if to proclaim, "Look, in the kitchen. Gu Yi is still mine, and he will only work with me." Caden observed the transformation of the usually aloof Zhu Zhuqing into a haughty figure. Her expression slightly perplexed. She sat down beside Gu Yi and began to chat with him about the details of their evening, spent playing the piano and expressing love. What was initially a simple breakfast turned into a battlefield of unspoken rivalry between Zhu Zhuqing and Caden. After finishing the meal, Zhu Zhuqing had to leave the clinic to return to Shrek Academy. Before departing, she cast a fierce glare at Caden. In the following days, Gu Yi enjoyed a different kind of treatment. Caden's attentive service and his diligent disciple Zhu Zhuqing seeking him out at night to study continued for a week until Caden had to return to the Soul Arena in Sodto City. Once Caden departed, Zhu Zhuqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. What pleased her most was the absence of Caden in the clinic, which made it easier for her to visit Guyi at night and study in his room. That evening, within the confines of Shrek Academy, after completing her training, Zhu Zhuqing intended to head to the Soul Arena for their group battle before returning to the clinic to learn from her teacher, Guyi. However, just as she was about to leave, Xiao hurriedly called out to her. "Zhuqing, the master said our group battle is tonight, and we should all go together. Weren't we supposed to have it tomorrow?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired. "The master changed it at the last minute and wants us to participate in individual battles first. And he will join us later," Xiao replied. "Very well," Zhu Zhuqing conceded. "There is still some time before the battle starts. I will find Rongrong, and we can stroll around the city for a bit before heading to the Soul Arena." "Agreed," Xiao exclaimed, not waiting for Zhu Zhuqing to decline. She rushed off to fetch Ning Rongrong, and soon after, they set off for Sodto City together. Having been extremely busy with training lately, Xiao was eager to spend some leisure time with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. As for Tang San, just the thought of him made Xiao secretly fume. He was such a blockhead, completely oblivious to her feelings, always focused on training and neglecting to have fun with her. Before long, the trio arrived in Sodto City. Today's Sodto City was livelier than usual. As soon as they entered, Xiao eagerly led Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong around, exploring shops and buying whatever caught their fancy without regard for the price. They spent over an hour wandering and shopping. As dusk began to fall, Xiao reluctantly remarked, "Zhuqing, Rongrong, it's almost time. We should head to the Soul Arena now." "All right, let's go," Zhu Zhuqing agreed, having enjoyed their outing but mindful of their upcoming battle. Unbeknownst to them, someone was stealthily following behind. This person, appearing to be in his 40s, had dark skin, stood just over 6 feet tall, and wore a rather sinister grin. His right hand was wrapped in bandages, and he donned tattered shorts and flip-flops. This individual was none other than Douluo, a significant character from the original story. He eyed Xiao, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing as they walked ahead, his mouth watering at the sight of such attractive young women. Such stunning girls. If only I could have my way with them, he mused, feeling particularly pleased with himself. He had come out for a leisurely stroll, but had not anticipated encountering 3 such alluring girls before he even set out to find company. Especially the one in the middle with the long braid, Xiao. Today, she wore brown trousers and a simple white-fitted top. While her figure may not have been as voluptuous as Zhu Zhuqing's, her long and slender silhouette had its own charm. Particularly her astonishingly slim yet supple waist and the glossy braid cascading down her back, exuding a neighborly charm. For a man like Douluo, who had spent years in the company of women, Xiao's allure surpassed that of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. He watched her sway her remarkably slender and flexible waist, longing to pounce and comfort her with his overwhelming excitement. Not only was he captivated by Xiao, but he also admired Zhu Zhuqing's incredibly voluptuous figure and her alluring curves. He fantasized about holding her close and savoring the experience. As for Ning Rongrong, her figure had gradually transformed from petite to more voluptuous following Guye's treatments, and her slender waist was truly remarkable, even more so than Xiao's. Wuli's thoughts drifted into dangerous territory. Initially, he had intended to follow the 3 girls until they reached a secluded spot where he could use drugs to incapacitate them and indulge in his desires. However, he quickly realized that all 3 were soul masters, and their apparent strength made him reconsider his plan. He then recalled his 2 accomplices, Tianya and Laoyi. If they were present, they could easily subdue the 3 girls without a sound. The thought of taking them home, one by one, thrilled him. As he followed Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao, he became increasingly excited. He needed to ascertain their destination and route, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He chuckled lewdly to himself. Though he was lustful, he was not foolish enough to act openly in a crowded area, especially with the city guards around. If he were caught, it would be difficult for him to remain in Sodto City. Consequently, he discreetly trailed behind the 3 girls. Due to the bustling crowd, and being a soul master himself, he maintained a safe distance, ensuring Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao remained unaware of his presence. As they made their way to the Soul Arena, Wuli's heart raced, his mind filled with thoughts of what he might do if they were to participate in the battles. Unhappy and somewhat troubled, Douluo dared not cause a stir in the great Soul Arena, for he had no desire to meet an untimely demise. Yet, as he beheld the delicate and enchanting silhouette of Xiao entering the arena, the alluring figure of Zhu Zhuqing, and the captivating waist of Ning Rongrong. His heart ached profoundly. He felt that if he could not savor the delights of Xiaowu, his existence in this world would be rendered meaningless. It seemed imperative for him to return and confer with Tianya and Laoyi. The path ahead was somewhat dark and secluded. If he could lure them here upon their exit, and then ambush them alongside Laoyi and Tianya, he could surely secure the beauty he desired. In his lustful thoughts, Buli's mind was remarkably agile. He noticed a narrow alleyway ahead and approached its entrance to inspect. Ultimately, he decisively departed to seek out his partners, Laoyi and Tianya. If his conjecture held true, they should be indulging in their leisure time. Soon, Bulu arrived at a secluded corner of Sodto City. Before him stood a row of low houses, no taller than 3 meters, many of which were in disrepair. A few pink lanterns hung at the entrance, beneath which stood several heavily made-up women of considerable age, attempting to solicit the attention of passers-by. "Oh, is that not our esteemed Bulu? Would you like me to serve you well today?" One of the heavily adorned women called out as he approached. Perhaps next time," Bulu replied with a lewd smile, graciously declining the woman's overture. He then skillfully entered a room, and upon reaching the interior, he shouted, "Laoyi." "Tianya." Hearing his voice, a head peeked out from behind a curtain in a private room. "Bulu, why did you come so late?" "I was about to finish my leisure time." "Laoyi, forget about that. Where's Tianya? Come with me, I have something important to discuss." Bulu urged as he pulled the other man along, soon locating Tianya in the adjacent room. Once the three were united, Bulu hurriedly led them away. "What has you so preoccupied, Bulu, that you would forsake the company of women? This is quite out of character for you. Indeed. Last time we lost to you in a time competition, we had planned to challenge you again today, but now you have whisked us away, leaving my brothers in disarray." Bulu chuckled mischievously, eyeing the two. "I have encountered 3 plump sheep." "Plump sheep? How plump?" Tianya and Laoyi grinned knowingly, fully aware of the implications. The trio had long roamed the streets of Sodto City. While they typically sought women in brothels, on occasion, they engaged in nefarious dealings with plump sheep. Armed with drugs and potent aphrodisiacs, they had successfully executed numerous such escapades, utilizing their strength as soul kings and soul ancestors. Buli's mention of plump sheep ignited excitement in Tianya and Laoyi. "You will see for yourselves soon. They are undoubtedly more enticing than any before." However, these 3 were soul masters with considerable strength, and they might have companions within the great soul arena. Therefore, we must. Bulu grinned wickedly at Tianya and Laoyi. Understood. "We possess ample means," they responded, producing various powders with sinister smiles. Chapter 91. Treatment in the heart of the water. After making their plans, Bulu, Tianya, and Laoyi retreated to a secluded alley to set their trap, eagerly awaiting the appearance of their 3 plump sheep. Each thought of Xiaowu's tender visage and her springy figure sent waves of excitement through Buli's heart. He seemed to harbor an obsession with her. He simply had to possess her. Meanwhile, within the great soul arena, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiaowu encountered the rest of the Shrek team upon their arrival. They subsequently separated to engage in their respective individual and dual soul battles before commencing group matches. Throughout these days of combat, Zhu Zhuqing not only participated in individual matches but also teamed up with the support soul master Ning Rongrong, forming a duo named the Colorful Spirit Cat. Zhu Zhuqing's prowess was formidable, having never lost in individual battles at her level. Now, with Ning Rongrong's assistance in dual matches, her strength surged significantly, and she remained undefeated. Today, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing continued their winning streak in the dual soul battle. Following their victory, with half an hour's respite, Ning Rongrong suddenly recalled that Guyi had returned and said to Zhu Zhuqing, "Zhuqing, let us find Guyi. He must be here." "Yes, let us," Zhu Zhuqing agreed, intending to check on Guyi, who, under normal circumstances, should be in the infirmary tending to the injured. Last night, she had studied alongside Guyi in their room for an extended period, eventually falling asleep beside him. Now, it was perfect timing. She would inform Guyi that she could not return to the infirmary tonight, as she had promised Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu that she must reside at the academy. The two then headed toward the treatment room within the great soul arena. Upon arrival, they indeed heard the sounds of Guyi assisting a patient. "All right. Spread your legs a little wider. Yes, just like that. Your injury is severe. I must use my hands to aid your treatment. Now, let's lift your clothing a bit so I can examine closely. Yes, just like that." Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing stood at the door, momentarily pausing to listen to the treatment sounds emanating from within. "Zhuqing, who is Guyi treating?" Ning Rongrong inquired curiously. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. I do not know. Let us go in and see. Very well. Ning Rongrong wished to take advantage of the break to have Guyi massage her for 10 minutes. Hoping to accelerate her healing, she found herself growing fond of Guyi's techniques, as they were not only effective but also immensely pleasurable. The two entered the treatment room, their entrance causing Guyi, who was attending to a patient, to pause momentarily before he resumed his work. As Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing stepped inside, they noticed the curtain shielding the bed was swaying with significant movement. Zhu Zhuqing had grown accustomed to Guyi's treatment methods and chose to sit down nearby. Ning Rongrong joined her, awaiting the conclusion of Guyi's treatment. A quarter of an hour later, Guyi lifted the curtain and removed his gloves as he stepped out. Zhuqing, Rongrong, have your matches concluded? He asked, glancing at the two seated women. Ning Rongrong nodded. We still have half an hour before our group battle. So we came to find you. Is that so? So you have triumphed in both your individual and duel matches? Of course. When Zhuqing and I team up, our strength far surpasses that of ordinary soul masters. Ning Rongrong smiled proudly. As she spoke, a stunningly graceful woman emerged from behind the curtain, her cheeks still flushed, and her eyes shimmering with allure, appearing extraordinarily captivating. Thank you, esteemed physician, for your treatment. It has truly enlightened me, the elegant lady said, gazing at Guyi with a lingering sense of appreciation. She then tiptoed forward, playfully pecking Guyi on the cheek before swiftly dashing away. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing observed the departing woman with calm expressions, evidently accustomed to such occurrences. However, Zhu Zhuqing remained somewhat perplexed and inquired, Master, why do so many come here for your treatment? What ailment does she suffer from? I have seen her several times now. Previously, at the medical clinic, Zhu Zhuqing had witnessed her seeking Guyi's assistance, and now she had even found her way to the Soul Arena for the same purpose. What could be so severe as to warrant multiple visits to her master? It was known that her master's medical skills were unparalleled. How could such a condition necessitate so many treatments? What, indeed, was this illness? Ning Rongrong shared Zhu Zhuqing's curiosity as she looked at Guyi. Yuqing. Her condition is rather complex, requiring treatment from the outside in, and this process must be continuous without interruption, thus necessitating a prolonged course of therapy, Guyi elucidated. I see. But, Master, what exactly is her illness? Zhu Zhuqing persisted, still intrigued. Pathways obstructed and lengthy, one must navigate upstream to reach the heart of the matter. Guyi pointed out the roots of the ailment and his methodology of treatment. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong continued to gaze at Guyi, their expressions reflecting a determination to grasp the situation fully. Guyi shook his head, deciding it best not to disclose the invasive nature of the treatment to Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. After all, the ailment pertained to another's privacy. Noticing Guyi's silence, Ning Rongrong recalled the purpose of her visit and whispered something into Zhu Zhuqing's ear before pulling Guyi towards the bed and drawing the curtain. Guyi, please assist me with another treatment session. Ning Rongrong lay down on the bed, her eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at Guyi. Very well. But do remember that you have a team competition coming up shortly. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the treatment? Guyi inquired. Yes. I believe it would invigorate me for the match ahead, Ning Rongrong replied enthusiastically. All right then, please lift your clothing, Guyi consented, taking a seat beside the bed and gesturing for Ning Rongrong to proceed. Ning Rongrong, having shed her initial shyness, assumed a confident demeanor, leaning forward so Guyi could commence the treatment. Outside the curtain, Zhu Zhuqing pondered the conversation she had with Ning Rongrong moments ago. Feeling a twinge of displeasure as she imagined her friend receiving treatment from their teacher, she glanced down at herself, lost in thought, her cheeks suddenly flushed. Curiosity piqued. Zhu Zhuqing inched closer to the curtain, her hand instinctively parting it just enough to peer inside. Her movements were subtle and delicate. Guyi, engrossed in his work, remained oblivious to Zhu Zhuqing's presence, diligently attending to Ning Rongrong. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong was fully absorbed in the treatment, unaware that Zhu Zhuqing was observing her with intense focus. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened as she witnessed her teacher administering treatment to her dear friend, her mouth slightly agape, and her pupils dilating in astonishment. Thump, thump. Her heart began to race, prompting her to place a hand over her chest. Realizing how rapidly it was beating, she hurried back to her seat, surprised by the revelation of how Ning Rongrong and Guyi conducted the treatment. Zhu Zhuqing recalled Ning Rongrong's expression of eagerness and even enjoyment during the session. Clenching her fist in a mix of emotions, whether anger, envy, or something else entirely, she could not quite discern. After several minutes, Ning Rongrong and Guyi emerged from behind the curtain. A gentle smile graced Ning Rongrong's face, reminiscent of a spring breeze, captivating and refreshingly delightful. This time, Guyi did not wear gloves, and thus, there was no need to remove them upon exiting, for it is well known that treating without gloves often yields superior results. Zhu Zhuqing, let us depart. The team battle is about to commence, and if we linger any longer, the masters will surely have something to say about us. Ning Rongrong exclaimed as she grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand and made her way outside. Zhu Zhuqing, however, was preoccupied with the earlier scene of Guyi assisting Ning Rongrong in her treatment, particularly the expression of sheer enjoyment that adorned Ning Rongrong's face. Lost in thought, she allowed Ning Rongrong to lead her away. Guyi found himself alone in the medical room, with no patients to attend to, and boredom soon drove him to step outside. He intended to observe the performance of the Shrek team in their upcoming match. Just then, a shadowy figure caught his attention. This individual appeared to be in his 40s, with dark skin and a height slightly over 1.6 meters. A lewd grin adorned his face, and his right hand was wrapped in bandages, while he wore a pair of tattered shorts and flip-flops, clearly identifying him as Douluo. Douluo, along with Lao Yi and Tianya, had set up a trap outside, waiting long for the beauty to emerge. Since she had not appeared, it fell upon Douluo to venture in and investigate. Upon entering, he encountered Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who were on their way to find the enchanting Xiao. As he observed the three women, Douluo's imagination stirred with the thought of indulging in all three, igniting a surge of desire within him. It was precisely because he was fixated on Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao that Guyi, approaching from behind, sensed something amiss with Douluo. Moreover, Douluo's unsightly appearance did little to inspire confidence. Guyi glanced at Douluo a few times but paid him no heed, choosing to bypass him instead. After all, Guyi did not know Douluo, and it was not uncommon for ordinary people to drool over beautiful women. As Guyi passed by, Douluo couldn't help but steal another glance. To his astonishment, Guyi's striking features sparked a thought in his mind. If Guyi were to don women's attire, he would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. Douluo's gaze lingered for a moment longer, but just then, Guyi shot him a glare, causing Douluo to retreat several steps in fright. How formidable! Who on earth is he? Douluo pondered, lowering his head hastily. He then covertly observed his intended targets once more: Xiao, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. His heart sank as he noticed Xiao engaging in cheerful conversation with the blue-haired individual. Douluo silently vowed that if an opportunity arose, he would make that fellow regret it. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the blue-haired stranger reaching out to caress Xiao's face. A mix of envy, jealousy, and hatred consumed Douluo as he glared at the blue-haired man, vowing that when the moment came, he would ensure the man understood the meaning of suffering. Chapter 92. Douluo's hatred for Tang San. All right, your team match is about to commence. Once again, Xiao San, you will be in charge. Yes, teacher. With that, a staff member arrived to announce that the 7th